Bowes Amateur Hour. There have been amateur hours in the theater, and there have been amateurs on the radio. But about a year ago, Major devised a new pattern of radio amateur hour, something that was entirely original and had never been done before. Major Bowes is, therefore, responsible for the present vogue for amateur hours on the air. It is his proud distinction to be the most copied radio personality to date. Major Bowes' own original amateur hour, presented tonight, is made possible by your purchases of Chase & Sanborn's Stated Coffee, the coffee you know is fresh. These amateurs exhibit their wares. You select the winners by your vote. There are two ways to vote. If you live in the vicinity of New York, you telephone your votes early and often. The number is Murray Hill 8, 9933. I repeat, Murray Hill 8, 9933. In addition, tonight is Chicago night. By special arrangement, Chicago listeners will also vote by calling Franklin 4900. That's Franklin 4900. These Chicago votes will be flashed to us within 5 minutes, and frequent bulletins will be read by Major. For those elsewhere, mailing ballots are supplied free at your grocer's. Or you may, of course, write in on your own stationery. Decide tonight which contestants you wish to vote for and get your official ballot from your grocer tomorrow. Remember, Chicago and vicinity call Franklin 4900. New York and metropolitan area call Murray Hill 8, 9933. And call quickly. Major will announce the names of the first two Chicago voters. Also, the names of the first two voters from the New York metropolitan area. The leaders in the voting will be given professional engagements in RKO Metropolitan Theater. So please help these deserving youngsters by voting early and often. I now present Major Bowes.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good evening, friends. This is the proudest moment I've ever known in radio, and I've been at the microphone for more than a decade. And by the same token, I feel a greater responsibility than ever before. Our proceedings, as you'll observe, are informal, without precedent. And you, within sound of my voice, are just as much a part of this show as these youngsters who come to the microphone. The studio's enormous. It seats, I don't know how many, a couple of thousand. And these amateurs, lacking experience, must stand before this great audience and give a performance. It's a task for a seasoned professional, much less a Simon Pure amateur. And so we need your help. We want your votes. Please telephone your choice. Telephone early. Telephone often. You decide the winners, and the winners will receive immediate professional engagement. The studio's crowded with friendly faces. There are millions listening. I'm going to repeat the telephone numbers again. In New York, it's Murray Hill 8, 9933. In Chicago, it's Franklin 4900. In this building, girls are sitting at 200 telephones to take your vote. There should be no line busy. Now, first to the microphone is the four-piece band, the Morris sisters, four little kid sisters, piano, two saxophones, and a trap drummer. And this drummer is a little girl as big as a minute and as cute can be. Watch her little spindle legs work. And so the wheel begins to spin. All right. Paul Whiteman is leading the applause. Paul Whiteman is applauding harder than anybody. Those are the Morris sisters. Their little orchestra play the 12th Street Rag. Now, we have Percy Wood, Boer War veteran, who yodels. All right, Percy, let's hear the yodel.
Yodeling, 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 yodeling.
Well, we mustn't, we like your applause, but we mustn't applaud too long. That's Percy, the yodeler. He was through the Boer War, and we went through one of his yodels, so it's even Steven. All right. Now, what have we here? The merry-go-round is started. It's a crazy quilt, a grab bag. It's a whirligig, just a wheel of fortune. Around we go, each of us trying for the brass ring. I can promise nothing because I never know what's coming, but it's a lot of fun. The first telephone call from the New York area is Mr. Martin McLean, and the second call from the New York area is Miss Rose Wills. Thank you very much. Now we have Franklin Jensen, baritone. His application states that he's a photographer. Where were you born, Franklin?
I was born in the Virgin Islands, Major.
Which one? St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, where?
St. Thomas, Major.
You see, we touch every part of the United States in these amateur hours. You study singing?
No. Well, just a little bit to help my voice along. I've always wanted to sing ever since I was a little boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want to be? A concert singer or stage, radio? What's your ambition?
Concert singer.
Now the Roland Hayes and Paul Ropes and Eddie Masters, huh?
Yes.
Well, in that case, you either want to sing The Glory Road or Deep River or Waterboy. They all do. We all know the songs, Paul, they want to sing. What do you want to sing?
Waterboy.
Waterboy, I thought so. All right, come on.
You Jack O'Diamond, you Jack O'Diamond, I knows you from old boys. Yes, I knows you from old. You robbed my pocket, son, robbed my pocket. Yes, robbed my pocket of a silver and gold. What a boy! Where are you hiding? If you don't come, when I tell your mammy. What a boy.
All right, that's Franklin Jensen, baritone. Franklin Jensen, baritone. Your applause is lovely, but if you drag it out too much, we're going to lose one or two numbers in the course of the evening. We have so much. Franklin Jensen, baritone from the Virgin Islands. He sang Waterboy. And remember, Murray Hill 89933 and in Chicago, Franklin 4900. Now, one of the noblest of all professions is that of teaching, and frequently one of the least appreciated. I say this having in mind a born teacher, Clyde Dorr, famous saxophone virtuoso. Saxophone, as you know, is a comparatively young instrument. The great symphonies, the older symphonies, have no parts written for saxophone, but it's an instrument with a human quality and is greatly loved and very effective. Now, Clyde Dorr's hobby is to teach the young idea how to toot, right? So I invited him here to bring some of his pupils, and he's got 3 boys, one 10, and the others are 15 each. That's a total of 40 years amongst the 3 of them. So we're going to have a saxophone trio. All right, pick some more. All right. That's three boys, Lewis Smith, Arthur Puckman, and Maxwell Wexler, the saxophone amateurs. And from Chicago, we have the first bulletin. The first call from Chicago was Jack Hines. The second call from Chicago was Frank Berry, and they both voted for the Morris sisters. And that's quick work. And thanks, Chicago, very much indeed. Next week is Philadelphia week. You see, New York and vicinity always calls, but each Sunday night a different other city. All over the United States, Sunday by Sunday. Tonight, Chicago, and next week, Philadelphia, and so it goes on, and it reaches San Francisco. And that'll be a night that I think I'll get up to my phone myself. But faster and faster swings our little merry-go-round. It's a big show, ladies and gentlemen, only a dime, 10 cents, a tenth pound of a dollar. This way, neighbors, step on the inside of the show going on all the time. Good for a pain in the hip, knee, or ankle, side, back, or chest. Thank you, sir, and you thank me. Neighbor, how'd you like the show? Terrible. That's what they all say, good people. Step on the inside and jump aboard. Now, let's see who's next. Let's see. Mary Miller, application reads singer from Hamburg. You live in New York, Miss Miller?
Yes,
Mrs.
Mayor.
Miller, I suppose it is. That's your little baby, is it? That's your baby?
Yes.
Little
I
boy.
brought him along, Mayor, because I have nobody taking care of him. So
I see.
think
Well,
it'll be all right.
I'm sure it'll be all right. Don't look at me. I'm sure it'll be all right. But for a singer to step up to the microphone with a little boy indicates a story. What sort of singing do you do? Tell us about yourself.
Mezzo-soprano. Mezzo-soprano.
Mezzo-soprano.
You know, my husband used to be chief steward, and he traveled all over the country. On account of that, I never get a start, good to go to my career.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, moving around all over the country, of course you can't, and I suppose your ambition is to sing, but sometimes in our ambitions we forget our real blessing. You'd be the happiest woman in the world if you were a prima donna, wouldn't you?
I would like to sing opera. If anybody would give me a chance,
I know, but how many opera singers would... Think of the opera singers that would give up their opera singing if they could have a child like that.
I never would miss my child for anything, or any money in the world.
Wouldn't give up your child?
I wouldn't give up my child. But, well, my music not either.
Well, maybe you can eat your cake and have it too, huh? What do you want to sing?
I sing Please, Please.
All right, let's have it.
Trivo me in sommerville, og næste frappen den her, og den hvor som snow har fled, so intimately lives the rain, friends are mine, my fools like me. but only God can make a dream.
All right. That's Mrs. Mary Miller with a little boy who wants to be an opera singer. Who knows? The telephone's Murray Hill 89933, and in Chicago it's Franklin 4900. Now about auditions. Those in New York and vicinity should write, address your letter to Mesa Bowes Amateur Hour, care of National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, New York City, and state your qualifications. People who have unusual instruments are especially welcome. Tell us about yourself, and if your letter seems promising, we'll invite you to an audition. Please don't telephone for auditions. Write. Now, this is the application of Adele Kaplan. The application states at the age of 13, won 2 medals, graduated from the Julia Richmond High School, has taken nursery and kindergarten training and studied music, right?
Yes, Major.
You won 2 medals at the age of 13. Sunday school medal? What kind of medal?
One was from public school, and the other one was from the Metropolitan League Association.
The what?
Metropolitan League Association.
Metropolitan League Association. Baseball.
No.
Oh, I see. Well, you have the looks, whether you have a voice or not, we'll soon find out. What do you want to sing?
I carry you in my pocket.
Well, button up your overcoat, then. Come on.
I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. There you remain till the sun grows cold. I take a little look each morning, and I take a little look each night, just to see if you're all right. I have such a tender feeling, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but when I look at you, dear, it's just like a lovely song. So I carry you in my pocket, in a locket of gold. There you remain till
All right. Well, your audience is behaving beautifully, I'll say that. I can't see a grouchy face in this whole hall. That was Adele Kaplan. Now we have the first telephone bulletin. First one that's come in from the New York area. The Morris sisters, Percy Wood, Gloria Berger, Franklin Jensen, and Clyde Dorff pupils. And here is the telephone call. The Morris sisters got 1,243 calls. Percy Wood, the yodeler, got 2. He didn't get a very good start. Matter of fact, the war that went against him. Gloria Berger, 344. Next time she'll be a bigger bouquet, and I'll telephone myself. Franklin Jensen from the Virgin Islands got 111, and the little amateur saxophonist, 47. So you see the calls are coming in now. That takes a little time to get them in motion, and we're very grateful. And as I look over at Paul Whiteman, who's worried about his performance tonight, hasn't faced an audience for so long, feels very much good. Now we got who? There he is. One-man band. Al Francis, the one-man band. You know, in starting these amateur hours, I started a vote for one-man band. I'm really proud of it, too, because all the kids are up in the attic digging out old hoop skirts and tin cans and amalgam fillings and pieces of hose and hose pipes and watering cans and making one-man bands out of it. Some are grand and some are terrible, but one thing is certain, they always have a lot of apparatus. This one has a bass drum and cymbals and an old valve trombone. I can't look at him and talk into the microphone at the same time. Paul, you haven't seen one of those for 20 years, I'll bet. Anyway, we'll see what he has to play. All right. Ooh. And I started a vote for one-man band. He's not only tone deaf, he's stone deaf. What'll the ancient art of Hibernians do to me? My wild Irish rose. Help, police! That's Al Francis, the one... Say, who started that vote for one-man band? I'd like to find out the one who started...
Major, may I interrupt for just a moment, please?
All right, Jimmy.
I think that everybody in here and everyone on the air should know that the first two calls from New York City, that's for Mr. Martin McLean and the one for Miss Rose Wills, both voted for Major Bowes. That's two votes for the Major. Puts him in a class with a yodeler, I guess. Incidentally, Major, we have... Pardon?
That makes three of us.
That's three of us.
All right.
We have several telegrams here that I'd like to read at this time, and I think that it really is due you that they should be read. Here's one from Rosa Poncell. My dear Major, with so many achievements already to your credit, it seemed hardly possible that you could add to your laurels. But now your outstanding success in the radio world makes us say once again, bravo and heartiest congratulations. Stop. May you continue for a long time to watch over the striving amateurs and continue to guide those worthy of it into channels for serious study for a musical career. Signed, Rosa Poncell. And here's one from the governor of the state of New York, dated from Albany, Governor Herbert H. Lehman. It's addressed to Major Edward Bowes, and he says, I am glad to congratulate you on the inauguration of your new radio broadcast and to wish you the success that has characterized all your programs in the past. Signed, Herbert H. Lehman. That's all. Thank you.
Well, I said at the beginning that this is my proudest radio night, and so it is. Now we have who? Al Schuler, ladies' coat, your application says. What do you do with ladies' coats?
Well, I sell them, Major.
Hey, if you had to buy them, it wouldn't be so easy, would it? And you have an ambition to be a radio singer?
Oh, yes, I have, Major.
Have you had any experience in radio singing?
Well, I had a very unusual experience, Major. About a year ago, I answered an advertisement in the paper for some radio talent. But when I did get there, I saw this agent, and he gave me an audition. Well, a few days later, I see the postcard to see him about a sponsor for a program for me. Well, when I did get there, he greeted me at the door, 50 cents, please. Well, I gave him the 50 cents thinking I might have a job.
Didn't think you were worth $1 even, did you?
Well, when I did get in
that's
there...
interesting. I must interrupt you because recently the fraudulent radio schools have been springing up, and they work a great injustice. Even for small sums, they get youngsters to come there. No doubt that is your experience. But make it a little briefer. What happened? Did you go on and pay him and take lessons?
Well, I did, and many others did also. Well, here was the beginning of the lesson. You know, he made the 30 or 40 of us stand up in back of his, in front of the seats, you know, and he got up in front of us and said, boys and girls, go this way.
You know, I could have him arrested for giving an impersonation of me. Well, go ahead. What is the second lesson, if any?
Well, I'll tell you, Major, he says, no matter where you go, I don't care if it's in a subway, in an elevator, or outside, anywhere you are, don't be ashamed of the folks Just go, ew!
Well, maybe I shouldn't call that school a fraud. Maybe that's the standard. I'm not so sure. But anyway, I'm glad it came up because perhaps the people listening will beware of these fraudulent schools. They really do a great deal of damage. Now, in the meantime, after all those lessons, what do you want to sing?
Well, Major, I'd like to sing My Mother's Eyes.
Georgie Gessler's song, huh?
That's right, Major. I think I can sing it just as well as he can.
Well, you won't get as much... Well, there's one thing I'll promise you. You won't get as much money for singing this either. All right, come on. My Mother's Eyes.
One bright and guiding light that taught me wrong from right, I found in my mother's eyes. Most baby tales she told that brought all paved with gold, I found in my mother's eyes. Just like a wandering sparrow, one lonely soul, I'd walk the straight and narrow to reach my goal. God's gift sent from above, oh, unreal, unselfish love, I found in my mother's eyes.
All right, Al Schuler, who sells ladies' coats and imitates George Gibbet. All right, Jimmy?
Our operators will be on duty for another half hour, so there's still time for you to telephone your vote. Call Murray Hill 8-9933 in New York or Lafayette 7500 in Boston. Elsewhere throughout the United States and Canada, grocers have free ballots for you to use. Or you can vote by letter or postcard sent in care of your own station. Bear in mind the saving you can make by getting Chase & Sanborn's dated coffee in its new, inexpensive dated bag. The coffee is the same superb blend as always, and it reaches you at its best because its freshness is guaranteed by the dating plant. The only difference is the new bag and the lower price it makes possible. We save money by using a bag instead of an expensive can, and we pass the saving on to you. Try this rich, full-flavored coffee. Buy a bag of Chase & Sanborn's dated coffee tomorrow.
And until next Sunday, good evening, friends.
Information, please. Time to stump the experts. Each question accepted wins you $2. You can win, therefore, as much as $7 per question, if you're lucky and information, please, is not. Our master of ceremonies is Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Good evening, everybody. This is a very special night for Information, Please, because instead of the usual 4, we have 5 experts. Or anyway, we have 4 experts and Harpo Marx. Harpo has practically built his career on being dumb. And what right he has to be here tonight, I can't tell. I assure you I don't know what Harpo is going to say, or whether he is going to say anything. Harpo Marx will be supported by an all-star cast consisting of Franklin P. Adams, columnist of the New York Post, Don Curran, sports expert and philologist, hi, Phil, Bernard Jaffe, teacher of science and author, and Oscar Levant, musical authority, composer, and baseball fan. Now, gentlemen, the rules. If you know the answer, raise your hand. Put your hand down, Harpo. A question composed of no more than 2 parts must be answered by one man. If it has more parts than that, the board may cooperate. But if any part is answered wrong, we lose $5. When you hear that cash register ring, that means the questioner is actually getting his $5. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, please remember that Information Please is a spontaneous and completely catch-as-catch-can program. We're off. The first question comes from Woodbury, New Jersey. Mrs. C.H. Waterbury of Woodbury, New Jersey. That sounds like a plant. Wants me to ask each member of the board for a loan of $5. So far, the plot is absolutely improbable. Now, I must be turned down by each of you gentlemen with a typical or appropriate remark. Let's make it $10. Who cares? Now, suppose I asked each of you to lend me $10. What would you reply? Mr. Levant, you have...
I would lend it to you, only it would spoil our friendship.
Oh, come. See if I can get 4 more. Mr. Jaffe.
I never knew there was so much money in the world.
That'll do. That's 2. Mr. Kieran. Quiet, Harpo. Mr. Kieran?
Neither a borrower nor a lender be.
That's very good. Mr. Marks is shaking hands with Mr. Kieran. All right, Harpo. You going to talk?
Oh, I can't give you...
So you going to do that for the rest of the evening, Harpo? Don't know any more? All right, now you keep quiet. That'll do. That's 4. Mr. Adams, I have to get one out of you.
No.
All right. Second question from Mr. George Rudolph of New York City. Now, our studio pianist, listen carefully, boys. Our studio pianist is going to play a special arrangement of a medley of popular songs. And you are required to identify the individual selections as well as the song used as the accompaniment throughout, which later emerges as a melody. I hope that's entirely clear. Are you ready, studio pianist? Go ahead. All right, Mr. Levant. He did that. I want the names of the songs.
Look for the silver lining from Sally.
Look for the silver lining from Sally is correct. Can I have another one?
Do the next part right after. Please.
Mr. Levant?
Shake the Cheek.
Shake the Cheek, yes, from?
Shake the Cheek from, Shake the Cheek. Top Hat.
Yes, Top Hat. Irving Berlin. That's quite right. That's 2. We're doing very well. Let's have a little more.
Waving. No, not the beginning.
Got it now? Mr.
This
Levant?
part. The Song in My Heart, which is the accompaniment late at the beginning.
That is correct. Now let's see if we can get the, there's still another to be named.
Do the last 2 bars. Yeah. The last 4 bars, I mean.
Oh, make it 6. We don't care. We have lots of time.
Can't take that away from me.
You don't have to sing it. Saying it. That's quite correct. And with a song in my heart as a return theme. Pretty good. The next question from Mr. Joe Hunt, again of this city. Mr. Hunt wants you to mention 5 books or plays. You know what a book is, Mr. Mark. Name 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Maybe we can get something out of Harpo on this one. 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Mr. Adam.
Tinker Tailor.
That's quite correct. Who wrote the book?
A.P. Herbert.
Very good, Mr. Adams. Thank you. Mr. Kieran.
American Doctor's Odyssey.
An American Doctor's Odyssey. Who wrote that book?
Dr. Heisey.
That's correct. Oh, there's Harpo again. Harpo, do you know anything? Oh, the farmer. That's right. The farmer takes a wife. That's quite correct. It was a play. Ran a year or 2 ago. That's 3. Mr. Jaffe.
The Horse and Buggy Doctor by Hertzler.
Oh, you're sticking to doctors. All right. That's 4.
I need him tonight.
We have to name 5 altogether. All right, Oscar. Mr. Levant.
The Man with a Hoe, Edwin Markham.
He has an occupation? Yes, I suppose it would be a
What do you
farmer.
do
That
with
would
a
be perfectly
hoe?
all right. Can't seem to stick him. Harpo, can I get you to answer? He says no. All right. Harpo, put that banana away.
You're lucky he doesn't eat the microphone.
The next question for Mr. William Stahl of Chicago, Illinois. Finish with that banana. We can't go on to the question, Harpo, until you finish your banana. All right, and keep that orange out, too. Now, the next one. Suppose a man is as lazy as Step-in Fetchit. A man as lazy as Step-in Fetchit, and as thirsty as W.C. Fields. And suppose he looks out of a window, and suppose he observes an open barrel of wine 50 feet below, 50 feet. He has available a narrow rubber tube 55 feet long. How should he go about quenching his thirst? This is the darndest situation. Now, is that all clear, Mr. Jeffrey?
Well, I imagine he could throw that pipe out, that rubber tube rather, into the barrel and draw up the wine. So that would only go about 34 feet, though.
Yeah, what would he do then? So far, you're all right.
He could walk downstairs.
No, I can't. No elevator. No, I can't.
No elevator.
What's he going to do from that point on? He's got to stay where he is. Now, he's got his wine 34 feet up. Fine situation.
Oh, I know. He could hold on to the end of the rubber tube that he has.
Yeah?
Lift the tube up and empty the contents of that pipe into any container that he has.
That would be quite correct. Though it seems to me to be a pretty tough job for him to handle 55 feet of tube and 34 feet of wine in an ordinary small room.
It'd be cheaper for him to dive.
Yes, much easier. Fifth question. From Mr. Dwight Hutchinson of Marblehead, Massachusetts. You have to identify the following 5 persons or literary characters. Literary, Mr. Marks, literary. 1. Who lived on a column? Mr. Marks says the Franklin P. Adams. Oh, Mr. Kieran got that one, too. There's still another, Mr. Kieran. Do you know who it was?
Yes, besides FPA, there was St. Simon Stylites.
Yes, that's quite correct. Who lived in a tub? Mr. Adams?
Diogenes.
Diogenes, or any one of those 3 gentlemen, Rub, Dub, or a Dub, who lived in a tub, remember them? 3 men in a tub? How about the man who lived in a coffin? A coffin, Mr.
I know a very fantastic character in a book that nobody's read, in which there's a man who lives in a coffin called Solal.
Pardon?
Solal, S-O-L-A-L.
Did he live in a coffin?
Yeah, the grandfather. He gouged his eyes and he lived in a...
You've got me. That's perfectly possible.
That's true.
All right. I'm not denying it. There is perhaps a more famous character, known to anyone who has been to the films recently, who lived in a coffin.
A producer.
Don't know. I'll accept yours, subject to correction. But it's Dracula. You stick to that, eh? It's Dracula who lived in a coffin. Well, that's 3. Who lived in a gingerbread house? Who lived in a gingerbread house? Mr. Adams?
The Witch.
Yes, in what play or novel?
Hansel and Gretel.
In Hansel and Gretel. And who lived in a tree? Who lived in a tree? Mr. Marks. You know? Come on, talk. Tell me. Maybe we can get him to talk finally. Oh, I get it. Tarzan. Yeah, Tarzan. That's right. Tarzan. No wonder you've never learned to talk, Harper. You do so well without it. Take your hat off. 6. From Mrs. Elspeth Dunn of Hewlett, Long Island. Oh, this is a dandy. Explain why a G-man afflicted with mulirose tendencies. Mulirose, M-U-L-I-E-R-O-S-E, might be tempted to resign if assigned to arrest an auricumus moll. Auricumus? A-U-R-I-C-O-M-U-O-U-S, moll, M-O-L-L. My God, they all know it. Mr. Adams.
His wife might object.
I don't get it. Would you mind explaining? You just guessed at that one, Mr. Adams.
Yes, I guess I'm wrong.
I'm not saying. If you can explain your answer.
How far does the tube go?
Oh, you're still there, are you? If you can explain your answer, Mr. Adams.
I think Mulieros would be wifely.
No, just almost the opposite at times. A man with Mulieros tendency is one who is exceedingly fond of ladies. Not necessarily his wife, though at times, yes.
I'm old-fashioned about that.
All right. Mr. Kieran, the new-fashioned Mr. Kieran.
Well, what was that kind of lady you said?
That was no lady. That was an auriculus mall.
Auriculus nothing. An auricumus. A-U-R-I-C-O-M-O-U-S. Mrs. Elspeth Dunn is going to get $5.
That's a blonde.
That's right. That's right. And what would it mean?
Well, it...
Purple. Goodness gracious. That's right. In other words, a man with Mulieros tendencies is one who's exceedingly fond of ladies, and...
you wouldn't want to arrest a blonde.
A small. Perfectly correct. Yes, that's quite correct. Now, the next question is a musical one. Mr. E. Willard Layton of Brooklyn, New York, wants you to play the principal theme in the indicated movement of the following piano concertos. 1, the principal theme from the rondo or third movement of the Beethoven G Major Concerto No. 4. Any of you can do that? Can any of you do it? Harpo can't do it, Mr. Levant. Don't be silly. All right, Mr. Levant, go and try it. The principal theme from the rondo or third movement of the Beethoven G Major Concerto No. 4. That right? That's right. Second. Mr. Levant, do you want to try the second without knowing what's going to be? Take a chance? All right. The second theme of the third movement of Rachmaninoff's C minor concerto No. 2.
Everybody knows that.
I don't know it. Harpo doesn't know it. Is that right? Right? Harpo says it's right. Now I'm going to ask you, Mr. Levant, if you can, or Mr. Kieran, or Mr. Adams, Mr. Jaffe, to play the first theme of the first movement of Liszt's E-flat concerto. You can't play it, Harpo. You can play it? Harpo is going over the piano. Get together, boys. Get together. Is that right? Well, what's Harpo doing? That's Harpo. I can see that. Get away. And finally, the second theme from the second movement of the Gershwin Concerto in F. Don't tell me you know that too, Harpo. He's going over the piano again. It's going to spoil my program for me, I know it. One of them is right. One of them is right. Thanks very much. I'm also glad you didn't bring your harp. But so far, we haven't thrown them for a loss at all. See what we can do now. Oh, a chicken bone. Harpo's brought his dinner with him. No, his supper. The next question from Gertrude Craig Roberts of Overbrook, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Give the source or the author of the following quotations about the fair. The fair means the fair sex. 1. Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Who knows that? Mr. Adams, don't you know that?
Shakespeare.
No, that's wrong. Well, that's going to cost us $5 right off the reel, and I'm glad to get them down for a loss of $5. Let's take the next one. Give the, that one, by the way, is from Marlowe's Faustus, Mr. Adams. Remember it?
Not at the moment.
All right. 2. Take her up tenderly, Lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. All right, Mr. Adams, redeem yourself.
Thomas Hood.
Yes, what poem?
Bridge of Sighs.
That's quite correct. And how about this one? Fat, fair, and 40. Fat, fair, and 40. Don't know that. That's a tough one. What would catch him on that?
Minsky.
No, Mr. Levant, not Minsky.
Sheridan.
Mr. Adams, what'd you say?
Sheridan.
No. No, it comes from a novel called St. Ronan's Well by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7, if you must. You knew that, Mr. Kieran.
No, but I've heard of St. Ronan's Well.
Well, that's half the battle.
I've heard of Chapter 7.
See if you can get the next one. A maiden fair to see, the pearl of minstrelsy. Mr. Adams?
HMS Pinafore.
That's quite correct. And 5, and last, you're the fairest in the land. You're the fairest in the land. Don't know that, Mr. Kieran, eh?
Yeah, I just heard it.
Not from Harpo, surely. I can't get him to say a word. No?
It's in Snow White.
No, that's wrong. Knew you'd say that. No, it's one of the lines in By Mere Bis du Chien. Harpo knew it all along. We've got that $5 rung up. Going to Miss Roberts at Philadelphia. The next question from C. Hyde of New York City. I'm going to ask you to quote from 4 songs, to quote sentences or phrases mentioning at least 2 colors each, excluding college songs. And excluding There's a Rainbow in the Sky, Minister Adams. I saw that in your eye. All right, Mr. Levant.
Oh, gray mare.
2 colors. 2 colors.
Brown eyes, why are you blue?
All right. That's 1. Mr. Adams.
The red, white, and blue.
Yes, 3 cheers for the red, white. You know 1, Harpo? Forgot it, eh? That's right. It's on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it. That's pretty good. We got another one. All right, Harpo, let's have it.
Darling, I'm growing older.
Darling, I'm growing over. Silver threads, I get it. Silver threads among the gold. That's 4. Mr. Levant?
It's not in the title, but in the lyric. Does that count?
It's all right.
Roses red, violets are blue, sugar sweet. Honey,
Is that a
so
song?
are you. By Gershwin.
I thought there's something you're writing an album.
By Gershwin.
Oh, by Gershwin.
Yes,
that's quite
Showgirl.
good. That's 5. Let's have another one for good luck. Mr. Adams. Oh, Harpo. All right, he cedes his place to Mr. Adams.
The Blue and the Gray by Paul Dresser.
Is it a song?
Yes, sir.
All right with me. Is that all right, Harpo? It's a song. Okay.
One lies dead at Appomattox.
Didn't ask you for that. Next question. What one is that? Whistle's fine. Whistle's fine. Save that for the next question, Harpo. Okay. Next question from Mr. Everett F. Taft of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. I'm going to ask you to name the great man and the scientific principle associated with each of the following. 1, a pea garden. A pea garden. Name the scientific man and principle associated with a pea garden. Mr. Jaffe?
The principle is the principle of genetics, heredity.
Yes.
And I know the man's name. Now, let's see. He was the abbot of Brunn.
Yes. How about his name?
Let's see if I can get his name now.
You're all right so far.
I'll think of it as we go along.
All right. How about trying the next one? Name the great man and scientific principle associated with a right-angled triangle. With a right-angled triangle. Mr. Kieran?
Yes, it was an Italian who was working on the theory of the pendulum.
A right-angled triangle. No, I'm afraid I'll have to call you wrong on that one, Mr. Kieran. A rarity for me and a great pleasure, I assure you. No, the answer is Pythagoras, who in the 6th century proved that the square of the hypotenuse, you remember, is equal to the sum of the squares of the arms. High school students have been worried about that eternal triangle ever since. How about the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Mr. Jeff. Galileo, yes. And what's the principle
he
involved?
proved was that objects fall at the same rate of speed no matter what their weights happen to be. That is, a feather and a cannonball will fall at the same rate.
Quite correct. I never believed it, but I know it's true. It's in the book. Mm-hmm. And 4, a milkmaid. A milkmaid. Mr. Jaffe.
Well, you might speak of Dr. Jenner.
Yes.
And,
Make up your mind.
Smallpox.
Yes. How did he happen to...
Well, he noticed that milkmaids never contracted the smallpox, but they did contract certain warts on their hands.
Yes, from handling cows. That's
from
right.
handling cows, yes.
That's correct.
The principle of vaccination, of course, is a principle involved.
Derived from that. That's
Yes.
quite correct. Now, do you remember who the man was involved in the principle of genetics?
I know him as well as my name. I just can't think of him. Just
What's your
Jeffy.
name?
Oh,
Mr. Kieran.
Well, isn't that the Mendelian
That's
theory?
right, Mendel.
Yes, Gregor Mendel. Well, we got
Mendel,
3 out of 4. That's going to cost us $5. The next question from Mr. A. Solomon from New York City. You're asked to name a musical composition dealing with each of the following objects. I guess you'd call them objects. 1, the bee. A bee. Mr. Levant.
Rimsky-Korsakov, The Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yes. And didn't Bach write something about a bee?
No, Schubert did. I don't know if Bach did or not.
Wasn't there a mass in B minor?
I'm sorry.
All right, the flea. The flea. Didn't like that one, eh? All right, Mr. Levant, the flea.
Mussorgsky, Shalyapin made that song quite his own and famous.
Yes, Song of the Flea. That's correct. 3, a roach. A roach. A roach. Harper, you don't want to whistle again, do you? Oh, now I get it. That's right. La Cucaracha. That's correct. The famous Mexican folk song, La Cucaracha, is about a roach. 4, a bat. A bat. Oh, Harpo, he knows everything. Don't know that one? Mr. Adams.
The Fledermaus.
Yes, Fledermaus by whom?
Strauss.
That's quite correct. Harpo, do you have another? I don't get that.
Take me out to the ball
Oh,
game.
yes. Oh, I see. Harpo, if I could only get you to say Casey at the bat. 5, a cuckoo. A cuckoo. Mr. Levant.
I don't know how to pronounce it. D-A-Q-U-I-N.
Daquin. That'll
Thank
do.
you. Thank you, Hank.
That's all right. That's all right, Oscar. And how about the name of the song that Daquin wrote about the cuckoo?
The cuckoo.
Correct. 5 out of 5. Next question. This comes from Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Gorham, New York. What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? The children of the old woman who lived in a shoe. What methods used? Mr. Adams.
She spanked them roundly and put them to bed.
Soundly, not roundly. That'll do. 2, the baby who changed into a pig from Alice in Wonderland. Baby who changed into a pig. Don't know that one? Don't know that one, eh? Remember, Mr. Adams, you're the Alice in Wonderland expert. Remember, speak harshly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes? That was the method used in bringing up the baby who changed into a pig in Alice in Wonderland. That's one wrong. 3, the elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. The elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. You know that? I'll have to give it to you. His aunt, the ostrich, and his uncle, the giraffe, and his aunt, the hippopotamus, and his uncle, the baboon, and his father and mother spanked him. They all spanked him for his satiable curiosity. It's from Just So Stories by Kipling. Not so good on children, gentlemen. Very well. What methods were used in bringing up Pip, the hero of Dickens's novel Great Expectations? Very simple method. He was brought up by hand. Brought up by hand. By his foster parents, the Gargery. And finally, how was Topsy in Uncle Tom's Cabin brought up? Mr. Kieran?
She just grows.
Yes, that's right. Well, we got 3 wrong out of 5 on that. $5 goes to Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Gorham, New York. How about this one? This from Harriet R. Platt of East Orange, New Jersey. Mention 5 cruelties that occur daily in the kitchen. For example, beating the eggs. Get it? Pretty clever, eh? Mr. Adams.
Whipping the cream.
Whipping the cream is 1. Mr. Levant.
Mine's sentimental. Tearing a herring.
Tearing a herring will do. I'll let that one go. Mr. Jaffe. Mr. Jaffe.
Deviling an egg.
Deviling an egg. Yes, that might be cruelty. Yes,
Bedeviling.
that's correct. 3. Bedeviling would be even better. Mr. Levant.
This is precious now. Pressing a duck. You know, a duck press.
Yes, but I don't think that pressing is necessarily cruel. Sometimes just the opposite, as a matter of fact. I won't accept that one. That's 3 so far, Mr. Kieran.
Mashing potatoes.
Mashing potatoes. Yes, that's 4. Have to get one more. One more. Oh, I can think of lots of them. Harpo, can I get one out of you? What? Taking the eyes out of potatoes. Oh, yes, taking the eyes out of potatoes. I get it. 5 will do, that's right. And sometimes, in badly regulated kitchens, perhaps, killing the odor would do, yes. Well, that's 5 out of 5. Now, the next one comes all the way from Rochester, New York, from Alexander J. Twizdowski. This is a tough one. A witness testified that as he entered the unlit corridor of the building during late twilight, he noted that the defendant wore a red hat, but he was unable to distinguish the color of her coat, which was known to be blue. Why would you disbelieve the witness's testimony? I'm completely lost by this time. Mr. Kieran, have you followed me?
Well, that probably has to do with the visibility of the comparative visibility of red and blue at that time of day in the setting rays of the sun. And
yes,
evidently, the man who said that he distinguished something red and could not distinguish something blue was lying, because it would be easier to distinguish blue in that light than red.
That's perfectly correct.
Oh,
how
I guessed
that
beautifully.
Did you know that all along? That's pretty good. Mr. Godfrey, do you know the scientific principle involved there?
Yes.
Do you know what it's called? Well, who discovered
reflection and absorption of light. The only light in twilight is a blue light, and that's the only light that will be reflected from an object, and therefore all he could see was a blue object. Couldn't see the red. The red would appear as black.
Well, it would disappear. The visibility would disappear more quickly in fading light. Do you know what that effect is called and who discovered it?
Colorblind.
No. I see what you mean. It was a man named Purkinje. You ever hear of Purkinje?
Never heard of him.
Wrote just a song at twilight.
I'm afraid that's all we'll have time for tonight, gentlemen and Mr. Marks. Information, please, seems to have lost how much? $15. Next Tuesday evening, the Board of Experts is going to consist of Mr. Adams again, Mr. Kieran again, Mr. Mark Duffield of the New York Herald Tribune, and as our guest of honor, Mr. Oswald Jacoby, who is the #1 ranking bridge expert in the United States for the last 4 years, as I understand it. And now, Mr. Cross, will you take the mic and remind our audience of the rules once more? Information, please, thanks you and asks you to come again.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. We meet again next week at 8:30 for another battle of the public versus the experts. Please send us questions, any number of them, with the correct answers. And don't get worried if our editorial staff changes or edits your question slightly. Remember, $2 per question if we use it, and an additional 5 spot if the board flops on it. All questions become the property of Information Please. Send them to Information Please, NBC, Radio City, New York. Until next Tuesday evening at 8:30, good night, all. This is the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
Alka-Seltzer, first aid for the relief of headaches, acid indigestion, and muscular aches and pains. Alka-Seltzer brings you Hilltop House. This is Sandy Becker reminding you that warm weather menus may change from heavy pot roast to light tossed salads, from freshly baked pies to chilled melons. Yet hot weather can still tempt you into eating unwisely, and the result can be acid indigestion. So how's your Alka-Seltzer supply, ladies? Remember, speedy Alka-Seltzer for relief when acid indigestion comes along. Let Alka-Seltzer help you feel better fast. Alka-Seltzer has instant alkalizing action to reduce excess acidity in the stomach in a hurry, and to ease that uncomfortable feeling. And Alka-Seltzer is soothing and settling to an acid-upset stomach. It works with gentle action. So next time you're uncomfortable with after-meal acid indigestion, try a glass of sparkling, tangy Alka-Seltzer for fast relief. 1 or 2 tablets dissolve in a glass of water to make a refreshing, effervescent solution. It's pleasant to take, too, really refreshing. So get a package of Alka-Seltzer from your druggist. And then, when unwise eating causes acid indigestion, be wise Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. And now, Hilltop House.
Julie?
Oh, Mr. Claver?
Uh-huh. Here you got an appointment that's going to take you away from the orphanage, but if you don't mind, I'd like a few words with you first.
Oh, well, please come right in.
Thank you. Well, Julie, now that my niece Gladys is here helping out, I'd kind of like to hear a report on her capabilities. And if you got some complaints, don't you hold back on them. I'd like to hear them, too.
Well...
Oh, yeah, now, Julie, since you're thinking so hard and so long to come up with an answer, guess you got no objections to my niece so far. And that's fine, because I don't want you worrying about the orphanage. You got plenty on your mind with your marriage, only a week off. And say, I heard Reed just got back from a little trip. He go up on business?
In a way, yeah.
He's a humdinger, that feller. You know that Pearson property over on Maple Street? Well... everybody was saying he was a fool to buy it. And I'm telling you, I thought for sure he'd made a mistake that time. Well, have you heard a soda pop factory's opening up in Glendale and going to build on that land? Yeah. And Reed's the boy who sold him a bill of goods to set up here instead of Madison City. Oh, I tell you, he's a smart feller. And he's so young, too. Some people call him lucky, you know. But I say you gotta have something to go with the luck, and Reed's got it. Oh, he is a humdinger.
I think he's pretty nice.
Pretty... That's rich. Well, now about my niece.
Well, I think it's too soon to give any real criticism. She feels nervous about taking over, but that's to be expected because I'm still here.
Well, now, if you've got anything you'd like to tell her and you don't want to say it straight to her, why, I'd be glad to take the criticism and pass it along. Now, mind you, Julie, we all understand she's trying to take over your job as best she can. And don't forget, we're considering that as a temporary substitute till somebody more qualified comes along. Providing Gladys don't turn out right. Now, I'm saying she will, though.
Well, the big test will come when she has to deal with problems. Since she's had the experience of raising a child, that will be of help.
Yeah, she's been a good mother. Got a fine boy.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problems of orphans are a little different sometimes.
Oh, no, not too different. And my niece ain't one to pass over a problem. And you know she ain't too proud to come for help when it's over her head. And if you're away, then she'll go straight to Grace Dolben. Now, Gladys is a lot smarter than she looks and sounds. And I believe you can leave Hilltop in her hands in full confidence, Julie.
Well, to be quite frank, I'd feel more reassured if your niece had had some experience in child guidance, in addition to being a mother.
Oh, well, now, Julie can't have everything, you know. You're up on the book learning, and she's had the experience of being a mother, so, well, that way you sort of balance each other. But you remember my words, Julie. My niece will turn out to be a big surprise to folks. She'll take hold. All she needs is the time.
Mm-hmm. Will you excuse me?
Oh, sure. Go right ahead.
Hello?
Hello, Julie. It's me again.
Oh, hello, Nina.
More snags on the dinner party.
Oh.
I wish you could come over and help me decide something.
Well, right now, I'm going over to Reed's. He's expecting some people at 4.
Well, couldn't you manage a few minutes to stop here first? So I don't wind up with half of Glendale mad at me because they didn't get invited to a dinner party for you?
Well, all right. I'll come by for a minute. I'll see you soon.
Julie, don't let me keep you if you got things to do. I know a bride don't never have enough time, so you go along about your work and business, and I'll finish up my visit with Gladys. I see she's out in the garden swing.
Will you remind her that I've promised the children a picnic supper? And if she wants to get things ready for it, I'd appreciate it.
A picnic supper, huh? Yeah, that's a nice little treat. Yeah, sure, I'll remind her, Julie. Say, you go ahead. Don't you worry about a thing. Have yourself a nice time.
Right.
And you give my greetings to Reed, huh?
I will. Thank you, Mr.
A picnic supper. But they'll have hot dogs and toasted buns and pickles and maybe some corn.
Hello, Uncle Frank.
I'm coming down there to sit, Gladys.
Oh, it's so pleasant and cool out here. That's one of the nice things here. You can always find some cool, shady spot.
Yeah, well, move over, Gladys, and I'll sit with you.
Well, do you think that's...
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Miss Julie.
Over to visit with her cousin Nina. That's Dr. Jeff Browning's wife.
Yes, I know. He's our doctor.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and after that, Julie's going to her fiancé's house. Some folks are dropping in. Yeah, Julie's marrying an important man, yes, sirree.
What'd she say about me?
Well, you're behaving all right because she didn't find no fault. She's pleased so far, and I'm confident the whole orphanage board's going to feel the same.
Well, I'm trying my best to please, but something you said to Mrs. Dolben makes me feel bad.
Oh, now what's that?
Well, you spoke like I'm only a temporary replacement, and I wanted to feel I was the real head matron.
Gladys, what I tell Mrs. Dolben and Julie don't have to be what you and me know.
What does that mean?
Well, now, you got to understand diplomatic relations when you're dealing with matters of public affairs.
Huh?
Well, what I'm saying is when you got a goal in mind, I mean, when I got that goal in mind and I want things to work out, I just don't take folks into my confidence too much. I give it to them little by little, so I don't run into any extra opposition, you see?
I think so.
The way things are, Mrs. Dolben and Julie would be a lot more critical if they figured you were here permanent. By figuring it's only temporary, they'll let things go by easy like. You get me?
Oh, Uncle Frank. You're just the smartest man there ever was for knowing just how to do things right.
Well, I do my best. But you won't make a mistake listening to me.
Of course I will. But I want you to know that there are things around Hilltop I don't like one little bit, and I'm going to change them.
Move over, you're crowding me. You just wait till Julie leaves to be married.
Don't you worry about that, Uncle Frank. I've got them all thinking that I want to keep everything just like it is. And I'm not worried the least little bit now about managing. You won't be sorry you got me in here.
But, Julie, you don't understand. Dr. Oliver and Dr. Pringle and Dr. Sampson are all on the staff of the private hospital, but I can't manage that large a dinner party.
Well, then make it a buffet.
Dinner parties are so much more elegant. I'm tired of buffets. Everybody's been giving them. Aren't you tired of them?
Well, if your heart is set on the dinner party...
Then I'm right back where I started. Oh, why did Jeff have to go and invite the Olivers? He started this mess because I wasn't going to ask anybody from the hospital staff. Now I have to ask them all. Oh, my husband can be so doggone frustrating. Oh, I'm mad at him today for everything.
Oh, I think you'll get over it. Nina, has he got the specialist report on Reed?
Do you think he'd tell me anything? I told him we're both so anxious to hear, and when would the report come, and do you know what he answered?
What?
When it gets here.
Oh.
And what's more, he's implying it's his business and I can keep my nose out. Oh, he can be so maddening. You know, I'll bet that report will come in and he'll tell Reed and we won't know a thing about it.
Well, that'll be all right with me if it's a good report. Well, let's not think about it anymore. Reed's got some new medicine that stops his dizzy spells in a minute, and he feels very good about that.
But I know you're worried. You act as if everything's okay, but I can tell.
Well, honestly, I'm trying not to worry. Reed seems so well, and I don't want that report to be just hanging over us like a cloud. Now, what other problems are there in this dinner party that have got to be settled right now?
Oh, it'll have to be a buffet. The dinner party's out the window. Well, anyway, tomorrow's the family dinner, and that's just the four of us.
Special delivery for Dr. Jeff Browning.
Oh, excuse me, Julie. It's the postman. I'll be right back. Special delivery letter from Dr. Bernays. It must be about Reed. Oh, gee, won't Julie be glad? Oh, no. No, maybe I hadn't better tell her. I don't know what's inside. I'll be right with you, Julie.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Hilltop House. Do you ever have one of those days when everything seems to go wrong?
Yes, and that's usually when I have a headache. Just like the other day, I had a nagging headache. An unexpected guest dropped in.
And you weren't prepared.
No, because of my headache, I'd put off cleaning the house. But it all worked out.
How so?
One of my guests had some Alka-Seltzer in her purse. She suggested I try it. I did, and in almost no time, I felt fine again. I was so pleased I invited them for dinner.
Ladies, when a headache gets you down, why not let Speedy Alka-Seltzer help you feel better fast? Alka-Seltzer contains an effective pain reliever, one of the most useful and helpful known to medical science. And remember, tests prove the system absorbs more of this pain reliever faster from Alka-Seltzer. So for pleasant, fast headache relief, turn to Speedy Alka-Seltzer. You can get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore, by the glass at the fountain, by the package at the counter. Speedy Alka-Seltzer for fast headache relief. And now let's return to our story for a moment. As Julie left Nina's house to go along to Reeves, her cousin ran back and looked at that important letter.
Oh, I wish I could open it. I wonder if I dare.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow to another exciting episode of Hilltop House, written by Addie Richton and Lynn Stone. Julie is played by Jan Miner, and Janice Gilbert is Nina. Don't let a vitamin shortage rob you of your normal energy and pep. A vitamin shortage, you know, is one of the common causes of that tired-out, listless feeling. You can correct a vitamin shortage with one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets. Taken daily, they can give you all you normally need to take of all the vitamins proved necessary. Can protect you from a vitamin deficiency. They're easy to take in tablet form. One-a-day multiples are smooth-coated tablets that leave no unpleasant aftertaste. And they now contain vitamin B12. So at any drugstore, get the vitamins in the blue box with a big red 1. Guard against vitamin deficiency with one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets. Take them regularly, every day. Listen to Hilltop House tomorrow and every day, Monday through Friday. Sandy Becker speaking. And remember, America now listens to 110 million radio sets and listens most to the CBS radio network.
Road of Life, brought to you by Duz, D-U-Z, Duz, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash.
Dr. Brent calls surgery. Dr. Brent calls surgery. Dr. Brent calls surgery.
Say, Mr. Collier, I have a BD story for you.
BD? Before Duz?
Yes, back in the days when I didn't know Duz does everything.
Before you found this new kind of soap is best.
That's right. Honestly, BD, before Duz, I was ready to give up. You see, I'd just been married, and I wanted to be a model housekeeper.
Mm-hmm.
Well, every wash day I worked like a dog over my linens, trying to get them white. And Jim's work clothes, oh, they were the limit. My own colored rayons got sadder every wash.
Well, no wonder you were ready to give up BD before Duz. But now you've got the soap that's best, because D-U-Z does everything in your wash. It gives you unsurpassed whiteness for towels, unbeaten cleaning power for dirty work clothes, and greater safety for those nice colors.
I'll say, you ought to see my towels, A.D., after dozen. Even my mother-in-law raves about how white they are.
There's no whiter wash to be had from any soap. How about those work clothes, A.D., after dozzing?
Clean as rain. I'm all through with hard scrubbing.
There's no easier soap than Does for getting work clothes clean.
And my rayon undies look brighter after dozzing.
Sure, colors get extra safety with Does. You know, ladies, Does really does best. Actual comparisons with 25 different wash day soaps prove it. This new kind of soap has the best combination of white washes, suds for cleaning, and safety for colors. So be a lady who does.
Does everything.
And now we invite you to listen to Road of Life. Carol Brent has been in Reno, Nevada for some days now. Up to the moment, however, she's done nothing toward instituting divorce proceedings against her husband, Jim. Insofar as Carol is concerned, there's no special reason why she's not started the action. Nevertheless, something within her continually prevents her from starting the suit. Exactly what this something is may be difficult to define. One of the factors holding Carol back is what happened yesterday afternoon while she and Janie, her daughter, were walking through one of the side streets in Reno.
Cover your mouth with your hand when you yawn, Janie.
I did. The first and second and third time.
But this last time you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Why are you yawning so much? You just got up from a nap about an hour ago. Are you tired?
Uh-huh.
Then what's the matter, Janie?
I'm like Daddy.
You're what?
I yawn when there's nothing to do.
Oh.
That's what Daddy does. I remember one
Good heavens. Are you trying to tell me that you're bored, darling?
What's bored, Mommy?
Well, I'm afraid it's what you are.
What does it mean, Mommy?
I don't know how to explain it exactly. I suppose a person who's bored finds nothing's any fun. He doesn't enjoy himself, and he sits around and, well, he yawns and...
Oh, I see.
Would you like to go over to the park and play on the slides?
I don't care, Mommy.
If you're tired of walking, we could go back to the hotel and... Oh, I know what. We could buy popcorn and feed the pigeons.
All right. If you want to, Mommy.
Well, don't you want to?
I don't care. We did it yesterday, Mommy.
Yes, and you ate more popcorn than the pigeons.
That's because... Look at there, Mommy. Look at the big Donald Duck.
Where? Oh, you mean that sign.
He's so funny. Such a funny mouth and such a funny nose.
Yes, he's very sweet, Janie.
What's the writing under the picture, Mommy? Is that his name?
Well, in a way it is. It says the Donald Duck Nursery School.
See? Donald Duck, just like I said. I knew, didn't I, Mommy?
Nursery school. Nursery school. I should have thought of it long before this. Come on.
Where are we going, Mommy?
Into the Donald Duck Nursery. You're going to start school, young lady.
Oh, goody, 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 goody. Janie's going to school. Janie goes to school.
Don't run so fast, Janie. You'll trip on those stairs and fall.
No, I won't, Mommy. I'm careful.
Wait on the porch for me.
I'll wait. Janie's going to school. Janie's going to school. Am I really going to school, Mommy?
Yes.
When?
Now. Step up, dear. That's it. Well, this looks like a private home, Janie.
It's like Grandma's.
Yes, isn't it?
Where's school, Mommy?
Well, probably in another section of the house. I suppose we should sit down and wait until someone comes.
How will the people know we're here?
Well, the bell over the door rang when we came in. They must have heard it.
Oh.
And sit in that little rocker, dear.
I'm scared, Mommy. Oh, my hand.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Why are you scared? I thought you wanted to go to school.
I changed my mind. Let's go, Mommy.
Don't you believe me, Janie? I told you there's nothing to be afraid of. It's fun to go to school.
Is it?
And just you wait and see.
All right, Mommy.
Why don't you sit down?
It's a pretty rocker.
Yes, isn't it?
You sit there and I'll sit here, Mommy.
All right. Comfortable?
Yes, Mommy. Let's play a game, shall we?
Well, suppose we play a game of thinking.
I've never played that game.
Oh, it's very simple. You sit there and I sit here and neither of us can say a word.
What do we do?
We think.
About what, Mommy?
Oh, we think about things that happened to us in the past.
Like what?
Like things we planned or hoped for. And then we try to think if they've worked out that way.
Do you like that game, Mommy?
Oh, yes.
All right. Then I'll play it with you. Mommy?
Look at her, Carol.
She belongs to us, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
Our Janie. 3 months old.
She doesn't seem real. She's more like a doll.
When I was about 12, I had a doll much bigger than she is.
Aren't her hands beautiful?
Be careful, you wake her.
No, I won't. She's a sound sleeper, just like her dad.
Her hands are beautiful, Jim. Such long fingers. Do you think she'll be an artist?
An artist? You mean paint pictures?
Well, paint pictures or play the piano?
Oh, she'll do everything and do it well, too.
You're talking just like a father.
Oh, no. Even if she weren't my daughter, I'd have to admit that she's an exceptional child.
How can you tell?
Well, you've seen how strong she is. You've seen her hold on to one of my fingers, and look at all the trouble I had getting her to let go.
Don't all babies do that?
Well, not at 3 months.
Oh, she is adorable, Jim. She has your eyelashes. All the other girls will be jealous of her.
I'll say she'll be a beauty when she grows up.
Oh, I can hardly wait to see her at her first formal. I think long dresses do so much for a girl.
I don't know. All I can say is the fellow who marries her will certainly be a lucky one.
Oh, Jim, she's only an infant. You're talking about her marriage already.
That's true. I'm glad you reminded me. I'd actually started to worry about what kind of boy she'd pick.
Oh, there's plenty of time for that.
Only about 22 years.
Maybe only 18.
No, I hope not. I'd like to see her go to college first.
Let's not talk about Janie 20 years from now. Think of all the exciting things that'll come before she's old enough to go to college.
What?
Well, there's her first tooth.
Oh, yeah.
And then the first day she says, Dada.
You'll call me up, won't you, Carol? Even if I'm at the hospital, I want you to call me.
That won't be for a long time, darling.
Well, it may not take long. She's so remarkable all the way around, she'll probably say Dada any day.
Well, then I promise to call you, wherever you are.
Good.
What about the day she starts school?
Let's see. She'll be about 6 then, won't she?
Well, that's first grade. She'll really start in at the nursery school.
You mean kindergarten?
No, those are two different things. Nursery school is before kindergarten.
Oh.
You'll have to study up on those matters, Dr. Brent.
Yeah, yes I will. I like being a father, Carol. And I like being your husband.
Thank you, darling.
Oh, it's going to be so wonderful sharing all those experiences with Janie and you.
Would you like an invitation?
What kind?
Janie and I cordially invite you.
Did you consult Janie about this?
Oh, of course. We had a long talk after 10 o'clock bottle, and we decided that when Janie goes to school for the first time, you may come along.
No.
Yes. I remember distinctly. I was pinning on the second safety pin, and Janie looked up at me and said, Mother, I just thought of something.
Oh, you're wonderful, Carol.
Shh, not so loud.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What about the invitation? Do you accept?
Well, I have to leave for the office now, but when your daughter wakes up, please thank her and tell her for me that I'd be more than glad to accompany her to school for the very first time. And also, tell her that I love her, Mother, very much.
Mommy, someone's coming.
Oh, all right, dear.
How was your game?
What?
What did you think?
Oh, I thought of what I once imagined it would be like when you first started to school.
To the schoolmistress who had just entered the room, the sight of a woman dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief was not unusual. She'd seen other mothers behaving like this many times before. But being a considerate person, it was her rule to turn aside. She waited until Carol had composed herself. It was the impression of the schoolmistress that the woman's eyes had filled with tears only because of the sentimentality of bringing her youngster to a new school in a strange city. She was, of course, mistaken. Carol was crying for a much deeper reason. It sometimes pays to change your mind. It certainly paid off for Mrs. Stein. She'd heard does his best. It does everything for you, in the wash and in the dishpan, too.
Yes, I'd heard it, I'll confess.
But you didn't believe it, eh, Mrs. S.?
Not till my sister expressed her wishes for a box of does to do the dishes.
Uh-huh.
I thought she's fussy, but I'll try to please. Well, say I found dozzing dishes a breeze.
Sure, does suds stand up till the last dish is done. You don't keep adding soap.
Dozzing's fun. Those suds bounce up soon as I add the water. Bless my sister. I'm glad I got her. And how that does cuts grease. Why, say, there's no hard scouring any day.
Did you like the way Does treats your hands?
Does leaves my hands so smooth, it's grand.
It's kinder than any other leading wash day soap.
Oh, I'll confess, I was an awful dope. But I'm dozzing all my dishes now. Does sure does everything.
And how? So all you ladies, get in the swing. In the dishpan, too. Does everything. Be sure to listen tomorrow when DUZ Does will again bring you another absorbing episode on Road of Life. This is Clayton Collier saying good day for the makers of Does, the soap that does everything in your wash. Your grocer's paper bags and cardboard cartons have gone to war, so when you shop, take your own shopping bag or basket with you.
The Jergens Journal, featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
I can think of grand Christmas gifts for men, only they all cost so much.
No, they don't. For just $1 plus tax, you can give a man a grand big bottle of Jergens lotion.
Jergens lotion for a man?
Yes, indeed. While in service, lots of men learn to use Jergens lotion, and they still do. Before and after shaving for a quick, comfortable shave. And for his hands, too. A well-groomed man doesn't want rough and chapped hands. Plenty often a man raids his wife's bottle of Jergens lotion. So give him his own. A small bottle, maybe, in the toe of his stocking, or be generous. Give him the big bottle in its bright Christmas wrapping. He'll be pleased and flattered that you gave him Jergens lotion for Christmas. Now to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American. All the ships at sea, let's go to press. Flash. Washington. 3 AFL unions have just agreed to call off their scheduled nationwide strike against Western Union. Portland, Oregon. Sam Jackson, the grandson of the founder of the Oregon Journal, was killed tonight in a helicopter owned by that newspaper. Washington. The United States has quietly arranged a loan of $300 million to Canada in an attempt to save the Canadian dollar from doing a ruble. New York. Herschel Johnson, our delegate to the United Nations, is not yet off the critical list at Lenox Hill Hospital, New York, but he is reported doing very well. New York City. Caesar Petrillo, the czar man of the Musicians Union, is now expected to pull every live musician out of radio by February. New York City. Patricia Miles, who lost her paternity case against Johnny Myers, has changed lawyers. Next stop, the appellate division. Wall Street. A merger, I hear, is in the making between the two biggest independent motor car companies, Packard and Nash. Recent secret attempts by Ford to buy out Packet failed. Hollywood. The funeral services for Mark Hellinger will be held on Wednesday next at 11 a.m. at Pierce Brothers, 5959 Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California. Mark and his wife were seeing a new picture in their home last midnight when he was stricken. Gladys rushed him to the hospital. The end came at 2:15 this morning, California time. The Washington Ticker. Federal authorities are amazed at the great number of criminal records that have popped up in the loyalty check of American government workers because someone never demanded fingerprints. Their names will eventually be made public. Following the pattern set by Adolf Hitler, Moscow money will be very conspicuous during the 1948 presidential campaign in an effort to defeat the Marshall Plan and Mr. Truman. The Justice Department. A new subversive list is being readied for publication by U.S. Attorney General Tom Clark. Some nationally known political organizations are on this list. The White House. As of tonight, right now, the President's planned message on the State of the Union to the January Congress will be arranged on the principles of FDR's New Deal, a sizzler. New York. The communist newspaper in New York is puckering up its lips for a great big kiss from labor leader John L. Lewis, a very gruesome picture. Intimate friends of John Lewis report that Mr. Lewis is far more ill than people realize. Washington. Some folks just returned from London report that Lord Louis Mountbatten or Sir Oliver Franks may succeed Lord Inverchapel as British ambassador at Washington, and that the Anthony Edens divorce suit may involve the London correspondent of an American news magazine. Washington. Democratic headquarters are deeply concerned about Pennsylvania and New York. Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. Next Thursday, Christmas, is the birthday of a man who has answered many thousands of questions over many hundreds of years with a few simple answers. It is a great miracle to multiply 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish into food for 5,000. But it is a greater miracle to turn hate into love. A simple code of ethics doesn't operate by the slide rule. A square deal is measured by the spirit and not by mathematics. Blast furnaces can melt steel, but it still takes a heart to melt a heart. It is a miracle that Christ lived so long ago. It is an even greater miracle that he lives so much today. Cities may fall, machines may rust, and mountains crumble, but his great principles stand through the ages. And of all the great principles for which this man stood, the greatest are these. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Hellinger, with whom I covered the Texas Guinan beat in the early 1920s, is gone. At 44. He was my closest friend until the Hollywood and Broadway coasts separated us. By distance, you see. We had a pact in 1924, away back in the good old Morris Plan days, when Mark would sign as my co-maker and I would sign as his. We promised each other then that whoever survived would write the best obit notice a guy could have written for him. Mark doesn't need any obit notice by me. His life story and the way he lived for the other fella would make it easy journalistically if it weren't so very difficult personally. The lines I just spoke about another man certainly fit Mark Hellinger. It is brave to be decent. It is courageous to be considerate. And it is strong to be kind. Mark was the concrete example of the phrase, great guy. He made an art of friendship. People who hardly knew him liked him, and those who knew him loved him. No man could have a better friend than Mark, and no man had more of them. Mark Hellinger went out in the style in which he lived and in the style in which he wrote. The O. Henry magic. It was a typical Hellinger script, too. A tug at the heart, a lump in the throat, and a sudden surprise ending. New York. In a very few moments, I will announce the name of the person who submitted the best and original definition of a communist. The prize, as you know, is a mink coat, valued at $10,000. The Damon Runyon Cancer Committee thanks all of you in the 48 states for again enriching the Damon Runyon Fund by over $150,000 in $1 donations during this brief contest of skill. Thanks to the donor of the $10,000 mink coat, the Associated Fur Coat and Trimming Manufacturers, who incidentally were never consulted by me about the theme of the contest. Thanks also to the Reuben H. Donnelly Corporation, who handled everything for our committee. This very great Donnelly firm worked 20 hours a day. Thanks also to the anonymous mink coat maker, who picked the straw from a hat which elected him as the maker of the coat. He will, as agreed long ago, receive no publicity. The mink coat will be made to order to the winner's measurements. It should be ready in about 3 weeks, they tell me. Stand by, please. I'll be back in a flash with the name of the winner of the $10,000 mink coat.
A young friend tells us,
This is our first married Christmas, and we're a long way from our families. But there's no gloom where my Bill is. We're having 10 for Christmas dinner, and a gift for each. Gifts for 10. Could have stumped me, but Bill said, let's give 'em all Jergens lotion. Wasn't he smart? The girls will know Jergens lotion is the hand care the Hollywood stars use.
oh yes, girls know the stars use Jergens lotion 7-to-1 over any other hand care in the world.
And judging by my Bill, men use plenty of Jergens lotion, too.
They do. It's a smart gift all around. For stocking stuffers or the main gift, 10 cents to $1 plus tax. The dollar bottle comes in a bright special holiday wrapper. They'll think you're a mind reader if you give this favorite Jergens lotion for Christmas. And now back to the editorial room of the Jergens Journal and Walter Winchell.
And now for some tips of the papers. INS. Harry Revel is suing Mutual Broadcasting Company for $250,000 tomorrow. Revel and Mac Gordon composed Did You Ever See a Dream Walking, Love Thy Neighbor, and many other great song hits. Revel alleges that he sent Mutual Broadcasting an idea for a new radio program, and that Mutual turned it down and then used it under another name. A dirty trick if true. St. Louis Post-Dispatch. I am saying in the New York Mirror tonight now on the stands that True Davis Jr. and Virginia Mata, both of St. Joe, Missouri, will be married January 24th. New York Journal-American. General Eisenhower's memoirs are 2/3 finished. The price is over $500,000 for newspaper, magazine, film, and radio rights. As a general, Eisenhower prefers an outright sale, as that would give him a capital gains. He'd pay only a 25% tax. Associated Press. Babies are now considered a luxury by the United States Tax Department. Most items for infants in drugstores, baby oil, cream, fluorinated talcum, and bags for diapers, now come under the 20% tax list. Huh. To the Miami Herald. A year ago last week, from the Roney Plaza Cabana Club, the Runyon Cancer Fund was launched. On the 29th of December, we will turn over another $100,000 for cancer research in Florida. $1 million, not a penny of which was ever deducted for expenses by our committee. Allocated in the United States in 1 year. United Press. Robert Ruark's new satirical book, Grenadine Etching, has just been barred in Canada, and Canadians could use a good laugh, too. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Vandenberg tells friends he positively will not run. Even Mr. President's closest friends are sickened at the manner General Eisenhower is being attacked for things he never said. Things, by the way, that some Republicans and Republican commentators keep putting into Eisenhower's mouth. Incidentally, foreign correspondent Cleet Roberts, just returned from Japan, reported to his papers over here that General MacArthur's closest friends doubt that MacArthur's physical condition is good enough to take on a presidential campaign. In sum, here is the situation. Wallace keeps his head in the clouds, Taft keeps his head in the sand, and Eisenhower just keeps his head. Washington. Senator Kenneth McKellar of Tennessee is again reported very ill. He is 78. Any more? Washington, one of the biggest scandals since Teapot Dome will be a proposed sale of synthetic rubber plants, one of our great strategic resources. The proposed sale, insiders tell me, would cripple national defense. Washington, Rocky Graziano, the champion, and some of his influential friends have been trying to get his complete dossier out of the U.S. Army files for what they say public view. The United States Army is doing Graziano a great big favor by refusing. New York, Donald Lamont, Margaret Rice are betrothed. She is the granddaughter of the late president of General Electric. Attention, San Francisco Examiner. Please assign a reporter at once to Mrs. D. Block of El Monte, California. Her husband, a war veteran, sent in the best definition of a communist in the opinion of the Damon Runyon Cancer Committee. Mr. Block gets the Runyon Fund's $10,000 mink coat, and in sunny California, of all places. Congratulations, Mr. Block, and a Merry Christmas to you, Mrs. B. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another edition of the Jergens Journal until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with Mr. Block's best definition of a communist. One who would like to divide everything, particularly these United States. Good night.
Have you gone way beyond your Christmas budget? Do you still have several last-minute gifts to buy? Here's Jergens' gift suggestion to you, and it's priced surprisingly low. The Jergens gift set, called Loveliness for You, costs only $1, and here's what it contains. Nestled in a lovely star-sprinkled package are 4 popular Jergens items. A box of Jergens powder, a jar of all-purpose face cream, a bottle of romantically scented cologne, and, of course, Jergens lotion for the hands. Yes, these 4 beauty items all done up in a feminine package for Christmas gift-giving at a thrifty price, only $1. You'll find the Jergens gift set, called Loveliness for You, at all cosmetic counters. Next week, another edition of the Jergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring as guest Bing Crosby, which follows immediately. This is Ben Grauer speaking.
The bakers of Slow-Baked Wonder Bread and Hostess Cupcakes present Pretty Kitty Kelly. Where is Kitty Kelly? We know that she and her girlfriend, Bunny Wilson, have been captured by the mysterious Anamati and her Confederate Pablo, that they hold the girls captive in a deserted Indian village within the Everglades, and that Kitty has been drugged. Pursuing a succession of strange clues to the abandoned Indian village upon the discovery that the girls are missing, Mr. and Mrs. Welby and a party of rescuers have found Bunny bound and gagged. But the whereabouts of Kitty herself, we still do not know. In the dimly lit hut, we hear Mrs. Welby asking,
"But where's Kathleen? She's nowhere in here."
Bunny can tell us what happened. Wait until they get that gag out of her mouth.
Got a knife? Can't get this knot loose at all.
Oh, what have they done with Kathleen?
But first, many women who are overweight often wish for some magic way that would take ugly fat off their arms and hips and legs at the rate of 1 pound or 2 a day. But your own doctor will tell you how important it is to adopt a safe, sane way to reduce. That's why I wish you would ask your physician about this sensible way of losing extra pounds. Here's a way to lose ugly fat that's so simple you'll almost laugh at it. Yet, don't laugh till you try it. See if you aren't also convinced that it is the only intelligent way to regain the slender, attractive figure that men admire. Here are the 3 things you do. First, exercise moderately each day. For instance, go dancing. Walk a little more. Second, avoid the richer, fattening foods. Third, avoid all weakening feelings. Keep up your stamina and energy by eating 4 to 6 slices of wheat bread a day. The exercise and the avoidance of fattening foods take the weight off. The bread keeps you feeling great. Try the kind that women everywhere are greeting with cheers. Wonder Wheat Bread. Women everywhere acclaim Wonder Wheat Bread. It hasn't the harsh, dry taste which so many women dislike in whole wheat. To the contrary, Wonder Wheat Bread brings the full, rich flavor of specially selected sun-ripened wheat scientifically blended exclusively by us to make it light, easy to digest. Why not start regaining an attractive, slender figure today? Remember the 3 things. 1, exercise moderately. 2, avoid rich-fattening foods. 3, eat Wonder Wheat bread to keep up your energy and pep. Ask for a loaf of Wonder Wheat bread today. Now back to Kitty's story. It's about 8 o'clock at night as we join the anxious searching party at the rude hut in the abandoned Indian village. While flashlights play across Bunny's tear-stained, weary face, Major Sender and his henchman, Ginky Gilio, endeavor to loosen the gag that binds her mouth, while Mr. and Mrs. Welby and Madame Oulette watch impatiently. Major Sender speaks.
I can get her loose now, Gink. A couple of ropes around her arms and legs.
Sure, boy. Boy, they got her tied up all right.
Just a minute now, Bunny. I'll have you loose in a minute.
Oh, hurry, Major Sender. Hurry.
Yes, the poor child's in agony. Here, Phyllis, hold the flashlight a minute.
Oh, we've got to find out what happened to Kathleen. Oh, I hope she'll be able to tell us.
Now, I've got it. Now, wait. It's caught between her teeth.
Can I help you?
Here, I'll hold her head a second. There.
Oh, Bunny. Bunny, where's Kathleen?
Oh, where's Kitty, Bunny? What happened to her?
She's in there.
Where?
There's another room in there.
Over there, Major Stender. I can see the doorway now. Phyllis, you and Madame Oulette stay here with Bunny. Come along, Major.
I think you stay here.
Okay.
Stand over by the front door. That blowgun expert might come back here and try to murder us all. We can't take any chances.
Yeah, sure, Major. Just as soon as I get these ropes off her legs.
Now, go ahead, Mr. Welby.
Bring the light so that we can see you.
Gink, better give your light to Mrs. Welby.
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Welby.
Door's open. Shine your light in here. Don't see anything in here, do you? I say.
What's that long wicker hamper? Looks like a coffin.
Looks much like the one they brought that man to your house in. Look, Major. There's someone in it. Kathleen.
Great guns. Is she all right?
Kathleen. She's unconscious. She's alive. I can feel her pulse. But she's unconscious.
Good Lord, look. Look at her forehead.
What's that? The circle with the 2 lines through it.
The same mark that Anna has and Pablo.
It's clay. Something of the sort. Look, the mark remains even when I brushed the clay away.
Wait, it is Anna and Pablo. It must have been Pablo who knocked out my chauffeur and stole my car. Mr. Welby, know that smell?
What did you say?
Sort of a sickly, sweetish smell. Kitty has been drugged.
Edward, have you found her?
Yes, Phyllis, she's over here.
Kathleen. Edward, she's not dead.
No, she's alive. She's unconscious.
I think she's been drugged, Mrs. Welby. You notice that heavy sweet smell in here? It's from some drug, I'm sure.
Look, Phyllis. Look at the mark on her forehead.
Oh, heavens. That's the same mark Anna has on her forehead. Edward, what does it mean?
Well, I'm sure it means that Anna and this chap called Pablo are responsible for what happened to the girls today. As to what other significance it has, I know no more than you do.
What's that she's in?
Seems to be some kind of a hamper. There's the lid for it lying over there on the table. Now, what's that?
What is it, Major Stender?
Well, Mr. Welby. Mrs. Welby, look at this.
What is it, Major Stender?
Hey, you suppose they were going to ship Kitty away?
What are you talking about?
Look at this label fastened on the lid of the hamper.
To Mr. O.S. Kissin, Rio Claro, Essequibo County, British Guiana, South America. Now, whatever...
Edward, this must be what the old Earl's warning meant. He was in British Guiana.
Now, don't let your imagination run away with you. Come, let's get Kathleen out of here into the other room, man. Then we can see what Bunny can tell us about all this. Give me a hand, Major Stender.
No, I'll pick her up and carry her out. Here, take my flashlight.
Right. All right. Wait, I want that tag off the hamper, too, just for a record. Has Bunny said anything to us about what happened?
She hasn't been able to talk, Edward. She's in agony. He had her tied up so tightly.
Yeah, stop the circulation, probably. You'll be all right in a little while. Can I help you, Major Stender?
No, I can carry her very securely. Keep the light on the floor so that I don't stumble.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Phyllis. Let's get back to the others. Watch out, Major. You always know.
How is Bunny, Madame Oulette? I've been trying to rub her arms to restore circulation. She's getting some color back in her face. I think she'll be all right. I'll be all right. Major Stender, you'd better put Kathleen on that cot over there. Is she all right? We think she is, Bunny. Don't try to move.
Doctor,
You better see what you can do to Kathleen, Phyllis.
Edward, Bunny says they did drug Kathleen.
Hmm.
We'll just have to wait until she awakens.
Are you all right, Bunny? Can you tell us what happened?
Just a minute, Miss Welby. You'll have to wait, Mr. Welby. She's worn out.
Of course. I say she should have a drink. Maybe the Major has a flask with him.
Anything going out there, Dink? Don't hear a sound, Major. Just scared him off, I guess, with the rascal.
How's Bunny, Madame Ouellette?
She's better, Major Stender.
The pins and needles all over me.
That's the blood circulating again. Do you happen to have any brandy with you, Major? She needs a stimulant.
No, I don't, Mr. Welby.
Too bad. We should have thought of it before we started. Think you can talk now, my dear? What happened? Yeah, awfully anxious to hear.
How's Kitty?
Mrs. Welby's looking after her. How is Kathleen, Phyllis?
I can't find anything wrong with her, Edward. No bruises or anything. She's stirring a little, too. I think she'll awake soon.
Hey, boss.
What is it?
Wait, the chauffeur's outside. He thinks there's somebody sneaking around the place.
Get him in here. Everybody must stay in here. Turn out the flashlights. We don't want them shooting any more, Doctor.
Okay, I'll get him right away.
Best thing we'd better do to get back to Miami right away.
Depends on what Bunny has to tell us. We may want to look around here some more.
There's nothing here. I'm going to get that out and may as well clear out.
It was Honor and that chap Pablo, wasn't it, Bunny?
Yeah. He got all the Major Stender's car somehow. We didn't notice he was driving it when he got out till we was halfway out of here. He was locked in the car. Anna was waiting here for us.
To tell you why she kidnapped the two of you?
No.
Hey, Tom.
Now, what's the matter now?
Waite's found our car.
What?
Yeah, it's parked behind one of the other chaps. He's been nosing around outside.
Well, get him in here. Does he want to be murdered?
Well, there's no more noise out there now. Waite thinks he heard an owl or something.
Let's get back to Miami, Major Stender. I'll feel safer when we get the girls back home again.
Maybe that's what we'd better do.
Kathleen seems to be breathing more deeply now. I think she'll be waking soon.
Oh, just one thing. This paper, Bunny. Did you see this?
What is it, Mr. Welby?
It's a label addressed to Mr. O.S. Cassane, Rio Claro, Essequibo County, British Guiana.
I think that was the paper I seen on a print this afternoon.
Yes? This afternoon. On a large wicker hamper in the next room. They had Kathleen in it.
Oh.
Did they say anything to give you an idea what they were going to do with her, Bunny?
I don't know, Mr. Welby. They tied me up and then they dumped Kitty. Carried her in the other room. And that big fellow with her, Pablo, didn't often run arguing, but it was all in Spanish, and I did so much screaming and yelling, they finally judged me. I went to sleep after that. I don't know what happened to me. When I woke up, it was dark out, and it was both gone.
You'd better not try to talk any more now, Miss Wilson. Here, lean against me.
Yes, save your strength, Bunny. You can tell us the whole story when we get home. Oh, Major Stender, let us start back from Miami.
I'll have Bert bring the car around. He can drive the other one back.
Phyllis, we're going to start back to the hotel. Major Stender can take Kitty.
She'll be awake soon, Edward. She's scaring so much.
I just said...
Hey, where are you going?
Dink, who is it?
It's that dame, that Anna. I just saw her run back of one of the shacks.
By Jove, let's get her and catch her if we can. Phyllis, you and Meadow, let's stay here with the girls. I'll be right back.
Do you think you'll be able to walk the car, Bunny?
Hey, look out! She set the shack on fire! The shack's on fire! Get those women out of there! It's glass! It'll go up like tissue paper!
Phyllis, Bunny, Madame Ouellette, the shack's on fire! Get out of there!
Oh, no!
Look out, Miss Welby. I'll go in and get Kitty. Turn on one of those flashlights, somebody, so that I can see.
Oh, here we are, Major Stender. Get Kathleen! Get Kathleen!
You must try to walk, Bunny.
I can't do it. I can't.
Oh, help me someone.
Will you get Kathleen, Major Stender?
Yes, I've got him. Keep that flashlight on. Dink, get in here and get Bunny.
Okay, I'm coming, Major.
Over here.
All right, here, look out. Give it to me. All right. Here you go, girlie. Go on, lady. Get out of here before that roof falls in on us. It's nothing but grass and twigs.
Did you get Bunny? Where's Madame Ouellette?
I'm coming, Mr. Welby.
All right, I got the other one. Get away from this place. It'll be falling to pieces in another minute.
Carry Bunny right over to the car.
There it is. Okay.
Oh, is Bunny all right?
Here, I got her right here, Mrs. Welby. Oh. Look out, will you please, Major, so I can get her in the car?
Oh,
you'll be all right, Bunny. Just a minute.
Hey, boss, look. There's that Anna again. Quick, can you get a shot at her? She won't get away this time.
Are you sure that the bread you pay out your good money for is the best bread you can buy? Has it the finest texture? the most tempting fragrance and the most delicious flavor? To date, more than 500,000 women who wanted to be sure they were serving their family the best bread have taken the time to make the amazing compare-all test at their food store. Actually, 525,000 women compared all good breads for texture, fragrance, and flavor. And an average of 89 out of every 100 women have judged slow-baked Wonder Bread to be the best bread of all. So if you haven't tried Wonder Bread, the slow-baked bread, why not pick up a loaf at your food store today? Notice how tender and fresh it feels. And when you open the wrapper of your loaf of Wonder Bread at home, just notice its rich, wheaty fragrance and grand flavor. Remember, Wonder Bread costs no more. Yet it is absolutely fresh and brings you the 3 extra features of better texture, better fragrance, and better flavor.
Oh, Edward, what's the meaning of it all?
That fire was a desperate act of a madwoman, Phyllis. Anna must realize that her schemes, whatever they are, can never succeed.
Is Mr. Welby right? Has Kitty seen the last of Anna? But what of that mark on Kitty's forehead? Tomorrow, be sure to hear the next episode in the thrilling life story of the beautiful golden-haired Irish girl, Pretty Kitty Kelly.
The story of Myrt and Marge. And here's Chapter 2 in the story of 2 chorus girls and the adventures that befall them on Broadway. Fabulous, tawdry, exciting, ever wonderful Broadway. In the previous episode, we met Myrt, captain of the renowned Chick Chick, famous precision chorus in that glittering review, Hayfield's Pleasure. We watched as a pretty 16-year-old girl named Margie Metter came backstage to ask Myrt for a job, and then fainted suddenly from hunger. Myrt, you will remember, gave her money for food and told her to come back the next morning. In just a moment, the curtain will go up on the new exciting development in the story of Myrt and Marge. It's the next morning, and Myrt is coming through the stage door of the Hayfield Theater on her way to rehearsal. She stops to talk to Pat, the old Irish daughter.
Hiya, Pat. Top of the morning to you.
Oh, sure, and the same to you, Miss Myrtle. Now you're looking fresh as a shamrock this morning.
Well, thank you, Pat. If I felt any better, I'd get the jitters.
The jitters, indeed, and why?
Because it's a handicap to be too healthy. You don't get any sympathy. And I like sympathy.
Well, you've more than your share of sympathy for other people, miss. Take them teeth you bought me. They're a great comfort. I can eat meat now, if I can find the meat.
Oh, I almost forgot. I got a package for you.
A package? Well, now, a new pipe. Oh, now, say, Miss Myrtle, you shouldn't have done that.
It was strictly self-defense, Pat. That old one of yours is a little, mellow.
Yeah, I guess it is at that. Well, thank you, miss. It'll just go with that tobacco my boy gave me.
Yeah.
You know, the one who just came out of the army. By the way, Miss Spear, ain't you a bit early this morning?
I got a wardrobe call. Say, Pat, has the mail come yet?
No, not yet. Oh, but that reminds me, there's a young girl bees wishing to see you. She's inside waiting.
A young girl? Oh, here I am, Miss Spear. I heard your voice. So you did come back. Did you think I wouldn't? Well, of course I knew you would. It was awfully kind of you to loan me the $5. Think nothing of it, kid. I brought 2 back to you. I spent $1 and gave the landlady where I live $2 on account. She's been threatening to put me out. I'll give it all back to you just as soon as I can. No, I didn't loan it to you, and I don't want any of it back. You've got to eat again today, haven't you? You don't even know me, Miss Spear. Well, mind telling me something about yourself? It's a long story. Can't be a very long story. You said you were only 16. Where are you from? Well, my home is in Oneida, New York. What about your folks? Well, there's my father and mother and my brother Jimmy. Jimmy is 21 years old.
Well, how'd you happen to try for the picture? Kind of a tough life, kid.
Well, when I was a very little girl, I was crazy about dancing. Mother used to take me over to Syracuse. It was only about 25 miles from Oneida. And I'd see the girls dancing in the presentations in the big movie theaters. And, oh, how I wanted to dance like they did. I'd dream about it at night. Finally, I persuaded Mother and Dad to let me take lessons from a very good teacher in Syracuse. I went over there after school for 2 years and practiced in between lessons for hours every day. And then...
Then?
Something happened. Oh, Miss Spear, could I come back and tell you the rest some other time? I'm going out now and try to find some work. I've got to find it. I just came back to thank you.
Now, listen, kid. I've got to run down and try on a costume. You stick around a while over there where you've been sitting. You never can tell. A miracle might happen. You know what happened to Cinderella.
Hello, Myrt.
Oh, my goodness. You sleep in the theater? Hi, Billy. Oh, I'll get your rehearsal clothes on.
Girls, I'll be right with you.
Oh, getting up in the middle of the night for rehearsal kills me.
Yeah, me too.
Now, give me a cigarette.
You're going to start that again, Billy.
Oh, don't be so stingy.
You bummed cigarettes for the past 3 years.
Uh-oh. Here comes Ray Hunt, my heartthrob.
Yours?
How do you get that way? I happen to know who Ray Hunt likes. And it is not Billy DeVere. Well, I've been told I have ways of persuasion. I'll make him look at me yet.
What are you going to use, dear? Uranium?
What a pal, what a pal.
Good morning, ladies.
Flatterer.
Good morning, Mr. Hunt.
On your toes today, girls. There isn't much time left. Oh, hello, Clarence. How are you?
Good morning. Hello, girls.
Hi.
I'm glad you're here on time. I'm as jumpy as a bride.
No.
Yes, the new parade costumes have come, and I want you to try them on right after rehearsal. Ladies, they're simply gorgeous. Simply gorgeous. I'd love to try one on myself.
I think you'd look cute, Clarence.
Oh, look, Billy. Clarence is growing a mustache.
Well, why not? After all, Clark Gable isn't the only one.
Gable? You mean Jerry Colonna, don't you, little man?
No, you're just jealous. Anyway, you better hurry up or you'll be late, as usual.
Hurry up, girls. We got to rehearse.
Well, here comes little Miss Pavlova herself.
Oh, Myrt's all right.
Yeah, considering her age. One of these days, the whole structure will collapse. They'll haul her off to the junkyard.
Ray Hunt doesn't think so.
Oh, go on. He's just being kind to the aged.
Come on, you two. Get downstairs and into your rehearsal clothes. We're late.
Hello, gorgeous. How are you this morning?
Well, Clarence.
Say, Myrt, that kid you told me about, the one who fainted yesterday, did she come back?
Of course, Clarence.
Better be careful. Of course, I don't want to be catty, but...
Well, you wait until you get a good look at that girl, Clarence. She's just a baby. Worried about her all night. That kid is almost licked. She's desperate. I had her wait over there on the sidelines until after rehearsal. I want to have another talk with her. She's got to have help. Are all the girls here, Clarence?
All except Gwen and Ann, and they're always late.
Here comes Gwen now, all out of breath. Yes, Sarah Bernhardt. What's the alibi?
Oh, that lesson, Myrt.
The alarm clock forgot to ring, I suppose.
But let me tell you.
Yeah, the car broke down near Yonkers. No gas, no listen, walkie home.
No.
You look as though you've been up all night.
But I have. With Ann's Forest house.
Whoever sat up with a toe?
But listen, Myrt. They just took you into the hospital an hour ago in the ambulance.
Oh, why didn't you say so, Gwen?
Oh, I've been trying to. Oh, Myrt. Doctor says she's got a very bad infection.
No kidding. Oh, what a shame. Oh, Mr. Hunt, did you hear that?
Yes, I'm very sorry. That means Ann will be out of the lineup for opening night.
Yeah.
Miss Spears, better move your best girl down from the second row into Ann's place.
Oh, but, Mr. Hunt, we must have 24 girls for the letter number on account of the stair formation.
Well, try out some of those extra girls over there. Just use your own judgment.
My own judgment. Oh, what a break for that kid. Margie, come here.
Oh, yes, Miss Spear?
Kid, the miracle's happened. Oh, if you can only do it.
Oh.
Now, don't cry. You've got to dance. And how? What have you got under that dress?
Well, just the usual. I didn't bring rehearsal clothes or dancing shoes this morning.
Off with the dress.
Oh, but Miss Spear...
Off with it. And kick off your shoes. All ready?
Yeah, I'm all ready.
Now, Margie, let me see your high kick.
Okay.
Right. Left.
Okay.
Front. Back. Good. Now do a side flip.
Okay.
Now front. Okay, hold it. Do a front over. One. Now over backwards. Well, on your feet, kid. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Say, baby, you never learned all that stuff in Syracuse. Can you do taps and ballet?
Yes, I know how.
Good. Oh, Tommy, I'm going to need some music. Will you please start from the opening picture of the butterfly number, and when I say ready, play through the first movement. Oh, say, Flossie, please run down to the dressing room and get Anne's rehearsal shorts and her tap shoes, will you? Okay. Right. Hope they fit. And make sure that nail is fixed in the shoe. Now, Margie, slip on your shoes, and we'll walk through the first movement of the butterfly ballet.
Okay.
Use your imagination. Just follow me. Now, listen, Margie. We're caterpillars, see, on those huge flowers in a garden. We gradually develop into beautiful butterflies, and then we spread our wings and rise in the air. You know, we're all on wires and worked up from above like puppets. We fly through the air, and then we come down. And then when we touch the floor with our toes, we loosen the wire that's hooked to our belt, and then into the dance.
Oh, I've watched it all. I'm sure I can do it, Miss Dear.
Oh, fine. Ready, Tommy? Music ballet opening. All right. Now, listen, dear. Slow brown caterpillar. Our wings are opening. They're open. Hold it. Now we're flying through the air. Coming down. Now we're just touching the floor. Unhook the wire.
Oh, I know. We hold the picture. Then 8 counts to the right. And circle. That's right. And then 8 to the left. Circle.
You've got it, Margie. Oh, the rest of the ballet will be easy for you. Got it, Tommy.
Oh, and I think I know the whole tap routine, Miss Dear. You know, I've watched it for 2 weeks.
Fine, Margie. Come on, girls, on stage.
Now they're all ready.
Oh, a new girl. Oh, who's the infant? Girls, this is Margie Minter, a particular little friend of mine, and treat her accordingly.
Pleased to meet you.
Sure.
I'm very glad to meet you, girls.
Gwen, come down and take Anne's position, dear.
Oh, nice. I'm embarrassed. I felt like this.
Margie, here, put these tap shoes on, and then take Gwen's position, second on the left there. All right, Tommy, the letter number. Pick up the first tap chorus right through to stair routine and finish. Take your positions, girls. Okay. Come on. Come on. There's your lines. All set? Go!
So, through the kindness of big-hearted Myrt, Margie gets a break. Will she be able to hold her position in the famous Chick-Chick lineup? Will the other girls, who have been together so long, welcome the little amateur into their circle? Be sure to listen to the next exciting chapter in the story of Myrt and Marge.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. Now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. Before Durward Kirby brings us the latest world news, I want to tell you a little story about Sergeant Louis Newbar, who is stationed at Fort Douglas, Utah. Sergeant Newbar, it seems, just doesn't like to be crowded. So, for a long time, he's made it a practice to get up a little earlier than the rest of the soldiers in the barracks, so he can shave ahead of the washroom rush. The other morning he was awakened by noises coming from the squad room. Time to get up, he said to himself, and drowsily threw the covers back and hustled down to shave. He carefully finished the job and then returned to the barracks, for some reason or other not feeling as though he'd had enough sleep. And when he re-entered the barracks, the truth dawned on him. No wonder he felt as though he hadn't slept enough. It was only 1 o'clock in the morning. The noise he'd heard was some of the boys just coming in. And now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
American heavy bombers picked up the air offensive against Western Europe this morning, Byrne. Our flying fortresses blasted targets at Brunswick, one of Germany's major manufacturers of aircraft engines, as well as an important communications center. The fortresses were escorted into their target by formations of American and British fighters. Early reports say there was heavy anti-aircraft fire, but practically no German fighter plane opposition. Our Liberators and other planes also bombed the French invasion coast. In London, Britain's Air Minister, Sir Archibald Sinclair, says that air supremacy over Germany to blast open the road to Berlin now lies within the grasp of the Allies. He says that our historic aerial offensive is producing visible, measurable, and progressive results. However, Sinclair cautions that Germany is still capable of striking back in heavy force. General Arnold, the United States Army's air chief, has commended the 15th Air Force in Italy for last week's raids on German aircraft plants. He says that those attacks laid the foundations for final and decisive operations in the future. In Italy, the heaviest artillery duels in 10 days have broken the lull on the Anzio beachhead. British troops have broken up a series of small German attacks, and other Allied troops have mopped up a number of Germans who wriggled through the lines near Cassino. From Russia, Premier Joseph Stalin has sent a message to President Roosevelt predicting that the time is near when the Allies will defeat Hitlerite Germany. On the Russian battlefronts today, the Red Army is racing over the approaches to Pskov and nearing the outskirts of the town itself. In Moscow, a special Russian atrocity commission has made a full report on the brutality of German occupation forces at Kiev. The commission is holding Field Marshal von Manstein, the German commander in southern Russia, responsible for 195,000 murders in the Kiev area. Finland's parliament held a secret session this morning, presumably to discuss chances for an acceptable separate peace with Russia. And there is also a report that Sweden will do its best to provide Finland with food if the Finns get out of the war. On the other side of the world, there is good news in our war against the Japs. First of all, the Navy Department reveals that our submarines have sunk 14 more Japanese merchant vessels. And in New Delhi, Admiral Mountbatten has issued an order of the day to his forces in Burma, saying that their complete victory on the Arakan front has given the Japanese a crack they will remember. In the Southwest Pacific, American air and naval forces have delivered another heavy blow to Japanese shipping, destroying or damaging 29 Japanese planes, 34 barges, and 2 cargo ships. And the Japs admit that they lack sufficient aircraft to cope with the growing Allied offensive action. In this hemisphere, in Buenos Aires, the police say that they seized documents of the German Transocean News Agency to prove that it was connected with spy rings in countries bordering Argentina. Also, the Tokyo radio, by the way, has come forth with one of the best of the war's wisecracks. Unconscious variety, that is. After telling of new American successes, the Jap announcer asked, "What shall we do now?" And then solemnly answered his own question by saying, "Now is the time that the people of Japan should stand up with resolute determination, glaring at the enemy." Well, some Marine probably has the answer to that one with, "Glare ahead, brother, we're coming in anyway." And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernardine, I believe you have something of interest for our listeners.
The other day I was talking to a woman who runs a cooking school, and we got to comparing notes, particularly about Crisco. She said she'd just never seen so many dyed-in-the-wool butter users who were being won over to Crisco for cakes.
Well, that wasn't any surprise to you, was it, Trent?
No, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who's noticing it. Really, friends, don't you think butter for cakes got to be kind of a habit? Why, with Crisco, you can make some of the best-tasting cakes you ever put in your mouth. Full of flavor, wonderful texture, and light as a feather. Like the maple walnut cake I made yesterday. You just add chopped walnuts to a regular yellow layer cake batter. And for the frosting, use a boiled icing with maple syrup in it. Anyway, the cake was delicious. As good as any butter cake ever thought of being.
And what about that lighter cake secret of Crisco's, Vern?
Oh, yes. Why, friends, do you know that with Crisco, you can make a lighter cake than with any other shortening, even the most expensive? It's amazing to think a shortening can make that much difference. But you just try a Crisco cake and see. See if you ever tasted a cake quite as light or one that was quite as good.
Now, Bernardine, how about another story?
This is a story about the Red Cross, Durward. Not long ago, Red Cross relief representatives were standing on a dock under a hot African sun and watching a large gray refugee ship move in through the harbor. There were children on board, 300 or 400 young refugees from Greece. There were adults on the ship, too, many of them ill, others forlorn and bewildered. They had seen their country ruthlessly devastated by the Germans. For most of them, everything they'd ever owned had been lost. They had only the baggage they carried. One very old lady refused the assistance of a young native boy who ran out to help her. She was afraid to let her few pitiful belongings out of her sight. Then there was a little girl, blonde and blue-eyed and not more than 6 years old. She had no baggage at all. All she owned was on her back, a shapeless dress made from an old burlap sack. As the refugees streamed onto the dock, Red Cross workers passed among them, distributing refreshments and clothing and making assignments for temporary homes. The little girl in the burlap was given a new Red Cross dress. She didn't know what to say. She hugged it to her and stared at the Red Cross worker with unbelieving eyes. It had been so long since she'd had anything pretty or clean or new. The next day, though, the Red Cross workers were surprised to see the little girl still wearing her ragged gunny sack dress. "Where's your new dress, dear?" the Red Cross lady asked her. "Did you lose it?" The child was silent for a moment. Then she looked up timidly and said, "Please, my mother had to stay behind in Greece. Someday I'm going back and find her. And please, I want to save my Red Cross dress for her." Heartwarming, sincere little stories like this are told every day by the thousands of Red Cross workers all over the world. The Red Cross is on the job, lending a helping hand on the battlefields, in the liberated countries, and on the home front. They help the needy regardless of race or color or nationality. Tomorrow, friends, the Red Cross begins its annual membership drive. The goal is set high this year, for there is much work to be done. That means we must back the Red Cross more than ever. You and I, and the people who live up the street, and those around the corner, and on the other side of town. Each one of us must do all we can to see that this great organization is kept going at full strength. When one of the volunteer workers calls on us, let's give and give again, for the Red Cross needs our help.
You're very right, Vern. Our contributions couldn't go for a better cause.
By the way, Durwood, how was your trip to New York last week?
Oh, it was swell, Vern, just swell. It was a bond-selling trip, you know, and we really sold the bonds, approximately $10 million worth in all.
Wonderful.
And it was the first time I'd been to New York in 10 years.
Oh?
And believe me, it sure has changed. The thing that struck me most was the number of different uniforms you see on the sidewalks of New York. I saw fighting men and women from every one of the United Nations and from every branch of their armed forces. It was really a wonderful sight. And it sort of set my spine to tingling to know that all those people, New Zealanders, Canadians, British, French, Dutch, Russians, and all the others are fighting shoulder to shoulder with us to help make the world a happier place in which to live. And just to look at their faces, you just know we can't lose.
Oh, it must have been thrilling, Durwood.
It surely was. You know, I also got a big kick out of going up to the top of the Empire State Building. A stranger in town, you know.
Uh-huh.
We were 1,028 feet above the street, 102 stories, and the wind that day was blowing 55 miles an hour at that height.
Ooh.
And listen, when you get to New York again, Vern, you don't want to miss a ride on the Staten Island Ferry. It's a half-hour trip for just a nickel.
Wow.
And the subways, you can ride all over the city for 5 cents. You really get your money's worth in transportation out of a nickel in New York.
Well, how are traveling conditions, Durwood?
Pretty crowded. You know, I couldn't get a plane reservation Sunday night, and I was lucky, very lucky, to get train tickets. I tell you, the government means it when it says very sincerely, please don't travel unless you have to, because everything is jam-packed.
And now, Durwood, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, the OPA announced just about 2 hours ago that the point values of pork and many beef cuts will be sharply reduced starting Sunday. The pork reductions will range from 1 to 3 points, and only spare ribs will remain unchanged. The beef cuts used for roasts, rib steaks, and stews also will be reduced 1 to 2 points. The OPA says, on the average, we will get 8% more meat next month. However, point values for veal, lamb, mutton, butter, cheese, lard, and other dairy products will be unchanged in March.
Durwood, what's the latest on the draft today?
Reports from nearly every state in the Union show that draft quotas are not being met.
What's the answer to that, Durwood?
There are various opinions. Senator Johnson and Senator Wheeler disagree with President Roosevelt's medical commission and think the armed forces should lower their physical standards to take more 4Fs. And others point out that about the only substantial manpower pool left, that is outside of the fathers, is the group of 2 million single men with occupational deferments. And of course, you know that President Roosevelt has ordered all occupational deferments reviewed.
Elsewhere on the home front, the Commerce Department says that 1 out of every 3 American families now has an income of more than $3,000 a year. That compares with only 1 in 10 families between 1935 and 1940.
And another survey shows that it takes at least $13.23 a week to buy food for a family of 5 in New York City. Well, that's $2.16 more than last year. Say, Bern, someone asked me why ration tokens are needed. Can you explain that?
Oh, easily. You see, red stamps and blue stamps in Ration Book 4 will each be worth 10 points. Instead of getting your change in stamps, you now get tokens which are good indefinitely. Do you ever experiment when you're cooking? You know, make up recipes? Well, last week I had some bologna and I thought, now, that would be grand for dinner if I can just think of some new way of cooking it.
I think I smell a recipe coming along.
Well, I did put together a dish I thought was good. It's very simple. Bologna and noodle put together, I called it. Maybe you'd like to try it. You just fry cubes of bologna, chopped onion, and some sliced mushrooms in piping hot Crisco. When the bologna and onion have a nice crisp brown look, mix in the cooked noodles and heat thoroughly. Then serve. I think your family will like it. Mine cleaned up every last speck.
And ladies, don't forget that with Crisco in your frying pan, you don't have to worry about upset digestions either.
I should say not. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can enjoy them.
You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself, and it's the finest quality shortening you can use. Now, remember, with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible.
And now, Durwood, what's our last story?
It seems that Navy chaplains never forget themselves, even though they do travel in an atmosphere of, shall I say, purple vocabularies. Take, for instance, Chaplain Lonnie Meacham of Virginia Beach. As the story goes, he was standing in the chow line when someone accidentally spilled hot soup on him. The dignified chaplain didn't say a word for a moment, and then he slowly turned around to the men behind him and he said, "Would some of you fellows say a few appropriate words, please?" Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durwood Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco. It's digestible.
When a girl marries. Sure Gel, the famous powdered pectin product for making jams and jellies, presents another absorbing chapter in the true-to-life radio drama, When a Girl Marries. A story of young married life, dedicated to everyone who has ever been in love. Before we start today's episode, there's something I want to discuss with Elizabeth Palmer, our jam and jelly making expert.
I know you, Charlie. You'd like more of that Sure Gel story, and I don't blame you. Jams and jellies made with Sure Gel certainly taste delicious.
And think how Sure Gel saves time, Elizabeth.
Yes, sir. When you follow Sure Gel recipes, you're paraffining glasses 15 minutes after preparing fruit. What's more, Sure Gel gives more jam and jelly from every cup of sugar.
And don't forget that you can use light corn syrup to replace half the cups of sugar called for in any Sure Gel recipe.
Right, Charlie. And remember, if you can't find the fruit you want, you can make delicious jams and jellies from any available fruit with Sure Gel. Just follow the recipes that come with every box. There's a separate tested recipe for each fruit with Sure Gel.
Right. And Sure Gel not only saves time and sugar, but it also gives you half again more glasses than you get with the same amount of fruit in long boil recipes.
You're sure with the 65 home-tested recipes in every Sure Gel box, because you get separate recipes for each fruit.
Yes, for more and more delicious jam and jelly, follow the recipes in every box of time-saving, sugar-saving Sure Gel.
And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan and Harry Davis. Suddenly, the cool beauty of a summer day is gone. The happiness of a moment is past. And the sheer reality of suffering in a man's face has topped a world. That happened to Irma Cameron just a moment ago. Just a moment ago when Kathy, helping her mother house clean the kitchen, upset a bucket of water rather than face Steve Skidmore coming up the road. And now Steve is standing before Irma, silent, belligerent-looking, as Irma repeats.
Steve, there's something wrong.
Irma, hadn't you better mop up the water?
No, Steve, let it go.
The bucket Kathy upset?
Kathy...
In her hurry to get out of the room?
Steve, let's go on the porch. You're tired.
Tired.
There wasn't much water in the bucket.
Here, I'll get it up.
No, Steve.
Well, I'll help then.
I don't know what got into Kathy.
I do.
It was such a beautiful day, I wanted to clean the kitchen thoroughly. I've been canning the last few days. And...
Your house is always clean, Irma.
Oh, Steve, I was so happy this morning when John gave us an estimate of our potato crop. We're going to have a surplus, Steve. It'll mean a nice little nest egg.
Let me have the mop.
Oh, it's all right now, Steve. Yeah, I'll just put the bucket outside, and then we can sit down.
I want to talk to you, Irma.
Yes, Steve. There. What is it, Steve?
I'm not going to be able to come over here anymore.
Steve. Oh, no.
It wouldn't be safe.
Not coming here anymore?
No.
Well, I thought you always considered this a second home.
That has nothing to do with it.
Now that you're alone,
I'm not coming over here again. Not while there's a likelihood of Harry Davis being around.
What has Harry to do with us?
It wouldn't be safe for me to meet him.
But, Steve, this is my home. Regardless of the fact that Joan is my best friend, I don't see why that should affect your coming here.
Irma, I've made up my mind.
Well, suppose you don't see eye to eye with Harry.
I don't want to talk about it.
Suppose you should meet him here.
I'd be liable to kill him.
Steve.
That's why I'm not coming.
Steve, this isn't you talking. This isn't the Steve I've always known.
The Steve you've always known doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, yes, he does.
The man you see standing before you has nothing to live for. Nothing at all.
That isn't true, Steve.
Goodbye, Irma.
Don't go, Steve. I won't let you go. You came here to talk to me. You said you did.
Goodbye, Irma.
You can't do this to me, Steve. I've always been fair to you. I've always listened to you. You have no right to leave me. Not until you've talked to me. Not until you tell me what's happened.
Nothing's happened that hasn't already.
Yes, it has, Steve.
No.
You're better, Steve. I know you are. I've seen you progress since you left the hospital.
Yes. Since I lost my arm.
You've discovered you can still work. You've discovered that didn't really matter.
The loss of my arm is unimportant.
But then what else is there?
My self-respect.
Oh, Steve, what do you mean by that?
I'd better go, Irma.
No. Not until you've talked to me. I have a right to know. I demand that right. Steve, I saw you when you were really sick. You came back here. I saw you find yourself again. I saw you go back to your job.
Yeah. For what?
For yourself, Steve. For this same self-respect you're talking about.
There's only one thing I can do for myself. For what's left of myself. And that is to make Harry Davis pay for the destruction he's caused.
Steve.
Make Harry Davis take over a little bit of the responsibility, the havoc he brought into Betty's life.
Always Betty.
Yes.
Hasn't she done enough damage to you already?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a woman who would marry a man and not live up to her contract. And not care for him at all. Only insofar as she can advance herself in her own selfishness.
That's enough, Irma.
All right, Steve.
You're like everyone else. You're influenced by Harry Davis.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. He has a way with women. Any man can see that.
No.
He can wrap them around his little finger.
Steve, listen to me.
Harry Davis has nothing to do with the trouble Betty caused.
Don't make me laugh.
Steve, listen. He's had to pay a price, the same as you have.
What do you mean? What price did Harry Davis ever pay?
He nearly lost Joan.
Yes. But he didn't.
That was fate.
Ah, fate.
It's true, Steve. He was caught in the same trap you were caught in.
Caught in his own trap? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, not in his own trap. Steve, in the trap that Betty set to get what she wanted out of life.
I'm sorry you said that, Irma.
I'm not. Because it's what I've always wanted to say. What I saw happen that night at the school dance you took me to. The dance where you met Betty.
What happened?
You...
Well?
Oh, Steve?
Nothing happened that I know of. That the most beautiful girl I ever saw came into the room. The most beautiful and the most lovely girl. A girl who had no business to be in Beechwood. Who should have been home with her mother.
Then why did she come here?
Why? Because Harry Davis made her.
Steve, don't be so blind. Harry loves no one but Joan. He never did.
And you talk about me being blind.
If you could see them together, you'd know I'm right.
Me blind?
You are, Steve. Harry and Joan came back here to begin their life all over again. To find their happiness again.
Harry Davis came back here for only one reason. To laugh at me. To laugh at a man who got in his way. Who married the woman he was in love with.
Steve.
It's the truth.
I can't believe my ears when you say a thing like that.
Truth is often hard to believe.
Oh, Steve, you can't say that this is the truth.
I told you this talk would do no good. For either of us.
Oh, Steve.
Goodbye, Irma.
You can't go yet, Steve. You can't. I've got to make you see. I've got to find some way to make you see.
I do see, Irma. That's the trouble. I do see.
Steve.
I see what's happened to my life. I see what I had 2 years ago. And I see what I have now.
Steve, listen to me.
And I see also what Harry has. A wife who blindly worships him. A son. A home to come back to. Everybody helping to make his way smooth.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, well, what do I have?
I hoped you had some feeling about my home and about the children.
That's a good one.
Oh, no, Steve.
Kathy can't stand the sight of me.
No.
Now, don't try to lie, Irma.
I'm not.
Even seeing me at the kitchen door.
Kathy's
Even
young.
seeing me come into the house made her knock over the bucket of water to get away from me. That's what I mean to Kathy.
Steve.
Just remember one thing, Irma. I'm going to take justice into my own hands. I'm going to see punishment is meted out to Harry Davis the first time our paths meet.
We'll be back with you in a moment. But now, say, Elizabeth, do you have a sugar bank in your house?
Yes, sir. I put aside at least a tablespoonful of sugar every day and save it for making jams and jellies. Really, anybody can afford to make spreads with Sure Gel, you know, because it's such a sugar saver.
Right. You get more finished glasses from every cup of sugar with Sure Gel. And light corn syrup may be substituted for half the cups of sugar called for in any Sure Gel recipe.
So hurry. Start putting up the delicious fruit you'll find in the local stores right now. As for sugar, inquire at your local ration board regarding extra sugar for the purpose of canning and jelly making.
And while we're talking sugar, remember to make jam and jelly-making sugar go farther by using sugar-saving Sure Gel.
Yes. The recipes inside every box of Sure Gel help all fruits set quickly and just right. With a half-minute boil for jelly, a minute boil for jam.
You save fruit, save sugar, time, and flavor with Sure Gel. Without another word, Steve Skidmore turns on his heel and walks away. Walks away without listening to Irma calling to him. With only one thought in his mind, a hatred of Harry Davis. there until Monday at the same time, we leave the story of When a Girl Marries, written by Elaine Carrington. This program is presented by Sure Gel, America's largest selling powdered pectin product. Remember, you get more jelly and you get better jelly, too, from the same amount of fruit when you use time-saving, sugar-saving, fruit-saving, flavor-saving Sure Gel. Your announcer is Charles Stark.
Coffee drinking pleasure depends greatly upon flavor in the cup. That's why today's Maxwell House coffee is so deeply satisfying. Choice Latin American coffees, Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, Bucaramangas for full body, and still other superb Latin American coffees for vigor are blended together to bring you one far more flavorful coffee, Maxwell House. Then, for uniform strength and goodness, the blend is Radiant Roasted. Thus, every cup of today's Maxwell House is extra flavorful, extra good to the last drop.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents the National Hour. This is a mirror of public opinion, reflecting what America and the world are thinking, planning, doing. This is today's interpretation of the problems and the newsworthy milestones that we must reach and pass on the road to peace and reconstruction. Today, February 10th, 1946, we present the 13th in the distinguished new NBC series, The National Hour. Our subject for today,
the war against inflation. Now, in the 6th month of the first year of peace, we, the American people, face a crisis. This is a year of decision. We now stand at a junction from which lead several roads. The high road of economic stability, full production, and real prosperity, or the road that can lead to a false boom and inflated prosperity, and then depression. These are the decisions we face as we push forward in the war against inflation.
This is Robert McCormick in Washington. This has certainly been a wild week down here. I haven't seen anything quite like it since the days of NRA. Meetings at all hours of the day and night, and excited conferences in the White House. Wages and prices are the words most commonly heard. Bowles and Snyder are the names most often mentioned. Later in this program, I shall bring you a summary of what has happened this week. So in Washington, we are standing by. And in New York, this is Robert St. John. With me here are Mr. Harold Fleming, business correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor, and Mr. Gordon Creighton, assistant general manager of the National Retail Dry Goods Association. And from Toledo, we will hear Mr. Walter Reusser, international vice president of the United Automobile Workers Union, CIO. With their help, we will document the developments which brought us to this week of decision.
Da 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 da.
Hey, Shots, I got it. I got it.
Yeah, Joe, what?
An idea for a song with significance, with boom, right up to the minute. We'll clean up.
Yeah, with a broom and shovel.
No, Shopsy boy, this is it.
Sure. So was the last one. And so, my darling, before next winter's snow, you and I'll be together in the UNO.
Forget what happened last week. Look, last night I was reading a paper.
Yeah, I know, the racing form.
No, not the racing form. I read this article, and it come to me like a like a revulsion from heaven.
This I can believe.
Everybody, the man said in the article, was worrying about inflation, about the strikes and high prices and so etc. And that's when it hit me. Listen, here's the pitch. A guy's in love with a girl, see?
Right off, you got a new twist.
No. Here's where it comes. The guy says to the chick, look, baby, the way I feel for you, I'd buy you a car, a gross of nylons, whatever you want, if your heart won't pull a strike on me. And she says, now get this, she says, no, there's a great shortage. And if you start throwing the lettuce around, you'll make inflation in the nation. So all I want is love, baby, until those inflation blues roll by. Well, how's that for a switcheroo?
Oh, great. And I got just a tune to go with it. Inflation, stay away from my door.
And while the assorted geniuses of Tin Pan Alley were wrestling to tuck a major economic problem into a 32-bar straitjacket, a letter came to me in care of the National Hour. The letter was from a gentleman in Massachusetts, Peter J. Guare. Mr. Guare wrote in part,
I heard you say next week's show would be about inflation. I'll be in New York, and I'd like to come to the studio. And I would consider it a great favor if someplace in the program you'd explain so I could understand just what they mean by inflation, if this is not asking too much, Mr. St. John.
And so for the first item on our agenda, we answer Mr. Guare's question. We've consulted some authorities for their views and definitions. First, a professor of economics.
Inflation is a disproportionate and relatively sharp and sudden increase in the quantity of money or credit or both, relative to the amount of exchange business, and always produces a rise in the price level.
Did you follow that, Mr. Guare?
Well, would the professor mind repeating that?
Why, certainly, sir. Inflation is a disproportionate...
Excuse me, Professor, but one of our research men has just come in with a definition from a part-time economist. He put it this way.
Inflation, Bud? Well, that's when there's plenty of money in people's pockets and in banks. But the stuff that money can buy is scarce, so prices go up. So, it's the old story of supply and demand. See?
Professor, would you say that that definition was sound?
Well, it's phrased somewhat unusually, but it's basically sound. By the way, what does that part-time economist do for a living?
He tends bar over on 3rd Avenue. On September 2nd, 1945, this nation came out of a terrible war with too much money and a great roar of need.
A car. I need a new car.
An electric washing machine.
A house. I gotta build a house.
An electric ring.
I need a couple of suits, a dozen shirts, a radio phonograph. I need a new car.
This is McCormick in Washington again. The years of war put more and more money into America's pockets. The years of war created more and more shortages of civilian goods. Demand was greater than supply. And finally, prices gave way. They went up. Since September of 1939, the cost of living has gone up 33%. But in a similar 7-year period in World War I, the cost of living rose 108%. The rise in our present cost of living would have gone higher than the 33% if the Office of Price Administration had not taken hold in May of 1942. 90% of the increase came before that date. Yes, it stopped here, all right, but runaway inflation was on the loose all over the world.
In China, 700 Chinese dollar for $1 US, even though the official rate of exchange is 20 to 1.
On the black market, the Italians offer 400 lira for $1. Before the war, the exchange was 20 to $1.
In Greece, 400 billion drachmas for one of our dollars. In normal times, a dollar is worth 125 drachmas. That sounds bad, Mr. St. John. Could that happen here?
Well, Mr. Guare, let's ask Mr. Harold Fleming, business correspondent for the Christian Science Monitor. What do you think, Mr. Fleming? Could it happen here?
In my opinion, no. Chiefly because the American people want steady living costs. So the Congress has given the government a great many powers under the various price control acts. And modern history shows that strong governments like that of the United States and Great Britain are able to maintain fairly steady prices regardless of various pressures.
Well, that's very hopeful, Mr. Fleming, but the spiral of inflation has begun to move again upward. What's your reaction to that?
I see the present inflation as a necessary but not too dangerous phase of a great economic experiment.
That experiment is to find out how far wages can be raised, prices held steady, and the wheels of industry kept turning, all at the same time. Last August, the government announced that wages could be raised, but prices should be held down. But now it seems to have turned out that wages cannot be raised all along the line to everybody without some increase in prices. In other words, the original policy was too limited. Now we are making some changes. And we will keep on making changes until we find out how to achieve our three-way goal: full production at high wages and with steady prices. In the first few months after the war, this great new experiment in applied economics began undergoing a most devastating test. There was 4 times as much money in circulation as in the boom years before 1929. The demand for civilian goods was greater than ever, and it kept growing. Supply was small, and it grew smaller. The growing pressure of demand against supply began to move the spiral of inflation on upward. The cost of living had risen 33%. Now wages began to climb to try to catch up with prices.
The United Automobile Workers, CIO, ask as a cost of living adjustment a wage raise of 30%. General Motors offers a settlement at a lower figure, and the plants are shut down by a strike. Ford signs for 15 1/10% increase. Chrysler for 16 7/10%. The Kaiser Fraser Company signs on the union's terms.
RCA announces a wage increase. Clothing manufacturers grant an increase.
Wages were climbing upward to meet the cost of living. The spiral began moving, and prices began to push hard against the ceiling.
January 31st. The lumber industry flatly asserted today that OPA must lift price ceilings if the acute shortage is to be ended. Meat packers demand an advance.
Sugar to be raised. Cheese prices will move upward.
With no ceiling set, cotton has risen to its highest price in 25 years.
The tug of war between wages and prices is on. With us today on the National Hour is a man from each side of the rope. Each man represents an important view in the controversy. First, from our studios in New York, Mr. Gordon Creighton, Assistant General Manager of the National Retail Dry Goods Association. Mr. Creighton.
In this moment of controversy over the extension of price control, the National Retail Dry Goods Association takes a position based squarely upon its belief that production is the only cure for inflation. The moderate course we are pursuing is the result of the long history of our almost 6,000 member stores and our experience as an association through 2 wars and many booms and depressions. In our annual convention last month, one of the largest on record, the delegates voted unanimously that our policy should be that we do not seek to end price control. We seek to amend it so as to increase production. In our opinion, OPA has it in its power to stimulate the flow of essential goods immediately by stepping up 2 of its policies. These are incentive pricing, or the granting of sufficient increases to manufacturers to make it possible for them to expand operations on needed but missing merchandise, and extension of decontrol actions into the fields where shortages are sharpest. OPA recently applied the incentive pricing corrective to the making of linings for men's suits, which had been hanging, unfinished, and useless in the factories. Let there be more of this type of thing. We retailers are the purchasing agents for our consumers. We are the ones who have to face the ultimate consumer across the last 3 feet of selling space in the economic process, our counters. We are tired of confronting them with empty shelves, which had to stand idle during the war, but need no longer do so. And millions of veterans are now civilians again. Take controls off shirts. That will be something for the boys that they really need. And it would be a step that OPA could easily retrace if inflationary prices resulted. In fact, it would afford the most conservative kind of a test, since nothing else in the economy would be affected. That is our stand in this moment of controversy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Creighton. And now for an opposing view, a man who is a frequent visitor to the Capitol, the Vice President of the UAW, Mr. Walter Reuther, speaking to us from NBC's affiliate, WSPD, in Toledo.
Inflation today comes from the pressure campaign of big business for unjustified price increases. Wage increases are no longer the major issue in the dispute which is holding up our progress towards the goals of full employment, full production, and full consumption. The major issue now is prices. From the beginning of the GM controversy, the General Motors workers and their union have conducted an all-out fight against price increases. The union has consistently stated that we did not want a wage increase that would necessitate 1 red cent in higher prices. The recommendations of the President's fact-finding board supported our contention
that General Motors could grant the wage increase without a price increase. Despite this fact, the General Motors Corporation continues to defy the President's recommendations. General Motors, the steel industry, and other large corporations are hell-bent on destroying price control. They are determined to squeeze out of the American consumers unnecessary and unjustified price increases. American labor does not want a 10-cent wage increase in one pocket with a 15-cent price increase taken out of the other pocket. We do not want to be paid off in the wooden nickels of inflation. We want, and we are fighting for, an increase in real wages, an increase in purchasing power. We want wages that will buy more food, more clothes, better housing, and more of the good things of life that we need for ourselves, our wives, and our children. The picket lines of the General Motors workers are the front-line defenses against industry's attempt to wreck price control. We are determined that the government and the American people shall not be hijacked into permitting higher prices that would provide industry with the most outrageous profits in history. We call upon President Truman to stand firm against price increases and to mobilize the support of the people, who in overwhelming majority favor rigid price control. That is the way to defeat inflation. That is the way it must be defeated.
National Hour returns you to New York. Up to this point in our program, we have made much mention of prices, wages, ceilings, the dangers of runaway inflation. But now, to tie the threads together, let us consider the case of one industry. Let's consider steel. 3 weeks ago, on a cold midnight of winter, 750,000 members of the United Steelworkers of America went out on strike. If the strike lasted 1 month, 2 million men and women in other industries would be laid off. The country would begin to drop $500 million in lost business each week. The conferences begun between the Steel Union and the Steel Institute before the strike were continued at the White House. Both sides came to the president with their demands. The union spoke
a wage rise of $2 a day.
The Steel Institute replied,
an adequate raise in the price of steel before any consideration of a wage settlement.
Well, they met with the president, who in his latest message said most industries and most companies have adequate leeway to grant substantial wage increases. So the nation waited for the verdict from the White House, and then the news was released. The president had scaled down the union's demand to 18.5 cents an hour and had indicated that steel would be allowed a price rise. After the conference, reporters asked the steelworkers' representatives if the union would accept the president's proposed settlement.
The union accepts.
And then the representative of the steel manufacturers was asked the same question.
Even with an increase in the price of steel, the highest wage that can be offered is 15 cents an hour.
The Steelworkers Union submitted a statement to the administration which in substance maintained
the savings which the steel companies will make through elimination of overtime, through downgrading, through the elimination of the excess profits tax, would be enough to cover a 43 cents an hour wage raise.
In reply, a spokesman for the steel companies said,
our figures show that we are already entitled by law to price increases by reason of past heavy increases in our costs, quite apart from any present wage increase.
When questioned about just how much of an increase in the present price of steel would be needed to cover the 18.5-cent raise, the answer came,
an increase greatly in excess of $6.25 a ton.
It became clear then, down in Washington, that any settlement of the steel dispute would be based on an increase in both wages and prices. Behind this recommendation from Washington lay a bitter struggle which has been carried on between two groups of presidential advisers ever since the end of the war. One group has centered around the director of reconversion, John W. Snyder. Mr. Snyder has held the view that
price control must be maintained. There is no question about that. But the price control policy must be flexible enough to allow for adjustments where necessary in order to stimulate production. The present inflexible policy of OPA is stifling production.
And heading the opposite camp has been the chief of OPA, Chester Bowles, who has maintained
the policy of OPA does permit the lifting of ceiling prices, but only when supplies are equal to demand or when an industry can prove hardship. Prices may also be lifted when a particular item is judged to have little effect on the cost of living. If history teaches anything, it proves that inflationary pressures created by the war do not end when the war ends.
For 5 months, this conflict continued not only within the administration, but throughout the country. Meanwhile, the president's indication that a price rise for steel was forthcoming set Wall Street tickers humming with renewed energy. Speculation hopped on the gravy train as stocks began to rise.
Oh, hiya, baby. Boy, oh boy, I feel great, just great.
What happened to you, Henry?
Wall Street made me a neat 10 grand today. The market's soaring up like a great, big, beautiful bird.
With all the strikes on.
Oh, honey, you're a beautiful wife. But listen, the president said maybe steel could have a raise in price, right?
Yes, dear, but it hasn't come through yet.
Ah, but it will, darling, it will. And that means steel is going to crack a big enough hole in the OPA ceiling so everything will ride on up with steel.
But, Henry, remember what happened in 29.
Yeah, but not this time, baby. We'll play it smart this time.
But if the price ceilings suddenly go up and there's still not enough production, won't that be dangerous?
That's just the point they made at the convention. Now, prices must go up before we can really get into production. No up in prices, no production. Why, they say that even the chief of reconversion in Washington is for giving steel $4 a ton. Only that OPA guy keeps holding on to his ceilings.
Another cocktail, Henry.
Okay, baby, then we'll go out and celebrate. OPA ceilings are cracking up, cracking up, cracking up. OPA ceilings are cracking up, my fair Chester.
While the deadlock continued in steel, the country was able to study as if in a scientific laboratory the winds and currents and pressures of inflation. On January 30th, Henry Ford II, president of the Ford Motor Company, sent an urgent telegram to Washington.
Unless steel can be made available to us and to our suppliers promptly, we'll have to shut down completely this week. It costs $400,000 a day to maintain idle assembly lines. At current OPA ceilings, we're losing $300 on every car we make.
Out of the steel deadlock came another pressure to force prices upward. Members of the Tri-State Industrial Association found themselves squeezed in a vice between fixed ceilings for the goods they produce and rising wages and prices they will have to pay.
The Tri-State Industrial Association is composed of 56 steel fabricators and processors. We manufacture thousands of products from paper clips to rolling mill machinery. Whatever price raise steel will have to pay, we will have to pay. Whatever price increase is allowed, we will have to pay that much more for our raw steel.
Then what is the alternative?
Unless the government allows us to raise prices, some factories may have to shut down permanently and throw many thousands of employees out of work.
The pressure against price ceilings comes from more and more sides, and the total pressure grows greater and greater.
Mr. St. John.
Yes, Mr. Greer.
Manufacturers and businessmen are consumers, too. Do they want to take off all price ceilings?
Well, you know, it's a funny thing the way people think on this question of ceilings.
I say price controls on food and rent, well, that's fine. But lift the ceilings in our business, and we'll soon be able to supply the people of America.
And what business are you in, sir?
I manufacture auto parts.
We need ceilings on clothing and food, but ceilings choke the life out of guys like me.
Like you, sir?
Yes, I own a couple of apartment houses.
And I say that wages in our industry must be raised.
What do you do, sir?
I'm a union representative.
For 4 years, we were the goats for ceilings. It's time we had some relief. But the ceilings ought to be held on steel and automobiles.
And your business?
Men's clothing manufacturer.
Oh, say, before you go, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Do you know where I can buy a white shirt, please?
No place, brother, till the ceiling price is lifted.
Now, in the 6th month of peace, the spiral of inflation is pushing hard, pushing upward. Last week, the issue of wages and prices came to sharp focus. The situation in steel was to be finally settled. The country waited, for as steel went, so would go the nation. Well, here in Washington, the week began calmly enough. The administration on Tuesday began formulating a new wage price policy. And the newsmen in Washington stood by for a definite statement. Conferences went on in the White House all day. And 48 hours later, a wage and price formula was apparently settled upon.
The new formula, it's reported, will not mean higher prices all around, though it will lift certain prices to a new plateau.
Then everyone's attention shifted to the reports of the behind-the-scenes differences between Mr. Bowles and Mr. Snyder on the basic policy to be followed.
It is reported that Mr. Bowles is opposed to any agency bypassing OPA to make price settlements, as in steel.
Mr. Snyder, on the other hand, would like the Office of Reconversion to retain a measure of overall control over the wage-price situation.
On Thursday, it became apparent that the formula had not been settled upon, but was still in the works. Then the whole week of meetings, of statements, of conjecture drew to its close, and at the end of it, the president canceled his vacation trip in order to deal personally with problems the White House said require his personal attention. But a formula definitely should be coming this week. Right now, it seems fairly certain Mr. Bowles and his policies will win out with some modifications. But leaving this critical debate for a moment, the National Hour asked Mr. Bowles to give us his views on the inflation problem. And Mr. Bowles gave us this statement. More important than recognizing the dangers of inflation, Mr. Bowles said, is the way we face them. I personally have a great deal of confidence that we shall meet these dangers in a spirit of courage and with a firm conviction that they can and must be overcome. Inflation has been licked thus far. Inflation is being licked today. Unless we are utterly lacking in courage and good judgment, we can continue to lick inflation. We can keep this economy on an even keel, Mr. Bowles continues, until there are so many goods of all kinds that controls can be safely removed. And we know then that this economy can henceforward take care of itself. The choice is up to us, Mr. Bowles concludes. We can blunder into disaster once more as we did after the last war, or we can take steps now to ensure a stable, sound prosperity, with factories going full blast and jobs, good-paying jobs for all. And that is Mr. Bowles' statement today to the National Hour.
Inflation has been the subject of our documentary, and this is what we have learned.
That a condition of inflation does exist in these United States today. Most crucial is the matter of rising wages and rising prices. That another factor in inflation is the scarcity of consumer goods. To get factories into production, to get workers back on the job, to determine a workable balance between wages and prices, that is the task with which the government, industry, and labor grappled this last week. And the government's formula is soon to be announced. To keep inflation under control, to move from war to a solid prosperity of peace, that is the goal, not only of the various factions involved, but of the people themselves.
On the subject of the war against inflation, then, our documentary is closed.
But this is Robert St. John inviting you to listen to the National Hour again next Sunday, the anniversary of Iwo Jima, when our subject will be the United States Marines.
This has been the National Hour. From our studios in New York and Washington, the National Broadcasting Company has presented the 13th of the new series on current affairs and national problems. Our speakers today were Gordon Creighton, Walter Reuther, and Harold Fleming. Robert St. John was your narrator, with Robert McCormick reporting from Washington.
Now for the Western All-Star Baseball game, we take you to Cleveland. This program is already in progress.
The price of fame, of course, in center field, and Tommy Henrik in right. McCarthy will start Jim Bagby Jr., and that selection is significant, as it was Jim's dad, Jim Sr., who was a sergeant in World War I, and the 31-game winner for the Cleveland Indians in 1920. Buddy Rosar will be the catcher for the Americans. Now, Buddy Rosar is considered second string on the Yankees, the runner-up to Big Bill Dickey. Yet Rosar on any other club would be the first string receiver and well thought of. Tonight's contest gives you something to consider when you realize that Bobby Feller will be pitching in front of his hometown admirers against Boudreaux, Keltner, and Bagby, former teammates of his. In days gone by, Boudreaux and Keltner stood out at shortstop and third base and reveled in the ease in which Feller retired their opponents. Tonight, both those batters will be on the receiving end of Bobby's Jr. They'll have to hit against him, and that's not going to be easy. The game, as far as we can see it, will be decided by pitching. Cochran thinks the American leaguers, no matter how great their lineup appears to be, must score runs to win. And as Mike said over coffee this morning, well, I think Feller and Rigney can hold them. while our service team hasn't been stopped yet, not by any club. Well, that's McCarthy's worry. The American leaguers have a powerful aggregation to throw at the service boys, but as only 9 men can play the game at once, the Major League All-Stars will have to be at their very best to win. And you must remember, baseball fans, that old but true adage, anything can happen in baseball. And once again, here's Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Wade Hoyt, for that fine analyzation of this American League team that we're going to see here in the stadium tonight. And Al Shack, baseball's famous clown, is getting the center of the stage now, friends, because all the service men are off the field. And now Al is walking out to the center of the diamond and giving an impersonation of Bob Feller. He just gave one of Waller Johnson. He just walked out to the mound and heaved the ball way up into the wire, netting back of the plate. And now he's gone out there with that rather, he has gotten down almost to a T, that rather unique stride of Bob Feller. Bob is one of the grandest fellows in baseball. I think he's been one of the most popular ball players of all time, but he has a rather odd stride. And Al Shack, believe me, has it right down to a T. And he just walked out there to the mound, and now he's starting his windup, and he's going to heave another baseball. And he gives that one a heave hole right up into the screen, and the crowd really likes it. It's just a few minutes before game time, before the All-Star game here in Cleveland. And the umpires, I've noticed, have just poked their heads. The umpires have just poked their heads out of the dugout, and they're coming out shortly. And this ball game will be underway, I believe, in just a couple of minutes. I want to repeat the starting batting orders and lineups for those of you who might be tuning in late. And it is for the service team, Mullen, Mullin, formerly of Detroit, in center field. McCoy of the Athletics at second base. John Paget, who was formerly with the Cardinals and then with Brooklyn. And there's some dispute now as about who he really wound up with, but he's finally with Uncle Sam. He's going to be in left field. Bill Babbitt, the great Washington infielder, is going to bat in the number 4 spot and will play shortstop. Joe Grace, a very fine outfielder and a mighty good hitter, is going to be in right field. He's with the St. Louis Browns. Sturm, the former Yankee first baseman, is going to be at first. Andrews, who is with Louisville, this lad was a great college athlete, is going to be at third base. The catcher will be Smith, an old-time Pittsburgh catcher who has been catching Bob Feller down in Norfolk. Bobby Feller is going to be the pitcher. Jack is still carrying on with his antics down here, and he's putting on an imaginary argument right now with the umpire as we give you the lineup for the American League. Here it is, the batting order and lineup. At shortstop and leading off will be Lou Bedreau, who, as Wade Hoyt said, was one of the heroes of the big game in the Polo Grounds last night. Henrich, Henrich of the Yankees in right field. Williams of Boston in left field. DiMaggio of New York in center field. York of Detroit at first base. Bobby Gore of Boston is going to start at second base tonight in place of Gordon. Kenny Kelter of Cleveland will start at third base. Buddy Rozar of New York will be the starting catcher. And Jim Bagby, the famous son of a famous father, is going to do the pitching. Now, we also want to tell you, friends, that there is going to be a 1-minute blackout here tonight. As you know, we experienced a blackout of 15 minutes at the Polo Grounds last night. And tonight, at the end of the first half of the 6th inning, there will be a 1-minute blackout. There'll be a 1-minute pause in the ball game here and a 1-minute blackout at the end of the first half of the 6th. It will be for just 1 minute, and then the ball game will resume. Now remember, that is just a trial blackout at the end of the first half of the 6th inning. Friends, we're going to pause now before this ball game gets underway for a station identification. You're listening to the exclusive presentation of the All-Star game between the American League and the All-Star Service team from the big municipal stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. And this is the coast-to-coast network of the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Friends, we're back here at Cleveland, and we're listening now to, and we're watching a ceremony of the lowering of the colors. We'll let you hear it. The American flag out there to the left of the scoreboard, which was originally raised out there by the sailors, has just been lowered. That ceremony is over with, and again, this crowd of around 65,000 has stood at attention. The lights are all on here. The umpires who are out down here below us. By the way, our mutual broadcasting vantage point here is very splendid. We're in the upper deck. We're just to the left of the home plate. We have a very splendid spot here to look over this field. Here are the umpires coming out onto the field now. And the American League team is stationed to our right, which is back at first base. And the service team is down here to our left. We might tell you, too, that it's a real poke in this ballpark. From home plate to the end of the right field foul line is 320 feet. To right center is 435. To dead center is really a magnificent poke, if anybody could hit it in there, of 470 feet. The left center field is 435, and down the left field line is 320. So both lines are the same. The left field is 320, the right field is 320, center field is 470, left center is 435, and right center is even a little bit farther. There's a spot back in there where that center field bleacher has no roof on it. That is 463 feet. This is a huge double-deck stadium. It's just a giant place. It's, in fact, it dwarfs you when you sit in here and look at it. It's a complete double-deck circle all the way around, except right across in center field, where there is a bleacher with no stands that goes right across the entire center field section. The umpires are up here around the home plate now, talking to the coaches. I see Artie Fletcher up there, and Mike Cochran is up there for the service team. The soldiers and sailors are getting off the field, and the setting now is just about perfect for this great game here in Cleveland tonight. We've already given you the lineup twice, but it's going to be called around to the people here in the stands. And for the first 3 innings in the ball game tonight, we're going to listen to Jack Rainey of station WHK in Cleveland. Jack broadcasts all the ball games here in Cleveland. He's familiar with this stadium, and I know he's going to give you a splendid picture of the first 3 innings of this game. So we're just about a minute and a half to game time, and I know he has some things that he'd like to tell you, so come in, Jack Rainey.
Bob, this is the field in which Bob Feller, who is starting for the All-Star service team tonight, created a record of 18 strikeouts when he pitched against the Detroit Tigers a few years back. It was the first game of a doubleheader on the last day of the season when Bob walked that fastball through to strike out 18 batters and beat Dizzy Dean's record of 17. Bob had already tied it, but went out and beat that record. The boys are still around home plate there going over the ground rules, and the fans are still coming in. The soldiers and sailors are now marching off the field, going up into the left field stand, the lower left field stand. They're pointing out towards right field there. Apparently they want to know just what will happen if a spectator reaches out and grabs that ball down the right field line, and they've gotten together on the ground rule. In just a moment, the American League players, the American League is the home team tonight, so they're taking the field. The winners of last night's All-Star game, the American League champions, the home team, so they take the field, and the All-Star service team will be first at bat. The umpires tonight will be Stewart back in the plate. It'll be Gallifrant at first base, McGowan at second, and Barlick at third base. Now, after 4.5 innings, Stewart will exchange with Barlick, and Barlick will come back to the plate after 4.5 innings in this All-Star game. Jim Bagby is out on the mound now, warming up, a big, tall right-hander. And, as Waite Hoyt has already told you in opening, that it was Jim's father who in 1920, the only World Series brought to Cleveland, the only pennant and World Series, Jim Bagby, Sr., who now makes his home in Atlanta, Georgia, won 31 games for the Cleveland Indians. I think that Jim Jr. has a little more than his dad. He has more on that fastball, but is very much on the same order. He has a fadeaway, a knuckleball, a fastball, and a curve. And for you fans, naturally we know that a large number of you people listening in wish that you could be present at this great American League All-Star service game. However, knowing that to be a physical impossibility, The thought occurs to us that you might be interested in aiding this fine cause by sending in the price of a ticket for your seat at the radio. Our seats are $1.35 and $1.60. And if you're interested, you may send your contribution to the Cleveland Baseball Company, who in turn will see it is added to a combined Army and Navy relief fund. Bagby is still warming up, while the soldiers and sailors are marching off the field. They had quite an array of them out in center field as they were lowering the colors. And now out in center field, the one group just starting to march off. The infield, taking their warm-up practice. It's Rudy York, playing first base. It's Bobby Dorr at second. It's Boudreaux at short. Kenny Keltner playing third base. Williams in left field. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, in center. Tommy Hendrick in right field. With Bagby pitching, Rosar catching. The first man up will be Mullen, a left-hand hitter. This boy Mullen played great ball for Detroit when he was with them. And hit 345. So that he's somewhat of a ball player. And Mickey Cochran tonight has a great array of ball players here lined up against the American League champions. It's not going to be any pushover for the American Leaguers to beat the All-Star Service team. They're still warming up as the boys are still marching into the stand. Here's the announcement on the umpires. Stewart of the American League back of the plate. Galliphant of the National League at first base. McGowan of the American League at second base. Barlick of the National League at third base. Mullen has a gray uniform on with green socks, white stripes. No number on Mullen's uniform. Last night's ball game, Lou Boudreaux leading off, hitting that home run. The Cleveland fans got a great kick out of seeing, or hearing rather, Lou Boudreaux getting that home run, followed by Rudy York's home run in the first inning after Tommy Hendrick had doubled. It was a great ball game, and everybody enjoyed it. The fact, I think, that the Cleveland boy had something to do with the win has created a lot of interest around in this section. The fans are still coming in. I notice out in the left and right wing upstairs, they're starting to fill up. And I would say there are close to 70 or 75,000 fans in this stand. The record, is 80,000. When the Philadelphia Athletics played the Cleveland Indians here in the first game played in this stadium. Lefty Grove pitched against Mel Harder and defeated Mel Harder 1-0 in a great pitching duel. And it was Mickey Cochran, who was the manager of the All-Star team here tonight, who broke up that ball game with a base hit in the 8th inning. Manager Joe McCarthy has changed his lineup at second base tonight. Also back of the plate. Rosar catching with Bobby Dorr at second. Bobby, is right up there in the batting in the American League. All right, the umpire says we better go ahead. The soldiers now lined up against the left field stand, marching into the stands. The umpire says we better start. So in just a moment, we'll be ready to go. There's Rosar's throw down to Dorr at second base. Jim Bagby, a right-hander pitching for the American champions. Rosar back of the plate. Jim Bagby gets his signal. Darcy's wind up. Here's the first pitch of the ball game. Here it comes. And it's a hot shot down towards short. Boudreaux takes it on the big hop to throw to first. He's out. Boudreaux to York on the first ball pitch. One out. Nobody on. And Benny McCoy of the Philadelphia Athletics, the left-hand hitter up. As a matter of fact, the All-Star team, the first 6 batters are left-handers. Left-hand hitters. McCoy steps into the batter's box. Jim Bagby now has called time. He wants to get together with Rosar on the signal. Rosar's trotting out halfway to the pitcher's mound. They're there talking it over. Jim has plenty of different pitches, you know. He has a very sneak fast one. He doesn't take much of a wind-up, and he blows that fast one through. He has a screwball. He has a knuckleball and a very good curveball. All right, the boys are together. Rosar comes back to the plate, gets down to give the signal. It's McCoy up with one out, nobody on in the first half of the first inning. No score. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Ball one, a curveball low and inside. Out on McCoy, 1-0. Bagby gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Ball two, a fastball low and inside on the count is now 2-0. McCoy is a short, heavy-set fellow. Takes a very good cut at the ball, has plenty of power. Here's the windup. Here it is. Ball three, low and inside. A fastball just missed the inside corner, and the count is now 3-0. Here's the windup. Here it comes. Ball four, low and inside. And McCoy trots down to first base.
Number 8, Don Paget of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Don Paget of the St. Louis Cardinals. A big fellow, and I noticed him in batting practice. He takes a terrific cut at that ball. He's a left-hand hitter, steps into the batter's box. It's McCoy on first base. One out. Bagby takes his stretch. Here it comes. Ball one, a fastball just missed the outside corner. Stewart back in the plate, you know, calling balls and strikes. Bagby gets his signal, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Foul, back to the screen. This boy Paget had a nice cut at that fast one. Rosar gets a new ball from umpire Stewart, rubs it up, walks partway out to the pitcher's mound and tosses it to Bagby. The count is now 1-1 on Paget. First half, the first inning, no score. McCoy is on first, having walked. Bagby gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Foul, back to the screen, and Paget almost fell down as he swung and fouled that one off. And the count is now 2 strikes, 1 ball. Both fast balls through there. Bagby looks out at the scoreboard to see what the count is. It's 2 strikes, 1 ball. Rosar down, giving the signal. Bagby takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 2. That fast one just missed the outside corner. Count is even, 2-2. Bagby goes back to the rosin bag, steps down the rubber. Takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. And it's a high fly ball in short left field, just inside the line. And there goes, it drops inside the line, and there goes McCoy to second base. He wound at second base, the ball dropped among Keltner, Boudreaux, and Williams. A high popper just inside the left field line, in short left field, as Boudreaux, Keltner, and Williams raced after that ball. McCoy had rounded second base. The ball bounded up to Boudreaux, and he raced back to second. A single for Paget. That brings up Cecil Travis, the shortstop, a left-hand hitter. McCoy on second base. Paget on first. 1 man out, first half of the first inning, no score. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 1, little outside. Down on Travis, 1-0. Those service boys are making a bid for a score in this inning. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 2, low and inside on the count is now 2-0. Rosar walks out in front of the plate, snaps the ball back to Bagby. Bagby now gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 3, a little outside, a fastball just missed the outside corner, the count 3-0. A great crowd out here tonight, fans. Stand almost filled. Here's the stretch. Here it comes.
Ball. Just a moment. It's a ball. There's a warm-up pitcher down in right field. On that pitch, which was inside, Travis stood there for a moment. It's ball four and the bases are filled. That brings up Grace. Right fielder. Left-hand hitter, 3 on, 1 out. Here's the windup. Ball one, a curve ball low. Down on Grace, 1-0. Here's the picture fans. It's McCoy on third base, Paget on second. Travis on first with 1 out. Grace up, left-hand hitter, the infield is back. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Ball 2, a little outside, a fastball, and the count on Grace is now 2-0. Valley Red Roughings starting to warm up down in the American League bullpen. Grace steps back into the batter's box. Bagby gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Ball 3, outside a fastball. And the count 3-0 with 3 on and 1 out. First half, the first inning, no score. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Strike call. Fastball right down the alley. Now it's Sears, and Bagby got up and over. 3-1 is the count. Bagby starts his windup. Here it comes. Strike 2 call. Another fastball, real high to the center. Count is now 3-2. McCoy on third. Paget on second. Travis on first. 1 out. Bagby winding up. Here it comes. Strike 2. Corner, he high. Grace called out on strikes, and that's nice pitching by Jim Bagby after a count of 3-0. Johnny Sturm of the New York Yankees, the left-hand hitter up. Johnny and all had the misfortune of having a finger amputated here a short time ago. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Foul, bounding back to the stand. Johnny Sturm, who played first base for the Yankees before entering the service, the left-hand hitter up. One of the first ball pitch fouled it off. Now Rosar gets the new ball, walks partway out to the pitcher's mound, says something to Jim Bagby, tosses him the ball and pops back to his position back of the plate. It's the first half, the first inning, and there's no score. Johnny McCoy is on third base, Paget on second, and Travis on first, 2 out. Bagby gets his signal, winds up. Here it is. Comes the ground ball, about down the third base line. Tucker comes up with the ball, throw to first. He's out. Tucker is good yard on a high bounce down the third base line. He's carrying the side. And not an inning, no runs. 1 hit. And 2 bases on balls, 3 men left on bases. Now we go to the last half of the first inning. Lou Boudreau coming up to bat, getting a great hand. Lou Boudreau will be facing Bob Feller, you know. Bob Feller on the mound, pitching. You know, Bob Feller has always been referred to as a speedball pitcher. And on account of his terrific speed, they have overlooked that great curve ball that Bob has. He has a real curve ball, one of those seem to explode. Not so long ago that he was pitching for Cleveland, I saw him with a count of 3-2 on a batter, break that curve ball on the right-hand hitter, and the right-hand hitter was called out sitting on the ground. That's just the way that curve ball exploded. For the All-Star team, it's Sturm playing first base, McCoy playing second, Travis at short, Andy at third base, it's Paget in left field, Mullen in center, and Grace in right field. All right, there's the last warm-up pitch. Boudreau steps into the batter's box. Fifth, you know, caught for Pittsburgh. Lou Boudreau, right-hand hitter, steps into the batter's box. He's leading off for the all-service team. Last the first inning, no score. Feller winds up. Here it comes. Ball 1. That's fast one outside.
Down on Boudreaux, 1-0. Bob gets his signal. Bob has the habit of leaning over, looking for that signal. He's winding up. Here it is. And it's a high fly ball going out of short right center field. And here comes the center fielder, Mullen, in and takes it in short center field. A high fly ball from Boudreaux's bat taken by Mullen in center field. 1 out. Nobody on. Tommy Hendrick is up. Tommy Hendrick, last night, his first time up. By fast base running. Double. Here's the windup. Here it comes. Ball 1. A curveball broke low and inside. The count on Tommy Hendrick, 1-0. Tommy's a left-hand hitter, you know, and has great wrist action up there. Bob Feller, a right-hander around the mound, gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Strike call. Looked like a half-speed curveball that dropped over there. Down on Tommy Hendrick is even, 1-1. Bob takes plenty of time rubbing up that new ball, gets his signal, starts his windup. Here it is. Strike 2, swinging that curveball, broke in around the feet. And Tommy Hendrick tried to swing, tried to hold back, but went around. The count is now 2 strikes and 1 ball. Left down, giving the signal. Bob Feller starts his windup. Here it is. And it's a hot bounder back to the box. It hits all around the foot. And the throw is made for space, 1 short. But Tommy Hendrick gets headed for a single. Travis going over fast. That ball hit Bob Feller on the toe as it went by over second base. Travis coming over fast. Grabbed the ball, tossed the first, but Hendrick beat it out for a single. Tommy Hendrick on first base, 1 man out. Ted Williams, the left fielder, is up, a left-hand hitter. Feller takes his stretch and steps back off the rubber. All right, he's back on now. Comes up the pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 1, it's low. Fastball low on a count on Ted Williams, 1-0. Last half the first inning and all. No score. Tommy Hendrick, just single, is on first base. 1 out, Williams up. Counts 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Strike call. That curveball snapped over the center. Down on Ted Williams is even, 1-1. Feller gets his signal. Okays it. Takes the stretch. Here's the pitch. Whoa, 2. That's Batsman. A little inside. Down on Ted Williams is now 2 balls, 1 strike. Ted keeps talking. Smith, catcher, back in the plate there. All right, Bob Feller is ready. Comes up to pitching position. Snaps the ball over to first base. The Sturm. Hendrick is back. Sturm tosses back to Feller. Feller back on the rubber. Takes the stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike 2, call. Another curveball that snapped over the outside corner. And the count on Williams is now even 2-2. Bob now goes back to the rosin bag. He's looking around his outfield. Steps down the rubber. 1 out, you know. Hendrick down first base. Williams up, left-hand hitter. The count 2-2. Smith down, giving the signal. Feller takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Whoa! 3. A curveball low. Count is now 3-2. Three and 2 is the count. Feller steps down the mound, comes up to pitching position, steps back off the rubber, back on again, takes his stretch, snaps the ball over Sturm at first base, but Hendrick is back. Sturm tosses back to Feller. Feller again back on the rubber, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. There goes Hendrick. Got a touch foul off to the left of the plate into the upper stand. Tommy Hendrick will let count 3-2 is off for second base. Williams swinging late at that curveball, fouled it off. Count remaining the same, 3-2. Last half the first inning and all. No score. All-Star Service game here at the stadium in Cleveland. Feller comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. There goes Hendrick. Ball fourth, high, fast ball. Williams walks. Hendrick goes to second. Joe DiMaggio, center fielder, coming out. A grand ball player and a great fellow. Hendrick is on second base. Williams on first, one out. Joe DiMaggio, right-hand hitter, the center fielder up. Jimmy Smith down, giving the signal. Sturm is playing off first base, back of Williams. Here's the stretch. Here he comes. Strike. Swinging. First ball broke outside. DiMaggio swung hard and missed. Steps out of the batter's box, picks up a little dirt, rubs it on the bat. Feller back on the rubber. Comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. That's the ground ball back to the bat, going out over home. Marge for the ball, it rolls out into center field. And here comes Hendrick around third base and scores. Williams sliding into third. A single for Joe DiMaggio right through the box over second base. McCoy racing over to his right. Goes for the ball. He's touching it. Let it roll out into short center field. Hendrick scoring. Williams sliding into third. And the score is now American League 1. And the All-Star Service team, nothing. That brings up Rudy York. Rudy York, a right-hand hitter up. Williams on third. Joe DiMaggio on first and one out. The infield is playing back. Bob Feller takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Elson drives one out to right field. There goes Grace away back near the track under it and takes it, almost dropped it. And DiMaggio all the way over to second base and starting back to first as Williams cuts in, steps on the plate of the score. Is now American League All-Stars 2. And the All-Service team nothing. York drove deep. The Grace almost to the track in right center field. That brings up Bobby Dorr, the second baseman. Right-hand hitter. 2 men out. Joe DiMaggio on first base. Feller takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball one. Third ball low and outside. Feller gets his signal, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. That's a high foul ball to the left of the plate. Smith has his mask off, but here comes Anders under it and takes it to third baseman, takes it down the third baseline, a foul retiring the side. Now we pause for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, here we are back at the stadium in Cleveland for the All-Star Service team playing the Championship American League team. Going into the first half of the second inning, the American League team leading 2-0. In that last inning, 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 base on balls, and 1 man left. Andrews, the third baseman who caught that last foul ball, a right-hand hitter, is the first man up. He's the first man up to face Jim Bagby, who was on the mound. Rosar back to the plate. Bagby winds up. Here it comes. Ball one, inside a fastball. Andrews, number 19 on his back of his shirt. Bagby winding up. Here's the pitch. Strike call. The fastball at the outside corner. The count is even, 1-1. First half, the second inning. Here's the windup. Here it is. And it's a line drive foul down the left field line. Into the stand. Slow curve, and Andrews made a fast one out of it. A line drive foul. The count is now 2 strikes, 1 ball. Bagby back on the rubber, winding up. Here it comes. And it's a hot shot down the field. Going out to right field. Tommy Henry comes up with the ball and tosses it in to Boudreau at second. Andrews slapped a hot shot down between York and Dorr out to right field for a single. Rosar trots out to have a word with Jim Bagby. That brings up Smith, the catcher. Right-hand hitter. Andrews on first base. Nobody out. Bagby takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Foul off to the right of the plate. Here comes Rosar racing over near the boxes, but it's dropped in front of the Indian dugout and bounds into the stand. And the count on Smith, 1 strike. Andrews on first base. Boudreau now comes in to have a word with Jim Bagby. First half, the second inning, and all the American Leaguers leading 2-0. All right, we're back in position. Bagby gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Foul back into the upper stand to the right of the plate. Down on Smith, 2 strikes. The new ball is tossed out to Jim Bagby. Bagby standing on the mound looking for that signal. Comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 1. Almost a wild pitch. A curveball away outside. Count is now 2 strikes, 1 ball. Smith down, giving the signal, or Rosar rather. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Strike 3, call. A curveball at the outside corner. Smith calls out on strike. And here comes Bob Feller. Up the bat, getting a big hand. Bob stops on his way up in the batting circle, picks up the rosin bag, puts a little on his hands, and walks up to the plate. The right-hand hitter. Andrews on first base. 1 out. Jim Bagby on the mound, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike. Swing. Fast to the center. Feller swung and missed the count, 1 strike. Bagby comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Strike 2, call. Fastball at the outside corner. And the count on Bob Feller is now 2-0. Bagby gets his signal, takes the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 1. Curveball broke outside. Count on Feller is now 2 strikes and 1 ball. Andrews, who led off with a single, is on first. You know he's not taking much of a lead. Bagby on the mound, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 2, a little outside, and the count is now even, 2-2 on Feller. Bob has that bat back in position to swing. Bagby takes his stretch. Here it comes. And it's a high popper right in front of the plate. Going down the third baseline. Here comes Keltner and takes it. Feller popped high. to Keltner just to the left of the plate down the third baseline. 2 men out. Nobody on. Or rather, Andrews on first base. And Mullen is up for his second trip to leadoff man. He's a left-hand hitter the first time up. At the first ball pitched down to short was out Boudreaux to New York. Steps into the batter's box. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball one, little outside, the old screwball. Down on Mullen, 1 ball, no strike. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Foul coming right back over our mutual Mike here, right back of us. And the count on Mullen is now even 1-1. You have to watch those foul balls when they come back. You have to hit a railing or the concrete up here and rebound. 2 balls tossed up. Jim Bagby now, he's standing on the rubber. Mullen up, left-hand hitter, the count 1-1 with 2 outs. Andrews on first. Bagby gets his signal, takes the stretch. Here it comes. Strike 2 call. The fastball at the inside corner, knee high. Mullen steps out of the batter's box. Back in now. Bagby comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 2. The old screwball away outside. Count is even, 2-2. On Mullen, the center fielder, left-hand hitter with 2 outs. Runner on first. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. And it's a line drive. Looks like a base hit. Williams going up fast, and he pulls it down. A line drive to left center field taken by Williams. This boy Williams covers a lot of ground out there. He doesn't look as if he's covering much, but he lopes after that ball. He pulled that line drive down from Mullen's bat, retiring the side. And in that inning, no runs, 1 hit. Now we go to the last half of the second inning. And the leadoff man will be Kenny Keltner, third baseman. The all-championship American League team. This is the All-Star game last night in New York. Keltner, County pulled off a great play last night in New York. Great stop for hot pass down the third baseline. It's a great third baseman. Especially is coming in on those slow hit balls, pick them up with one hand and pouring them down to first base. The right-hand hitter has great courage backing up the plate. In other words, then he stands up to the plate. That's almost motionless. And on the ball inside, he flips that thing around. He's leading off. Going into the last half of the second inning with the American League team leading 2-0, having gotten 2 runs in the first inning. Bob Feller, a right-hander on the mound, winds up. Here it comes. And it's a line drive going out to deep center field. There goes Mullen away back. It's over his head, rolling out to the track. Cutler is rounding first base. He's rounding second. The throw is made in to short left center field, and Cutler comes up at third base, standing up. A line drive over Mullen's head to left center field of the track. Cutler raced around first, second, and pulled on the third, standing up for a triple. The ball was well back. The New York Yankees. Buddy Rosar. After the New York Yankees, right-hand hitter steps into the batter's box. Jumps around third base, nobody out. Infield is about halfway in. Feller winds up. Here it comes. Strike call. The first ball pitched, the third ball snapped over the center. There's a little activity now down in the All-Star Service team bullpen in left field. Rigney starting to warm up. A right-hander. Feller gets his signal, winding up. Here it is. Ball 1. The sweeping curve ball outside. Count on Buddy Rosar. Right-hand hitter is even 1-1. Gelson around third and nobody out. Smith down giving the signal. Bob Feller winds up. Here's the pitch. Ball 2, a fastball outside. Rosar started but held back on that one. Count is now 2 balls, 1 strike. Keltner taking a short lead off third base. Nobody out, you know. Feller starts his windup. Here's the pitch. And it's a hot shot down between short and third, going out to left field. It's a base hit. A single, and Keltner cut in from third. Badger tosses the ball into second base. A single for Rosar, a hot shot down the field. And that's all. Time is called. Looks like Rigney coming in to replace Bob Feller on the mound. It's Rigney coming in. The score, you know, is now American League champions 3, U.S. Service Team nothing. Bob Feller getting a big hand as he walks to the bench. Well, Rigney now is out. Start his warm-up pitches. And Bob Feller was on the mound in the first inning. Tommy Hendricks singled. And Joe DiMaggio singled, making 2 hits in the first inning. Keltner, in this inning, started off with a line drive triple to the track over Mullins' head of left center field. Rosar single between short and third out to left field, driving in Keltner to put the American League team in the lead 3-0. So that they have made, Bob Feller gave up 4 hits, 3 singles and a triple. And we're changing catchers, too. Frankie Pitlack is coming in to replace Smith. Back of the plate for the all-service team.
Number 18, Frankie Pitlack.
And Frankie Pitlack is getting a big hand. So the battery now for the All-Star team, All-Star service team. Rigney pitching, Pitlack catching. It's Rosar on first base, you know. Nobody out. Jim Bagby, right-hand hitter up. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it comes. Foul, and attempting the bunt. He fouled that one back to the stand. The count on Bagby, 1 strike. Frankie Pitlack tossed the new ball out to Rigney. Rosar on first, you know, with nobody out. Last half of the second. American League leading 3-0. Rigney gets his signal, takes his stretch. Here it comes. Ball 1, low and outside. Out on Bagby is now even 1-1. Rigney steps down the rubber, comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. And it's fouled in attempting the bunt. Bagby fouled that one off. It dropped dead at the plate. Pitlack picked it up, tossed to Andrews down the third baseline. He tossed it to Rigney. Count is now 2 strikes and 1 ball on Bagby. All right, we're back in position. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it comes. And it's strike 3 and attempting to butt. The throw is made down to Sturm at first base. And Rosar is out. On the throw, Pitlack to Sturm. Going over that play again, Bagby up with a count 2 strikes and 1 ball. And the next pitch he attempted to bunt, he missed. And Frankie Pitlack slipped that ball down to Sturm, who tagged Rosar, sliding back to first. 2 men out. Nobody on. Lou Boudreau is up. Boudreau, the first time up, slide high to Mullen in short center field. Boudreau, right-hand hitter up. Rigney winds up. Here it comes. Strike call. That's Batsman, and Johnny seems awfully fast out there, right down the center. Rigney gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. And it's a slow bound in front of the plate. Foul. Gets the plate and bounded out. Foul. Pitlack picks it up, tosses it to Sturm down to first base. He tosses into Rigney. The count is now 2 strikes on Lou Boudreau. Boudreau up for the second trip with 2 outs, nobody on. Rigney gets his signal. He's winding up. Here it is. Foul back to the press box. Count remains the same on Boudreaux. He swung late at that fastball, just got a piece of it. Wrigley gets his signal, starts his windup. Here it is. Ball one over the head, and Boudreaux went to the ground. Wrigley's working fast out there. The tall, slim boy has plenty on that fastball tonight. Little Frankie Pitlack down giving the signal. 2 out, nobody on, you know. Last half the second, the American League team leading 3-0. Here's the windup. Here it comes. Ball 2, a curveball outside. Count is even on Boudreaux, 2-2. Wrigley winds up. Here it is. Ball 3, a fastball over but high. 3-2 is the count. Wrigley winds up. Here's the pitch. Against the fly ball going out to short center field. And here comes DiMaggio and takes it. Or rather, Grace in and takes it. Or rather, Mullen. Pardon me, Mullen takes it in short center field. And that retires the side. Boudreaux flying to Mullen in short center. And in that inning, 1 run on 2 hits. Art Fletcher now trots up to umpire Stewart there at the plate. Don't know whether they're going to make a change here or not. Bill Bagby on the mound pitching for the American League team with Rosar back at the plate.
Your attention, please. Number 10, Rizzuto, playing shortstop.
Rizzuto playing short instead of Boudreaux for the American League team. Little Rizzuto, short, heavy step boy that races around and bounds around and fields that ball. The first man up is McCoy, the second baseman. Jim Bagby on the mound, winds up. Here it comes. Ball 1, a little outside a fastball. McCoy up for his second trip. First time up walk. Here's the windup. Just a high foul over our heads here. Coming right down. Wade Hoyt tried to catch that one a little out of his reach. I don't know whether to charge him with an error or not on that one. But the count is 1-1 on McCoy leading off. First half the third inning. Bagby gets his signal, winds up. Here it comes. Strike 2, call a curveball up the inside corner. It's the first half the third inning, you know. American League team leading 3-0. Making 2 runs in the first inning, 1 in the second. Bagby winding up. Here's the pitch. That's a high fly ball going out to right center field. Joe DiMaggio is trotting over to his left under and takes it for the first out. McCoy flied high and deep to Joe DiMaggio in right center field. 1 out. Nobody on. And Paget, the left fielder, is up. Left-hand hitter, the first time up, single. He steps into the batter's box. Bagby winding up. Here it comes. Ball 1. A curve ball over but low. Rosar down the signal. Bagby winds up. Here's the pitch. Foul back to the screen. The old screwball up there. Paget out ahead with his swing and fouled it off. The count is even 1-1. Rosar gets a new ball from umpire Stewart, walks out in front of the plate, tosses it to Jim Bagby. All right, we're back in position now. Bagby starts his windup. Here it comes. Ball 2, outside on the count. On Paget is now 2 balls and 1 strike. Bagby winding up. Here's the pitch. Foul back over our heads here into the upper stand. Count is now even 2-2. Paget steps out of the batter's box, back in now. There's 1 out and nobody on, you know. First half the third. American League team leading 3-0. Bagby winds up. Here it is. Ball three. The old screwball just missed the outside corner. Jim, mixes them up very well, Jim Bagby. That screwball to the left-handers. He's back on the rubber. The count's 3-2. He's winding up. Here's the pitch. Foul. Back to the screen. And umpire Stewart tosses that new ball out to Bagby. Paget out of the batter's box now, taking his time. Steps back in. Rosar down, giving a signal. Bagby starts his windup. Here's the pitch. That's a high fly ball going out to center field. DiMaggio is moving in under it and takes it for the second out. 2 men out. Nobody on. And Cecil Travis coming up. Travis, the first time up, walked. 2 putouts for Joe DiMaggio in this inning. Travis, the left-hand hitter, steps into the batter's box. First half the third inning. 2 outs. Nobody on. American League leading 3-0. Here's the pitch. Ball 1 outside. The old knuckleball missed the outside corner. Bagby gets his signal, starts his windup. Here's the pitch. Gets a line drive down the left field line. It's a base hit rolling out to the wall. It bounds off the wall. There goes Travis around first base. Williams comes up with the ball and shoots it in to Rizzuto in short left field. He tosses it in to Keltner. A double for Travis. A line drive just inside the left field line out to the stands. Well, that brings up Grace, the right fielder. The first time up, struck out. He's a left-hand hitter. 2 out. Travis on second. Bagby steps on the rubber, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball back to the box. Bagby leaps up, clears it with one hand. The toss to first. He's out. Bagby to York on a high bouncer to the pitcher's mound. Now we go to the last half of the third inning. And before the third inning starts, we might pause for station identifications. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, here we are back at the stadium in Cleveland, where the All-Star Service team is playing the champions of the American League. There's the champion American League team. And we're going into the last half of the third inning with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. And it's Tommy Hendricks leading off. Rigney on the mound, right-hander winds up. Here it comes. That is a foul. A drive down the left field line into the stand. Down on Tommy Hendricks, 1 strike. Tommy Hendricks, his first time up. Bob Feller on the mound, slashed a single through the box. He's up for his second trip. Count 1 strike. Rigney, a right-hander on the mound, put like back of the plate. Rigney winds up. Here it comes. Ball 1, little outside a fastball. Count is even on Tommy Hendricks. Rigney gets his signal, winds up. Here it is. Ball 2, little outside on the count is now 2 balls, 1 strike. Last half of the third inning with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. Rigney winds up. Here it comes. Ball 3. A fastball just missed the outside corner. 3-1 is the count. American Leaguers making 2 runs in the first inning, 1 in the second. Rigney winds up. Here it is. Ball 4. Low and inside. Hendrick walks. It brings up Ed Williams, the left fielder. His first time up, walked. He's a left-hand hitter. He steps into the batter's box. Hendrick on first base, nobody out. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball low. A curve ball on the count on Williams, 1-0. Ted keeps talking to the catcher when he's up there. He throws the ball back to the pitcher. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 2, it's high. And the count is now 2-0. Now Rigney walks partway in to have a talk with Frankie Pitlack. Frankie tosses him the ball and starts back to his position back of the plate. All right, we're back in position now. Williams up, left-hand hitter. Henrik on first, nobody out. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 3, it's low. And the count is now 3-0. Here's the stretch. Here it comes. Ball 4, high and outside. Williams also walks, and Tommy Henrik goes to second. Well, that's 2 bases on balls, and we have runners on first and second, nobody out. Last half the third inning. The American Leaguers leading by a score of 3-0. And Joe DiMaggio comes up. Joe, the first time up, slaps the single over second base. The right-hand hitter steps into the batter's box. Rigney comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. Ball 1, low. Fastball on the count on DiMaggio, 1-0. Pitlack down, giving that signal. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it is. Ball 2, it's inside. Rigney's a little disgusted that he can't get that ball over the plate. Frankie Pitlack rubs the ball up well and tosses it back to Rigney. Joe DiMaggio up, right-hand hitter, the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Henrik on second, Williams on first, nobody out. Here's the stretch, here it comes. That's a high foul ball down the third baseline. Andrews coming over under it, waiting for it, and takes it back off third base. A high foul from DiMaggio's bat. One out. And Rudy York is up. York, the first time up, drove deep to Grace, almost on the track in right center field. He's up for his second trip. Steps into the batter's box. Rigney takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. That's the ground ball going down towards deep short. Travis comes up with the ball, throws to second. He's out of second to throw to first, but York beats it out, breaking up that double play. And Henrik moves to third. York hit a ground ball down to deep short. Travis made a beautiful stop on that ball, and deep short was sliding when he tossed the ball to McCoy, forcing Williams at second, but the throw to first was too late to double York. Henrik going to third. So it's 2 men out, and Bobby Dorr up. Last half of the third inning. Henrik on third base, York on first, and 2 out. Rigney, a right-hander, takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. Ball 1, a curveball over but low. Count on Bobby Dorr, 1-0. Pitlack down, giving a signal. Rigney takes his stretch. Here it comes. Strike swinging, a curveball low and outside. Dorr swung and missed. The count is even, 1-1. American Leaguers leading 3-0. Last of the third inning. Henrik on third, Williams on first. York on first. Here's the pitch, but it's a high foul coming back into the upper stand. It hits the top of the stand and bounds down into the lower boxes. Very seldom that a foul ball hits up that high. That hit right by the lights and bounded down into the boxes, and the count on Bobby Dorr is now 2 strikes and 1 ball. Rigney standing out on the rubber looking for that signal. Comes up to pitching position. Here's the pitch. And it's a fly ball going out the left field line. And here comes a left fielder and makes the catch. In left field, Paget coming over fast to make that catch in left field, retiring the side. And now we go into the first half of the fourth inning. The American League team leading 3-0. The Americans making 2 runs in the first inning and 1 in the second. And now we turn you over to a fellow who was a great pitcher for the New York Yankees a few years ago and is now the baseball broadcaster in Cincinnati of station WKRC, Waite Hoyt.
Thank you, Jack. And we're going into the top half of the fourth inning.
For the All-Stars.
And Sid Hudson of the Washington Senators is coming in to pitch for the All-Stars. Sid is a fastball pitcher, a right-hander, and a youngster. He has great possibilities in this league of becoming one of the great stars. He'll be out there on the mound, big, tall, right-handed, very solid, very compact, very strong. Fastball pitcher, pitched in an All-Star game a couple of years ago. And the first batter up for the Army-Navy will be Johnny Sturm, a left-handed hitter, formerly of the New York Yankees, and a boy who, in his first few weeks in Army training, got in conflict with a tractor and had the index finger of his right hand cut off near the top, not the entire finger, however. Told me this morning that it was a little bit tender. It doesn't happen to be on his throwing hand, however. It's on his receiving hand, and he must tape the end of that finger up now. He's a left-handed thrower, caught. Rosar whips the ball down to second base. Door over to Rizzuto over to Keltner, and back to the pitcher, Sid Hudson, and we're ready to go in the first half of the fourth inning. Johnny Sturm stepping up there, hitting left-handed. Wearing a brown cap, a dark gray uniform with brown numerals on it, 22 on his back. Hudson ready for the first pitch. It's inside for ball one. Rosar takes his glove off and rubs the ball up, throws it back to Hudson. Hudson digging a little hole on the mound. Braces himself with his right foot forward, his left foot back. Studies Rosar as he crouches down. Watches his catcher as he gives a sign. Rosar holding that target behind the home plate as Hudson winds around his head. The body pivots, the throw, and the ball is swung on and missed for strike one. 1-1. Johnny Sturm backs out of the batter's box, and the American League All-Stars are playing him very normally. DiMaggio straight in center field, Williams in direct left field, and Tommy Henrik direct in right field. They're not playing him so deep either. Hudson around his head, the body pivot, the step and the throw, and the ball is low, a curved ball which misses for ball two. 2-1. Hudson has those little nervous gestures on the mound, digs a little hole every time, smooths the dirt back to cover up. To gain his purchase, he digs in with his spikes. He winds once around his head. He pivots, throws, and Sturm takes outside for ball three, and the count goes to 3-1. And the crowd senses a little bit of drama right here. I know that they're all pulling for this service team to get started. They had their big chance in the first inning with 3 on base and 1 out when Joe Grace took the third strike. I know that all the fans here and all the fans around the country were sort of pulling for this service team to get started. Hudson now around his head with 3-1. The pitch is inside for ball 4. And Johnny Sturm jogs down to first base, rounds the bag, and there's old Sergeant Hank Gowdy coaching down at first, and big Lieutenant George Earnshaw, formerly of the Philadelphia Athletics, coaching at third. So Sid Hudson has walked the first man to bases, Johnny Sturm. That brings up Ernie Andre of Louisville, who had a single in his first time at bat, batting right-handed, holds the bat well back, and leans back as a curveball snaps over the plate for strike one. And the ball is shot back from Rosar to Hudson. Hudson on the mound appears a little bit self-conscious, pitching in this very important game. He comes to his box stance, hands across his chest, watches his runner, delivers to the plate, and the ball is swung on, hit down to Rizzuto at shortstop. Fielding quickly, throw it over to Dorr, and Dorr over to Rudy York, and there's a double play. Ernie Andre hit the ball down to the shortstop, and Rizzuto, with one fell swoop in one motion, picked the ball up, relayed it to Bobby Dorr. Dorr pivoted and threw to Rudy York for a double play. Frankie Pitlock, who received a nice hand, used to catch here in Cleveland, also for the Boston Red Sox, is up there batting right-handed. Hudson around his head once. He steps far, delivers, and Pitlock swings very late on a ball that was already by him for strike one. Ball is back in his hand, and he dangles it. He dangles his arm down by his side. Hudson winds once, very loose wrist. Throws, the curved ball bounces in the dirt, and Rosar catches it with his glove hand, just backhands it to stop it from going back to the screen for ball one. 1-1. Hudson takes a hitch at his belt, just pulls up his trousers a bit, leans forward to take the sign. Now he's around his head. In he comes, and the ball breaks low. A curved ball for ball 2. 2-1. The ball is lobbed back from Rosar to Hudson. Bobby Dorr out at second base has his glove off. Rizzuto has his glove off as they wipe their hands on their trousers. Now they're down on their knees, watching Hudson wind up. With the count 2 balls, 1 strike, he steps and throws, and it's fouled right up by our broadcasting booth. And a young lady over here to the left of us puts out her hands in an attempt to catch it. The crowd sort of gives her a cheer as she reaches out for the ball. And the count goes to 2-2. 2 strikes and 2 balls. Hudson with a new ball rubs it up, touches the rosin bag, grinds it between his bare hands to take the gloss off it. And he comes back in the pitching rubber, drops his left foot back. The wind-up, the step, and the throw, and it's outside. A curved ball misses outside for ball 3, and the count is run to 3-2. One of the American League All-Stars is dashing down in the bullpen. Hudson leans forward as he starts his wind-up. He cuts a fastball loose, and it's hit slowly on the ground to the third baseman, and Ken Kelton comes up with the ball, throws on the hand over to first base, and Rudy York takes it with his gloved hand, a one-hand catch for the third out. And so for the Army-Navy, in the first half of the 4th inning, there were no runs, no hits, and no one left on base. And in 4 turns at bat, the Army-Navy have had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base, and there has not been an error made by either team so far in this ballgame. And you know, fans, naturally, we know that a large number of you people listening wish you could be present at this great American All-Star Service team game. However, knowing that to be a physical impossibility, the thought occurs to us that you might be interested in siding in with this fine cause by sending in the price of a ticket for your seat at the radio. Now, these seats are $1.25 and $1.60. And if you are interested, you may send your contribution to the Cleveland Baseball Company, who in turn will see that it is added to the combined Army and Navy Relief Fund. And believe me, it's a great cause. And you'll never miss that little pittance that you send in to these boys. We're going into the last half of the 4th inning, and the first man to bat for the American League All-Stars will be Kenny Keltner, facing that sterling right-hander Johnny Rigney, formerly of the Chicago White Sox. Rigney's a big, tall, lean right-hander and a very good change-of-pace pitcher. The first ball is pitched right over the outside corner for strike 1, right into the glove of Frankie Pitlock. Pitlock holds that target, Rigney around his head, and the ball is hit very hard into left field. And there comes Don Padgett into foul territory across the left field foul line, way out by the bleachers to take it for the first out. Don Padgett of the all-service team made a very nice catch, coming way across from left field, across the left field foul line to make that put out. 1 up, 1 away for the American League All-Stars. Now we have Buddy Rosar, who singled in the 2nd inning, to drive in Kenny Keltner. Stepping in there, the Yankee catcher, and he would be a first-string catcher on any other team. The first pitch by Rigney is fouled off over by the All-Star bench, and Johnny Stern goes across the foul line over past the coach's box to take it for the second out. And that yell you hear is a ball that was thrown from Stern down the shortstop, and it got by him, and the umpire on third base, Al Barlick, picked the ball up and made a great stop, and the fans are giving the umpire a cheer. Well, there are 2 out in the last half of the 4th inning. I believe we're going to have a pinch hitter. We'll see who this is in just a moment. No, this is Sid Hudson coming up to bat himself. Sid Hudson of the Washington Senators. And he takes a terrific swing at the first fastball thrown by Rigney and sliced it right over toward the All-Star bench. That is the American League All-Star bench, and bounced off the boxes. Carried back by Phil Rizzuto, who was coming up next, and Phil picked it up and threw it back to the ball boy. A new ball is out there in Rigney's hands. He takes a long wind up the step and the throw, and Hudson hits it down on the ground to Rizzuto, to the shortstop, and Travis throws him out easily at first base, and there are the 3 outs. Rigney pitched a very easy inning that time, and there were no runs, no hits, no one left on base for the American League All-Stars the last half of the 4th inning. We go into the first half of the 5th, and the first man up will be the pitcher, supposedly, Rigney. However, we can't tell in this ball game because there may be pinch hitters at any time. This has been a very good ball game so far, and I could see when Bobby Feller was pitching in the first inning, in the second inning, he...
Playing right field. Number 2. Spence. Playing right field.
And Stan Spence of the Washington Senators, a very fine-looking prospect for the American League, also of the Washington Senators, is playing right field for the American Leaguers. As we were saying, Bobby Feller in the early innings, in the first and second innings, came home. He came to Cleveland, and he seemed as though he was just a bit self-conscious, appearing before his hometown fans once again. He was trying so hard to please and so hard to make good here this evening, he just reared back and let everything go with every bit of ounce of strength in his body. And he just didn't get away with it. However, you can see that Bobby hasn't been pitching regularly. He's been pitching once or twice, well, we'll say about every 2 weeks. And, of course, that is not enough to face such a team as these American League stars present this evening. However, Hudson on the mound as Rigney's at bat. The first man up. Hudson delivers a fastball high across his eyes, and Rigney swings and misses for strike one. The ball is shot right back. Rose out of Hudson. Hudson drops that left foot back. He braces himself, digs in the spikes. He winds, comes side on with a fastball, and it misses about 6 inches outside for ball one. 1-1. Oh, Johnny Rigney, one of the best change-of-pace pitchers in the big league. Hitting. Sid Hudson, the youngster, pitching. A fastball high across his letters, and Rigney swings and misses for strike two. And Hudson really popped that ball right through there. Rigney swung late, didn't really have a chance to hit that one. Hudson taking his sign as Rosar sits down behind the bat and holds that glove over the outside corner. Hudson pitches for the target, and the ball is fouled off back into the right field section of the grandstand for the same count, 2 strikes and 1 ball. A new ball is thrown out, and Hudson rubs it up in his bare hands. He digs a little hole on the mound. He stands there watching his catcher, Buddy Rosar, who sits down, crouches low, holds that glove on the outside corner. Hudson winds, throws, and the curve is hit on a bound down to Phil Rizzuto, who makes a hurried throw over to first base, and Rudy York picks it out of the dirt with one hand and makes the put-off for the first out. The first half of the 5th inning. It brings up Patty Mullen, who hit .345 for Detroit last year. One of the better batters of the American League. Steps in there hitting left-handed. The first time at bat, he hit out to the shortstop. The second time, he hit a line drive into right field. He's up there for the third time and takes the first ball outside for ball one, as Hudson was wide with a curve. Keltner at third is playing in for a bunt, protecting. Rizzuto over around second. Dorr switched over to by first. The ball is pitched by Hudson and foul right above us for strike one, and the count goes to 1 strike and 1 ball, and there's 1 out. First half of the 5th inning, and the score 3-0. 3-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. Hudson over his head once more. Steps, throws a slow ball, and it's a little bit high, a slow curve which broke high, and Mullen backed away from the plate to take it. And he waves that bat from his left hand to his right, hitting left-handed. The count 2 balls, 1 strike as Hudson winds. Next pitch is a fastball hit down, right down to the second baseman, Bobby Dorr. Fields it on a third hop, throws to Rudy York, and he's out. The ball is whipped around the American League infield. And up comes Benny McCoy. Little Benny McCoy hitting left-handed, whom Connie Mack gave $45,000 to sign a contract with the Philadelphia Athletics. Neat piece of change. Good little ball player, holding the bat well back as Hudson delivers the first slow curve, and McCoy hits on top of it, but misses for strike one. The game is moving right along. The American Leaguers are playing McCoy sort of around in right field because they know him. Hudson is around his head once more, steps, throws, and the ball is pitched outside for ball one. 1-1. Every time Buddy Rozar throws the ball back to Sid Hudson, the pitcher, he takes his glove off, holds it under his left arm, and rubs the baseball up to take the gloss off it. He puts his glove on and dangles that long right arm along the seams of his trousers. He's around his head now. He steps and throws, and the ball is hit solidly down to Bobby Dorr out on the grass in right field, and Dorr makes a sensational play going over by first base out on the grass to take that ground ball and throw Benny McCoy out at first base. So the first half of the fifth inning ends with the Army-Navy having no runs, no hits, and no one left on base. In 5 turns at bat, Mickey Cochran's all-service crew have had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base. It's been a very good ball game for the reason that there have been no misplays in this contest. There have been no errors by either side. We go into the last half of the fifth inning, and Johnny Rigney still on the mound for the all-service team. The 85-piece Navy Band, Great Lakes Band, playing down on the left field section of the grandstand. Perhaps you can hear it through our microphone. All dressed in white with their sailor caps on. The field presents a very pretty picture. The fans almost filled to capacity. Some of you fans have ever been in the Yankee Stadium, you might get sort of a topography picture of this stadium here in Cleveland, because it resembles the Yankee Stadium, although it's not triple deck, just a double deck stand. But both the left wing of the grandstand and the right wing run way around into right and left field.
Umpires. Barwick of the National League behind the plate. McGee of the American League on first base. Delafonte of the National League on second base. Stewart of the American League on third base.
You probably have heard the public address system announce the change in umpires, as is the custom after 4.5 innings. And Al Bollock of the National League is going to umpire behind the home plate. Bill McGowan of the American League is going out to first base. Lee Ballenfant of the National League is umpiring at second base. And Stewart of the American League, who was umpiring balls and strikes, at third. Rigney around his head to Rizzuto, and Rizzuto dumps a bunt down at third base foul line. Rigney overfields it fast, and the throw to first base is very quick, and he's out on a great sensational play by the pitcher, Johnny Rigney, who came in over by the third base foul line. Fielded that ball, a bunt by Johnny Rizzuto with one hand, Phil Rizzuto, with one hand, and quickly from an underhand throwing position, threw over to first base and retired Rizzuto. That looked almost like a perfect bunt. That was Rizzuto's first time at bat, and brings up Stan Spence, the left-handed batter of the Washington Senators, an outfielder. And Bollock, who never fails to entertain the spectators, called a strike one on Stan Spence with a loud and vociferous cry. Strike two, as he waves dramatically like John Barrymore behind the home plate, and he's really giving it to the fans, and the fans are enjoying it. As Rigney's around his head again and throws a slow curve which is fouled off down into the bullpen of the service team. The count remains 2 strikes and 1 ball with 1 out. The last half of the fifth inning, and the All-American League is leading 3-0. Rigney's taking the sign from his catcher, Frankie Tedlock. Tedlock holds the glove, and the pitch is made, but it's fouled off into the upper deck for the same count of 2 strikes and no balls. Really, this Al Bollock behind the home plate is really doing a job of umpiring. He's giving more gestures down there than, well, we'll say W.C. Fields. Stan Spence, a great outfielder for the Washington Senators, hitting left-handed with the count 2 strikes, no balls as Rigney pitches, and the ball is sliced down by third base, and Rigney, going out after the ball, attempted to pick it up one-handed to the right of the mound, looked at his runner, but took his eyes off the runner and fumbled the ball for the first error of the ball game. Now I see that the official scorer over there has given Stan Spence a hit instead of giving Rigney an error. So there is a hit for Stan Spence. And the next ball pitched by Rigney to the splendid splinter of the Boston Red Sox, Ted Williams, is down inside for ball 1. 1-0. With Spence on first base. To his chest and his balk stance, he steps, and the curve is over for strike 1. 1-1, as Bollock said, whoa, boys, strike 1. Ted Williams batting left-handed. And old Teddy has just batted in 80 runs this year with 18 homers to his credit in the American League and leads the league in batting. And the ball is outside for ball 2. Rigney doesn't take a bit of time between pitches. Just as soon as Frankie Pitlock gives him the pitching signal, he comes right to his chest and throws. So there's Stan Spence on first base, Williams the hitter, and he takes ball 3 low and inside, and he danced away from the plate on that one. The count goes to 3 balls and 1 strike with Spence on first base, 1 out, the last half of the 5th inning, and the All-American League is leading 3-0. Williams up there looking for that triple. He takes it outside for ball 4. And Spence goes to second base. Williams goes to first base. And that's the third base on balls given up by Johnny Rigney in this ball game. And brings up the jolting Joe DiMaggio of the New York Yankees, who has 1 hit in 2 times at bat this evening. He had 2 hits in an all-star game in New York last evening. He has 1 out of 2 tonight. Hitting right-handed, feet spread well apart, bat well back. Rigney pitches, and Joe takes a low curve outside. Frankie Pitlock had to skip outside of the plate to take that one. Rigney has the ball back in his hands, and he's looking at his outfield. And Padgett in left field is playing pretty well around toward the foul line. Mullen in center over toward left, and the pitch is made, and DiMaggio hits, rifles the ball down at Andre. Andre over to McCoy. McCoy over to first base, and Stern takes it for a double play as Joe DiMaggio hits into a double play to end the 5th inning. Andre, the third baseman. Andre, the third baseman, to Benny McCoy at second base, over to Johnny Stern, and we'll pause momentarily for station identification. And this is a Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Going into the first half of the 6th inning, Sid Hudson still on the mound for the American League All-Stars. Hank Gowdy walking down there to first base, and the first batter will be, for the All-Service team, will be Don Padgett, formerly of the St. Louis Cardinals and lately of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Padgett left the Brooklyn Dodgers early this spring to join the Navy. He's a power hitter, a fairly good hitter to left field, tremendous power to right field. He's sort of a convertible ball player, one who can play the outfield and also catch. Down in St. Louis, they use him a good deal as a catcher. However, he prefers to play the outfield, and of course, he's gotten his wish since he joined the Navy. He's playing in left field for the All-Service team tonight. A left-handed batter, power hitter. He had a single the first time up and flew out to Joe DiMaggio in center field the second time up. He's up there now in the leading off the first half of the 6th inning. His third appearance at the plate, crouching low, watching Sid Hudson as he stops his windup. Hudson's first delivery bounces into the plate, and Buddy Rosar takes it on a pickup, hands it back to Al Bollock, who looks the ball over, then throws it back to Sid Hudson. And Phil Rizzuto at shortstop figures Don Padgett as a right field hitter is playing him way around toward second base. Keltner playing him way out of position at third, around toward second, too. The ball is hit right back on a high hop to Sid Hudson in the pitcher's box, who throws it over to Rudy York for the first out. If that ball had gotten over the head of Sid Hudson, it might have continued on into center field for a base hit, and Sid Hudson was forced to jump very high to take it in his gloved hand. However, there's 1 up, 1 away for the All-Service team, the first half of the 6th inning. Cecil Travis, who has a base on balls and a double to his credit, is up there now for the second man. Hudson around his head, pitches inside to Travis for ball 1. And of course, Travis used to be a teammate of Sid Hudson's down there in Washington, so the boys know each other very well, and of course Sid Hudson knows that Travis is a great ball player. Hudson around his head, delivers a slow curve right over the outside corner of the plate. Just broke over there nicely for strike 1. And it's a pleasure to watch Buddy Rosar down behind the bat as he shifts around, first inside, then outside, and holds that glove for his pitcher. Now he's holding the target. Sid Hudson throws another slow curve, and it's a line drive hit right into the hands of Ken Keltner at third base. A solid smash right into the gloved hands of Kenny Keltner at third base for the second out. Travis really caught a hold of that one. They didn't fool him any on the ball. He really laid the meat of the bat on it. However, it was right at somebody. That brings up Joe Grace, a left-handed hitter, formerly of the St. Louis Browns. He struck out once and hit back to the pitcher once. However, he's a good hitter. Hudson delivers, and Grace leaps high over the ball like a little girl playing jacks to get out of the way of it. For ball one. 1-0. Hudson around his head, steps, slow curve is over for strike one. 1-1. The game is moving very swiftly. Joe Grace swinging left-handed, chokes up a little on the bat, spreads his feet, watches his pitcher. A ball and a strike, and gives gestures and waves and dances around there. An Indian war dance. The next pitch is hit hard out into left field, and it just misses foul for about 5 feet. And the count remains 2 strikes and 1 ball. First, that ball was hit down along the left field foul line in fair territory, served at the last minute, and just went foul about 5 or 10 feet. Teddy Williams was over there very fast after the ball, and I imagine if the ball had been fair, Teddy Williams would have caught it. So Joe Grace must come back to the plate and hit over again. Sid Hudson taking the sign from Buddy Rosar. He winds around his head once. The step, the throw, and the curve ball, which swings around the plate for ball 2. 2-2. 2 out. First half of the 6th inning, and the All-American Leaguers leading 3-0. Hudson around his head, throws, and the ball is hit foul down the third base foul line for the same count. 2 strikes and 2 balls as Big George Earnshaw fields it and throws it back into the pitcher. That's baseball ethics, of course. Hudson rubs the ball up, blows in his pitching hands, takes the sign from Buddy Rosar. Rosar holding that target low outside as Hudson comes down low for ball 3. The count is 3-2 on Joe Grace. Third man up for the all-service team. First half of the 6th inning. Big Sid Hudson on the mound, winds, steps and throws, and the ball is hit foul in the air over by the all-service bench. Shelton comes over right by the bench and makes a great put-out for the 3rd out. And Joe Grace popped up. So for the all-service team at the start of the 6th inning, there were no runs, no hits, no one left on base. And in 6 turns at bat, the all-service team has had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base. There has not been an error made by either team here so far this evening. A very clean ball game. The ball game has been very fast. And just at the moment, we're going to have a 1-minute blackout, which is the custom here in Cleveland. It's just a trial blackout, however. It will be just a trial blackout. The lights of the park will be turned out. There will be no smoking or lighted matches. We'll all sit here and watch the effect.
All cigars, cigarettes, and pipes.
The field is very barren. All the ball players have left the field. There is not a soul on the playing field except the players' gloves.
Further instructions will be given over the public address system.
There go the lights. And now the park is totally blacked out. You can't see a cigarette. You can't see a cigar light. You cannot see a light of any description. Through the haze and the mist, through the darkness of night, you can just see under the starlight the towers, the lighting towers standing on the roof of the grandstand. We see the wires of the backstop running down in front of us. We can see the silhouette of the scoreboard out in direct center field against the rather light sky, which is not lit only by moonlight and starlight. And over to the left of us is a towering grandstand, 2 tiers tall, very high. However, there's nothing that we can see beyond that. It's totally blacked out. It's trial blackout, just a trial blackout, which we would like to emphasize. And that's the custom here in Cleveland, Ohio. At night games to constantly and continually try these blackouts just so that everyone might be prepared in case of an emergency. We can look up in the heavens and see the stars. We can look out toward center field. As I told you, we see the silhouette. And now the lights come on again. After the 1-minute blackout, The lights behind the home plate on the roof flash on, and the banners around the top of the roof wave. And out of the 5 or 6 or 7 light towers, there's the 8th one just going on. Now we go into the last half of the 6th inning, and the all-service team is taking the field with Johnny Rigney going out there, the pitcher. Frankie Pitlock still behind home plate. Andres at third base. Travis at shortstop. Benny McCoy at second base. Johnny Stern at first base. Joe Grace in right field. Mullen, formerly of Detroit, in center field, and Don Padgett in left. Rudy York will be the first batter for the All-American Leaguers in the last half of the 6th inning, and the score is 3-0 in favor of the All-American League team. And the All-American League team so far in this ball game have had 3 runs and 4 hits and 3 men left on base, whereas the all-service teams have had no runs, 3 hits, and 5 men left on base. 5 hits the All-American Leaguers have had, and the first pitch by Rigney to this big Rudy York is strike one, a neat curve which just clipped the outside corner of the plate. Rigney's next pitch to York is a curveball outside, and York fouls the ball off. York fouls it off for strike 2, and Rigney has him 2-0. Rigney around his head, steps, comes out of the side by the way of Kansas City and pops the ball up behind the catcher. It might drop in the grandstand, and Pitlock tries to make a very brave catch, running into the boxes over there to the right of the plate, and falls against the boxes, but he's just a little bit late and cannot catch the ball. The count is 2 strikes and no balls. Pitlock goes back behind the home plate, and Rudy York hands him his mask. Now Bollock, the very demonstrative umpire behind the home plate, leans over Pitlock's shoulders as Rudy York, batting right-handed, who's not had a hit in 2 turns at bat, is up there for his 3rd appearance. Rigney out of the side, and it's strike 3 as Al Bollock, as if he were punching at Joe Louis, counts strike 3, and Rudy York strikes out. That's the 2nd strikeout by Johnny Rigney this evening. He's walked 2 men. And up comes Bobby Dahl, one of the leading hitters of the American League, and he uses a typical Heine Grove stance, a wide-open stance, his body facing the pitcher, and the first slider thrown by Johnny Rigney, who's getting hot now for the all-service team, is strike 1. Just nips the outside corner. Bobby Dahl wide open as the pitch comes in there, and he swings hard and fouls it off for strike 2. 2-0. Dahl doesn't hold his arms as high as Heine Grove used to, but his body is entirely around, just standing directly facing Johnny Rigney in the pitcher's box. Bat laid on his right shoulder, swinging right-handed as Rigney comes around his head, steps, delivers a curve, and it's strike 3 as Dahl takes that curve right over the outside corner. And Rigney is showing a burst of pitching here, which stamped him as one of the best pitchers of the American League. He's really getting hot and really cutting that curve across those outside corners. And it's a pleasure to watch Frankie Pitlock catch it. Standing down there, crouching behind the home plate, holding that target, and Rigney placing every ball right in that glove. Up comes Keltner, who takes ball 1 outside. Rigney doesn't wait much when he gets the ball. He just takes that sign from Pitlock. The all-service infield with their hands on their knees as Rigney delivers again, and the ball is hit sharply into left field. On one bounce to Don Padgett, who fields it, throws it back into second base, and Kenny Keltner is on first base with a single. That's the 2nd hit by Keltner this evening, and the first man of the All-American Leaguers to have 2 hits. He had a triple in the 2nd inning, flew out to left field in the 4th, and now singled in the 6th. And Buddy Rozar with 1 hit in 2 turns at bat is up there. Number 12 on his back in the Yankee uniform, and takes a bouncing curve ball which struck the ground. Pitlock fielded the ball for ball 1. Kenny Keltner on first base with 2 outs. Last half of the 6th inning, and the All-American Leaguers leading 3-0. The pitch is strike 1 as that slider zips across there again. And now the crowd is getting a big bounce out of the way Rigney is pitching and the way that Al Bollock is calling the strikes and balls. Rigney around is out of the side, strike 2. And Al Pollock jumps up in the air and calls strike two and does a regular war dance behind the home plate. Well, we've been in baseball 22 years. We never saw an umpire really call him this way. Well, it's a pleasure and it's very refreshing to see it. Rigging around his head again, and the ball is hit right down over second base into center field. And there goes Keltner around second base, heading into third, and pulls up a third as Rosar pulls around first and is content with a single. So Rosar has 2 hits to his credit, sending Keltner around to third base. He himself is parked on first. And Sid Hudson, who's been doing a nice job of pitching for the All-American Leaguers, comes to bat. He's getting a nice hand from the crowd as he's shown a splendid exhibition of hurling here this evening. Make no mistake about it, this all-service team is a good ball club. Give any team in the big league a battle. I dare say if they had a few extra reserves, they'd finish third in any league. And the ball is hit on the ground by Hudson down to third base. Andre's up with it, throws over to first, and Johnny Stern, reaching way into the infield, takes it for the third out. And so for the All-Stars, the American League All-Stars, the last half of the 6th inning, there were no runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left on base. And in the 6th innings that the All-Stars have been to bat, the American Leaguers have had 3 runs, 7 hits, and 5 men left on base, and they have not made an error. We're going now into the first half of the 7th inning. And our good colleague and friend from Chicago, Bob Elson, will pick it up from here and bring you through these last innings.
Thank you very much, Waite. And good evening, fans. We've been seeing quite a ball game here as Waite Hoyt and Jack Rainey, my colleagues here in Cleveland tonight, and 2 former baseball players and our baseball broadcasters, will done a fine job of telling you just exactly what's happened. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American League over the service team All-Stars as we go into the first half of the 7th. Down the line here to my left, the Navy Band from the Great Lakes, one of the finest musical aggregations in America, is striking up a note as the American League gets out there on the field. I notice another change now in the lineup. McQuinn, the great first baseman of St. Louis, is going down to play first. Let's see at second base, there's Dorr, at shortstop, Rizzuto, at third base, Keltner, left field, Williams, center field, DiMaggio, right fielder is still Trent. That's the only change. And here comes the 2 hitters. McQuinn is playing first base, and the first man to bat for the service teams is going to be the first baseman, Johnny Stern, a left-handed hitter. He the first time bounced out and the second time walked. He's a left-hand hitter, and he's facing a right-hand pitcher, Sid Hudson, a tall, thin, wiry sort of fella, and really a good pitcher. Here comes the first pitch. It's a ball. It's low inside, and the batter, Johnny Stern, backed away. The American League outfield is playing this hitter straight away, and not too deep. Now, you remember Stern with the Yankees. He never had a reputation as a long ball hitter, but he was one of those sharp hitters over that infield and through that infield. There is a smash to right field, a line drive, and Dorr jumped up to try to get it with one hand, but couldn't head it off. He made a beautiful try for that ball, and the service team starts off the 7th inning with a base hit to right field. A very sharp hit by Johnny Stern, the first baseman. That is their 4th hit. Now, the one thing to remember, fans, about this ball game is this. While the American League leads 3-0, the service team is not out of reach. They're trailing by just 3 runs. Here's the right-hand hitter, Andrews, up. There's the first pitch, and it's high and wide for a ball. Andrews has been up twice. The first time he singled, and the second time he hit into a fast double play. He's a big, stocky right-handed kid, and he's a good hitter. Pitcher getting all set again. Here's the next one. There's a swing at a slow change of pace pitch in around his waist, and he fouled it. It rolls on the ground to the right of the plate, and the count is 1-1. As you can hear from the noise here in this big stadium at Cleveland, the crowd is pulling for the service stars to do something. They want to see them really get back into this ball game. They almost got off in front here in the first inning when they had the bases loaded with 1 out. Now the pitcher's getting all set again. Here's the next one, and Andrews swings. There's a drive into left center field. It may be. It is a hit into left center field, and it puts runners on first and second. A drive into left center field. Teddy Williams was coming over fast, and I thought he might get through that ball. It just dropped in front of him in left center, and it's a base hit. So the service team, fans, is on its way here at Cleveland in the first half of the 7th inning. And there is a runner going out for Stern. There's a runner going out Now you'll hear the announcement. Hayduck is going to... There it is. Chester Hayduck is out there on second base running for Stern. So we have 2 men on and nobody out for the Service Stars. There is Ace. High, it's right across his face. It's called. Al Farley shoots that right fist up into the air. I noticed down in the left field bullpen that Harris, the left-hander, is warming up for the Service Stars. And all three to our right, there are 2 pitchers warming up for the American League. 2 men on and nobody on in the 7th. There is an attempted bunt of a very high pitch, and he fouled it. Percy Pitlack attempted to bunt a very high pitch, and he fouled the ball. It goes all the way back into the screen. The catcher, Buddy Rosar, gets a new baseball from the umpire and walks out to the mound to talk to Hudson. Hayduck is out on second. Andrews is on first with his second hit of the night. There's nobody out, and little Frankie Pitlack is up in the batter's box right down here below our neutral booth. Hudson gets all set. Here's the next pitch, an inside pitch. It's in very close, and he has to jump to get out of the way. So the count is ball 1 and strike 2 for Frankie Pitlack. The Service Stars are trailing 3-0 here at Cleveland. The American League scored 2 in the first and 1 in the second. Hudson gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and there is a swing and a miss. And he struck him out. Frankie Pitlack went all the way around trying to give that ball a ride, and he struck out. So there is a strikeout for Hudson, and now we're going to get a pinch hitter for Rigney. Here is a pinch hitter coming up to the plate to bat for Rigney. Lucadello. Johnny Lucadello is coming up to the plate of the Browns. He's a left-handed hitter. Here's the announcement. Here's Johnny Lucadello up in there, a left-handed batter. He's batting for Johnny Rigney, and that means that Harris is going to come in to pitch for the service team. Runners on first and second and 1 gone. There's a hopper foul down the first baseline, and it's 1 strike. Remember that McQuinn is now playing first base in place of York. Doors at second. At shortstop is Flea Rizzuto of the Yankees. At third base is Kenny Keltner. It's Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, and Stan Spence of Washington in right field. The battery is Sid Hudson, the pitcher, and the catcher is Buddy Rosar, who has gone all the way for the American League team. 1 strike on Lucadello, a left-handed batter. Hudson gets set, a fastball, and he got a piece of that ball and fouled it back into the screen, and it's 2 strikes on Lucadello. Next man to come up will be the leadoff man, Mullen, the center fielder who has been up 3 times without a hit. The service team is connected for 2 hits here in the first half of the 7th to run their total for the night to 5 hits. A hit in the first, a hit in the second, a hit in the third, and 2 in the 7th. Now he's all set again. Here's the next pitch, and there is a ball. It just missed the outside corner, a tantalizing curve ball that Lucadello was tempted to go after, but he didn't, and it's ball 1 and strike 2. The American League outfield is playing straight away. The service team has 2 men on with 1 out here in the 7th inning at Cleveland. Here comes the next pitch, and there is another wide one. That time it was about a foot outside, waist high, and so Johnny Hudson has worked up a count now on this pinch hitter Lucadello of 2 and 2. Again, the crowd here, which is close to 70,000, I imagine, it's very, very close to 70,000, is starting that staccato clapping, and you can hear it through your radios. Man on first, man on second, 1 out, count of ball 2, strike 2 on the batter. Hudson is set, here it is. He swings and hits the ground ball to the pitcher, back to second out, back to first, he's out, a double play. Lucadello hit into a fast double play. The play going from Hudson to Bobby Dorr to the first baseman McQuinn, and it retires the side. And so, fans, in the first half of the 7th inning for the Service Stars, there were no runs and there were 2 hits. Lucadello hit into a fast double play, pitcher to second to first. And now this ball game is going into the last half of the 7th. Hayduck is going to first base. We're going to get a new pitcher coming in from the bullpen down here to our left. The service team is taking the field. I believe that we're going to get a new center fielder, too. I believe that Chapman is going into the outfield. The great center fielder of the Philadelphia Athletics, I believe, is going into the ballgame. While we're watching for these changes, I believe that we'll pause briefly for station identification. You're listening to an exclusive broadcast of the Service American League game from Cleveland. the All-Star game, the second All-Star game, and this is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Now, fans, we're back here at Cleveland. Here's the left-hander, Harris. Morris Mickey Harris from the Army. He's stationed in the Panama Canal Zone. He was formerly with the Boston Red Sox. He reached the Boston Red Sox in July 1940 after only 2.5 years in the minors. He won 4 and he lost 2 for Boston. Last year he won 8 games and lost 14. He's a tall left-hander. He stands about 6 feet tall. And there's been a lot of publicity about Harris because, as you know, he was flown up here to take part in this game, and everyone was anxious to see him get into it. And he's getting into it now in the last half of the 7th as the pitcher for the service team. Now the first man to face him, a right-hand hitter, is the leadoff man, Rizzuto, and there is a swing and a miss, and it's 1 strike. Hayduck is playing first, as we told you. Hayduck is at first. McCoy is at second. Travis is still at short. Andries is at third. Sam Chapman is in center field in place of Mullins. Here's the next pitch, and there was a slow, tantalizing curveball across his shoulders. The batter went for it and missed it, so it is 2 strikes on Rizzuto. The American League batting in the last half of the 7th. They're leading 3-0 in this ball game over the Service Stars, who are really giving them a battle. Harris gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a drive down the right field line. It's going to be a hit. It's going to be an extra base hit. It's bounded way back there against the wall. Rizzuto's on his way to second. The right fielder firing the ball in, and he slid past second base, but he gets back in there. Rizzuto running around second base slipped, but he got up in time to get back into second base with a double. Just as the service team was getting ready to put that ball on him, Rizzuto slipped going around second base when it looked like he might try for the triple. He got up and slid back into second. So it is a 2-base hit for Rizzuto. That's his second time up and his first hit, and is a total of 8 hits for the American League. It brings up a left-hand hitter, the right fielder Stan Spence. There's a man on second base, and there's nobody out here in the last half of the 7th. Harris is getting a sign. Here's the pitch. And there's a throw to second base, and Rizzuto goes to third, head first, and he's in there safely. A delayed steal of third base by Rizzuto. The batter attempted to bunt that ball. He missed it. The catcher Pitlack threw to second, and Rizzuto tore to third and slid in safely. It's a clean steal of third. The play went from the catcher to second base to third. So there's a man on third now for the All-Stars. The American League All-Stars. Spence batting. There's 1 strike on him. The infield is pulled in a bit. Harris taking a lot of time, getting a sign from Pitlack. Now he starts his windup. Here it is. And there's a hopper over the pitcher's head. The runner still holding third, and the batter is being thrown out in a fast play. The play going from McCoy to Hayduck, and the runner Rizzuto held third. I thought that he might possibly break for the plate on that ball because it was a slow bounding ball over the pitcher's head to the second baseman McCoy, but Rizzuto held third and McCoy threw the batter out. It was a very nice play. So there's 1 gone. Now here's the great Teddy Williams up, one of the greatest hitters in baseball. A tall, wiry lad, a left-handed batter, and there is a ball. It gets away from the catcher. It rolls a few feet back of the plate. The pitcher comes in to cover the plate, but Rizzuto plays it safe and stays at third. The ball got away from the catcher, Frankie Pitlack, and rolled back about 20 feet behind the plate. He and the umpire were getting all tangled up as Frankie wanted to get back to get that ball, but the runner stayed at third, so Rizzuto is still there, and there's 1 gone. Service infield is drawn in a few steps. They're not playing way in. Here comes the next pitch to Williams, and it's a strike. He caught the outside corner that time with a beautiful pitch. Boy, that was a sharp curveball. It just whipped in over the outside corner, and it's a called strike. And so we have it 1-1 on Teddy Williams. A man on third, 1 out here in the last half of the 7th at Cleveland with the American League ahead 3-0. Harris is set, and there is a very sharp breaking curve. that was a foot outside at the knee, and Frankie Pitlack had to go way outside to get it. The outfield is playing Williams just a shade to the right, and they're plenty deep for this boy. As you know, he's one of the best long ball hitters and also one of the best sharp hitters in baseball. He can drive that ball between them. Here comes the next pitch, and Williams takes a ball. It missed the corner just at the knee, and it's ball 3 and strike 1 for Williams. The American League would like to get this additional run in from third. They're leading 3-0 in the last half of the 7th. Harris is set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a high fly ball. It's way back into left center field. Paget going back. Chapman going back. Paget couldn't get the ball. It went over his head. Here's the run scoring. Williams is rounding second. He's on his way to third. Here's the relay, and Williams pulls up at third with a triple. It was a tremendous wallop, fans. Way back into left center field. Paget raced back from his left field position. The center fielder Chapman came tearing over, but the ball dropped behind them, and Williams pulls up at third base slowly with an easy triple. So the score now is 4-0 in favor of the American League. And here is the famous Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio, up at the plate, a right-handed batter. He's been up 3 times. He's hit safely once. Here's the first pitch, and there is a strike. It caught the outside corner, waist high. Fastball right over the outside corner to Joe DiMaggio. A man on third, 1 run in. We're in the last half of the 7th, and the American League now has another run. Harris is all set again. Here's the next pitch, a change of pace pitch. It's wide, knee-high. And again, Frankie Pitlack has to go way outside for it. The outfield is swung to the other side. They're playing DiMaggio as either a left center field hitter or a left field hitter. The left fielder, Paget, is very deep. Chapman in center field is over a bit toward left field, and the right fielder is just about in a normal spot. DiMaggio takes a fastball. It's right across his chin, and it's ball 2. So it's 2-1 on Joe DiMaggio with Teddy Williams on third. He just tripled. He drove in Rizzuto, and the American League is ahead 4-0 here at Cleveland. Harris has his sign again. Here's the next pitch to Joe. Joe steps away from one. It's inside low, and it's ball 3 and strike 1. Frankie Pitlack steps out in front of the plate, says something to the pitcher. Harris turns around and goes for the rosin bag, taking plenty of time out there getting set. Now he peers down at Pitlack. Here's Joe DiMaggio with that familiar stance of his up at the plate. Here comes the pitch, and it's a beauty right over the inside corner, waist high for a called strike. Harris fired in a beautiful pitch that time. It's a called strike on Joe, and the Yankee Clipper steps out of the batter's box and gets some dirt on his hands. Now he's up in there again. There's that familiar black 5 in the back of his white uniform. There's those legs wide apart, that bat over his right shoulder. That familiar stance that's known to baseball fans the world over. Here it is, and there is a very high infield fly on the right side of the infield. The first baseman, Hayduck, is between first base and second going to his right. He grabbed the ball, and Williams holds third. So Joe DiMaggio hit a very towering infield fly ball that was taken by the first baseman, Chester Hayduck, going to his right, towards second base in the base paths, and there's 2 gone. That, by the way, is the second time tonight that Joe has popped out in the infield. The other time he hit into a double play, and the first time he singled driving in a run. Now there's a man on third, and here's George McQuinn of the St. Louis Browns, one of the best fielding first basemen in baseball, a fine, sharp hitter, and a swell lad up at the plate. He's making his first appearance up there tonight. He took the place of Rudy York, and there is a strike. It's right across his knees. There's that sharp curve ball, and Barlick lets out that yell again on that strike, and the crowd gets a kick out of it. So man on third, there's a run in. There's 2 out here in the last half of the 7th. Harris, a left-hander out there on the mound, is getting all set again. Mickey swings around. Here comes the next pitch to McQuinn. McQuinn swings. There's a drive. It's a hit out into right center field. It's going way, way out into right center field. It's rolling farther away from the infield. He's rounding second. He's on his way to third. Here's the relay, but they'll never get him. He's in the dirt, and he's safe at third. It's a triple for McQuinn, way out into right center field. The ball was finally fielded out there by Joe Grace. He picked the ball up and fired it into short center field, where McCoy, the second baseman, ran out, took the ball, and whipped it over to third base. But McQuinn is in at third with another 3-base hit, and another run has scored for the American League. So the score now is 5-0 in the favor of the American League in the last half of the 7th. McQuinn on first base with 2 gone, and here is Bobby Dorr up at the plate. Right-handed batter. First pitch to him is a bit outside, ball 1. As Waite told you, Bobby Dorr has a rather odd stance up there at the plate. I've asked him about it many, many times when the Red Sox have been in Chicago. But he gets wonderful success with that particular stance, so there's no reason for him changing it. Here's the next pitch, and there's a very high foul. It's off to the right. Pitlack's mask is off. He's back. He should get this ball. He's out, and it retires the side. McQuinn is left on third. Frankie Pitlack went back fast for that foul, and it retires the side. And so, fans, in the last half of the seventh, the American League scored 2 more runs, and there were 3 hits. A double, a triple, and a triple. 2 runs and 3 hits, and that is the end of the seventh. So now let's recheck on the totals for 7 innings. The American League, 5 runs, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hits. The Service All-Stars, no runs and 5 hits. This ball game is going into the first half of the 8th inning. It's a wonderful sight here at Cleveland, fans. 70,000 people are jammed at the stadium to see a grand ball game. And Mutual hopes that you're enjoying this ball game as you hear our exclusive story about this game from your radio. We're going to pause again briefly for station identification. You're listening to the broadcast from the Municipal Stadium in Cleveland. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, here we are. This is Bob Elson talking to you again from Cleveland. And here is Tex Houston of the Boston Red Sox, a very good right-hander out there on the mound. He is the 3rd pitcher for the American League. Tex Houston, one of the regular starters with the Boston club, a right-hander, and a very, very fine pitcher. I believe he's won 7 ball games this year. I saw him pitch a very splendid game just about a week ago in Chicago. The first man to face him up at the plate now is Chapman, the center fielder. He's playing in center field for the service team in place of Mullen. He's a right-handed batter, and as you all know, those of you who saw him play with Philadelphia, he was one of the greatest young outfielders in the game. There is a strike. It's right across his knees, and the count is 1-1. The service team trails by 5 runs at Cleveland. The American League, 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in the seventh. The service team has failed to score. Houston, the right-hander, is the 3rd pitcher for the American League. He's on the mound now, pitching to Chapman. The count is 1-1. Here it comes, and there's a swing and a drive to the first baseman, McQuinn. A nice pickup. There's the run to the bag, and he's out. McQuinn unassisted, and there's 1 gone. And now the American Leaguers fire that ball around the infield from Kenny Keltner to Flea Rizzuto to Bobby Dorr, back over to McQuinn, and then back to Houston. And now the boys are getting all set.
Mueller, number 9, batting for McCoy.
Here's Mueller of the Phillies. Emmett Mueller, utility man with the Phillies. He's an infielder and outfielder. He's an all-around handyman. A left-handed batter up at the plate. And the first pitch, he swings and fouls up into the wire, and it's 1 strike. Mueller is in the Army. He's a left-handed batter and a fine little ball player. We saw him many, many times with the Phillies. He's up in there now waiting for the next pitch from Houston. The outfield playing him straight away. There's a swing at a high pitch, and he fouled that one. It rolls on the ground all the way back to the screen, and it's 2 strikes. There's 1 out and nobody on here in the first half of the 8th. And the service team doesn't have many more chances. We're in the 8th. That means they have just the first half of the 9th to try to get those 5 runs back. Houston getting all set out there again. Here's the next pitch to Mueller. Mueller steps up on a curveball and lets it go by, and it just missed the corner, knee-high for a ball. So it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Mueller, who is batting for Benny McCoy. Mueller will go into the ball game for the service team at second base. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a fly ball into short right center field. They're all going for the ball. Right fielder, center fielder, and it drops for a hit. And Mueller keeps right on going to second base. The boys get crossed up on their signals out there that time. DiMaggio and Stan Spence, and the ball dropped right in between them for a 2-base hit for Mueller. Well, that's one of those things that you see happen very frequently in a ball game. The boys just got crossed up on their signals in right center field between DiMaggio and Spence as to who is to take that ball, and Mueller gets himself a 2-base hit. Now here's Paget up. He's been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit. There's a strike. It's right across his knees. Right over the inside corner, knee-high. Paget, a giant of a fellow. A left-handed batter can really pull that ball. This fellow used to be with the Cardinals, outfielder and a catcher. Then with Brooklyn, there's a strike. A beautiful pitch in around his knees. It's called, and it's 2 strikes for Paget. The service team's trying to come from behind. They're trailing by 5 runs here at Cleveland. They're batting in the first half of the 8th inning. They have a man on second base and 1 out. The American League outfield on defense is well spread out. They are spread out now. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a fly ball back into left field. Williams going back about 15 feet. He's under the ball. He's out, and there's two gone. Paget drove a long fly ball back into left field, and Williams backed up and pulled it down. So there's two gone now. As Cecil Travis, the former great Washington infielder, comes up. This fellow's a left-hand batter, and I believe for a left-hand batter, one of the best left field hitters in baseball. This fellow can really slash that ball into left field. He did it the second time up today when he doubled to left. There's a spike. It's right across his knees. Maggio playing him in dead center. Williams in left field. Stan Spence in right field. There's a man on second base for the service teams, and there's two out. Tex Hewson, the right-hander on the mound. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a ball. It's just a bit high and a bit outside, and it's 1-1. Buddy Rosa, the catcher, takes his glove off, walks out in front of the plate, roughs that ball up in his hands a bit, and then fires it back to Hewson. Mueller is content with a pretty good lead-off second. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing and a foul back into the wire. Travis went all the way around trying to connect with that ball. He foul-tipped it. It sailed back into the wire, and there's two strikes on him. It's 1-2. Mueller out on second base and two gone in the first half of the eighth. The American League 5, the Service All-Stars, nothing. Hewson getting his sign. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a drive out to the shortstop. He's up with that ball. There goes a long peg. He's out, and a nice play from Rizzuto to McQuinn, and it retires the side. So Mueller is left on the bases, and the totals in the first half of the eighth inning are no runs and one hit. It makes the eight-inning totals for the service teams. For the service team, no runs and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. Now we're going into the last half of the eighth inning. Service team going out onto the field. Andrews is going to third. Cease Travis out to short. There's Mueller going to second. Chester Hayduck is at first. In the outfield, Chapman in center field. Paget in left field. Grace in right field. Frankie Pitlack is catching, and we're going to get a new pitcher now for the service team. Here's a new pitcher coming in for the service team. The fourth pitcher for them tonight. A right-hander. Here comes the announcement. Listen to it.
Number 9, now pitching. Grodzicki, number 9, now pitching.
Johnny Grodzicki, who's with the Army,
Number 9,
stationed at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Property of the St. Louis Cardinals. The right-hander is on the mound. A member of the Cardinal chain, Grodzicki won 19 and lost 5 at Columbus last season, compiling an earned run average of 2.58. Assigned to the service branch of the Armored Forces of Fort Knox, the big right-hander finds time to pitch every couple of weeks. He's appeared in excellent pitching condition in all of his efforts so far with the Army, and he's getting his chance here tonight at Cleveland. He's a big right-hander who's out there now firing in a 2 practice pitches to Frankie Pitlack, and the American League is coming to bat in the last half of the eighth. The score of the American League 5, the service team nothing, as we start the last half of the eighth. Now the first man to bat is Kenny Keltner. Kenny Keltner's been up 3 times tonight. He has 2 hits. First time he drove a long triple into left center field. The second time he flied out, and the third time he hit safely, and there is a fastball right around his knees, and it's a called strike. The left fielder, Don Paget, is playing him plenty deep, and he should. Kenny drove one of the longest balls I've seen hit in this park, way out into left center field, and that ball was hit a mile. Zecchi gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and there is a foul. It's up in the wire here to our right, and it's 2 strikes. Artie Fletcher of the Yankees is coaching at third, down here to our left. And straight down the first base line is Stanley Harris, the former boy manager of the Washington Senators, who won 2 pennants for the Senators many years ago. Here comes the next pitch to Keltner. Keltner hits a bouncing ball down to Andrews at third. There goes the peg. He's out. It's an easy play. Andrews to Hayduck, and he was out at first by 10 feet. Now the next batter is Buddy Rozar, the stocky lad, second-string catcher on the Yankee Ball Club. He's caught the entire game tonight, and he's had 2 hits. Been up 3 times. He's making his 4th appearance of the night. He's stepping up now in the last half of the 8th inning with 1 gone. The score 5-0 in favor of the American League. There's a ball. It's a little bit low and inside. Grodzicki of the Army is now pitching for the service team. Feller started. then Rigney, then Harris, and now Grudzicki. It's a right-hander. He swings around. Here's the next pitch, and there's a long wallop way back into center field. Chapman going back. He's there, and he grabbed that ball way out in center field. A long wallop by Buddy Rosar for the second out. Sam really had to turn around and keep running. He turned around again just at the right time to pull that ball out of the air. So there's 2 gone, and the service team whips that ball around the infield. Here's Tex Houston coming up for his first time at bat. He's walking up. He says something to umpire Barlick. Steps around to the left side. Here he is right below our mutual broadcasting booth in Cleveland. A red 21 on the back of his white uniform. A tall, good-looking lad. He's up in there now waiting for the first pitch. Grudzicki is all set. Here it is. And it's a ball. Fastball almost into the dirt. The outfield with the pitcher up moves in about 10 steps. They're playing him straight away. Right fielder is short. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a strike. He stepped away from a curveball that broke away from him. Away from a right-hand hitter and toward the plate. It was a very nice pitch, and it evens the count at 1-1. There's 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the 8th. Grudzicki is all set. Here's the next pitch. There is a strike. It's called over the outside corner, knee high. And Barlick again shoots that right fist up into the air, and it's 1-2. Pitcher Houston batting with 2 outs. Grudzicki gets all set again. He has started his motions. He swings around. Here it is. He struck him out. A curveball over the outside corner, and Houston is called out on strike. And so that is the end. No runs and no hits. That is the end of the 8th, and now, fans, we're going into the first half of the 9th inning of this ball game at Cleveland at the big municipal stadium between the American League All-Stars and the Service Team All-Stars, and what a grand ball game it's been. The score, the American League 5 and the Service Team nothing as we go into the first half of the 9th. I believe we'll pause now to let our mutual stations across the country come in and identify themselves. As you know, this is an exclusive broadcast carried from Cleveland, so that you fans, wherever you happen to be listening to it, can hear the complete story of this wonderful game. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back here at Cleveland. Here's a pinch hitter coming up, Marjanovic. Marjanovic, a right-hand hitter, is coming up to bat for Grace as we start the first half of the 9th. Here comes the announcement. Listen to it. There's a ball wide. Marjanovic is up at the plate. Maury played with a number of teams in the National League. Here's a pitch, and there is a strike. It's over the outside corner. I remember that for a while. I believe it was in 1940 when Maury led the National League for the first couple of months of the season. He's a right-hand batter who does not crowd the plate. He stands pretty far away from it. He has the number 1 on the back of his gray uniform. And there's a ball. It's wide. It's ball 2 and strike 1. The service team trails by 5 runs, but they're still hopeful that maybe they can get a rally going here in the 9th. Houston is ready again. The next pitch Arnovich takes is in the dirt. It's a ball. It's 3-1 now for Arnovich. And the catcher, Buddy Rosar, walks out in front of the plate, says something to Houston, and then fires in the ball. So far, the service team has made just 6 hits and no runs. They're trailing 5-0 in the 9th. Houston gets ready again. There is a strike. He caught the outside corner knee high with a beautiful pitch, and it's ball 3 and strike 2. The American League outfield is straight away. DiMaggio in center field, Williams in left field, and Stan Spence in right field. Here comes the next pitch. He hits a roller down to the third baseman, Keltner, who's up with the ball. There goes the Peg. He's out. Keltner to McQuinn, and there's 1 gone. Now the American Leaguers fire that ball around the infield. Keltner to Dorr to McQuinn to Rizzuto, and back around again, and then back to the pitcher. There's 1 gone in the first half of the 9th. Here's the first baseman, Chester Hayduck. Property of the White Sox, a right-handed batter. There is a strike. It's right across his knees. 1 strike on Hayduck. Here comes the next pitch, and he goes all the way around, trying to miss a beautiful curveball in around his knees, and it's 2 strikes. 1 out and nobody on in the 9th. The last chance for the service team to get back into the ball game. There's a ground ball out to the second baseman. Dorr's up with the ball. There goes the Peg. He's out. Dorr to McQuinn, and there's 2 gone. And again, the American Leaguers fire it around. And now the cause of the service teams, in this ball game at least, looks pretty hopeless. There's 2 gone in the 9th. Here's Andrews, who's had 2 hits, by the way, for the service team. Right-handed batter, and there's a very high foul off here to the left. The catcher is going to his left, throws out into that ball and grabs it and takes it, and the ball game is over. And so the final score is 5-0 here in this ball game. We'll get the totals for you right away. The service team was in the battle all the way until the American League scored those 2 runs in the 7th, and then they pulled away with 2 additional runs to make it 5-0. And from that point on, it looked like the job of the service team was a little bit hopeless. We'll check those totals again. They are for the American League 5 runs, 10 hits, and no errors. For the Army-Navy, the service team, no runs, 6 hits, and no errors. In the records, this ball game will go into the records as a victory. The winning pitcher will be Bagby, and the losing pitcher will be Feller. The runs in the early stages of the game were scored in the first inning. The American League scored 2 runs on 2 hits in the first inning. A hit by Henrik, a walk to Williams, a hit by DiMaggio and a fly ball. Then they scored a run in the 3rd on a couple more hits, a triple by Keltner and a single by Rosar. They scored again in the 7th on a combination of 3 hits. A double by Rizzuto, a triple by Williams, and a triple by McQuinn, and that was the ball game. The service teams failed to score. They had a hit in the 1st, a hit in the 2nd, a hit in the 3rd. They had 2 hits in the 7th and 1 hit in the 8th. And the final score is 5-0 in favor of the American League. And they certainly are champions. They proved it last night in the Polo Grounds in a great ball game that we saw there with Jim Britt and Mel Allen. And they proved it here in a ball game we saw in Cleveland tonight with Jack Graney and Waite Hoyt. And this really was a ball game because the lead was only 3-0, and the service team was within striking distance all the time. And naturally, we know that a large number of you people listening wish that you could have been present at this great game tonight. However, knowing that to be a physical impossibility, the thought occurs to us that you might be interested in aiding the fine cause by sending in the price of a ticket for your seat tonight at the radio. These seats were $1.35 and $1.60. And if you'd like to, you can send your contribution to the Cleveland Baseball Company, who in turn will see that it is added to the combined Army and Navy Relief Funds. As you know, the funds of the 2 games were combined. The first $100,000 went to the baseball, the ball and bat fund, which is to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps. After that, all the money is divided equally between the service, half to the Army and half to the Navy. So the American League wins both games. They defeat the National League 3-1 in New York, and they win this great game here in Cleveland by a score of 5-0. It's been a swell ball game to see, and I want my colleagues who've done a splendid job here tonight to come in to say goodbye to you and to have a few words of comment. First here is Jack Graney. Come in, Jack.
Well, Bob, it was a very nice ball game. Mickey Cochran and the all-service team have a very good ball club. They tried hard, but they just were not good enough for the American League Ball Club.
Thank you very much, Jack, and it was swell to have you with us. And now from Cincinnati, here's Waite Hoyt. We're also very happy to have with us tonight. Waite, will you come in for a word?
All right, thank you, Bob. I've seen a lot of ball games in the past, a lot of all-star games, a lot of World Series. I've pitched in 7 World Series, but I think I've never seen a ball game more closely contested than this one here this evening. You must remember, fans, that this all-service team that was out here playing the All-American League All-Stars is not a team that has been playing regularly. Some of the Navy boys have, but some of the Army boys have been devoted to their patriotic duty, of course, and their Army duty. And naturally, being in physical condition is not always being in baseball condition. Some of these boys, for instance, Bobby Feller, you could notice in his pitching that he was just a little bit wild with some of his tosses. He perhaps was a little over-anxious to try to impress these 60-some thousand fans here this evening, just trying to give them a good show. He was out here delivering everything he had on every ball, trying to work hard, trying to give those fans a treat and what they paid for. However, it was a splendid show right from 6:30 on right through to the final out of this ball game. We had a great military demonstration, and I'm sure that everybody enjoyed themselves here this evening. It was one of the greatest baseball or sports spectacles of all time, and I know that you fans that have been listening in have enjoyed it too. And this is Waite Hoyt saying good evening to you, and Bob Elson once more.
Thank you very much, Wade. And friends, I don't have to tell you, I'm sure, that the Mutual Broadcasting System is exceedingly proud to have brought this ball game to you tonight. They brought you the ball game last night exclusively from New York. And this ball game tonight, I just have a feeling, even though we've seen ball games and broadcast all-star games and World Series for years, that this ball game every fan, every man, woman, and child in all sections of our great country was interested in, and we certainly know that all the service boys were in all the camps and all the ships at sea. This broadcast tonight was recorded, and it'll be sent out by shortwave so that the boys in all the camps, the boys in Ireland, the boys in Australia will all know just exactly what happened here at Cleveland tonight. And as I say, Mutual is proud to have brought you this ball game so that you could have heard one of the outstanding sports classics of the year. Of course, Mutual is in the forefront of bringing you the great sports events in America, and this is just another one in that great chain of events. And so, fans, that's just about all there is now from Cleveland. The American League won 5-0. That just about wraps up the package. That's all there is. There isn't any more. And so we say goodbye. This is Bob Elson saying good night for Cleveland now for my co-workers here, Jack Rainey and Waite, Hoyt, and myself. And we return you now to our Cleveland studios.
AFRS Sports Reel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel, listening time for all you sports fans. Another session of close-ups from the world of sports, with your favorite close-uppers, Bill Brandt, Ed Thorgerson, and Sam Bulk. To start things off, let's listen to a familiar voice with a story fresh from the baseball park. It's Sam Bolter spinning another one for the book.
Absenteeism was not invented in an aircraft factory. It has happened on many an occasion in baseball. In August 1934 at Sacramento, California, a Sacramento hurler felt this very strongly. The first Portland man up in the fourth inning hit a fly to right field, whereupon it was discovered, rather belatedly, that absenteeism had reared its ugly head. There was no fielder there. Sacramento's right fielder, Frenchy Bordegaray, had neglected to take his accustomed position at the start of the inning. The ball dropped for a double, and it so unnerved the pitcher that he was batted from the box in that inning. Which brings us to the strange story of the absent batsman, the case of the guy who drew a base on balls while sitting on the bench. Impossible? No, it happened to Joe Donovan, first baseman for Springfield in 1929. Opposing Springfield that afternoon was Clyde Hatter of Dayton. Clyde is the same wild young man whose control has been notoriously like Tojo's scruples, hard to find. You may know him better as the Mad Hatter, one-time Louisville twirler and Detroit Tiger rookie. Hatter's first pitch to Donovan was right by the batter's knuckles. In fact, he said the ball had nicked him. The umpire insisted it had nicked the bat. Joe Dunn, the Springfield manager and one of baseball's best moaners, joined in the argument. Donovan howled and moaned in protest. He offered his hand as proof that he'd been hit. But the umpire was firm. Play ball, he said, play ball. No, said Donovan, I'm injured. And he walked to the bench and made a great show of laboriously going about the business of taping his hand. Play ball, said the umpire again. Donovan continued the taping. Finally, the umpire motioned to Hatter to go ahead and pitch. Hatter was a little uncertain about it all, but the umpire was insistent. Finally, Hatter wound up and threw the ball to the plate. There was nobody up there, but Hatter's pitch was miles too high. Ball one, said the umpire. Then he looked at Donovan and said, get up here. Donovan said no, he was in no condition to bat. He'd been hit. Hatter threw another one, almost into the dirt, ball two. The umpire now looked a little pleadingly at Donovan. Donovan shook his head, nothing doing. The umpire motioned to Hatter. Here came the pitch. Ball three, and then it was ball four. Venom in his eyes, the umpire looked over at Donovan and told him to take his base. He had just been walked. Walked while sitting on the bench. And so Donovan ambled to first from his position in the dugout, the first and only man in the history of baseball ever to draw a base on balls while sitting in the dugout. It's one for the book.
That was fine, Sam Bolter. And here's a fellow who must knit in his spare time because he's always got a yarn or two up his sleeve. Ed Thorgerson. Unravel, Ed.
Mr. L.T. Dawson, a listener in Yakima, Washington, asks an interesting question in his letter that arrived the other day. He writes, every once in a while I hear you talk about somebody throwing a screwball. Now, you have particularly mentioned Carl Hubbell. Well, tell me, is the screwball anything like the fadeaway old Christy Mathewson used to throw? The answer is yes. Christy Mathewson's fadeaway would be known today as a screwball. In spite of all you may have heard about outshoots and inshoots, outdrops and indrops, most pitchers have only one curved ball. When a right-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in towards a left-handed batter. When a left-hander throws it, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. The screwball is exactly the opposite. It's thrown with a reverse twist of the wrist, which makes it spin in a contrary direction from the orthodox curve. When a right-hander throws a screwball, it breaks in toward a right-handed batter and away from a left-handed batter. And when a left-hander throws it, it breaks away from a right-handed batter and in toward a left-handed batter. You follow me? And in addition, the screwball has a quick dropping action, like a sinker. Speaking of screwballs, when Uncle Frankie Frisch was manager of the St. Louis Cardinal Gas House Gang about 12 years ago, Wild Bill Hallahan was slowing up. His smoke ball had lost a lot of zip. So one day he said to Frisch, "Frankie, what would you say if I started to work on a screwball?" Well, Frankie threw up his hands. "Don't, Bill, please don't," he pleaded. "With Pepper Martin and Dizzy Dean on this club, well, I got all the screwballs I can handle now."
I doubt that many of you hunters would call a porcupine a dangerous wild animal. We all know his quills can be painful, but we're also sure he doesn't shoot them, as many people still believe. And the only way he can deal out misery is for some city slicker to attempt to grab him. Yet a porcupine came close to causing some very acute discomfort, if not actual danger, to a young couple from Tacoma, Washington. In the late summer of 1940, Mr. and Mrs. Dick Thompson decided to get away from the salt water for a spell and explore one of the rivers in northern Washington. Their choice was the Methow, and their plans were to go by canoe, if possible, all the way to Slate Creek Pass. That's where the river rises in the Cascades. So they drove to Wenatchee on the Columbia River, where they left the car. With their outboard putt-putting merrily, it didn't take long to ascend the Columbia and turn into the Methow. They passed the little settlement of Twisp and made their last gas purchase at Winthrop. From then on, they were in virgin wilderness, a paradise for two such confirmed fishermen. When the river grew too shallow and rocky for the outboard motor, they left it on a sandy beach that had been their camping place for a night and paddled on. Finally, they could go no farther and reluctantly turned back toward civilization. The next day at noon, they were again on the spot where they'd left their motor. Planning to stay there not more than an hour, they neglected to draw up the canoe and merely tied it by its painter to a tree on the bank. They were hungry and wanted a hot lunch, but their stay 3 nights before had used up all the nearby firewood, so back from the river they went, back into the heavy timber. One thing after another distracted them in their wood gathering. There was a doe that refused to be startled even when they approached to within 50 feet. A pair of chattering squirrels, a set of bear tracks in the soft loam that looked like they might have been made recently. Well, it was an hour before they strolled back to the beach, and there, lo and behold, floating away from the shore was their canoe, its painter neatly cut near the tree to which it was tied. Dick knew there was only one thing to do if they were to get back to Winthrop. The weeds along the shore were too thick for fast travel, so into the river he plunged. The current swept him off his feet, and he was forced to swim for it. The bitter cold of the water soon tied his muscles into a clove hitch. And then, almost a mile downstream from their camping spot, the canoe grounded on a sandbar, and Dick was able to catch up with it and hold on. Slowly and painfully, he paddled back, half frozen, and so tired his arms could barely swing the wooden blade. When he reached his wife, she pointed to something on the bank. It was a fat porcupine, and still dangling from its mouth were a few shreds of hemp. Dick had heard that a porcupine will chew up an axe handle or a gun stock with the traces of salt left on them by perspiration. But he overlooked the fact that the painter, after long use on Puget Sound, was impregnated with salt. The little animal's craving had almost set them afoot with no supplies in a trackless wilderness. So Dick hands out this bit of advice. When you're going into porcupine country by water, either drag your boat or canoe onshore or use a chain painter. Dick says the next trip he makes, he's going to use both. On another subject, Fred Corcoran, the Pro Golfers Association tournament manager at Jacksonville, Florida, has some advice for the golfer. Know your sport, says Fred, and how to talk about it. And he reels off this list of golf lingo, which all good golfers should know. A bogey means a score a fair player makes on a given hole, not necessarily 1 over par. If you're 2 over par, that's a buzzard. 1 over par is a bat. That's his new one, a bat. 1 under par, a birdie. 2 under, an eagle. 3 under, a double eagle. And, mister, when that dream comes true and your ball sails straight from tee to cup and you've canned that hole in one, that, brother, is a dodo. Thank you, Ed Thorgerson. We'll be tapping that sleeve another time. But right now we're off to the races with another Bill Brandt special. Once in a lifetime.
In 1936, the Derby winner came through in Maryland. Assault's Old Man, Bold Venture. In 1938, the winner is the Delaware Maryland horse. The Hope of Maryland lands underneath that blanket of black-eyed Susans, that robe of flowers that means victory in the Preakness. And that's our story now, 1938. The Delaware Maryland horse that comes home from the Derby a loser, and here he is at the Preakness, the hope of the home crowd. In 1938, Foxcatcher sent Dauber to the Derby, the son of Pennant and Ship of War. The boys didn't give Dauber much chance in the Derby. The Derby favorite is Fighting Fox. And Lauren is there, too. Herb Wolf's Lauren with Eddie Arcaro up. But when the Derby field comes under that wire, Dauber from Foxcatcher is crowding right up close. The winner is Lauren. This is number 1 for Eddie Arcaro. Arcaro's first win at Churchill Downs. Second by a length, Dauber. So now we move from Kentucky to Maryland. Here at the Preakness, they're going to the post. No Lauren. Lauren's not running today. But here's the Derby favorite, Fighting Fox, and most of the Derby field. Me Now, Sun Egret, Cravat, Can't Wait, Bull Lee, Bull Whip, Hypocrite, a great field. The 14th of May, the merry month of May, springtime and roses. But look, right here now today in Baltimore, it's raining cats and dogs and little red wagons, raining all over Maryland, but especially at Pimlico. That post parade looks like a march of the wooden soldiers. Every step the horses take, they're up to their fetlocks in slimy mire. The boys in the press box snarl and make faces. They pound their typewriters. It's the worst weather in Preakness history. Some say the worst mud ever seen anywhere. But the Maryland home rooters laugh out loud because it's a Maryland tradition, that mud. Maryland horses love it. They laugh at it. They eat it a while, then they get tired eating and they go out in front and kick it in other horses' faces. Now they're lined up. The rainstorm hits a new high. You can hardly see the horses through that solid curtain of water. They're off, and here they come. 9 horses, all the same color, mud brown. 9 sets of racing silks, all merging into dead gray almost before they get to the grandstand. Here they go past the stand. Fighting Fox on top. Me Now right with him. I'll take the Fox. Fighting Fox got a bad break in the Derby, but he's the solid horse here today, and they'll never catch him now. He's out in front. Where's Dauber, the hope of Maryland? Oh, golly, look at him. Yes, going around the first turn, there's 2 horses way back, chasing all the rest of them. Dauber and Cravat. Dauber is 2 steps ahead of Cravat. There's nothing in back of Cravat but hoof prints. Licked, says the guy in back of us. Maryland, my eye. There's mud in his mouth, and he'll be full of it all the way around. A full meal of Maryland mud, and that's all he'll get today. And the guy in front of us turns around and yells, "Hey, I'll bet you right now. How about it? You want to eat some yourself? Listen, brother, I was down to the barn this morning, rain slamming down on the roof, and Dauber inside there laughing fit to bust. Just keep your eye on Dauber, brother." Out along the backstretch, all you can see is a solid clump of horses moving along all together. Well, Dauber closed the gap anywhere. He's somewhere in that pack, and that's all you can see in the rain until they hit the top of the stretch. Now it's Me Now by a length, Fighting Fox, Sun Egret. Look, there's 2 horses moving up. Dauber? Yep, Dauber. And who's tagging along with him, stride by stride? Why, it's Cravat, Johnny Westrope up. Say, Johnny must have picked Dauber as a good pacer. And now Maurice Peters, riding Dauber, begins to ride in earnest. Fighting Fox and Sun Egret look like a couple of weary travelers, practically standing still. Dauber and Cravat breeze right past. Now they go past Me Now. Why, this is a 2-horse race, the 2 that were last the first time around. Come on, Westrope. And Westrope piles it on. Everything he's got, but that stretch drive is too much. Dauber's running as if it's dry land. The crowd is screaming, "Dauber! The winner, Dauber!" How far? Wait till Cravat gets here. Oh, it's about 7 lengths. Yes, the Delaware-Maryland mudder is in by 7 lengths, and the rain pours harder and harder, and the black-eyed Susans are weeping with joy. May 14th, 1938, the Preakness, when it's mud at Pimlico and the local hope moves from last to first in a roaring rush, first by 7 lengths. That's all it takes to make a Maryland once in a lifetime.
Well, that horsey yarn just about does it for today. But if you want more of same by America's 8 sports commentators, watch for the AFRS Sports Reel. We'll return soon. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Campbell's Soup bring you Amos and Andy.
How do you do, everyone? This is Bill Hay. For many years, Campbell's soups have been a familiar sight on kitchen shelves. Recently, a comparatively new soup, Campbell's Cream of Mushroom, has appeared on thousands of them. This soup has such a delicious, out-of-the-ordinary taste that once a family try it, they usually vote it a place among their regular standby. People who know and love mushrooms have taken keenly to Campbell's Cream of Mushroom. Those who had never tasted mushrooms in any form are just as enthusiastic. Even the smooth, rich look of its creamy surface tempts their appetites. And they find its flavor so delightful that they soon put Campbell's Cream of Mushroom among the dishes they like best. It's a blending of fresh, sweet cream, heavier even than whipping cream, and young, cultivated mushrooms. Mushroom flavor fills every spoonful. Mushroom slices abound all through. Why not try Campbell's Cream of Mushroom soup tomorrow? Everything is in readiness for the wedding of Beleta Green to Andrew H. Brown. Last night, a complete rehearsal was held at the church. Early this morning, a very elaborate canopy was placed over the entrance, and a thick carpet was laid from the curbstone to the church steps. Now we take you to the church, which is filled almost to capacity. In the congregation there are many girls whom Andy has known in the past. Lightning, Van Porter, Brother Crawford, and Gwendell are acting as ushers, and they have successfully seated the entire gathering. At the last minute it was decided that the Kingfish would give the bride away. Amos's wife, Ruby, has agreed to act as matron of honor. And, of course, Amos will be the best man for his close friend, Andy. As the scene opens now, we hear the organ in the background of the crowded little church. The wedding party is in the rear, but we find the groom, Andy, and his best man in a little room to the left of the altar. The door is open, and Amos and Andy are seated so that those in the church cannot see them. Here they are.
Well, now, don't get nervous, Andy. That's the main thing, you see.
Well, you'd get nervous, too, if you was in my place.
I know.
Oh, this is a big thing, Amos.
Yeah.
Oh, me, why don't the thing start?
Well, I think as soon as this music is over from the organ, then the mixed quartet from the lodge is going to sing one song, and then they go right into the wedding march.
Yeah. Peek out that door there.
All right, I'll peek out.
Don't let them see you, though. Is there many people out there?
Yeah, the church is almost full, Andy.
Tis, huh?
Yeah, I see Madam Queen sitting out there. And there's Sadie Blake, too.
Oh, me. I was nervous, Amos.
But that's all right, and I'm with you. Now, take it easy, son. Come on, now. Pull yourself together.
My mouth was getting dry just like I told you it was. Feel like I got a mouthful of cotton.
Yeah, now, when you stand up at the altar there'll be a table right in front of you, and there it is out there now, and it's got a pitcher of water on there. And the preacher says it's all right for you to take a drink when you get there if you feel kind of faint or anything, you see.
Is there water in the pitcher? I wish I had a drink of it now.
Yeah, well, the pitcher got water in it. I know. The only thing is I can't go out there and get you a drink of it now. Wait till you get out there, 'cause the pitcher will be right in front of it, and then you can take a swallow of it when you get there, you see.
Why don't they start the thing?
Yeah, well, don't worry now. It gets started in a minute. A couple of people are still coming in.
Yeah.
I got the ring now, you know.
Yeah, don't lose that. Now, what does I got to do?
Well, you remember what you done last night at the rehearsal?
What was that?
Well, you say, I do twice. You say that twice.
Well, why is I got to say it twice?
Well, the preacher asks you two different questions, you see. Then you say, I do once, then he asks you another question. Then you say, I do again, you see.
Yeah. You're going to be standing there by me, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, I is your best man, son. Yeah, now don't get nervous, Andy. I know just how you feel, but take it easy.
Yeah, well, stand up close to me now, because I'm going to kind of lean on you.
Yeah, well, that's all right.
My knees been giving me trouble for the last 2 days.
What's the matter with your knees, then?
Oh, I don't know. My legs been acting like they've been made out of rubber.
Wait a minute.
Everything going all right now, Andy. Don't worry about nothing. Remember, I'm looking out for your interest.
Well, listen, Kingfish, why don't the thing start?
Yeah, well, I just sent Lightning back there to tell the organ to stop playing and let the mixed chorus sing, then we go right on.
Then we're almost ready to start, Andy.
I get nervous waiting.
Yeah, I know you is, Andy. Everything gonna be all right.
This waiting around is getting me. Everybody stick with me now, will
Oh,
you?
yeah. Well, we've been waiting for the bride, you know.
Well, ain't she here?
Oh, yeah, she been here, but she been on the telephone out in the front office.
She talk on the telephone all day. Why can't she let the telephone alone when she gonna get married?
Yeah, well, now, right after the singing, the organ goes into the wedding march, Andy, you see?
Yeah. And then we start down the aisle, you see.
Yeah.
Now, the next thing we want to do... Wait a minute.
There goes the singing now.
Yeah. Well, now, listen, boys. I'm going to leave you, and I'm going to get on in the back of the church there so I can be ready. Now, we'll start the wedding session right after the song, Andy. Brother Andy, shake hands.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Kingfish.
Stand up now, Andy. You's all right now, Andy. Come on now.
What is the first thing that happened, Amos?
Well, you remember the rehearsal we had, don't you? You remember what you done last night at the rehearsal?
Yeah, me and you walk over and stand there in the middle when the wedding march starts.
Yeah, that's right. We stand right up at the altar there.
Well, now, how did they come down the aisle?
Well, the first thing that happens, the ushers come down first. You see, you got the 4 ushers, and then my wife, Ruby, is the matron of honor, you know, and she come down next.
Yeah.
And then...
How about Puddin' Face?
Yeah, well, the bride comes down with the kingfish. Of course, the kingfish is going to give her away, you see.
Yeah.
And they ask who give the bride away, and the kingfish is the one that say, I do, you see.
Well,
there's the wedding march now. Come on, let's get on out here. Come on.
How I look?
You look all right. Come on, follow me now. Come
here I go. Come on.
Yeah. And that's right. Stand right here now. That's right. Now, face the window that's got all them pretty colored stained glass in there, and look at there.
Yeah, I'll stand here like this.
Yeah, that's it. Now take your time. They're coming down the aisle. Everything gonna be all right now.
Yeah, here comes the preacher, too.
Yeah, he walked out from behind the palms.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't be nervous now.
Is they coming down the aisle, Amos?
Yeah, they're almost here. And don't forget now, you gotta turn around and meet your bride. Don't forget that.
Yeah, you got my ring, ain't you? You got my ring, ain't you?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. It is right here. Now move over a little bit. There's here. Move over a little bit so your wife can get next to you.
Yeah. I'll move over here. Hello, darling.
Dearly beloved, we are here reverently assembled to see this man and this woman united and married, which is a relation divinely instituted and sanctified for the welfare and happiness of mankind. By this relation, the home is established, bringing the truest joys on earth, but it involves unfailing fidelity, unselfish devotion, and sometimes loving forbearance. For as much as these two persons have come hither to be made one in this holy estate, if there be any here present who knows any just cause why they may not be lawfully joined in marriage, I require him to make it known now or ever after hold his peace. The vow shall now be spoken, after which we will bow our heads in prayer. So I ask you, who giveth this woman to be married to this man? I do. As a token of your unfailing desire, and as a token of your united lives, you may join your right hand. Do you, Andrew H. Brown, take this woman, whose hand you now hold, to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
Do you promise to love and cherish her in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto her, so long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Do you, Villeda Green, take this man whose hand you now hold, to be your lawful wedded husband? And do you promise to love and cherish him in sickness and in health, for better or for worse, and forsaking all others, keep thee only unto him, so long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Andy, what pledge do you offer that you will fulfill these vows?
Here's the ring, Andy.
This diamond wedding ring.
Do you, Valeta, accept this token of the same?
I do.
You will then, Andy, place the ring on the fourth finger of the left hand. You will now join hands. I, by virtue of authority vested in me by the state and this church, I now pronounce you...
Amos, I shot.
Andy, is you hurt?
Amos, my arm, my right arm, quick.
Somebody shot from the back of the church.
Amos, my arm.
King, please help me. We got to get Andy to a hospital.
Amos, help me. I think I'm going to faint. Somebody done shot me in the arm.
Get a hold of him. Come on, we're going to take him out here. Awa!
Tonight is another step forward in the great career of Amos and Andy. For tonight they are broadcasting over the largest network of stations in their history. I wish for Amos and Andy and Campbell's Soups to welcome most heartily their old friends and the hundreds of thousands of new ones who, for the first time, through these increased stations, can now easily hear Amos and Andy each night. Campbell's Soups are glad to bring you Amos and Andy because they are such nationally loved characters with a homey philosophy that attacks life's problems in a way that interests, amuses, and, in so many cases, helps. And for my part, I'm glad to be able to talk to a still larger audience to suggest you're serving various Campbell's Soups. Tonight I want to suggest this. Won't you try Campbell's cream of mushroom soup tomorrow? This may be a new soup to you, but I am confident that if you once serve it, your family will want it often. Amos and Andy, in person, will return to you tomorrow at this same hour over this same station. This is Bill Hay, speaking for Campbell's Cream of Mushroom Soup, bidding you all good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father said so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Music hath charms to soothe the savage breast, to soften rocks or bend the knotted oak. You've heard that before, haven't you? Always thought it was just about right, didn't you? Well, it doesn't always work that way. Not in Springfield, at least, in the white frame house on Maple Street. Not with the Andersons. No, sir, not by a long shot. Like this.
Margaret!
I'm in the dining room, dear.
Margaret, it's wonderful. Wait till you hear what I've done. Where are the kids?
They're upstairs. Jim, what is it?
Honey, it's sensational. It's terrific. This is the biggest day of my whole life.
Jim, put me down, please.
Say, you're putting on a little weight, aren't you?
I am not. What's all the excitement about?
Well, you know that group insurance plan I've been trying to work out with Henry Liggett?
Yes?
It's in.
No.
Yes, sir. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Oh, Jim, how wonderful.
And that isn't all. How would you like to go to the Toscanini concert? Toscanini and the NBC Symphony Orchestra.
Jim, you didn't pay that broker $12.50 a ticket.
For $3 seats, I should say not. Anytime you find me paying a broker a bonus of $9.50 a ticket...
But you said you couldn't buy tickets.
You can't. They're all sold out.
Then I don't understand. If you can't buy tickets...
We're going as the honored guests of Mr. and Mrs. Henry Liggett. How do you like that?
Jim, I don't know what to say. It's all so wonderful. The insurance and the concert. I've got to get a new dinner dress. I just can't go anywhere in that old one. You don't mind, do you, dear?
Of course not. Go get 2 dinner dresses. What do I care?
Oh, I'll go downtown first thing in the morning and... Oh, dear, I wonder if there'll be time. When is the concert?
You'll have lots of time, honey. It isn't until next Thursday.
Good. Then I can go to Gorman's? Jim, it can't be Thursday.
Why not?
We're having the Gribbles for dinner on Thursday, and then we're going dancing at the townhouse. I made the date just 2 days ago. I told you.
Not for Thursday? Margaret, no. You couldn't.
But I did.
Oh.
Mrs. Gribble wanted to make it Tuesday, but we couldn't because the Smiths are coming on Tuesday. You said we didn't have anything else to do on Thursday anyway, so we made it then.
Margaret, how could you have done a thing like that? How could you?
Jim Anderson, don't you dare blame this on me. You were the one who suggested Thursday.
Oh, honey, what are we going to do?
There's only one thing we can do. You've got to call Henry Liggett and tell him we're sorry.
Margaret, I can't. It's a big theater party, and I just sold the man $500,000 worth of insurance. Now, how can I insult him that way?
Well, would you rather insult Mr. Gribble?
Of course not. I'm still trying to sell him on the group insurance deal.
Jim, it's an accepted fact that no one can be in 2 places at the same time.
Well, let's not get excited. Let's sit down and see if we can't figure something out.
If it were only the Smiths, at least they'd understand.
That's it, the Smiths. I don't mind insulting them.
Jim!
I mean, well, I can explain to Heck, and they can come over here for dinner some other time.
I think you're forgetting one thing, Jim. We're having the Smiths for dinner because Elizabeth's cousin Maud is in town. When we were visiting the Bakers in Lakeside...
He was very nice to us, I know. But that's still no reason why they can't make it some other night.
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
I'll explain the whole thing to Heck. Then we can have them for dinner on, say, Wednesday. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, I suppose not.
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
Then I can call Gribble and change their date to Tuesday. Now, you see how simple it is?
Jim, I think Bud wants to say something.
What is it, Bud?
Hiya, Dad. I didn't know you were home.
Now, there's an interesting observation. Are there any other vital pronouncements you'd like to make before we continue?
Well, just about next Thursday.
What about next Thursday?
Is it all right if I take the car before dinner instead of after dinner? You see, I promised Joe Phillips...
But I meant to tell you, Thursday is out. You can't have the car at all.
I can't? But it's Thursday. It's my day.
I'm very sorry, Eleanor, but it's out. I'll explain the whole thing to you some other time.
But I always get the car on Thursday. I made a date.
Well, this will teach you not to make dates on Thursday. They're nothing but trouble.
Mother!
What is it, Betty?
Is Father home?
Yes, dear.
I'll be right down.
Don't do me any favors. Stay where you are.
Hi, Daddy.
You too.
If I can't have the car on Thursday, when can I have it?
I don't know, but I have a great many things on my mind.
But you said I could have it on Thursday. That's why I made the date.
Your father made 2 dates.
He did?
Father, do you...
No.
What?
I said no. Whatever it is, no.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thank you. You're just the sweetest father in the whole world.
What?
Mother said she thought you would, but you don't, and it's just wonderful.
What's wonderful? I don't what?
Mind if I go to the Pie Mew dance? Wait till I tell Janie Liggett.
Betty, wait a minute. I didn't say you could go to the dance. I didn't say anything.
Why, Father, you just said...
I said no.
That's what I said. Hi, Daddy.
Oh, go away.
Mother!
Jim, I don't think that's very nice. You'll gain nothing by losing your temper.
Well, why shouldn't I lose my temper? At this rate, how am I ever going to get straightened out about Thursday?
How did you know it was Thursday?
How did I know what was Thursday?
The Pie Mew dance.
Oh, no. No. This was such a nice day. Everything was going so well.
Betty, your father and I have a very difficult problem to work out. So why don't you and Bud and Kathy go back upstairs? I'll call you when dinner's ready.
Who said I could have the car every Thursday? Why should he change his mind now?
Go ahead, Bud.
Father.
Not now, Betty.
But, Mother.
I said not now.
Jumping creepers.
What are you kicking about? I can't even have the car.
Daddy,
What is it, Kathy?
I don't have any place to go on Thursday.
That's fine, baby, fine.
But when I get to be a big girl...
Never mind, Kathy. Just go upstairs.
But I wanted to tell him...
Go upstairs.
Gee whiz.
You know, Margaret, I've been thinking, what if Hector says they won't change the date?
I don't see any reason why he should.
No, but what if he does? Then what am I going to do?
What are you going to do now?
I'm going to call him, and if he says no, so help me, I'll never speak to him again. Turn a man down when he asks a simple thing like that. After all the things I've done for him. A fine friend he turned out to be.
Jim, he hasn't said no.
Well, he'd better not. Hello, Heck. This is Jim Anderson. Now look, Heck. What? Oh, no, Heck. I'm not upset about anything. I just, well, look, Heck, I'm in an awful spot. Yes, you see, we've got dates with the Gribbles and the Liggets for the same night, and, well, we didn't do it on purpose. Look, Heck, is it all right with you if we make our date for a different night next week? Well, then I can switch the date with the Gribbles over to Tuesday, and I'll be in the clear. Okay.
What did he say, dear?
He's going to ask Elizabeth.
Jim, why don't you explain to him that it's a matter of business?
He knows that, Margaret. Sit around this house for weeks, nothing to do, no place to go, and then all of a sudden everything has to happen on one night. Yes, Heck? You can? Oh, that's fine, Heck. That's wonderful. I knew I could count on you. What? Well, how about a week from tonight? Yes, that's definite, Heck. No, no, we won't change it again. Oh, sure. I realize you've got to plan ahead on account of Maud. Well, tell her we said hello, will you? Thanks, Heck. Okay, pal. A week from tonight. Oh, that's more like it. Now, when I get the Gribbles moved over to Tuesday...
Is everything all right, Jim?
Heck said they'd be glad to change it. Now I'm calling the Gribbles.
You see, there was no reason to get all worked up that way. Ask Mrs. Gribble...
Just a minute, honey. Oh, no, not you, Mrs. Gribble. I was talking to... What? She isn't? Well, may I speak to Mr. Gribble? Oh, they are? I see. Well, no, I'm afraid that'll be too late. Just leave word that Mr. Anderson called. Thank you. Good night.
What did Mrs. Gribble say, dear?
She didn't say anything. She and Mr. Gribble went away for a few days. They won't be back until Monday.
Oh, dear. Who are you calling now?
Hello, Heck. Look, Heck, if you want to leave that Tuesday date the way it was... Well, the Gribbles won't be back until Monday, and... Oh, you did, huh?
You did what, Jim?
They've already made another date for Tuesday. With the Hathaways. Heck, we'll just leave it the way it is, a week from tonight. Okay, Heck, and I'm sorry there's been all this mix-up. Right. Oh, sure. Okay, Heck, see you later. A fine little fixer I turned out to be. All I did was move the date with the Smiths from Tuesday to Wednesday. And we've still got 2 dates for Thursday.
Jim, I'm completely confused.
Well, climb in with me. I've been that way all day.
But you told Hector our date was a week from tonight.
That's what I said, Wednesday.
Jim, today is Thursday.
Margaret, I may be a little mixed up about a lot of things, but today is Wednesday.
Yesterday was Wednesday.
Yesterday was Tuesday.
They picked up the garbage this morning, and they don't pick up the garbage on Wednesdays.
I don't care when they pick up the garbage. I had a date with Al Harris on Wednesday, and... today is Thursday?
It's been Thursday all day.
Margaret.
Yes, Jim?
I have news for you. We no longer have 2 dates for next Thursday.
Oh?
We have 3.
Well, that's really no news to Mother. She knew Father was getting things in a stir. You know, he needs to remember something most of us have found out one time or another. It pays to stop and think a little before you do most anything. I'd say even before you buy a pound of coffee. Think about what you want in that coffee. Its flavor, the most in flavor for your money. And right there you'll see the reason why day after day more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Why, you just can't get enough of it. You won't find that famous flavor in any other coffee, you know. No coffee but Maxwell House. And here's why. We have a recipe, and a mighty important recipe it is, because it calls for certain special varieties of coffees to be blended together a special way. It's the one way, the one recipe for that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. That's why our Maxwell House coffee spells so much more pleasure in every cup, so much more flavor in every pound. So for your money's worth and more, in real enjoyment, open up a pound of Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's mere moments later in the white frame house on Maple Street. The Andersons' problem still remains. 3 dates for Thursday. Yet there isn't the dark and dismal aura of gloom one might imagine. Jim Anderson, a genius among fathers, has come up with an idea which he himself admits is a dilly, like this.
Margaret, it's the only thing we can do. Would you rather see Henry Liggett cancel the whole deal?
Of course not.
All right. And what's more natural than telling him we'd rather let Betty and Bud have the pleasure of going to the concert?
Well, it just seems so hypocritical.
Honey, this is not the time to think of ethics. We're in a jam, and we've got to get out of it. Now, will you call them, or do you want me to?
I think you'd better call.
All right. In a case like this, you have to take extreme measures, like an operation or something.
Well, I suppose there's nothing else we can do. But if you'd only asked me before you made the date...
Well, I didn't, Margaret, so let's forget about it. Let's just hope I can sell Henry Liggett on the idea, and we'll be all right. Oh, hello, Janie. This is Mr. Anderson. May I speak to your father? Thank you.
Jim, something just occurred to me.
Hmm?
If Betty and Bud go to the concert and we go out with the Gribbles, what are we going to do with Kathy?
Oh, we'll rent a cage for her at the zoo.
Jim.
We'll get a sitter for her, Margaret. That's no problem.
It certainly is. You know Kathy doesn't like sitters.
Well, that makes it even. Sitters don't like Kathy. Just have to find one who hasn't heard about her.
Jim, it's not that bad. Kathy may be a little exuberant at times.
Hello, Henry. Jim Anderson. Well, just fine, thank you. Say, Henry, I've been talking to Margaret about this Toscanini concert, and I wonder if you'd mind very much if we let Betty and Bud go in our place. Oh, no, it's just that, well, we've heard Toscanini, and Betty and Bud haven't, and, oh, it really isn't anything much, Henry. Just something that any parent would do. Of course. You see, I explained to Margaret...
Jim.
That is, Margaret and I talked it over, and we both thought that Betty and Bud would gain so much by hearing the concert, and this is going to be his only appearance in Springfield, and, Well, it's nice of you to say that, Henry. But you know how it is when you have children.
Jim, of all...
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, I wish we could, too, but we'll have to make it some other time. Thanks again. And good night.
Jim Anderson, in my whole life, I have never heard anything quite like that.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss it. There are things that women just don't understand. And this is one of them. It's power politics on a local scale, that's it. Well, let's just not discuss it. Betty! Betty!
Jim, dinner isn't nearly ready.
I know.
Did you call me, Father?
Come on downstairs. And tell Bud I want him.
Okay.
Don't you think you ought to call the Smith?
I'll call Hector first thing in the morning and get the whole thing straightened out. I'll be able to do more with him if he doesn't have Elizabeth around.
You won't forget.
Of course I won't forget.
Dinner's ready, huh?
No, dinner isn't ready, huh?
But Betty said...
I didn't say anything about dinner. I merely said Father wanted you. Don't you want me too, Daddy?
Oh, Angel, this is something your father has to discuss with Betty and Bud.
Can't I even listen?
Of course you can listen. But listen.
Yes, Daddy.
Betty?
Yes, Father.
Bud?
It's time dinner was ready.
Bud.
Oh, yes, Dad?
I've got good news for you, for both of you. I just made arrangements for you to go to the Toscanini concert with the Liggets. Now, what do you think of that?
What time will dinner be ready?
Bud.
Well, I just wanted to know.
Bud, when are you going to learn that there are other things just as important as food?
Like candy.
Kathy, please be quiet.
Yes, Mommy. Is that all you wanted to tell us, Father?
Not quite. This concert is a very important event in Springfield, and I'll expect you to act sensibly and with dignity.
Yes, Father.
I don't want to hear that either you or Bud went whooping around the lobby or did anything to disgrace the name of Anderson.
Yes, Father.
We want to be proud of you. And I think it might be a very good idea, Bud, if you had your hair cut before next Thursday.
Okay, Dad.
Thursday? Father, the concert isn't Thursday. That's the night of the time you dance.
Hey, I have a date, too.
Betty, I explained to you...
I don't want to go to the concert. Biggest dance of the whole year, and you want me to go to a concert.
What are you talking about? They're having a nice baseball game in Middletown, and I promised
Wait a minute. Bud, Betty, don't you understand? This isn't just any concert. This is Toscanini.
I wouldn't care if it was Roy Bargate.
Betty, how can you say that?
I'd rather go to the dance. I'll go to the concert.
Look, Mr. Liggett is giving a tremendous theater party.
Janie Liggett's going to the dance. It's her own father's party, and he isn't making her go to any old concert.
It isn't a question of making anyone go anywhere. It's a privilege to hear Toscanini. They're charging $12.50 a ticket. People are fighting to get in.
They don't have to fight with me.
I'll go to the concert.
Margaret, will you please explain to these children...
Oh, no, dear. Go ahead. You're doing fine.
Thank you. Look, kids, music is an important part of our lives, especially good music. An appreciation of music is a sign of culture and good breeding. It's a relaxation, a release from the stress and strain of everyday life. As you grow older...
Daddy.
Oh, what is it, Kathy?
I'll go to the concert.
You'll stay home where you belong.
I want to go to the concert.
Kathleen, be quiet. Jim.
Margaret, I'm trying to explain to the children...
Jim, I may not know very much about power politics or business, but I do know Betty and Bud, and you're not going about this the right way.
Oh? You have something better in mind?
Yes. The truth.
Margaret, this is no time...
Betty? Bud?
Your father and I find ourselves in a very embarrassing position.
Margaret. Well, go ahead.
We made dates with 2 different couples. To go to the concert with the Leggetts and to have dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Gribble. All on the same night.
Boy, who did that?
Never mind who did it. Just listen to your mother. And Kathy,
Yes, Daddy.
blow your nose.
Yes, Daddy.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Well, that's our problem. Your father's in no position to offend either the Leggetts or the Gribbles. And that's why we need your help. If you'll go to the concert with Mr. and Mrs. Liggett, all our difficulties will be over.
Well, creepers, why didn't Father say so?
I did say so. In a slightly different way.
Gosh, we didn't know you were in a spot. If going to the concert is going to help you any, well, gosh.
Father, you know you can count on us. Candy Bud.
Sure. Who cares about an old baseball game?
I'll go to the baseball game.
Kathy, the way you can help us best is by staying home.
Oh, then I'll be glad to, Mommy.
Well, I guess that takes care of that.
Yes, dear. And I hope we've all learned something tonight.
Yes. Well,
I'll get it.
never mind, Betty. Go in and help your mother set the table. And Betty,
Yes, Father?
maybe we can find a new dress somewhere that's just right for concert.
Creepers.
Hello? Oh, hello, Henry. She what? Oh, that's fine, Henry. That's just fine. Yes, I'll tell Margaret right away. She'll be very happy. Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, we'll be seeing you. Good night.
Who was that, dear?
That was Henry Liggett, and he was so happy about everything.
Jim, nothing's gone wrong with the insurance deal, has it?
Oh, no, everything's fine. Just great.
Why, Jim, what is it?
Mrs. Liggett thinks we're wonderful, the most thoughtful parents she's ever known. So she wants us to have something she dug up this afternoon. 2 more tickets for the concert. And wait till you hear where she got them. It seems a friend of hers couldn't make it on account of she's going out for dinner that night.
Jim, not...
Uh-huh. She got them from Mrs. Gribble.
Oh, no.
And Father thought he had everything all straightened out, too. Well, some things you just can't count on. Other things, though, you can count on every time. And it's good to know about them. Take coffee, for instance. You want to count on the coffee you buy for wonderful flavor every pound. 'Cause flavor's what you pay for, what you enjoy. And as millions of folks know, wonderful flavor is just what you can count on with our Maxwell House coffee. Day after day, pound after pound, an extra measure of flavor comes your way in that familiar blue tin. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor only Maxwell House brings you. We're mighty proud of that flavor, you know. It's the reason more people buy our Maxwell House coffee than any other brand. And we'll never compromise on the quality of 1 single pound. Yes, for more flavor for your money, for your money's worth and more, bring home that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House coffee. It's today's coffee buy. Always good to the last drop.
A week's gone by, and it's Thursday again. Springfield, in its best bib and tucker, is pouring into the local opera house for the highlight of the social year, the Toscanini concert. Inside, the orchestra is tuning up. But in the lobby, last-minute arrivals are still making their way into the auditorium, like this.
Betty, go inside and tell Mr. Liggett we'll be in as soon as I get the Smiths and the Gribbles straightened out.
Okay, Father.
And take Bud with you.
Come on, Bud. Hurry up.
I can't. Everybody's pushing me.
Now, where did they go? Hector!
Jim, please don't shout.
Well, they can't get in. I've got all the tickets.
I don't know. When the Smiths showed up for dinner, too, I thought I'd die. Just die.
Yes, Margaret, I know.
You kept promising that you'd call them.
I forgot, Margaret. I just as soon you forgot.
How can I ever forget all that good food in the icebox going to waste?
I still think there was enough.
For the Smiths and the Gribbles?
Well...
And why did we have to take them to the Townhouse, the most expensive restaurant in Springfield?
They enjoyed it, didn't they?
Why shouldn't they? At the end of this month, our budget is going to look like a Swiss cheese.
Tickets, please. Kindly show your tickets at the door.
$12.50 apiece for 5 tickets.
Margaret.
And dinner for the Gribbles and the Smiths.
Margaret, there was nothing else we could do.
Do you realize that tonight is costing us almost $100?
There they are. We're over here, Hector.
Tickets, please. Kindly show your tickets at the door.
Mrs. Gribble, here we are.
Toscanini. $100. And less than 2 months ago, it only cost us $5 to hear Spike Jones.
Good to the last drop. Now that famous flavor is yours to enjoy in instant coffee, too. Instant Maxwell House. It's the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful flavor combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So thrifty, so easy, and best of all, so truly good. Tomorrow, try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman.
Bill, is it all right if I step in here for a minute?
Well, of course, Bob. What's on your mind?
Well, there's a long 4th of July weekend coming up, and I'd like to say a few words to the members of our Good Drivers Club. I've been looking at the figures compiled by the National Safety Council. 579 deaths over the Memorial Day weekend. And I'd like to remind our members once more of their pledge to drive safely and carefully. Look at the 8 safe driving rules again. Talk them over with your parents. Explain them to others who may not have yet joined the club. Let's see if we can't save a few lives. Let's see if we can't make this the safest, sanest, and healthiest 4th on record. Let's just take it easy. Good night.
Now until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good till the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Johnson Wax Program. Presenting Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Well, Fibber has been elected to put on a carnival tonight to pay off the debts of the Wistful Vista Literary, Drama, and Pinochle Club. He even has to get himself shot out of a cannon to wind up the affair. And here, checking up on the different concessions, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Heavenly days, McGee. Don't look so worried.
I ain't worried. I'm just running over a few things in my mind, that's all.
Go on. Your mind doesn't move fast enough to run over anything.
Oh, yeah.
Are you nervous about your cannon act?
Who, me? Yes.
Well, I'm sure I don't know why. The cannon factory sent one of their best men to fire it for you.
Yeah. I wonder if he'd let me fire it with him inside of it.
What, and disappoint everybody?
Oh, not everybody. It'll make me happy.
Well, you talked yourself into it.
Oh,
you said you'd done it.
Excuse me, Mr. McGee.
Oh, what's on your mind, Bud?
Which way are the Hawaiian dancers?
Well, sometimes they're this way and sometimes they're this way. I could show you better if I had my grass pants on, Bud.
He means where are they, McGee?
Oh, then. You'll find them between the Guess Your Weight man and the oddities from the ends of the earth and right across the midweights in the silhouette cutter, Bud.
Yeah, thanks.
If you just go past Jojo the dog-faced boy tent and around the south side of the ring the cane and get a Cupid doll, just face left and look between Princess Palooka the snake girl and Katie's frozen custard. You can't miss it.
Much obliged.
It's right back of the winning Indian blanket.
Okay.
If you have any trouble, ask the human skeleton.
Never mind. I guess I don't want to see him.
What is he sore about?
Oh, never mind. How much have we taken in so far, dearie?
Well, I ain't sure till I check the rest of the concessions.
Well, let's go in the Egyptian mummy tent here.
Okay. Put your money away, Molly. Put it away. Never pay for anything around here. Remember, I'm running this carnival. Hi, Bud. How's business?
What do you care?
I'm Fibber McGee.
So what?
So I get in for nothing.
Well, business is kind of so-so.
Listen here, Bud. I'm in charge of this carnival, so keep a civil tongue in your head or I'll close you hot.
That's so?
Yeah.
But it'll still be 20 cents if you want to go in, see?
I don't want to go in, dearie.
Neither do I. All right, brother, you'll hear from me.
That'll be swell. And say, if you're going to write me a letter, send it from Guatemala. Me kid brother is collecting stamps.
Oh.
All right.
One more word from that fresh guy, Molly, and you know what I'd have done? I'd have leaped right up onto that platform
and paid your 10 cents.
20 cents. You're no child. Oh, there's Geraldine. Hi, Geraldine.
Oh, hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, Molly.
Well.
Oh, I'm having the most marvelous time at this carnival. I mean, I am, really.
Oh, that's fine.
I told Gerald I wanted to ride on the Ferris wheel, and he said the cutest thing, really.
Oh, I'll bet.
Gerald said a Ferris wheel is just a merry-go-round standing on its hind feet.
Hind feet. Oh.
Wasn't that simply rococo? I mean, wasn't it really?
Yeah, kind of little, kind of dizzy. A merry-go-round ought to appeal to a dizzy guy like Gerald.
Gerald just plays me sometimes, Mr. McGee.
Not a bad idea.
When I told Gerald you were going to be shot out of a cannon, he nearly died.
He nearly died. What does he think I'm going to do?
Well, Gerald said he always knew you'd bullet through somehow. Bullet through? Wasn't that silly?
Oh, dear.
I told Gerald you had to crawl into the muzzle of the cannon, and he said, well, as one big mouth to another, why not?
Gerald said that. Why, that
Oh,
little...
Gerald said he envied you in that cannon. He said you'd have a barrel of fun.
A barrel.
Honestly, I screamed really.
Oh, dear. Well, speaking of cannons, a big bore like Gerald ought to be here.
Oh, Gerald says he's working on an act now where they shoot a midget out of a cat pistol and catch him in a hairnet. Isn't that ridiculous? I mean, is it really? Well, I'm going back to the dance pavilion now.
Fine.
Jimmy Greer's going to play Get Happy, so I simply must be off.
I'll say so.
Diddle, diddle, McGee, I've been thinking it over, and I think maybe you had better get out of doing this cannon act.
What, and disappoint my public?
Yes.
I think so, too.
Excuse me, please. Are you one of the officials of this carnival?
Sis, I'm the official. What's what's on your mind?
Well, I've lost my husband somewhere in the crowd.
Were you passing the hula tent at the time, sis?
Why, yes, I believe we were. How on earth did you know?
I'm psychic. In about 10 minutes or less, sis, you'll find your husband buying some little kid an ice cream cone.
Oh, thank you.
Don't give it a thought, sis.
Say, how did you know where her husband would be?
Well, I figured there's nothing like an ice cream cone to cool off a hot conscience. Get it, Molly? Her husband was passing the hula hoop.
All right, folks, all right. Step right up and see this astounding and amazing scientific exhibit. It's exhilarating and breathtaking, folks.
What is, sir?
The way Johnson's Auto Wax and Cleaner makes your car look like new again. It's marvelous.
Take off that mustache. I know you.
Oh, I don't have any fun. Say, when are you getting shot out of the cannon, Fibber?
About 5 o'clock, Harpo. Why?
Well, I was just thinking. Good thing you finished that fishing picture for Paramount before you risked your life.
What do you mean, fishing picture? We didn't make any fishing pictures.
Well, that's the impression I got. Isn't the title, Weigh This, Please?
No, it's This Way, Please.
Oh.
And don't you make any cracks about that picture, neither. That film will be distributed all over the country.
So will you when you leave that cannon. Well, so long, folks.
Killing himself.
Mr. Wilcox seems to get quite a bang out of your cannon act.
That guy. You know what I heard about him?
What?
I heard that even when he was a kid, he couldn't eat ice cream.
Too delicate?
No, he was so cold-blooded it wouldn't melt. Hey, here comes the mayor. Hi there, Mayor Applepuss.
Oh, hello there, McGee.
Meet my wife, Molly, Mayor.
Oh, yes. How are you, Mrs. McGee?
How do you do, I'm sure.
Having a good time, Applepuss?
Oh, splendid. Fine thing for business this carnival. Oh, by the way, McGee, I hear you're going to be shot.
Yes, from a cannon.
Oh, really? I just heard you were to be shot. Oh, well, we can't have everything, can we, Mrs. McGee?
What?
Listen, Applepuss, if you and Molly will excuse me a minute, I got to check up on the receipts for the shooting gallery. I'll be back in a short
Say, Mr. Mayor, you got to do something. You have a duty to perform. Now, this cannon act of McGee's has got to be stopped. It's dangerous. It might hurt people.
Well, what can I do?
Call it off, you big Your Honor. You must safeguard the lives and property of our citizens.
Well, now, I don't know. I don't like to interfere with other...
Now, hold on. You can make a speech.
Oh, yes, I'll be there, my dear.
You won't fail me now.
Oh, trust Egbert Applepuss, my dear, and thank you for calling the matter to my attention. I wonder if the band has the music for He's a Jolly Good Fellow, huh?
Well, that's taken care of. Oh, McGee.
Yeah?
Hurry up. If you're going to do your cannon act, you better hurry and check up the receipt.
Okay, but you needn't look so dad-ratted happy about it. Say, do you suppose... Hey, look. There's Mrs. Wearybottom. Hi, Weary.
Oh, hello, folks. Isn't this a horrible carnival? All you get is indigestion and gum on your shoes. I hear Mr. McGee is going to get shot out of a cannon. My cousin used to do that for a living, but he got a concussion of the brain, and he still thinks he's a human bullet. He's always climbing into the garbage can, telling us to pull the trigger. You think Braddock will beat Lewis?
And now Tommy Harris sings My Last Affair.
Love is no more, I can see. That's what worries me. All my dreams are shattered beyond recall. That's the mystery. Since I lost the one I love, there seems to be no skies above. My future's all behind me. Love's tears blind me. Life's a comedy. Can't you see what love and romance have done to me? I'm not the same as I used to be. This is my last affair. Tragedy just seems to be the end of me. My happiness is misery. This is my last affair. Right from the start, you took my love, tore my heart apart. Now there's nothing new to look forward to. My dreams won't come true, so I'll make a vow. No more to love's shrine will I bow. I cross my heart and I'll seal it now. This is my last affair. Oh, right from the start, you took my love, tore my heart apart. Now there's nothing new to look forward to. My dreams won't come true, so I'll make a vow. No more to love's shrine will I bow. I cross my heart and I'll seal it now. This is my last, my very last. This is my last affair.
McGee, for heaven's sake, quit worrying about that cannon, will you?
Oh, gee whiz. I'm liable to get hurt.
Oh, you won't get hurt. You land in the net.
Yeah. So does a tennis ball, but it gets smacked around pretty hard first. Come on in here, Molly. I got to check up on this fortune teller. Hi, sis.
What thinks it's the rule? Can it be you're wanting a fortune told, maybe?
Oh, a gypsy.
You said it.
Well, I'll tell you, sis. I'm running this carnival, and I'm checking up on the receipt. How much you take in today?
So whose business is it, I'm asking?
It's my husband's business. He's in charge.
Yes.
Well, maybe he's being in charge of the carnival, but mine fortune telling is something he should be keeping his hands off.
Okay, sis. I ain't in any mood to argue with you. Here, tell my fortune.
Why not? But what? Is it I'm telling fortunes as a manager for nothing, or is it a business?
Does it make a difference in the fortune?
Yours, no. Mine, yes. Step in, please.
Okay.
Sit down. Your left hand, please. So.
What do you mean?
This fortune is hot sauce.
Oh, that's just a little mustard from a hot dog I was eating. Well, what's my future?
Give out. I'm seeing a big explosion. You're going on a long, long journey. Oy.
That's enough, sis. That's enough. How much?
Well, for you, it's a free will offering. As much as you please. Over $1.
I see. Free will over $1. Well, pay her, McGee.
Over $1? I ain't got any free will. Here's a quarter. An explosion. A long journey. Molly,
I don't believe it, dearie.
What makes you so positive, Molly?
Excuse me, please. Where can I find Jojo the dog-faced boy?
The third concession to the left, ma'am. Why?
Well, I'm his landlady, and I've got some cough medicine for him. He was barking something awful last night. Thanks, Napoleon.
Can you imagine that, Molly?
I wonder if she has to iron his collars, too.
She probably makes him sleep in the wine cellar. Don't you get it, Molly? Dog-faced boy, wine cellar?
Ain't funny, McGee.
I know. Nothing sounds funny to me today, either. Though you seem to be awful cheerful for the wife of a guy who's taken his life in his hands in an hour or so in a cannon.
Oh, you won't be hurt?
No.
I wonder who invented that cannon act anyway.
Why, Johnson's Auto Wax. You take the cannon in one hand and a soft cloth in the other and watch a shiny new car. Hi,
Rather haven't I got enough trouble without you butting in all the time?
I'm sorry. And say, I want to wish you luck in that cannon, too.
Thanks,
and I'll be there to see you off, pal.
Of all... Hey, Molly, can't we do something?
Oh, I think you better go through with it, McGee. Keep faith with your public.
Yeah. And get a slap in the face myself.
Don't be silly now. Oh, hello, Mr. Tooth. McGee, here's more too.
Hello, folks. Quite a thing you're putting on here, Fibber. Quite a thing. Brought my cousin Cyrus in to see the carnival.
Oh, you did?
I thought I'd split when I showed Cy the sideshow. Showed Cy the sideshow.
Yeah, I heard this.
You see through it? Say, I just pulled a pip in the peep show. Fella says to me, he says, get a load of this now. He says, I see where the wrestling game is in pretty bad odor. And I comes right back at him like a whip. I said, but wait till the prize fight business gets to smelling. Boy, am I breezing them in there tonight. Oh, boy.
Well, McGee, it won't be long before you get shot out of that cannon.
Drat it, Molly, ain't you got any sympathy in your makeup?
Well, wait till I look in my makeup and see. No, I just got powder and rouge.
cut it out.
Oh, buy me a balloon, dearie. Oh, Mr. Balloon Man.
Hello, babushka. Hello, tavaris.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rathcanis. Kiss off.
Hi, Vodka. How's the balloons going?
Not so good, tavaris.
Oh, you only got a few left. You must have sold a lot of them.
Balloons is busting more faster than I can sell them. See? I'm starting out today with big bunch balloons. Maybe 20. Now what am I having? 8. No, 7. Business is keeping away like I have started it out. 6. I'm thinking seriously of 4. Selling hot dogs. At least hot dogs is not explosion. 3.
Oh, well. That's too bad, sir. It must be some atmospherical conditions.
Sure, babushka. Atmospherical conditions is bad for balloons like food. Balloons just keep busting. If one more is banging while I'm talking with us, I'm giving up the whole business. Here, take this balloon, tavaris.
Why?
All day long, my balloons is going pop, pop, pop. I'm going out of balloons business and selling something else.
What you gonna sell?
Pop.
I don't want this balloon, Molly. What'll I do with it?
Oh, give it to that little girl over there.
Oh, it's a good idea. Hi there, little girl. You want a balloon?
Sure I do, I betcha.
Here. Now, what do you say? I said, what do you say?
About what?
About the balloon. Listen, sis, what do you say when people give you things?
What things?
Well, this balloon, for instance, or anything else.
Are you going to give me something else, too? That'll be dandy, I betcha.
No, I ain't going to give you something else, too. I just want some acknowledgement of what I did give you.
Sure.
Huh? Dad, don't... Listen, sis, didn't your mama ever teach you how to say thank you?
Sure she did, I betcha.
Well, then what do you say about the balloon?
Well, none. Wasn't any good anyway, I betcha.
Oh, well, how could I hide
Hey,
it?
mister, will you bend down a minute, will you, please?
Bend
Will
down?
you?
Why, sure, sis. Hey, what's the idea of hitting me, sis?
Oh, gee, I heard you say in rehearsal that you wanted a good punch at the end of my bit.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, attention, please. Will the man who is to be shot from the cannon please come to the south end of the ground?
Oh,
That's
dear.
you. Come on, McGee. Hurry now.
Dad, why are you in such a big rush? Can't you imagine what might happen to me?
Oh, now don't worry about it. I've taken care of everything, dearie.
You mean all my insurance papers and stuff are in order?
Everything's arranged. Now hurry along. Here you are, McGee. Now here's the man the cannon factory sent to fire the cannon for you.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Bud. Everything ready?
Yeah, let's see.
I says, is everything all ready?
Sure, it's steady. Steady as a rock. All I gotta do is pull the trigger. How much you weigh, Johnny?
He weighs 145, sir.
Better make it 125. I've been worrying.
Better put a little more powder in.
Hey, go easy there.
Yeah.
I said, oh, what's the use?
Ladies and gentlemen of Wistful Vista,
we are proud to say that this highly successful carnival has paid off the debts of the Wistful Vista Literary Drama and Pinochle Club, and we wish to pay tribute to the man who has made this success possible.
Well, thanks, folks.
A cheer for Mayor Applepuss, folks.
Hey, what's that guy got to do with it? Swiping all the credit for what I did.
Be quiet now, dearie.
And now, as a fitting conclusion to this great day, folks, we present that amazing spectacle of superhuman endurance and courage. A man shot from the mouth of a cannon. Who's the palooka that's doing this stuff? Fibber, McGee. Folks, we present the human bullet, Victor McPhee.
Oh, thanks, folks. This is old stuff to me. I used to do this every day over in India. Boom, Boom McGee, I was known as in them days. Boom, Boom McGee, the bold, brave...
Get started, will ya?
Okay. Boost me up, somebody.
Okay, Johnny.
Higher. Up a little more.
Okay.
Now, don't worry, McGee.
Oh, no.
Don't talk too much, Johnny. Slide down. Get in the cannon.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Well, come on out and start over.
I can't get out. I'm stuck, I tell you. Help somebody. I can't get in or out.
Stop it! This cannon act must not go on. Attention, please. Citizens, as mayor of this great little community, I cannot permit this act to go on.
Oh, sure.
It is a menace. A menace, I say, to human life and dangerous to property. I forbid it. Come down out of that cannon, McGee.
I can't, Dad. Ratted, I'm stuck in the muzzle.
Oh, dear, out of the frying pan into the fire.
Into the what?
Fire.
Okay.
Several million smart housewives have learned how to keep their linoleum and floors polished and clean with practically no work. These women have discovered that it isn't necessary to spend time and effort in floor scrubbing. They've learned the modern, satisfactory way of protecting floors and linoleum with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, so that dust just simply can't cling to the gleaming surface. Soil spots can be easily wiped away. Now, why don't you take a vacation from floor cleaning? You'll have more time for pleasure and relaxation this summer by ordering Johnson's self-polishing glow coat tomorrow from your dealer. You'll be proud of your kitchen linoleum after Glow Coat has given it a beautiful, wear-resisting polish. Glow Coat dries in just 20 minutes and shines as it dries without rubbing or buffing. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering GLO-COAT. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Oh, yes, remember, it's economical to order the larger sizes.
How'd you see me do it, Molly? Wasn't that a beautiful dive right smack dab into the net?
Yes. Now, aren't you sorry you worried so much, McGee?
Oh, I wasn't really worried.
Oh, no?
I was just pretending. While I was flying through the air there, Molly, my whole life passed before my eyes.
Oh, really? Your whole life?
Absolutely. My childhood, high school days, college.
College? McGee, you better get shot again. You've been leading somebody else's life.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Remember, it's not too late to enter this week's trailer contest. Full details can be secured from your dealer. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax at Racine, Wisconsin, inviting you to be with us again next Monday night at this same time. Good night.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Is there a Lee-Mac in the house? It's the Bob Hawk Show, brought to you transcribed by Camel Cigarettes.
Here's your Lee-Mac man, yes, your Lee-Mac man. And if it's fun you're after, with questions, jokes, and laughter, be sure to ring the topmost after Bob Hawk, your Lee-Mac man.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Camel Quiz. Tonight, there's a prize of $250 for the Lee-Mac of the Week. Lee-Mac is camel spelled backwards. I'll tell you more about that later.
How mild can a cigarette be?
Smoke Camels and see.
Yes, prove for yourself how mild Camels are.
In a recent coast-to-coast test of hundreds of men and women who smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camel. Charlie Stark, who's our first contestant?
Bob, this is Miss Ruth Hopwood.
Hello, Miss Hopwood.
Hello.
Where are you from?
Manhattan.
Manhattan, and would you tell us what you do, Miss Hopwood?
I'm a registered nurse.
Where, here in New York?
Yeah.
Which hospital?
No hospital, a surgeon's office.
Oh, a surgeon's office
Yeah.
here in New York. You are a registered nurse. Fine, I'm glad to have you here. Do you prefer being a nurse to men or to women? Which are the easier the patient?
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding, no. Why?
I prefer the men.
Why? Could you tell me?
They're more cooperative, and besides, they're men.
I see. And they may take a sudden turn for the nurse. I know that one, too. All right.
I was going to avoid that.
Well, it was a little old, though. I was reading the other day about a man who swallowed a spoon. He never stirred again. They didn't know. They didn't know what to do with it. Okay. Now, my uncle just had an operation, but it was not very dangerous. It cost him $40, and you can't buy a dangerous operation for $40. That's what they tell me. That's what they can have. Now, Miss Ruth Haywood, Hopwood it is. Hopwood. Is that right? Hopwood. Mm-hmm. Were you born here in New York?
Mostly. Well, practically, then.
There's one question I thought could be answered yes or no. We'll try it again. Were you born here in New York?
Yes.
Why, is there a doubt in your mind, Miss Hopwood?
Well, I mean, not in Manhattan. In Greater New York, is it?
Oh, Greater New York. I see. Not right here in New York. I thought maybe you were born on the borderline between the Bronx and Manhattan or something. You couldn't. All right, Miss Hopwood, and you're a registered nurse. I'm going to give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel tonight. I'll give you a series of questions which can light up the camel. If you get them all right, you'll get a seat in the Lee-Mac box. You'll get the chance later to win $250 and become the Lee-Mac of the Week. Is that fair enough?
That's fair enough.
Let's give you a chance to start tonight. Here are a group of questions on a subject which we call letters. I'll show you what I mean. The postman, this is very difficult. The postman is always known as the letter what, starting with the letter C?
Carrier.
The letter carrier. The postman. Everybody waits for the postman to come by. Little town I was born in, the postman in our town was also the dog catcher, the vegetable man, the carpenter, and a songwriter. He had a sign that read letters, litters, lettuce, and lyrics. Here we are for the A for $10 and 2 cartons of Camels. When you find XYZs in your soup, you are probably having what kind of soup? Alphabet soup. Did you ever have any alphabet soup?
Yes.
I'm boring you, aren't I? I forgot to pay for mine the restaurant the other night, but I left some IOU, so it was all right. Here we are for the A, for the M, for $15 and 3 cartons of Camels. In most tall buildings, there is a what on each floor, starting with the letter M. Can you think of it? In most tall buildings, there is a what on each floor. Remember, we were talking about letters to start with. Mm-hmm. So in most tall buildings, what is there on each floor, starting with the letter M, that has to do with letters? Could you tell me?
Yes, but...
I know what the answer to the L is going to be. Now, this has to do with letters. People are going out and mailing letters all the time, aren't they?
A mailbox.
A mailbox. Well, a mail chute. We got out of that one all right. Oh, that's right. It's a mail chute. Okay. You have lit up the M. I know what I think of those answers before I ask those questions. You lit up the M for $15 and 3 cartons of Camels. Now, another word for a formal or an elegant letter is a what, starting with the letter E? Can you tell me? People might write a very formal letter, starting with the letter E. What would an elegant word for that be? For example, you might study about it in school, very formal letters.
You mean an essay?
Well, an essay is not a letter, no. But they might write a very formal letter starting with the letter.
Epistle, you
An
mean?
epistle, that's right. That's very difficult, and you did very well with it. Okay. You got it, didn't you? Okay. All right, here we... Like, for example, if someone writes a formal letter of acceptance or a formal letter of thanks, that's an epistle. Like some friends of mine got married, and they were writing their formal letters of acceptance of their wedding gifts. I got a letter from them that said, "Dear Robert, our little one-room apartment is so small and so cozy. and so cute. But it would have never been complete without your St. Bernard dog. Here we are for the L for $25 and 5 cartons of Camels. A famous newspaper column to which letters are sent is known as advice to the what?
Lover.
You have lit up the Camel. Thank you.
C-A-M-E-L.
Yes, Miss Hapwood has $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lemac box.
Thank you, and now, our gentry. Who's next, please?
Bob, this is Joseph Power.
Hello, Mr. Power.
How do you do, sir?
Where are you from, sir?
Well, I'm from New York, Bayside.
And would you tell us what you do, please?
I'm a salesman.
And what do you sell?
I sell automatic typewriters.
Oh, what do you mean by automatic typewriters, sir?
Well, they're called autotypists, and they're a piece of office equipment which is attached to a typewriter and works from a record roll like I play a piano.
Oh.
So the girl just puts the letterhead into the typewriter and presses a button, and the thing goes like crazy.
Oh, I...
Completes the letter.
Does the letter, and she can go on and have her coffee like she would be doing anyway, and everything is fine. Is that it?
That's right.
Oh, it automatically types. That's quite an invention. Well, my girl, my secretary, I should say, could probably use that. She's quite a typist and a lovely-looking girl. She reminds me, she has a royal carriage. I used to use that, what is it, the peck system, they call it? Yeah, that's right.
Hunt and peck.
A hunt and peck system, that's right. A friend of mine used to do it, too. What's the gag? I can't think of it. What was his name? Underwood, that was his name. He was an Underwood pecker. I remember that. That's not the gag. All right, Mr. Power, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a Camel tonight and see what you can do. I'm going to give you a series of questions, sir, about a subject which I think that all men should be familiar. I think you'll know this one. This is about men. These questions are all related to men. Edward Everett Hale wrote a story in 1863 about the man without a what, starting with the letter C. Can you tell me, sir? The man without a what?
Country.
The man without a country. Here we are for the A. An officer of any legislative body who helps in keeping order is called a sergeant at what, starting with the letter A?
Arms.
Sergeant at arms, like they have at a convention, for example, a sergeant at arms. Do you know what a delegate at large is? Someone just told me. A delegate at large is the one who doesn't have to bring his wife to the convention. Here we are for the M, for $15 and 3 cartons of Camels. A well-to-do man is often called a man of what, starting with the letter M? Can you tell me, sir?
Man of means.
A man of means. And here we are for the E. No minstrel show could get along with 2 what kind of men, starting with the letter E? Can you tell me? Remember when you used to go to minstrel shows? They had 2 men. What would they be called?
Endmen.
Endmen, that's right. They always say Mr. Bones, or the interlocutor. That's the guy in the middle, isn't it? He says, Mr. Bones, is it true that pigskins make the best shoes? Mr. Bones says, I don't know, Mr. Interlocutor, but banana skins make the best slippers. Yuck, 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 yuck. Here we are for the L. A learned man is also known as a man of what, starting with the letter L?
Man of letters.
You have lit up a Camel. Thank you.
C-A-M-E-L.
Yes. Mr. Power, you had $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lemac box.
He made it. How mild can a cigarette be? Just smoke Camels for 30 days and you'll see. In a recent test, hundreds of men and women from coast to coast smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days. They smoked an average of 1 to 2 packs a day. Each week, noted throat specialists examined the throats of these smokers. After completing 2,470 careful examinations, the doctors reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's how mild Camels are. Smoke Camels and see for yourself. If at any time you're not convinced that Camels are the mildest cigarette you've ever smoked, return the package with the unused cigarettes to the makers of Camels, and you'll receive its full purchase price plus postage. Okay, Charlie Stark.
Bob, this is Mrs. Irene Pepper.
Hello, Mrs. Pepper.
Hello.
Where are you from?
St. Louis, Missouri.
It's a lovely hat you're wearing. I hope you don't mind my saying so. A little closer to the microphone. What do you do, Mrs. Pepper?
Oh, I'm a comptometer operator in the daytime and a housewife by night.
A housewife by night and a comptometer operator by daytime. How you go over figures during the daytime? Is that right?
Right.
That's right. So does my brother. He It's a rubber in a Turkish bath. He goes over figures in the daytime. What a masseur I made out of that. Okay, Mrs. Pepper, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel and see what you can do. Here are a series of questions for you on various subjects, and the first one for you is this one. The opposite of clockwise would be called what?
Counterwise.
What?
Counterwise.
Counterwise or counterclockwise. Here we are for the A. A member of a school or a college class that has been graduated is a what, starting with the letter A? Can you tell me? A member of a school or college class. In other words, if you graduated when you graduated.
Alumni.
Alumni or alumnus. That's right. You lit up the A. And here we are for the M. A person whose wealth is estimated with 6 zeros is known as a what?
Millionaire.
A millionaire. Yes, sir. That's a lot of zeros. A lot of money. Well, people make so much more money than they did years ago. I don't know what my grandfather got when he married grandmother, but he didn't either. Here we are for the E. The departure of a player from the stage is known as his what, starting with the letter E? The departure of a player from the stage. The actor leaves the stage. He makes his what, starting with the letter E? Can you tell me, Mrs. Pepper? What happens when he goes out? What is it, audience? Exit. But you still have $15 and 3 cartons of Camel. Okay, Arch Entry.
Bob, this is Mr. Newbold.
Hello, Mr. Newbold.
Hello, Bob.
Where are you from, sir?
Brooklyn, New York.
And what do you do, Mr. Newbold?
I'm unemployed at present.
And what did you do before that?
Milkman.
A milkman? You
That's
delivered
right.
milk here in New York?
That's right.
I see, sir. What, in the early morning hours? Is that
That's right.
Did you like those hours?
Yeah, I did it for 32 years.
Is that right? What, climbing steps, I
Climbing
suppose?
stairs, and in alleys, and dumbwaiters, and what have you.
Do you, did the customers ever ask for unusual requests that you had to do, or did you just...
Well, no, the usual routine.
I see. I knew a midget who used to deliver condensed milk all the time. No good. All right. Mr. Newbold, let's give you an opportunity for lighting up a camel tonight and see what you can do. Here are a group of questions for you, which we call, well, they're on the various subjects, too. And here is the first one for you, sir. The point where 2 sides meet in a room is called the what, starting with the letter C? If the 2 points meet in a room, what is it called, starting with the letter C? Can you tell me, sir?
2 points in a room?
Yes.
The corner?
The corner, that's right. And here we are for the A. When you're up in the mountains, you're generally spoken as being up in the high what, starting with the letter A?
Area.
High area? I was thinking of altitudes, but yours is good enough, isn't it? Okay. And here we are for the M. The sign indicating subtraction is called the what, starting with the letter M? In other words, if you're taking one number from another number and you write it down on your figures, what is the sign that indicates subtraction? Can you tell me?
Minus sign.
The minus sign. And here we are for the E. What is the exclamation that means I have found it? It's the motto of the state of California. Can you tell me? What is it? The motto of the state of California. It's a word used by a Greek philosopher, I think, when he lost the soap in the bathroom, and then he found it. I found it. What was it? You know? What is it, audience? Eureka, but you still have $15 and 3 cartons of Camel. Thank you. Okay, Charlie Stark.
This is Mrs. Bernice Minkoff.
Hello, where are you from?
Newark, New Jersey.
And do you have a family, Mrs. Minkoff?
I have a darling little boy,
I'll bet he's a darling little boy. How old is he?
a year and a half.
Oh, isn't that... What is his name?
Paul.
Paul. I suppose he's gone to bed by now, hasn't he?
Well, I hope so.
Yes,
Daddy's
sir.
taking good care of him tonight.
Yeah. Oh, his daddy is home taking care of him?
That's right.
That's the way it should be. Children now like to stay up, though, of course, I guess as late as they can. But, of course, at that age, he doesn't care. He likes to go to sleep all the time.
Well, he really doesn't have much to say in the matter.
I see. He hasn't started to talk yet. Herkimer, my nephew, ran away from home the other day. We were a little sad about it. He ran away from the house. A policeman found him 3 blocks away and said, Herkimer, why did you run away from home? And he said, well, Daddy got into a fight with Mother. Daddy said she was spending too much money and that he couldn't afford to pay the mortgage and he wasn't going to be stuck with it, so he was going to leave. And Mother said, well, I'm not going to pay the mortgage, so she left. So Herkimer said, you don't think I'm going to stay there and be stuck with that mortgage? All right, Mrs. Minkoff, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel and see what you can do. I'm going to give you I love these children. People don't believe these stories about a Herkimer. The other day, his mother said to him, she started washing his face with soap and water. And he says, Mother, do you have to wash me every day? Couldn't you just dust me once in a while? Here we are. Thank you, Clyde McCoy. Now, Mrs. Minkoff, let's give you an opportunity of lighting up a camel tonight. There's a series of questions which we call the number game. A 4 in hand is drawn by 4 horses. And what is a 4 in hand is a what drawn by 4 horses? It was used in the early days, a 4 in hand. In other words, 4 horses, and it was called a 4 in hand. What is another name for it, starting with the letter C? Can you tell me? It was a form of a carriage, but what particular type of a carriage would it be called, starting with the letter C? No coaching.
I'm not sure. Caravan?
What? No. No, I want no coaching. It's a form of a carriage in which the people sat rather formally. Grandfather used to...
Coach.
A coach, that's right. Okay. You have lit up the sea for $5. What happened to Grandfather? Here we are. Name one of the 7 seas starting with the letter A. Can you tell me?
Atlantic.
The Atlantic Ocean is one of the 7 seas. You're right. The 3 B's belong to what field of art? Can you tell me? The 3 B's belong to what field of art? Starting with the letter M. In other words, it isn't the theater, and it isn't science. What field of art is music? That's right. Okay. And here we are for the E. The 5-foot bookshelf was made up by a Doctor Who, starting with the letter E. You've seen it advertised in many magazines and newspapers. The 5-foot bookshelf. Can you tell me who it is? Dr. Someone?
I think it's Dr. Elliot.
Did you hear it from the audience?
No.
Okay, Dr. Elliot, you're correct. And here we are for the L. The 5 large bodies of water between the United States and Canada are called the Great what? Starting with the letter L. The Great Lakes. You have lit up a camel. Thank you. C-A-M-E-L. Yes. Mrs. Minkoff, you have $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lemac box.
Thank you. Okay, Arch Entry, who's next, please?
Bob, this is Mr. Dodd.
Hello, Mr. Dodd.
Hello, Bob.
Where do you do, sir?
Well, I'm in the transportation department of a company.
The transportation department of a company?
Yes.
A company here in New York?
Yes.
And what is the company? Do you mind telling
I
me?
don't suppose you heard of it, the A&P.
Oh. Heard of it. I've walked those wagons through.
Well, I've been with them for 34 years, which I got used to it now. Expect they're going to throw me out soon.
Oh, I don't think so. You've been with the A&P for 34 years?
And I hadn't expected to be up here tonight, only I guess you saw the bow tie. I was at the back there, and I feel kind of out of place up here.
You feel out of place?
Yes.
I don't see why, sir. You look very
much...
much...
It's the first time in my life I've been on the stage.
Well, that's fine. Mr. Dodd, we're delighted to have you up here, and I want you to know that it's a real pleasure for us to have you up here, okay?
It's mutual.
Oh, that's fine. No, it's Columbia. Do you have any hobbies, especially, Mr. Dodd?
I have to tune in with the wife's hobby. She likes to listen to these programs all the time, the quiz programs. And incidentally, I asked one of the boys to get me the tickets for this show. I only got them this morning, so I brought it down here.
Oh, I see. That's
why I'm here.
I see. Your wife wanted to come to the show, and that's why you came.
Yeah. Wife wanted to come.
I see. Well, supposing that she hadn't wanted to come to the show, you wouldn't have been here tonight. Is that right, Mr. Dye?
I believe not. I'd have been listening, though.
Oh, that's fine. You got out of that one all right. Okay, Mr. Dodd, I think it's all right. As a matter of fact, I don't blame you in the slightest. I really don't. Mr. Dodd, do you have any children, any family?
Yes, I have, 3, and I have a grandchild.
And what do your children do? Are they in the same line of business?
Well, there's a boy, he's with the eldest boy, he's married, he was in the Navy 4 years, he's with the New Jersey thing. There's a daughter at the back there, she has a husband with him, he wears a uniform in the daytime and a gun in his back. And
What does he do? What does he do?
Well, he's an officer of the law, a gendarme.
Oh,
Other daughter...
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, the other baby you wanted to hear, she's in the convent. She's
I see. So she's in the convent, and your son-in-law is an officer of the law here in New York?
Yes.
I see, sir. Okay, I think...
It's getting time.
It's getting...
I'm not your mercy, though.
What do you mean, time for you to go home, or for me to go home, or for both of us to go?
What do you want? I'm here. I'm on this spot here.
Oh, well, that's all right. Thank to God, we're enjoying every hour of it. We really are. And I want you to stay right here until we get through with it and see what happens here. Look, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you some very simple questions about some people that you've known and seen, either in the motion pictures or the pictures in the newspapers, or that you've heard about them. I'll tell you what I mean. What English prime minister always carried an umbrella? Can you remember? Starting with the letter C, he always carried
I think it was Chamberlain.
Chamberlain, that's right. He always carried an umbrella. You see, that's the idea of this thing. Here we are for the A. What radio comedians make a lot of people laugh at their antics in the fresh air taxi cab company? They used to have the fresh starting with the letter A. Can you tell me who it is?
Abbott and Costello.
No. It's
Amos and Andy.
Amos and Andy, that's right. You remember. The fresh air taxi. And here we are for the L. What comedian wears a painted mustache and spectacles, and his last name starts with the letter M? Can you tell me? A painted mustache and spectacles. Remember, he said to the beautiful blonde, "You're ruining my son. Why can't you do the same for me?" Groucho someone.
Groucho Marx.
That's right. You have lit up at the end. Now, what English statesman... What did you say?
Say he's got a quiz program.
What's this, a hot dog stand? He's not only got a quiz program, he's got one of the best quiz programs. Okay, sir. What English statesman always wears a Homburg hat starting with the letter E? Can you tell me that, sir?
Eden.
Anthony Eden. Okay. And here we are for the L. What old-time movie comedian, I don't think he has a quiz program, what old-time movie comedian always wore horn-rimmed glasses? His last name starting with the letter L. Can you tell me, sir? His first name was Harold. Can you tell me what it is? Harold
Lloyd.
Harold
Lloyd.
C-A-M-E-L.
Yes, Mr. Dodd has $25, 5 cartons of Camels, and now...
You're a smarty, what a smarty. Take your seat in the Lee-Mac box.
And now it's time to see if we can find the Lee-Mac of the Week. Tonight there's a prize of $250 for the Lee-Mac of the Week. You people in the Lee-Mac box have been given cards with the letters L-E-M-A-C printed on them. You must write only one answer for each letter. If no one gets all the right answers, $250 more will be added. And next week there'll be a prize of $500 for the Lee-Mac of the Week. Only those in the Lee-Mac box are eligible to win this prize, but you people at home get your papers and pencils while Hank Silvern and his orchestra are playing Love Walked In, and see what you could have done with the Lee-Mac question. Now here's the question. Listen closely, because I cannot repeat it. Your answers to this question will be checked with the latest international edition of the Rand McNally World Atlas. Portland starts with the letter P and ends with land, L-A-N-D. You are to give me any city, town, or village in the United States that ends with L-A-N-D and starts with each of the letters L-E-M-A-C. Are you a Lee-Mac? You have a minute and a half. 1 minute to go. Seconds left to work. Seconds to become a Lee-Mac. is up. Now, while Art Gentry and Charlie Stark are collecting the Lemac answers from the contestants, we'd like to remind you that
each week the makers of Camel cigarettes send free Camels to servicemen's hospitals from coast to coast. This week the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, USAAF Station Hospital, Selfridge Field, Michigan, U.S. Naval Hospital, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, U.S. Marine Hospital, San Francisco, California, Veterans Hospital, Bay Pines, Florida. That makes a total of more than 187 million cigarettes that the Camel people have sent to servicemen, servicewomen, and veterans.
How mild can a cigarette be? Make the Camel 30-day test, and you'll see. Smoke Camels and see.
For the best in popular music, listen every Saturday night over most of these CBS stations when the makers of Camel cigarettes present the Camel Caravan, starring Vaughn Monroe. And now, here again is Bob Hawke.
as we told you, you are to give me any city, town, or village in the United States that ends with L-A-N-D and starts with each of the letters L-E-M-A-C. Several of the contestants did not fill out all of the answers. Mr. Joseph Power has filled out all the answers. For L, he has Leland, correct. For E, Eastland, correct. For M, Moreland, correct. For A, Ashland, correct. For C, Cortland, correct. You are a very smart person, Mr. Power. You've won $250. You are the Lemac of the week.
You're a Lemac now. Yes, the Lemac now. $250. You're up among the scholars. Bob Hawke will pay you as he hollers. Yes, you're a Lemac now.
Congratulations, Mr. Power. You have $250. You are a salesman, sir, of typewriters. Is that right? Now, what do you expect to do with the $250?
Well, gotta buy an Easter bonnet for the wife, a little something for the mother-in-law, one or two things for the kids.
I see.
I get the cigarettes.
And you get the cigarettes. Okay, Mr. Power, it's a lovely gesture, and if you didn't think of it, your wife would have probably thought of it anyway. Congratulations to you. Thank you.
Pipe smokers, if you haven't tried George Washington pipe tobacco, you've missed something. You'll like its rich, hearty flavor, its mellow mildness. George Washington is the great American buy in pipe tobacco. Means more tobacco for your money, more pleasure from your pipe.
This is Bob Hawke, ladies and gentlemen. Good night and good luck to all our listeners. Till next Monday, when I'll be back looking again for the Lemac of the Week with a prize of $250 for the correct answer. Good night, everyone.
Listen in for more acts again next Monday with Camel Cigarettes and another in the series of Bob Hawke Show with Hank Silver's orchestra.
This program was transcribed in New York.
Buddy Johnson and his Welcome Rhythm Orchestra.
From the Savoy Ballroom in the heart of Harlem in New York City, we bring you Walk 'em Rhythm with Buddy Johnson and his orchestra.
Well, let's dispense with the theme and get right into the program. Buddy Johnson and Exactly Like You. Buddy saved the roof. We're going to build a new house. Buddy, all I can say is the home of Happy Feet is now exjubilated. Man, that's what I said, exjubilated. Arthur Price, I'm here to sing for you now, and this one is Wait and See. I shall be loving you through all eternity. But if you don't believe me, wait and see. My heart will still be true when stars on high have flickered out like little candles in the sky. And when the evergreen has withered on the bough, I still will feel the same as I do now. These little words I know can never show how true I'll be. But if you don't believe me, just you wait and see. Have withered on the bough, I still will feel the same as I do now. These little words I know can never show how true I'll be. But if you don't believe me, just you wait and see. Nicely done, Arthur Price. You know, every once in a while, our friend Buddy Johnson sits down and writes himself a brand new tune. And here's one that we like especially well. Ella Johnson's going to sing it for you, and it's called Since I Fell for You, Buddy.
Made me leave my happy home. You took my love and now you go. Since I fell for you. Love caused such misery and pain. I know I'll never be the same since I fell for you. It's too sad, it's too bad, but I'm in love with you. You love me, then you love me. Oh, what can I do? I'm still in love with you. Yes, I'll never see the light. I'll get the blues about every night. Since I fell for you. It's too sad, it's too bad, but I'm in love with you. You love me, then you love me. What can I do? I'm still in love with you. Yes, I'll never see the light. I'll get the blues about every night. Since I fell for
And that was Since I Fell for You, written by Buddy Johnson. Here's one for the band. You've heard us talk about Walk-'em Rhythms. Well, this is it. Walk 'em, buddy.
It's been the music of Buddy Johnson and his Wacom Rhythm Orchestra coming to you from the Savoy Ballroom in the heart of Harlem in New York City. Lyrics were by Arthur Price and Ella Johnson. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
And now the Whistler's strange story. Dear Roger.
It was a strange meal they ate together that evening, full of long, awkward silences, both of them making useless attempts at light conversation, trying to fill in the gaps. Anne Martin looked across at her husband. She tried to smile, to make this dinner like all the others. She knew that the dread in the back of her mind had made the atmosphere tense, that Phil had sensed it somehow. At 20 minutes of 7, he put down his fork.
It's no use, darling. I guess I'm just not hungry tonight.
How about some coffee?
No.
Phil,
Yes?
is something bothering you, darling?
What makes you ask that?
Well, I don't know, dear. You seemed a little strange tonight, and I just thought that...
What did you think?
Well, I thought you might be worried or something.
I wonder what it is.
What, Phil?
I wonder what it is that gives a woman the power to pull something out of the air like that. I thought I could put it past you. I guess I should have known better.
Please tell me.
I am worried, Anne. I'm terribly worried.
What's wrong?
I didn't want to tell you until it was all over. It'll probably be in the papers in a few days, though. Darling, the next 10 days are going to be the most important days in our lives.
But I don't understand.
Number one, it looks very much like I'm going to resign as district attorney.
Resign?
Yes. The governor's about decided he has a job for me. In Washington.
Why, Phil, you mean you...
Yes. United States Senator, dear. Since Senator Waite passed away, it's up to the governor to appoint a man to fill out Waite's term.
Well, that's wonderful, darling. I don't know what to say.
It's off the record at the moment, of course. It'll be the beginning for us, Anne. Or, maybe not.
What do you mean, maybe not?
Well, there are people who don't want to see me get that appointment, Anne.
Why?
A lot of reasons. All of them political.
Is that why you're worried, Phil?
And they've come to me several times now. They've tried to bribe me, buy me off, threaten me. They'll go to any lengths to ruin me unless I refuse to accept that appointment. You see, it's their necks or mine, and they know it. They're powerful, Anne, got influence. If they could find one grain of scandal in my past, or yours for that matter, they'd... What's the matter, Anne?
Nothing, Phil, no. Nothing.
I told them to go ahead, Anne. I told them to do their darndest. We have Nothing to hide, have we?
No, Phil. We have nothing to hide.
And that's the second time you lied to him, isn't it, Anne? Nothing to hide. Nothing except an appointment at 8 o'clock you told him was at the dressmaker's. It makes sense now, doesn't it, Anne? The phone call from Roger Henderson this afternoon. His insistence that you come to his apartment tonight on the other side of town at 8 to talk over old times. So now you know why. And as you ring the bell of his apartment, you know this appointment is going to decide everything, one way or the other.
Well, my dear Mrs. Martin, how nice of you to be on time. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Roger.
You must excuse my apartment. Really a nice place, of course. Good location, excellent view of the river. Lacking only the woman's touch. Please sit down. Cigarette?
I'd rather not, thanks.
Oh, you don't smoke. You've included that with your other reforms, of course.
Please get to the point, Roger. Why did you want me to come here?
Don't be impatient, my dear. After all, it's been so long since I've had the pleasure of your company. Let me see, it's 9 years now? Yes, 9 years next month. In Switzerland, wasn't it? St. Moritz. Heavy snowfall that year. You wanted me to teach you to ski.
I didn't come here to reminisce.
And you're married now. Fine husband. Politically ambitious, too. Tell me, Anne, does he love you as much as I did?
You're being awfully cruel, Roger.
That's hardly the thing for you to say. You see, Anne, for 9 years now I've thought of you. Remembered you as the cruelest woman I ever met in my life.
I tried to explain it to you, Roger. You wouldn't listen. I tried to tell you I couldn't marry you. I didn't love you, that's all. It wouldn't have been fair to either of us, don't you see?
It was still cruel.
But it was just as hard for me. I know how you felt, but it was the only way.
You did love me, Anne. You told me.
Well, I was young. I didn't know what I was doing.
That's not what you said in your letters.
The letters? You kept them.
Of course I kept them.
That's why you called me here, isn't it? Roger, where are those letters?
I'm planning another trip abroad, Anne. A rather long trip. I dislike leaving loose ends behind me.
You'll return them to me?
Let's put it in another way. I'll leave on my trip after I give you the letters.
I don't understand.
Oh, dear Anne. I did hope you'd grown wiser.
You want something for those letters. What is it?
You're so businesslike, Anne, dear. Almost as much so as that man who came here this afternoon. A very convincing chap who deplores the coming appointment of your husband to the Senate. It's all so strange, Anne. He seemed to know about the letters, too.
But, Roger, you wouldn't do that, would you? It's not like you. You think too much of me.
Haven't changed a bit, have you?
Oh, please, Roger, it's not for myself, believe me. It's Philip. I love him. If anything happened to him, to his career,
What would you do? I'm interested.
I don't think I could go on living.
You do love him, don't you?
He's the only thing in the world, Roger.
I almost believe you. Even though I seem to remember you telling me that once.
I can't say any more. I've tried to explain to you so many times. You'd never understand.
All right, Anne. You'll get your letters.
Thank you, Roger.
They'll cost you $10,000.
$10,000?
In cash. To arrive here by messenger not later than 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
But where can I get...
managed to check your personal account. It comes to approximately $11,200.58. You should be grateful I'm generous enough to allow you the balance.
But how can I explain away all that money to Phil? Don't you see,
Perhaps you'd better explain everything to him. No, I'm sure he'll understand that the organization opposing him will pay 10 times that price.
But he mustn't know, Roger. He mustn't know. All right, Roger, I'll get the money for you. Some way.
With the prologue of Dear Roger, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Since this is the first program of the new year, it occurred to me you might like to look in and get a little better acquainted with the organization that brings you the Whistler and those fine Signal oil products. It all started not long after World War I, when a small group of young Westerners got together to form their own independent oil company, Signal Oil Company. In the face of what seemed overwhelming competition, those determined young men succeeded in bringing to Western motorists the first anti-knock gasoline at regular prices. Being independent themselves, they naturally sold Signal gasoline only through independent service stations. Just a handful of them at that time. But motorists liked Signal products, liked them so well that the Signal organization grew and grew until today independent Signal dealers serve 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many motorists have switched to Signal. And there are. One, at Signal stations you find the tops in gasoline, lubricants, and fine quality automotive accessories, backed by Signal's 16-year tradition of quality. And 2, you enjoy more thorough, more conscientious service, because Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, have more incentive to serve you better. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Anne. You know there's only one thing to do now. Roger must get his money. The letters must be returned and destroyed. And you must worry about explaining to Phil later. There's too much at stake, Anne. Phil's career, your marriage. Everything depends on the return of those letters. At 11 the next morning, you finish typing a note.
Roger, I shall be waiting for the messenger who carries this package to you to return with the papers from your collection.
You insert it in the package of bills you drew from the bank an hour ago. Give it to the messenger waiting at the door. There's nothing to do now but wait. But there's no answer. The messenger doesn't return. At 6 in the evening, the doorbell rings, and you rush to the door to find Phil home early for dinner. By 9 o'clock, you're sure Roger is double-crossing you. That's the one thing he wants more than money, to wreck your marriage. But it's too late in the evening to do anything. You make an excuse to Phil and go to bed. By morning, you've made a decision. After Phil has left for work, you slip his small automatic into your handbag, leave the house, and hail a taxi. It's 9 o'clock when the cab turns a corner into Rogers Street and moves toward his apartment.
That's the apartment right up there, lady. Riverside Arms.
Yes, I know, driver. Please hurry.
Gotta take it easy. Look at that crowd up there. Clear out into the street.
Why, it's in front of the apartment. What's wrong?
You got me, lady. Looks like an accident or something.
Hey, you, taxi! Move along! You're blocking the street!
Got a fare here, officer.
Better pull down there around the corner there.
What's the matter, officer?
A man's been murdered, ma'am.
Murdered?
Yeah, move along now.
Oh, wait a minute, please, wait. Who's been murdered, officer?
A guy who lived in that apartment. Fellow named Roger Henderson.
It's almost too much to take, Anne. The strain of yesterday, a sleepless night. Now the single terrible fact that Roger Henderson is dead. That now the letters will come to light. There's a strange dizziness in your head, a half-sick feeling in your stomach. Things begin to fade. The whole world gets dark around the edges.
Well, lady, where to now? Hey, where do you want to go to now, lady? If you like, we could go around by way of Park Street or even... Hey, what's the matter, lady? Something wrong? You look kind of pale, like you're gonna pass out. Hey, wait!
Take it easy now. Another sniff of this ammonia.
I know it's nasty stuff, but it does the trick. Breathe deep now.
Now, lean back and relax for a minute. You're all right.
What happened?
It's all right, Mrs. Martin. You just pulled a feint in that taxi cab.
Where am I?
In my apartment. My name's Joe Burton.
How did you know my name?
It's my business to know people's names. I'm a private detective.
Go on.
You weren't the only one this Henderson guy was blackmailing, Mrs. Martin. I've been working on him for 14 months. I got a nervous client. It seems Mr. Henderson had some of her stationery, too, all cluttered up with the wrong remarks. That's how I happened to be outside the apartment when I heard he'd been knocked off. So you pull up in a taxi, pull that feint, and presto, here you are.
Why did you take me here? What do you want?
Suspicious creature, aren't you?
I have reason to be.
You better let down the bars. You can use a guy like me.
What do you mean?
I think I can get your letters for you.
Where are they?
That's a funny thing, isn't it? I can get you off the spot, and I think you can do the same for me. You were in Switzerland in 1937 with Henderson, weren't you?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
He was blackmailing my client at the same time. Someone was collecting for him over here.
But he never told me anything about...
Think back, Mrs. Martin. It's important. Believe me, this dame is as desperate as you are. Still don't trust me, huh? All right. Take a look at this. Now, let's see. I shall be waiting for the messenger who carries this package to you.
The money.
$10,000 worth. Is that all it was?
Where did you get it?
In the valise Henderson checked last night down at the railroad station. A pal of mine runs the check room. Go ahead, take it.
Take it?
It's yours, isn't it?
Yes, it's mine.
Do you trust me now?
Yes, I guess I do.
Good. Now, suppose you let your hair down.
Well, you said you knew where the letters were.
I think so.
Let's try to find them. If we fail, I'll tell you everything. I'll do anything to help you. You've simply got to understand, Mr. Burton. I must have those letters.
All right. There was a small walnut nightstand in Henderson's bedroom, brass lock on the front. The cleaning woman says she's seen him put papers in there. I think they're the right ones. We'll check with her again in the morning.
Why not now?
The place is crawling with police.
Oh, yes, of course it is.
What time? 10 be all right?
All right. 10 o'clock.
Yes, Anne, you've got to trust him. There's no one else to turn to now. You arrive home to find the phone ringing. It's Phil saying he'll be working late. But it's not until after 11 when he quietly walks into the bedroom that you realize what he's working on.
Wake, darling?
Yes, Phil.
I'm sorry I'm so late. That Henderson murder's thrown the organization into an uproar.
Henderson?
Yeah, thought you might have seen it in the papers. The governor wants me to handle the case personally. Says it'll make great publicity just before the appointment.
Phil, an ordinary murder case. You
Oh,
never
that's
tried to...
just it. There's more to this one than meets the eye. This guy Henderson was a professional blackmailer mixed up with the wife of some political bigwig. We've got a report on him a mile long. No names yet. The guy's too careful.
But, Phil, darling, I don't want you involved in this sort of thing. It might be dangerous. Don't you see?
Oh, forget it,
Phil,
Angel. This is going to be my last one. I want to make this one big.
You started to tell him, Anne. Caught yourself just when you felt you couldn't hold it back any longer. Somehow you know you've got to stand it for another day, long enough to give Burton his chance. The next morning, the two of you arrive at the apartment building, wait for an opportunity to slip around through the corridor to the door with a brass nameplate on it. Mrs. Mooner, manager. A tight-lipped individual, Mrs. Mooner, until Burton slips her a $10 bill. Then it seems she can't say enough.
Mr. Burton, I do the cleaning up there occasionally, and I'd remember a nightstand if there was one.
I know it was there, Mrs. Mooner. Black walnut with red plastic knobs.
Wait a minute.
It was on the side of the bed toward the door.
Oh, but that wasn't a nightstand. That was a liquor cabinet. He kept it locked all the time. The leg was loose. Mr. Henderson always told me to be careful of it, and...
And what?
A repairman came around to the door just yesterday. I remembered the cabinet.
You gave it to him?
Yes. He took it to his shop. I've got the address right here.
liquor cabinet? Who picked it up?
I don't know who picked it up.
It was black walnut, red plastic knob.
Brass lock on the front.
You sure the man left this address?
Let's not go through that again. I told you.
Wait. Sure, that's what it is. Red done it again. The guy had red hair, didn't he?
I don't know what color hair he had.
I fired him last week. He's been going around town picking up furniture and selling it.
Where can I find him?
Just a minute, I'll write it down.
Look, a red-haired fella came in here yesterday and sold you a liquor cabinet. I just talked to him.
We see it around the floor anywhere?
Oh, look, what about that one?
Where?
Right over there, next to the sofa. See?
Now we're getting somewhere. Come on.
I'm awfully sorry that one's not for sale.
Why not?
Well, it's locked, and we've got to get a key man here to open it. It needs some repairs.
I'll worry about that. Give me that paper knife, Mrs. Munn.
Oh, here you are.
Now.
Wait a second. You can't do that.
I'm paying for it, pal. Now.
Empty.
Yeah. I guess he was one jump ahead of us. Well, how much for it, pal?
$20.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you. Well, aren't you going to take it along?
I'll send for it later. Well?
What do we do now?
I guess we go back to my apartment. Talk for a while. Start all over again.
Yes, Anne. There's nothing to do now but start from the beginning again. But you know in your heart it's almost hopeless. That somewhere someone has those letters and plans to use them against you. But you've made up your mind to try, to keep trying until you're sure there's no hope. An hour later, the two of you are sitting over a table in his apartment. He lights your cigarette, leans back, waiting.
Now, you understand, Mrs. Martin, why you have to tell me all you know about Henderson?
Yes.
How's your morale?
Not too high, I'm afraid.
Suppose you start from the first, huh? It won't take us long.
Who's that?
I don't know. We're not in a hurry. Get into the closet over there.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, Burton.
Well, Mr. Martin. Hello, D.A.
Mind if I come in?
I'm a little busy.
It's important.
What's on your mind?
A lot of routine stuff. A murder, mostly. A fellow named Roger Henderson. Know anything about it?
No, what?
I think you do. I think you killed him night before last at 11 o'clock.
Funny, I'd swear I was with a guy named Joe Rocca at the time.
So did he. Until we broke him down. He spilled it. Right from the beginning. Put up your hands, Burton. A 38. The boys in the laboratory will be interested in this.
You back on the homicide detail, D.A.?
On this one I am. I was interested the minute I found out you are hired by the mob that's after my neck. They offered you $100,000, didn't they, Burton?
You seem to know everything. Why don't you answer that one?
We can do an awful lot of close guessing. Henderson was in the middle somewhere, wasn't he? Some woman he was putting the bite on, a package of letters you were after on the night you killed him. You made a mistake, though, Burton. The woman had nothing to do with me. I never saw her in my life. You can tell her to come out of that closet now.
What makes you think?
Cigarette with lipstick in the ashtray there, still burning. And another thing, unless I'm mistaken, the table here. Ah, dictaphone. Recording machine in the next room, eh? You still say she isn't here?
Why don't you take a look?
All right. I will. Anne!
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. You hear that? Just another New Year's resolution being broken. But there's one I hope you won't break, and that's the one we made on last week's Whistler. To just try, signal gasoline in your car. Because seriously, friends, There are real advantages for the driver who powers his car with Signal. Not only because Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline, but now that the government has removed its limitations on the amount of lead used in gasoline, the quality of today's Signal is at an all-time high. You see, it's this extra quality, the extra efficiency today's Signal gasoline gets from your motor that gives you those quick starts, fast pickups, and smooth knock-free power. Yes, and it's these same quality features a gasoline must have for extra driving pleasure that also give you extra mileage, mileage you can measure with your speedometer. For proof, just switch to Signal for a few fillings. Let the performance of your own car show you what more and more drivers are discovering. In gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther, and Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now back to the Whistler.
You move like an automaton for the next hour, Anne. Too confused and frightened to think clearly. Following Phil's instructions to leave the building by the side entrance, take a taxi home and meet him there. It's only after you arrive home and relax quietly for a while in a chair by the fireplace that your mind stops spinning. You close your eyes and try to forget everything. Phil is bending over you as you open them again.
Phil,
Anne, how are you?
I don't know, Phil. Been terrible. I've done an awful thing.
Relax, darling. Don't try to talk.
What can I say, Phil?
Don't say anything.
Aren't you going to ask me any questions?
No. No questions.
Did you find me in a murderer's apartment? And the blackmail? Everything? No questions, huh?
When you love someone like I love you, Anne, you don't ask questions.
I've got to tell you everything. Right from the beginning.
That's it, eh?
Yes, that's it. I was only trying to protect you, darling. I know it's hopeless now.
It's far from hopeless, Angel. We're stronger now than we ever were before. They'll never open their traps with a number one boy up on a murder charge. And that doesn't matter now, Anne. Nothing matters except you and me.
Not even your career.
Not even my career. Oh, I almost forgot. There was a note for you waiting in the mailbox when I got home tonight.
Oh, that's strange. Look. To be delivered January 6th. Dear Anne, by the time you receive this, I will be well on my way out of the country. I promised you I'd return the letters to you. I'm sorry to say I can't return them. You see, there aren't any letters. I destroyed every one of them 9 years ago when I first received them. Have fun with your charming husband, Anne. It's such a short lifetime, isn't it? Hi. Roger Henderson.
It's time now for Johnny Dollar.
Hi there, Johnny. This here is Sidewinder Wilson.
Oh, well, what can I... Who did you say?
Sidewinder Wilson, you know, out here in Bumswung, Oklahoma.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean that old friend of Durango, Laramie Dalhart?
I sure do. Unless you've forgotten it, I'm the man that helped you find Durango that time he disappeared.
Sure, of course you did, Sidewinder. If it hadn't been for you, we'd never have found the old coat.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's on your mind?
Well, if you should just happen to mosey out here to Bumswung, well, Johnny, I think I could show you something that'd make your eyes pop out all over your head.
Sidewinder, is this an insurance matter?
Now, you don't think I'd be calling on you if it wasn't, do you?
What's it all about?
Well, I'll tell you when you get here.
Well, now, Sidewinder,
I'll be waiting for you at Durango's Ranch. So long, Johnny.
Well, now, wait a minute. Sidewinder.
Bob Bailey in the intriguing adventures of a man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
With your permission, we'd like to talk shop for just a moment. CBS Radio Shop. Recently, one of the foremost publications in the broadcasting field polled 465 critics and editors. The question, which radio network programs do you rate tops? When the answers from these 465 experts were tabulated, the final ratings were, to put it mildly, overwhelmingly one-sided. Total honors accorded CBS radio programs exceeded those of all the other networks combined. Let's put it another way. The final verdict of hundreds of critics, reviewers, and editors was that CBS Radio had more top shows than all other networks put together. CBS Radio was pleased, naturally, at the result of the poll, but not surprised. Great programming is no accident. It's long been a policy of this network to devote every effort to maintaining highest broadcast standards, to making sure CBS Radio listeners hear the best entertainment, the most authoritative information. Whatever listening fare is for you, you can be sure you're hearing the best when you're tuned to CBS Radio. And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Floyd's of England, North American Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Fairweather friend matter. All of Durango's insurance was handled by Floyd's of England, so that would have to be the company that Sidewinder was talking about. Expense account item 1, $1.20 for a taxi to Floyd's headquarters in Hartford in the office of George Reed.
Well, this is a switch, Johnny. You're coming here.
George, I just got a call from that town out in Oklahoma with the unlikely name of Bum Spung.
The old Indian name, I understand. It means bad spring, bad water.
Yeah, it was from a friend of Durango Laramie Dalhart's, an old character by the name of Sidewinder Wilson.
You know, of course, that Durango was here a few days ago.
Here in Hartford, and he didn't drop in to see me?
He dropped in to pay the $4,500 premium on that insurance he carries for the benefit of his niece, Carol Dalhart. He must think an awful lot of that girl.
Yeah? Well, who wouldn't?
What?
George, that Carol's a living doll. If I were ever to think seriously of getting married, well, believe me.
Oh, what's the hitch? Does old Durango object?
Object? Far from it. Hey, tell me, did he pay off that premium in the usual brand new $100 bill?
Yes, and as usual, he peeled them off a roll that was big enough to choke a horse. Johnny, why that man carries so much cash around with him? Now, what did this fellow Wilson call you about?
Sidewinder wouldn't tell me.
Well, now, wait. There was a robbery-murder case out there a while back in the little town of Fairweather.
Oh?
That's a few miles north of Enid, Oklahoma.
What happened?
Well, it was the messenger carrying some negotiable securities to the small bank there in Fairweather.
Ah, you get stuck for insurance on both the man and the securities?
Only on the messenger. The securities were returned.
By whom?
Well, neither the bank nor the police out there ever found out.
Funny. Do you suppose that's what Sidewinder called me about?
Well, there's only one way to find out, Johnny.
Which is to say that Floyd's of England will pay my expenses.
Well, now, within reason, of course.
Huh?
Well, why kid about it, Johnny? That freewheeling expense account of yours.
George, you sound as though you don't trust me.
Well, of course I do.
Oh? Well, you shouldn't.
Huh?
George, I'll be in touch. Expense account item 2, $97.30, transportation. The plane dropped me off at Enid, Oklahoma, shortly after 6 p.m. Item 3, $2 even for some food. Item 4, a $50 deposit on a drive-your-own car. I drove north on Highway 81 then, after some 27 miles and after crossing the Salt Fork of the Arkansas, which, much to my surprise, had a trickle of water in it, I turned left on the rough dirt road leading to Bum Spung. Finally, there it was. The same 2 or 3 acres of poor, barren, sandy soil. The ramshackle house and the remains of a barn, leaning tiredly on the timbers that helped to prop it up. And on in front were the same two sad-looking cows, the old and weather-beaten horse, a friendly, mangy, toothless hound who shook himself as he got up out of the dust and proceeded to assert his authority. And I still couldn't figure why Durango, who was worth millions in oil royalties, had ever chosen to settle down in this lonely, desolate spot. And yet, thanks to Carol, his attractive niece, the inside of that huge, unpainted house was clean, modern, well-furnished. I wondered if Carol would show up, but I saw no sign of the sleek convertible she always drove. Swinging open the sagging wire gate, I wondered if the ancient Maxwell, parked at one side, belonged to Sidewinder Wilson. I didn't have to wonder for long. Hey, you crazy old coot! Yippee! Sidewinder! What the Sam Hill's the matter with you?
Welcome to Bum Johnny.
Oh, listen, you wild old character. Put that thing down or I'll start throwing some lead around myself.
With that little 38 lemon squeezer of yours?
Why, you...
No, sir, Sonny. You wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, now, what's the big idea?
Well, I just wanted to show you that when Durango leaves me in charge of his ranch, he leaves it in good hands. And also, I wanted you to feel real welcome around here.
Yeah.
Now, how are you, Johnny boy?
Well, still in one piece, no thanks to you. The crazy way you and Durango have of making somebody feel welcome around here. Where is he, by the way?
Well, first he went to Hartford to pay up on his insurance. Then he flew down to Washington.
Oh, what for?
Well, to pay up on his income taxes. Wanted to make sure he got them in the right hands.
Well, now, he didn't have to go to Washington for that.
Well, he figures it makes it easier that way. He just carries along a big bundle of money and lets them take whatever they think is right.
Oh, no. Now, listen, Sidewinder.
Yeah?
Did you call me in connection with that bank messenger who was killed down in Fairweather?
That's right, Johnny.
I understand the securities he carried were returned to the bank.
Yes, sir. They were sealed up in a big envelope and laid on the front doorstep of that bank. And what I figure, Johnny...
You figure that if I can find out who sent them back the securities, I'll have a lead on the killer.
That's right. And, Johnny, I know who sent them back.
You do?
Yeah.
You're sure?
Yeah.
Well, who, Sidewinder?
Me, Johnny.
What?
Yes, sir. Me.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Are you going to write that letter today or put it off until tomorrow, or maybe the day after? How about that spring suit you plan to have altered? Will you take it to the tailor tomorrow morning bright and early, or will the week somehow glide by while the suit just hangs on in your closet? If you're a confessed procrastinator, you're not unique. The putting off habit can be mild or chronic, but some matters, serious matters, are highly dangerous to assign to mañana. One of the most important of these is getting protection from crippling, killing polio. When life-saving Salk vaccine was first introduced in 1955, it was hailed as a major medical discovery. Yet at the beginning of this current year, some 98 million Americans, the majority of our population, had not received even one inoculation. Why had all these people failed to take the simple measures necessary to gain protection from polio? If you are among them, this year, don't take a chance. Don't put off those polio shots any longer. Get in touch with your family doctor or local health department right away. And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Fairweather Friend Matter.
Come on in the house, Johnny, and I'll tell you about it.
Just let me get this straight, Sidewinder.
Huh?
The bank messenger down there in Fairweather was held up and murdered.
Yeah?
The securities he carried were stolen by the killer. Then they were returned to the bank.
That's right. And I'm the one who returned them.
Sidewinder, you... Now, look. Don't tell me that you're the one.
Me? You think that I'm the one that killed that messenger?
I didn't say that.
But that's what you were thinking, ain't it?
Well, you said yourself that whoever returned those securities...
I said whoever left them back at the bank. Now, just you stand real still, Johnny.
Oh, come on now. Put that thing down, Sidewinder.
And don't you move none.
Look, will you listen to me?
And maybe you even better stop talking, or that Sidewinder rattlesnake coming toward you might take it into his head to... Easy now.
Oh, yeah. I can hear him.
Easy now, whilst I get a bead on him with this study. Maybe. Right in one eye, not t'other. And I'll just cut off his rattles and add them to my collection.
Oh, brother, thanks. No wonder they called you Sidewinder.
Yeah. That's the 427th rattle I've taken off these varmints. I just don't like 'em, Johnny. They ain't like Diamondback. These sidewinders around here will sneak up on a man. Just like that dirty snake that killed the bank messenger. And you know why he done it, Johnny?
You still haven't told me who he is.
It was to collect that insurance on him, that's who.
Oh?
Yes, sir. The man that killed him was his hair. What you call his beneficiary.
How do you know, Sidewinder?
Because I live down the Fairweather. That is, when I ain't up here looking after Durango's place.
Yeah?
And that's how come I knowed that Claude Needles, that was the messenger, left his insurance to that no-count nephew of his and that Barney Gifford. Sit down.
Barney Gifford, huh?
Yeah. So what I done was talk it over with Durango and Carol Dalhart.
Where is Carol, Sidewinder?
I've been waiting for you to ask that, Johnny. Oh, she'll be around.
Good.
You're kind of sweet on her, ain't you?
Wow.
Nah, don't you try to fool me, Johnny boy. And you know how she feels about you, too. And if you don't think Durango knows, well, I'll tell you this.
You say you talked it over with.
I'll tell you this, Johnny. Durango finds that you've been out here and went back to Hartford without hitching up with Carol.
Sidewinder, would
well,
you...
I'll tell you this. He's liable to shotgun you into it if he catches you around here.
Oh.
And don't you try to tell me you wouldn't like being married to her, too.
Sidewinder.
Okay. So anyhow, me and Durango and Carol.
Carol!
Johnny, I'm glad to see you.
Carol, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, then don't you stand there. Give me a kiss.
Oh, you think I need an engraved invitation? Come here. Oh, hi.
Oh, don't stop, Johnny. It's been a long time.
If Durango could see this.
Oh, drop dead, Sidewinder.
Yes, sir. He'd have that shotgun out so fast.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's been an awful long time, Johnny.
Oh, too long.
I thought you were never coming back here.
I'm here.
Uh-huh. So let's make up for lost time.
Oh, why not?
Oh, come on now. Come on, you kid.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Johnny, don't you want to hear the rest of what I was... Now, look here. If you don't cut loose from each other there, you know what I'll do. I'll walk right out of here, and I'll go back to Fairweather. And I'll send a telegram to old Durango, and I'll tell him you two are making out like this all alone inside of his house. And if that don't bring him out here to get you two married...
Oh, why don't you mind your own business?
Well, I tell
you
you...
old goat. Why don't you go somewhere and get lost?
But that's it. I'm going right down to Fairweather and send him a telegram.
No. Just settle down there, Sidewinder.
I'll settle down, Johnny. With you. Anytime, any place.
Oh, Carol, you're the only girl I know who makes me wish sometimes I was the marrying kind. But now listen.
I'll bet I can make you the marrying kind, Johnny. You like to give me a chance, huh?
Well, that settles it. I'm leaving right now.
No, you aren't, Sidewinder.
Oh, let him go.
Let's just be sensible for a minute, will
I
you?
was trying to, Johnny.
I mean about this murder case.
And when we finish talking about it?
We'll see.
Well, then let me tell you about it. It won't take me so long. And Sidewinder, you stop making those silly eyes or I'll let you have one right between them.
Well, I still think I ought to leave.
So do I. But as long as you're already... Well, listen, Johnny.
I'm listening.
When Mr. Needles was killed, Sidewinder wanted them to make him a cop down there in Fairweather.
Or even just a deputy, so as I could go out and hunt for that killer. Claude Needles was a friend of mine.
But the police said no, they didn't need him, didn't want him.
So that made me sore.
So we talked it over about who could ever do a thing like that.
And that's when I remembered Barney Gifford would get the money from Claude's insurance.
So I told Sidewinder I'd have a date with Barney, and that would give him a chance to go through Barney's house and look for the security.
And I found him, Johnny, under a loose board in the floor.
Yes.
So, when he come home, I lassoed him, and I tied him up, and I took him and locked him up in the tool shed on my place.
You didn't turn him over to the police?
Oh, the chief in that little old hick town told Sidewinder that if he interfered in the case, he'd lock him up.
That's what he said.
Well, look, nevertheless,
And that's when Durango, just before he left to go to Hartford, always has to be there right on time, you know, with that insurance payment.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that's when Durango said to call you up on the phone.
Yep. Sidewinder.
Huh?
I thought that was your idea.
No, Durango's. And also for getting Johnny out here to see you again.
What?
Why, sure.
Well, who does Durango think he is trying to run my life that way? What kind of a trick is that to pull on? Just you wait until he gets back here.
Is that my cue to leave these parts, Carol?
Well, it certainly... Oh, no, of course not, Johnny, but... Well...
All right, now. Sidewinder, where is this Barney Gifford?
Locked up in my tool shed.
Well, who's looking after him?
Oh, Pete Willie, I told him not to let on to the police.
You sure he can handle a man like Gifford?
Oh, yes, Sidewinder.
Well, I don't see why
Hey,
not.
look, maybe we'd better drive on down there.
Well, sure, but wait till I answer that phone. It's probably Durango saying to hold on to you, Johnny. He's probably on his way.
If that's Durango, you tell him I've left.
Hello?
Now, you don't mean that, Johnny. I'll bet Durango really would make you marry me.
Oh,
Would that be
Carol.
so bad? Johnny.
Johnny. Carol.
Oh, why don't you stay on that... Sidewinder, what's the matter?
Listen, that was old Pete.
Yeah?
Barney got loose. Like to kill old Pete.
Oh, no.
And now Barney's coming here. Coming for me. To kill me.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
When friends drop in, let your hospitality show you're sociable in the modern manner. Pepsi, you know, is the favorite of the smart and young at heart.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Have you tried a Pepsi lately? And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Okay, then. If Barney Gifford's coming here, we'll be ready for him. We'll... Sidewinder, you aren't afraid of him, are you?
He's a bad one, Johnny.
But if Sidewinder was able to subdue him before...
Well, I caught him off guard, Johnny. He didn't have no gun then, but he has now. He took old Pete.
And Barney's a deadly shot. It's the only good thing you can say about him.
And don't you see, it's dark outside now. If we stay around here inside the house, we'll be like a flock of sitting ducks.
Yeah, but I don't think we'll stay inside.
You mean we'll just run away from him?
No. How long ago did he get away from Pete?
Well, Pete says it was more than an hour ago.
Then we haven't any time to waste.
What are you going to do, Johnny?
I know what you're going to do, Carol.
Yes?
Get out of here. Go on back to Enid. Tell the police. By the time they can get up here, Sidewinder and I will either have things under control or, well, then they can take over.
Why don't you phone the police?
Because I'm telling you to go on down there.
You're just trying to get me away from here, aren't you?
That's right.
No, Johnny. I can shoot just as good as you and Sidewinder, and there's plenty of guns in the back room.
No, Carol, that doesn't make any difference.
You think I'm going to leave you here with a killer after old Sidewinder, and if Barney finds you with him, he'll try to kill you,
Carol,
too.
will you just...
I won't go, Johnny. I won't leave you.
Okay. We're just wasting time. I haven't seen any car lights out on the road, but that doesn't mean that...
That's right, mister. It doesn't mean a thing.
Damn.
The front door had been pushed open by the barrel of a high-powered rifle that slowly fanned the three of us. I knew that if I made a move to draw my handgun, if Sidewinder took a step toward his 30-30 on the table, and if Barney was the excellent shot that Carol said he was...
All right. Put your hands up and come walking out this door.
Listen, Barney
Shut up,
Gifford...
do like I say.
Come on, Carol. Sidewinder.
Come on, don't try anything.
All right, Barney.
Not so brave now that I got the advantage, are you, Sidewinder?
All right. If you got to kill somebody, kill me. You leave them alone.
Now that they know all about me? No, sir. I'm going to kill all of you like I killed old Pete. Now, stop.
You keep your dirty hands off of me, you...
Keep them up, Carol. So you're not carrying a gun. I know that Sidewinder never carries it. But you do, don't you, mister? Thanks. And I think I'll use it to kill you. So if you want to put your hands down to pray...
Well, Sidewinder,
Yes, Johnny?
you think maybe this is retribution for that killing you did today?
Killing, Johnny?
Yeah, when I first got here. You remember.
Oh.
I don't know what you're talking about, mister. But I'm not going to waste any time.
Barney, please.
Shut up, Carol. You're going to go first.
All right, now listen, Gifford.
Then you, mister. And last of all, Sidewinder. Huh? What's that?
It's a snake.
It's a rattler. It's back of you, Sidewinder.
No, it's over next to Barney.
Where? I can't see it. Where is it? I'll kill it. Where is it?
Right here.
Oh. But that snake...
Oh, thanks, Sidewinder.
I'm sure glad I saved these rattles, Johnny.
What?
Yeah, so am I.
But I never would have remembered them if you hadn't reminded me about killing that snake.
You know something? I hated to leave that place. To leave Carol is what I really mean. But there was another phone call. Sidewinder answered it. And yep, it was from Durango, phoning from Enid. Durango was so tickled to learn I was still around that he promised to come out to the ranch as fast as he could.
Yes, sir, just as soon as he can pick up the preacher.
Sidewinder.
Well, much as I love that gal. Well, expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford and mileage on the rental car, $203.50. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M, the modern cigarette that lets you get full, exciting flavor through the modern miracle of the pure white miracle tip. Live modern. Smoke L&M. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I do declare. So forever. You know, Mr. Dillon, a man can get a whole lot out of books if he just puts his mind to it.
Yeah, I guess he can at that, Chester.
Did you know they got books on everything? Man takes the time to read them. There's books on politics, history, geography, hog raising.
Which one are you working on now?
Well, this here book ain't exactly one of them top ones, but it's still mighty valuable, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what's it called?
Advanced Theories in the Art of Draw Poker.
Well, you know, there you could stand some improving, Chester, if that game last night was any sample.
I'll get it back. That's why Doc loaned me this book of his.
Doc loaned you? Chester, Doc lost more in that game than you did.
Well, yes, but the cards just wasn't with him. But he's got the theories down cold. Why, this book tells you every play there is, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hello, Tessie. Well, come in.
He's come back, Marshal.
Oh? Who's come back?
Stead Rudger. I just saw him ride in. I'm afraid, Marshal.
He's been away a long time, Tessie.
I know, but he won't have changed any. You know the kind he is.
6 years, a man can calm down an awful lot.
Not Stead. A lot of things have changed since he left.
I guess that's true enough.
When he finds out about me and Tom, there's going to be trouble. Marshal, can't you arrest him?
Arrest him? On what charge? He hasn't done anything.
But he will, Marshal. Believe me, he will. You got to keep him and Tom apart.
Where's Tom now?
Over at the Long Branch. Marshal, what are you going to do?
Look, Tessie, I don't go looking for trouble now. Stead can't expect to find everything the same way as he left.
But he will, Marshal. I know.
Hello, Stead.
Evening, Marshal. Well, Tessie. Well, hello, Tessie.
How are you, Stead?
Talk about luck. Come here to ask the marshal where to find you, and right here you are. And prettier than ever.
No, Stead.
No. Now, what kind of talk is that for a man to hear from his intended?
Marshal, please.
Stead, wait a minute. You've been away quite a while, haven't you?
Long enough.
Too long, maybe, Stead. Tessie's married now.
Married?
That's right. It's been almost 3 years, hasn't it, Tessie?
Who'd you marry?
Tom.
My brother, Tom?
That's right, Stead.
Sneaking, rotten snake.
You've got room to call names riding out of town free. Is there never a word from
no
you?
Good double-crossing brother of mine.
Sure, he's so no good he's worked himself half to death trying to save the ranch after your pa died.
Well, Pa's dead, huh?
2 years ago.
So Tom got the ranch along with my girl. Well, Tom made a clean sweep for herself.
Tessie, you better run along now. You leave this to me, will you?
All right, Marshal. Goodbye, Stead.
Tessie, far as I'm concerned, you're still my girl.
I said goodbye, Stead.
She's still my girl.
Instead, I'm going to give you some advice. You forget about her. You just ride on.
I may just do that, Marshal. But not till after I talk to Brother Tom.
All right, let's get it over with. You'll find him at the Long Branch.
Thanks.
And you'll find me right beside you while you talk.
No call for that. I just aim to tell him something.
No? Tell him what?
Tell him I'm going to kill him.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Today, all over the country, more people are changing to L&M than to any other cigarette. And it's all because only L&M gives you full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier. Tastes richer. Smokes cleaner. So free up. Freshen up your taste. Live modern. Change to L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
Some things don't change, Marshal.
Yeah, such as?
This here old Long Branch. Just a little noisier is all.
Uh-huh. Well, your brother's down there at the end of the bar.
So I noticed.
Well, now, Stead Rudger.
Hello, Miss Kitty. You still look the same.
You haven't changed much yourself, Stead.
Come on, Marshal, let's go. See you later, Miss Kitty.
Yeah, sure.
Look, Stead, I hope you got it straight. You go for your gun and you know what'll happen.
Just a little family reunion, Marshal. Don't you worry about a thing.
Good evening, Marshal. Well, haven't seen you for quite a spell, Stead. Heard you was in town.
Tell me, how are you, Tom?
Stead, it's good to see you.
What you holding your hand out for? Waiting to rot?
I just thought we'd shake for old time's sake.
It's for old time's sake I'm going to kill you.
Now, wait, Stead, if that's a joke or something.
You ran into Tassie in my office, Tom. I don't think it is a joke.
But, well, Stead, you got things all wrong. I can explain about things if you just let me.
Same way you explained to Tassie, maybe?
Look, I didn't mean to do it, Stead. It just happened. You was gone so long. Well, I just fell in love with her, that's all.
You're claiming that makes it all right?
I thought you'd forget her, Stead, before you'd been gone a month. That's how it was with her. In 6 months, she was all over.
I'll just bet she was, with you helping her.
I'm telling you, she'd forgot about you.
All right, fine. Then she forgets easy, Tom. So in 6 months, she'll forget about you.
Marshal, are you going to stand for this?
I can't run him in for talking, Tom.
We're going to settle this ourselves, Tom. Just you and me.
You're a gunman, Stead, for 6 years now. I heard about you. I ain't got a chance against you.
Yeah. You should have thought of that before.
Wait a minute. Tom, are you in any position to pay him off in cash for his share of the ranch?
Well, reckon I could borrow it from the bank, but he ain't got no share, Marshal. Pa left the whole thing to me.
The whole thing to you? But tomorrow night you won't be worrying about the ranch or about Tassie.
What do you mean?
Just listen to me, Tom. Early tomorrow morning I'll be sitting on the front porch of the Dodge House, just waiting for you. And unless you want it to happen right in front of Tassie, you better ride in. If you ain't showed there by sundown, I'll ride out after you.
Stead,
Good night, Marshal.
What am I going to do?
Looks like it's already been done, Tom. The day you married Tassie.
She's the one that counts. She's the only one.
Stead doesn't see it that way.
Well, he thinks I wronged him, but he won't listen. He never would. But I ain't going to let it hurt her, no matter what it takes.
Free yourself of old-fashioned ideas.
Why don't you live modern? Live modern. Live modern.
Free up. Freshen up your taste.
Smoke an L&M.
Why are more people changing to L&M than to any other cigarette? Because only L&M lets you enjoy full, exciting flavor through the pure white miracle tip. L&M draws easier, tastes richer, smokes cleaner. So free up, freshen up your taste, get full, exciting flavor. Live modern, smoke L&M.
Make today your big red letter day and start to live the modern way. Live, live, live modern. Smoke an L&M.
It's America's fastest growing cigarette.
tell you what, Doc. I'll stay and I'll raise you 50 cents.
Yeah, 50. Oh, you will. Yes, well, I'll just go right along with you on that raise, Matt.
Yeah, well, I was hoping you would, Doc.
Sure you will. How many cards you want?
Let me see now. Give me 3.
3? Oh, raised me 50 cents on nothing but a pair. Oh, my. And I'm taking 1. You ought to read that book I loaned to Chester.
No?
Might keep you from pulling such darn fool moves as that.
Well, I'll try to get around to it before the winter's over, Doc. Ah. All right, Doc. Here's another $1 at you.
$1? Oh, Matt, are you crazy?
One way of finding out, Doc.
I drew 3 cards, then go right in for $1. Yes, you're aiming to bluff. But you're talking to the fellow who invented bluffing.
Is that so? Well, Doc, if you'll just see
All right. I'm staying right with you. And I'm upping you 50 cents. Oh, yes, if a man wants to throw his money around like a rum-drunk Comanche, I'm always glad to oblige.
Oh, come on in, Chester. How's Stead making out?
Well, he's still sitting there on the porch of the Dodge House, but he's getting kindly fidgety, Mr. Dillon.
He is, huh?
I reckon he ain't going to wait much longer. It can't be more than a half hour till sundown.
Yeah. Well, I guess we better ride out ourselves, Chester.
No, you don't, Matt. No. Not just when I got you over a barrel.
Doc, I got some business to it, too.
It'll keep until we finish this hand. It's your bet, Matt. Oh, you watch this, Chester. It's right out of the book.
All right, you raise 50 cents, Doc, and I'll call you.
Oh, darn you. I was hoping you'd raise it some more.
You're greedy, Doc. Okay, lay him down.
It is a pleasure. Yes, I drew to a flush, and I made it. All blue. Oh, my, that pot looks like it's worth about $5.
Doc, wait just a minute. You know that pair I held? Well, they were aces, and I drew 3 cards. Pair of deuces, and another ace.
Well, I declare.
A full house? Oh, but the book says the odds against you...
I never read the book, Doc. Let's see, that comes to $5.25. Thank you, Doc. Guess we better head out, Chester.
All right, Mr.
Yeah, but, Matt, it's against all theory.
Yeah, you're probably right, Doc. It was a hunch, that's all.
Doc, I ain't got much time for reading anymore. I'll get that book back to you first thing in the morning.
Yeah, keep it, Chester. Keep it!
If he don't show up pretty soon, I ain't gonna be nothing but a doggone human icicle.
He'll show up, Chester.
Maybe he won't. It's just too doggone cold for him to even think about killing.
It's not cold when you're carrying the hate in you that Stead is, Chester.
It's a downright shame. Things being all twisted up this way. It just ain't justice, that's all.
No, but it's a fact.
It's a shame.
Quiet, Chester.
Well, it must be him, all right.
Yeah.
He sure don't care who hears him.
Well, he told Tom what he was going to do.
Tom?
Hold it, Stead.
What?
It's Marshal Dillon. You're covered. You walk up here slow.
So 'tis the marshal, and still riding herd.
Yeah. Tom's not here.
The light in the house.
Tassie's there.
Well, she don't need no protection.
Maybe she does, in a way. I want to ask you something, Ted. How do you feel about Tassie?
You know how I feel.
Maybe. But do you love her enough to put her ahead of yourself?
It ain't a matter of that the way I look at it.
No, I'm afraid it is, Ted.
Marshal, you know you're taking quite a bit onto yourself, ain't you?
I'm just trying to stop a killing, Ted. I know you could get him to draw on you and claim self-defense, and you'd probably go free.
But it won't get you what you want, Stead. It will get me what I want. And she'll forget him in 6 months.
She'll never forget him. And neither will you. Oh, Tassie!
Here, wait a minute. What you doing?
I could have told you this, but I figured it was better to get you out here and show you.
Is that you, Marshal?
Yeah. Could you come out a minute, Tassie? Stead's here.
All right.
Look, Stead, if you love her, you think it over before you go on trying to kill your brother.
No, Marshal.
Tassie? Stead may be riding on tonight, and I figured that, he ought to have a look at his nephew first.
What?
Can you hold a match here, Chester?
Yes, sir. Oh, look at...
Well, now, careful. Shh. Don't wake him up.
Nephew? Tassie, you mean you and Tom...
He's 6 months old now. I supposed you'd heard.
Here, let me look. Well, what's his name?
Stedman Rutger.
Stedman?
It's Tom's idea. He wanted to name him for you. It's awful cold for him out here.
Oh, yeah. Well, get him back in the house, Tassie. Oh, listen, it's... like Marshal said, I'm riding on tonight. I just wanted to see him and say goodbye and good luck, Tassie. If ever you need for anything, why, you can reach me somehow.
Thank you, Stead. Good luck to you. Night, Marshal.
Tassie, by the way, Tom will be out later. He, accidentally got locked up in jail today.
In jail?
Well, he'll explain when he gets here. Good night, Tassie.
Night, Marshal.
All right, you win, Marshal.
It's like poker, Stead. You size up your man, then you play your hunches. I kind of had a hunch that you really did care for her.
Yeah. Well, I ain't getting no younger around here. Oh! See you again sometime.
Yeah, Stead.
Listen,
Maybe.
Marshal, you keep an eye on her, will you? Her and the kid both.
Sure I will, Stead. Good luck.
Thank you, Marshal.
Americans at Work. On the fighting fronts, America and the United Nations are on the march. Our gallant fighting men and the brave warriors of our allies are carrying the fight to the enemy. On the home front, too, come encouraging reports on the battle of production. An army of skilled workers, men and women, are working the clock around, turning out the implements of war that will erase the Axis. The 4 industrial concerns that have made tonight's program possible are proud to be able to do their full share. They invite you to listen now to the story of Americans at Work.
On the street, in the home, in a crowd or alone, just wherever you may be. I am an American. I am from the heart of me. Rich or poor, young and old, let this message be told, just wherever you may be. I am an American. I'm proud of my liberty. In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill, raise your voice and give America three. On the farm, in the school, show the world we're no fools, just wherever you may be. I am an American.
and the great transition that has taken place in American industry from civilian to military production, the Chicago area has shown wide aptitude in producing the multitude of war materiel needed for victory. This means a great deal more than planes, tanks, and guns. For all these, machines of war must be protected against deterioration, and V.J. Dolan and Company are proud to play a conspicuous part in supplying great quantities of lacquers, synthetics, and industrial finishes. Their output also finds its way and plays an important part in camouflage, wood preservation, rust prevention, and for identification and numerous other uses. Another record of which the Americans at work at V.J. Dolan and Company are justly proud is their 100% participation in the Treasury's Department's payroll savings plan. They suggest that you buy bonds to help remove the blemish of the Axis from the face of the earth.
They started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard. We're proud of our country and proud to defend it, so Yankee Doodle hit 'em hard. Put our shoulders to the wheel, the whole darn world will get a brand new deal. Oh, they started something, but we're gonna end it right in their own backyard.
America's war plans are avoiding the mistakes of World War I, when widespread sabotage existed due in great part to lack of employee identification. The National Photo Identity Corporation deserves great commendation for their outstanding work in producing tamper-proof cards and badges for workers. Their exclusive dual-principal portable camera, in use in hundreds of leading war industries, offers exact, complete, positive identification of all your employees. It photographs the person and all identifying materials, including his name and signature, physical description, and birth date, fingerprints, and official company signature. Manufacturers and other executives and plant managers who have an employee identification problem are invited to contact National Photo Identity Corporation, 600 South Michigan Avenue, Chicago, or telephone Wabash 7830. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, it is our distinct pleasure to present our guest speaker of the evening, Mr. Carl E. Payne, sales manager of Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation. Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Norm. Do the thing. Power to him who power exerts. And so it is today with all red-blooded Americans. We want victory. And to attain that victory, you and I, whether we be numbered among the workers in defense industries, civilian service spheres, or mere salvagers of scrap metal, adult or child, surely are exerting every power within ourselves to attain that ideal. The Hedstrom slogan, victory is everyone's job. And only by doing our work unselfishly, zealously holding to the highest standards of skill and workmanship, regardless of the many sacrifices we are called upon to make, can you and I assist our democracy in the ultimate victory before us. That will bring better understanding, happier and safer living conditions for all peoples throughout the world. Yes, whatever our vocation today, whether in the armed forces, administrative bureaus of government affairs, or the highly mechanized branches of industry, we are all soldiers together, fighting in our respective jobs for the greatest victory this world has ever witnessed, the victory of mutual friendship and understanding among all nations and people, and for the abolishment of wars and the establishment of a lasting peace on earth. Do the thing. That is the slogan adopted by the personnel
throughout the 5 defense plants of the Oscar W. Headstone Corporation, whose motto is work with one another, because that is the policy that gets things done. The battlefront you and I are confronting with today is vast in its scope, and in addition to being a faithful and loyal worker, the patriotic way in which you can do more for your country is to buy war bonds to the limit of your financial ability. I am happy to go on record that every employee of the Oscar W. Headstone Corporation is a purchaser of war bonds. Doing the important and necessary things now will result in an earlier victory for America and ourselves. Thank you.
And on the sea and in the air, we've got to be there. We've got to be there. America is sounding her alarms. We've got to have arms. We've got to have arms. Arms for the love of America. They speak in a foreign land with weapons in every hand. Whatever they try, they've got to reply in language that they understand. Arms for the love of America. And for the love of every mother's son, who's depending on the work that must be done by the man behind the gun.
Under the American flag that symbolizes all we are fighting for, another banner now proudly flies from the masthead at Belmont Radio Corporation. It is a banner that symbolizes the precision workmanship and energetic devotion to duty of the loyal Americans at work in this great plant. For this high achievement in the production of communications equipment, Belmont has been awarded the privilege of flying the famous Army and Navy E flag. Every man and woman at Belmont Radio Corporation is justly proud of the personal part that he or she has played in earning this distinction. To our armed forces and to all now working for victory, all join in saying, we're giving our best in every way. We've won the flag and we'll keep it flying.
I saw a peaceful old valley with a carpet of corn for a floor, and I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for. I saw a little old cabin and the river that flowed by the door, and I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for. Didn't I build that cabin? Didn't I plant that corn? Didn't my folks before me fight for this country before I was born? I gathered my loved ones around me, and I gazed at each face I adore. Then I heard a voice within me whisper, this is worth fighting for.
Today we're truly a united nation. And tonight, we're paying tribute to the wizardry of technicians, engineers, researchmen, skilled craftsmen, and ordinary workers as they stand shoulder to shoulder, working in the common cause of victory. Occupying a prominent position in the field of metal castings, patterns, precision instruments, and many other essential production needs is the Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation. Their men and machines are at their intricate tasks day and night to help assure our fighting men the finest war implements in the world. The men in management at Oscar W. Hedstrom Corporation are certain of victory and are equally certain that out of the chaos that is war will come technological improvements which will mean a richer and happier life for all of us in the years to come.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairie, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
The four industrial concerns that have made tonight's program possible close the broadcast with this solemn pledge. Employer and employee alike, living and working in constructive accord, resolve to maintain their faith in the American way under which this nation has prospered and pledge themselves to preserve by united effort our heritage of security, liberty, and justice. Be sure to listen again next Wednesday night at this same time for another Americans at Work program. This is WCFL, the Voice of Labor, Chicago.
Saturday, September 7th. So far today, there are no reports of aerial activity over England and Germany. But during the night, both capitals and other points underwent heavy attacks. Berlin had a 3-hour air raid, one of the most severe it has yet experienced. But Nazis claimed that German planes had bombed many important points throughout England. In London, officials were taking stock of the damage resulting from yesterday's 24-hour raids. Bombs fell in many London sections, within a radius of 15 miles from the heart of the city. Tenements were destroyed. Now the news, direct from London and Berlin, then to our own nation's capital, for the report of Albert Warner. We take you first to the British capital. Go ahead, London.
This is London, a refreshed London because after midnight last night, relative quiet prevailed, in central London at least, a marked contrast to our previous night of extended alarm. But parts of London caught a packet, as they say over here, just before midnight. In fact, many of the now homeless people declare that the German bombs beat the air raid sirens by at least 10 minutes. The raid on a thickly populated district in eastern London came about 11:30 last night, just between the all-clear signal of a previous German visit and the quavering howl of the alarm which signaled the arrival of a new batch of German planes. Following the bombing in the southern London area, traffic had to be diverted for a small distance. The trolley cars in that section are still not running this morning. There's a big crater near the subway station. Air raid wardens are still digging in the ruined houses in 2 streets. And in another district, in East London, about 30 other workmen's families are homeless. The official statement this morning tells us that high explosives and firebombs fell on London, mainly in these eastern and southern districts. Industrial buildings and private houses were damaged, and a number of fires started, which have now been extinguished or brought under control. The German raiders seem to be dropping a great number of firebombs these nights. But London has built up what is probably the world's greatest firefighting system to defeat the incendiary bomb. And so far, the firefighters are beating the bomb. The German raiders are providing London with a magnificent spectacle these nights in the form of parachute flares. Those slowly burning, slowly sinking magnesia torches which light up the entire square miles when they descend. These flares are used to illuminate targets. But in only one case last night did bombs follow the parachute flares. This has led some people here to the conclusion that the flares are being dropped to cause alarm. The only comment I've heard about them has been that they made driving at night easier. Some people insist they can read newspapers in the streets by their weird light, too. In the blackout at night, you know, people here often shout at persons lighting cigarettes to put out that light. Last night I heard some humorists shouting the same thing at a German parachute flare. People here are asking why British night fighting planes are not equipped with searchlights to pick out the German night bombers. It's been reported that a German machine, by means of a strong searchlight, was able to hold a British machine in the light and fire at it with telling effect. It's no secret that experiments are being carried on in this country. One of the advantages of a searchlight on a night fighter is that the beam could be used to dazzle the enemy pilot. The disadvantage is that the enemy machine gunner can fire right along the searchlight beam at the fighter plane. We've just been permitted to disclose the name of one crowded London area which was bombed last night. It's on the south side of the river, and the subway station there bears the strange name of Elephant and Castle, so called because of an old pub nearby which has borne that name down the centuries. It contains row after row of little yellow brick houses, and it's right next to Lambeth, the working class district where they invented the famous Lambeth War. Today, just when people were getting used to what seemed to be a new phase of the air war with continuous raids on London, the Germans seem to have slackened off. We haven't had our breakfast alarm this morning, nor the usual one for lunch. But beauty parlors here report a great rush of trade in the last few days. Women are coming in to have those tired lines around the mouth and eyes massaged away. And some of the beauty specialists are advertising air raid treatments aimed at relaxing the nerves and muscles most affected by strain and lack of sleep. Incidentally, official records just compiled here show that from June 17th to September 6th, 1,688 German planes have been brought down. These planes, they think, must have contained about 4,000 German airmen. We return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Wireless, sir, reporting from London. At this time, we had expected to take you direct to Berlin for the latest news reports from the German capital. But up to this time, we've been unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. We take you now to the nation's capital for the report of Albert Warner. We take you now to Washington.
Sometime today, sometime before midnight, the administration leaders hope the conscription bill will come to a vote in the House. There are still amendments to be dealt with. House members may not talk as long as senators, but they like their 2 or 3 minutes in the spotlight, and there are 435 of them. One highly important amendment remains for action, along with a good many lesser proposals. The important proposition deals with industrial conscription, an issue brought to the front by Wendell Willkie, Republican presidential candidate. The administration amendment advanced by the Military Affairs Committee proposes penalties for industrialists who decline to cooperate with the government in its defense program. The amendment would let the government operate a recalcitrant plant on a rental basis, but the ownership title would remain with the private owners. The Senate adopted perhaps a sterner amendment, allowing the government to condemn and take complete possession of facilities whose managers, in the opinion of the government, are not cooperating. Mr. Willkie complained of the arbitrary threat to industry, later explained he was not opposed to penalties for non-cooperators if applied by orderly regulation and the rule of law, and not by the fiat of one man. Once all the amendments are disposed of, the House, which has been sitting in Committee of the Whole, comes out of committee and greets itself as the House again. At this point, the administration may ask for a roll call on any amendment adopted in Committee of the Whole, which it doesn't like. There, the Fish Amendment rises for a second vote and by roll call. Supporters of the draft bill hope to overturn and reverse the fish provision. As it stands, it would postpone the draft for 60 days while the president issues a call for volunteers and waits to see if 400,000 men flock to the colors. But whether the Fish Amendment stays in or out, the bill is slated for passage, and the principle of peacetime conscription seems about to be written into law. Already the Congress has finished its work on the $5 billion record appropriation bill for national defense. The Senate completed action yesterday, and today, or in the next 2 or 3 days, the President will sign the bill. A total of $10 billion have been appropriated this year for defense, not counting additional billions in authorizations for expenditure later on. Despite a drastic tax bill to raise $1 billion additional revenue already enacted, and an excess profits tax bill underway, which may produce $500 million more. A deficit of over $5 billion for the current fiscal year is foreseen. In this country, as in all other large nations, the deficit grows. Whether in the war or out of it, the whole world is going deeper and deeper into the red. The Defense Advisory Commission is reported studying a possible embargo on steel scrap export. The commission may recommend such action to President Roosevelt. At present, a large part of the United States scrap exports go to Japan. After the draft bill, the only remaining big measure before Congress is the excess profits tax bill. The Senate Finance Committee seems to be in sympathy with the charge that no one can understand it in the shape it came from the House. The committee is rewriting the measure. Chairman Pat Harrison has called the group into an extra Saturday meeting in an attempt to get the bill before the Senate early next week. Administration leaders hope to begin debate on it Tuesday. It has been given precedence over all other legislation. Senate Majority Leader Barkley says he thinks that the upper house can get the tax bill out of the way in 3 days. When these bills, conscription and excess profits, are out of the way, either adjournment or recess is now definitely indicated. Republican congressmen who opposed adjournment early in the summer now want to get away just as badly as do the Democrats. And Senate isolationists, who once thought that Congress would be a check on the president, are now despondent. After the destroyer deal, in which the president ignored Congress, some of these isolationists said, we might just as well be at home. As adjournment or recess approaches, Representative Joseph Martin, Republican leader of the House, and his party's national chairman, predicts a minimum gain of 60 House members for the Republicans in the next election. His prediction is that there will be a gain of between 60 and 75. The Republicans need a gain of only 48 to organize the House and elect Mr. Martin Speaker. Well, the present Democratic Speaker of the House, William Bankhead, declines to be worried over the outlook. I don't hear that they are going to make any substantial gain, he tells me. In fact, the Republicans may lose some seats. But this talk of winning or losing seats makes members of the House nervous. Political fences back home are calling them. It won't be long now. We return you now to New York.
That was Albert Warner speaking from Washington. And still, we are unable to contact our Berlin correspondent. However, we do bring you at this time the latest news from Berlin, received at Columbia's newsroom in New York. Sweeping over Berlin at altitudes of only 3,000 feet and lighting their targets with parachute flares, British bombing planes raided Berlin for 2 3/4 hours in the early hours of this morning, dropping high explosive and incendiary bombs. Fires were started at various points in the city, including a huge warehouse and a stable a few blocks north of Unter den Linden, municipal buildings in the Wiesensee suburb in northeastern Berlin, the old criminal courts building in the center of the city, a storehouse, and police station in the diplomatic quarters a few blocks southwest of Unter den Linden, and a radio factory and dwellings in the Wedding district in North Berlin. A tour of the city arranged under the auspices of the propaganda ministry after the raid showed that bombs had struck in the districts to which correspondents were taken, near legitimate military objectives at most points. Across the street from the criminal courts building is a great military barracks. A bomb struck the Tegel railroad station in northern Berlin, not far from the Borsig arms factory. 1 was killed and 10 were wounded when a bomb struck near an automobile chassis plant. It was admitted that 1 searchlight of a battery had been destroyed at Brandenburg, 55 miles west or southwest of Berlin. The raid was the noisiest and most dramatic yet. The air raid alarm sounded at 12:15 a.m. Heavy anti-aircraft gunfire started immediately. Flashes of heavy batteries lighted the sky to the west, north, and east. About 15 minutes later, the hum of airplane motors was distinctly audible. British planes had begun to cruise over the city. The planes dropped dozens of parachute flares. 1 dropped direct over the United Press building in Unter den Linden, the center of the city. The Wilhelmstrasse and Adolf Hitler's ornate chancellery, situated on it, must have been visible to the flyers in the blue-white glare. It was evident that the planes were flying back and forth across the city on the same paths. Daringly, the planes came down to about 3,000 feet, but not once were they picked up by searchlights. The British planes seemed to be disregarding entirely the heavy fire from the ground. One plane dropped a string of parachute flares across the center of the city from west to east, circled, and dropped another series farther south from east to west. As soon as a flare dropped, guns blazed into furious action, trying to shoot them down. Pom-pom and machine guns joined in the fire unavailingly. Several times it was observed from the United Press building, as soon as a flare would go out, a British plane would return to the spot and drop another at almost exactly the same point, despite deafening ground fire. After an hour and a half, reddish glows began to appear in the northern and northeastern sky. 2 fires, it could be seen, were put out quickly. A third burned for 2 hours. Windows rattled and buildings trembled in the din of gunfire. It was noted that, though this part of the dispatch emphasized the number of parachute flares, the daring of the British flyers, and the fury of gunfire, it did not mention bombing. Under German propaganda ministry rules, foreign correspondents may send nothing on an air raid until after the all-clear signal had been sounded, and then their dispatches must conform to official versions. English bombers flew to Berlin in several waves. 2 waves were repulsed before they reached the city by anti-aircraft fire and night fighters. Several planes of a 3rd wave flew over the anti-air cordon and dropped bombs on various points of the city, particularly in the workers' quarter of Wedding in the north, where several fires were ignited and there was appreciable damage to buildings. And thus we conclude this morning's report of European development. Larry Lasser reported from London, Albert Warner from Washington. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KGO and KGO-FM in San Francisco. Presenting now Jude Martin's Sunrise Roundup.
Roll the mountains high, down the 10-unit wide. Let me roll and ride, ride through timber. When the day is done, by the Templars leave. Let me lie and dream, dream all timber, tall timbers falling.
Well, good morning out there. This is Jude Martin speaking, and here comes your Sunrise Roundup. 30 minutes loaded with Western music, a little bit of weather, smiddling of news, the correct time, and anything else we can think of to throw in there. Now, we'll be looking for you here for the next half hour.
High in the sky above, the love song of the trees will blend, and when it's way out on the breeze, tall timbers calling, and the echoes ring, for nature sings a song along the timber trail.
Well, now, that time is 16 minutes and 20 seconds after 6 o'clock, mighty early in the morning. So I had a new experience this morning. First time I ever changed a tire at 5 o'clock in darkness. Yes, sir. Wonderful way to start the day off. Got a brand new record here. One that Brother Gene Autry just came out with. It's one of his very freshest. It's called Loaded Pistol, Loaded Dice. Let's listen, huh?
Loaded pistols and loaded dice, take my warning or pay the price, 'cause it ain't healthy to try it twice. Loaded pistols and loaded dice. Now Trigger Johnson was a gambling cub who went and joined a Western social club, where shooting dice was everybody's whim. It seems they favored everyone but him. The sharpies, they were taking him for fair. He said, I'm wise, this game ain't on the square. I mean, them loaded dice ain't gonna do, 'cause I've got something here that's loaded too. Loaded pistols and loaded dice, take my warning or pay the price, 'cause it ain't healthy to try it twice. Loaded pistols and loaded dice. Now this kept going on for quite a while. They've made an awful dent in Trigger's pile. He reached down in his boot and got a 10. And then he shot the 10 and lost again. He stopped the game and said, I'm countrified, but still I know you took me for a ride. I also know the rules are plainly writ, but I'm about to change them up a bit. Loaded pistols and loaded dice, take my warning or pay the price, 'cause it ain't healthy to try it twice. Loaded pistols and loaded dice. Then Trigger said it's time for me to go, but first I'm gonna take back all my dough. I want you one and all to understand, this ain't no water pistol in my hand. I'll pass my hat and you know what to do. I want that money back I lost to you. Before I go, I'll leave you this advice. You can't beat a loaded pistol with loaded dice. Loaded pistols and loaded dice. Take my warning or pay the price, 'cause it ain't healthy to try it twice. Loaded pistols and loaded dice.
Well, in just 5 seconds, that time's going to be 20 minutes after 6. And I guess you got the old coffee pot on the stove. What do you say you and I just sit down right here and now and pour ourselves a nice friendly cup of coffee and look over the news, which they just brought in to me. One thing that we're all interested in nowadays, whether we live in the city or on the farm or in between, weather. I can tell you one thing, it's right around the Bay Area, it's mighty windy and mighty cold right about now. At least changing the front tire on a car, it's that way. The weather forecast, official that is, says that San Francisco and the Bay Area is going to be fair tonight and Thursday and Friday. Continued cool, moderate to fresh northwesterly wind today. And let's see, Northern California will be clear tonight and Thursday, and little temperature change, fresh northerly winds along the coast today. Up in the Sierra Nevadas, it'll be generally clear tonight and today and Thursday. Continued cold, fresh northeasterly wind through the passes. Sacramento Valley, it'll be clear today, tonight, and Thursday. Colder tonight. Little temperature change Thursday, and the high today will be from 47 to 53. Low tonight, 32 to 36. The San Joaquin Valley, along with the Santa Clara, Livermore, and Salinas, all got about the same kind of weather. Clear tonight, today, Thursday, colder tonight and Thursday. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to have much more of that needed rain in some of the places where it's needed most. And right around the Bay Area, why, it ought to be good golfing weather for city folks. Daylight saving time, which the cows and the chickens are said to have up-to-date ignored, is back in the news again. Leaders in business and agriculture from Northern and Central California have gone on record favoring a temporary daylight saving in California, at least from March until November 1st. The Pacific Gas and Electric Company spokesman said that the program is needed to counteract the power shortage. Looking over those world headlines, which you'll get all the dope on if you tune right along with us till Tony Morse comes on at 6:45 this morning. Farm bloc members of Congress are getting worried over the continued slump in the commodity market. They're renewing interest in a farm price support program, although they admit that prices are still above the support level. And there's a little item here that says Democratic Senator O'Mahony of Wyoming and Auto Workers President Walter Reuther say that the current market fluctuations are just flutters, not the beginning of any real deflation. Republican Senator Martin of Pennsylvania claims that American foreign aid, past, present, and future, is costing more than $1,200 per American family. And from over in Yugoslavia, why, has come a demand that the United States turn over from 60 to $70 million in gold frozen during the war. Well, I think that's about enough news for now. I think it'd be... That coffee tastes wonderful at this hour of the morning, you know. I think it'd be a good time right now to get another of these records rolling. First, your time, it's 23.5 minutes after 6. And there's a customer that tunes in every morning up in Windsor that likes a tune called Have I Told You Lately That I Love You? It's the Sons of the Pioneers on this one.
Have I told you lately that I love you? Could I tell you once again somehow? Have I told with all my heart and soul how I adore you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. Have I told you lately how I miss you? When the stars are shining in the sky. Have I told you why the nights are long when you're not with me? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. Have I told you lately when I'm sleeping? Every dream I dream is you somehow. Have I told you how I'd like to share my love forever? Well, darling, I'm telling you now.
Well, here's that time. It's 26 minutes and 25 seconds after 6 o'clock. In case you haven't got around to that little chore of rolling out, now is the time. We've had a lot of very nice letters about our cowboy camp meeting song that we play each morning. And we've had a number of suggestions from you good friends out there that we might slip in T. Texas Tyler's recitation in that spot of a morning. His recitation of a little thing called a deck of cards. So we'll let T. Texas Tyler take over from here.
Friends, this is T. Texas Tyler with a strange story about a soldier boy and a deck of cards. During the North African campaign, a bunch of soldier boys had been on a long hike, and they arrived in a little town called Casino. The next morning, being Sunday, several of the boys went to church. A sergeant commanded the boys in church, and after the chaplain had read the prayer, the text was taken up next. Those of the boys who had a prayer book took them out. But this one boy had only a deck of cards, and so he spread them out. The sergeant saw the cards and said, "Soldier, put away those cards." After the services was over, the soldier was taken prisoner and brought before the provost marshal. The marshal said, "Sergeant, why have you brought this man here?" "For playing cards in church, sir, and what have you to say for yourself, son?" "Much, sir," replied the soldier. The marshal said, I hope so, for if not, I shall punish you more than any man was ever punished. The soldier said, Sir, I've been on the march for about 6 days. I had neither Bible nor prayer book, but I hope to satisfy you, sir, with the purity of my intentions. With that, the boy started his story. You see, sir, when I look at the ace, it reminds me that there is but one God. And the deuce reminds me that the Bible is divided into 2 parts, the Old and the New Testament. And when I see the tray, I think of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And when I see the 4, I think of the 4 evangelists who preached the gospel. There was Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And when I see the 5, it reminds me of the 5 wise virgins who trimmed their lamps. There were 10 of them. 5 were wise and were saved. 5 were foolish and were shut out. And when I see the 6, it reminds me that in 6 days God made this great heaven and earth. When I see the 7, it reminds me that on the 7th day God rested from his great work. And when I see the 8, I think of the 8 righteous persons God saved when he destroyed this earth. There was Noah, his wife, their 3 sons, and their wives. And when I see the 9, I think of the lepers our Savior cleansed, and 9 out of the 10 didn't even thank him. When I see the 10, I think of the 10 commandments God handed down to Moses on a table of stone. When I see the king, it reminds me that there's but one King of heaven, God Almighty. And when I see the queen, I think of the Blessed Virgin Mary, who is Queen of heaven, and the jack-or-knave is the devil. When I count the number of spots on a deck of cards, I find 365, the number of days in a year. There's 52 cards, the number of weeks in a year. There's 4 suits, the number of weeks in a month. There's 12 picture cards, the number of months in a year. There's 13 tricks, the number of weeks in a quarter. So you see, sir, my pack of cards serves me as a Bible, almanac, and prayer book. And friends, this story's true. I know because I was that soldier.
Well, now your time is 6:30 and 15 seconds, and this is that Sunrise Roundup. This is Dude Martin doing the yakety-yakking here, and we come rolling out your way from 6:15 to 6:45 Monday through Friday, every morning with your favorite Western tunes. It's your request that we like to play, so don't you be bashful about dropping a line to Dude Martin, care of KGO in San Francisco, and telling us what that favorite record of yours is. If we haven't got it, we'll get it. Yes, sir. We have a very good friend over in San Leandro that likes a tune called The Best Deal in Town. It's one of Spade Cooley's very latest, so let's give that one a listen, huh?
I've got the best deal in town, I don't have to look around. Got a gal, and what a gal is she. I've got the best deal in town, blackest hair and eyes of brown. All the other fellows envy me. And on the beach each summer, she's so easy on the eyes. She's got the brand of figure that it pays to advertise. When it's all said and done, men prefer her to the one. I'm sure I've got the best deal in town. The best deal in town, lowest cost, no money down. But my baby's everything to me. don't have to baby her, no big diamond silks or fur. She just wants her daddy all the time. She's got a streamlined figure and a $1 million smile. And for her brand of kisses, I would gladly walk a mile. And on our wedding day, why, the preacher man will say, my boy, you've got the best deal in town.
Well, your time lacks just 30 seconds of being 27 minutes to 7 o'clock. We've had some very nice letters from you friends about the little Western poems that I've been collecting for years. And there's a listener way down in Modesto that kind of likes one that they said they hadn't heard us do in many a long year. It's one that Curly Fletcher, an old friend of mine, wrote. Curly wrote the song, the Strawberry Roan and the Ridge Running Roan and some of those. He's a boy that's really lived right out there and knows what he's talking about. And the Flying Outlaw goes something like this. Come gather round me, cowboys, and listen to me close while I tell you about a Mustang that must have been a ghost. You might have heard of a cayuse in the days that they called him a steed that spent his time with the eagles and only come down for his feed. He goes by the name of Pegasus. He has himself wings to fly and eats and drinks in the Badlands and then ranges around in the sky. Seems he belongs to an outfit, some sisters, the Muses, they say. They always kept him in hobbles till he busts them and gets away. For years they tried hard to catch him, but he keeps right on running free. The riders wore way too much clothes then, for cowboys was knights, you see. He sure bears a bad reputation. I don't savvy just how it did begin. Part eagle, part horse, and the devil. They claims he's meaner than sin. Well, I'm riding that rimrock country up there around Wild Horse Springs, and I like to fell out of my saddle when that bronc sailed in on his wings. I feels like I must be plumb crazy as I gazes over a bank a-watching that albino Mustang a-preening his wings as he drank. Finally, it fills up with water and wings folded. He starts in to graze, and I notices that he's headed up my way where I straddled my horse in a daze. And then I comes to, all excited, my hands is trembling in hope, as I reaches down on my saddle and fumbles a noose in my rope. Ready, I rides right out at him, a-spurring and swinging my loop, and before he can turn and get going, I throws, and it fits like a hoop. I jerks out the slack, and I dallies, and I turn my horse and throws him neat. He lets out a blood-curdling beller while I'm hog-tying his feet. I puts my hackmore on him and a pair of blinds on his eyes, and I hobbles his wings tight together so he sure can't get back in those skies. I lets him up when he's saddled. The cinch is sunk deep in his hide, and I takes the slack out of my spur straps, 'cause it looks like a pretty tough ride. I crawls him just like he was gentle. I'm a little bit nervous, you can bet. I feels pretty sure I can ride him. I still has his wings hobbled yet. I raises the blinds, and he's snorting. Then he moves like he's walking on eggs. He grunts and explodes like a pistol, and I sees that he's at home on his legs. Why, wolves and panthers, grizzlies, centipedes, triantlers, and such, scorpions, snakes, and bad whiskey compared to him wasn't much. I got a deep seat in my saddle, and my spurs both bogged in the cinch. I don't aim to take any chances. I won't let him budge me an inch. He acts like he's just plumb full of loco, just ain't got a lick of sense. He's weaving and bucking so crooked that I thinks of an Arkansas fence. I'm riding my best, and I'm busy, troubled, keeping my seat. He didn't need wings for flying. He's handy enough on his feet. He's got me half blind and weakening. He's bucking around in big rings, besides which he kept me a-guessing, a-ducking and dodging his wings. By golly, he starts getting rougher. He's spinning and sunfishing, too, and I grabs me both hands full of leather, and I'm weary and wishing he's through. He hits on that ground with a twister that broke the wing hobbles right there, and before I can get loose and quit him, we're sailing away in the air. He smooths out and keeps on a-climb until way down miles below I gets a look at the mountains and the peaks all covered with snow. Up through the clouds I'm freezing and plumb scared, and I'm dizzy to boot. I sure was wishing I had me one of them things called a parachute. And then I must have gone loco. Or maybe I go sound asleep. 'Cause when I wakes up, I'm lying right down on the ground in a heap. He may have had wings like an angel. He may have been light on his feet. But he ought to had horns like the devil and a mouth fit for eating raw meat. I've lost a good saddle and bridle, my rope, and some other good things. But boys, I'm sure glad to be here to tell you. Stay off of them horses with wings. And so goes a little Western classic by Curly Fletcher. Well, let me see here. We got a request from a listener in Oakland that sure likes the way Roy Cuff and those boys from Nashville, Tennessee, his do the old Wabash Cannonball. So, Oakland friends, coming right at you. I'd better give you folks that are ready to dash out of that house the time. It's just 21 and a half minutes to 7 o'clock.
Atlantic Ocean to the wide Pacific shore, from the queen of glowing mountains to the South Belle by the shore. She's mighty tall and handsome and known quite well by all. She's the combination on the Wabash Cannonball. She came down from Birmingham one cold December day. As she rolled into the station, you could hear all the people say, "There's a girl from Tennessee, she's long and she's tall." She came down from Birmingham on the Wabash Cannonball. Our eastern states are dandies, so the people always say. From New York to St. Louis and Chicago, by the way. From the hills of Minnesota where the rippling waters fall, no changes can be taken on that Wabash Cannonball. Here's to Daddy Claxton, may his name forever stand, and always be remembered round the courts of Alabama. His earthly race is over and the curtains round him fall. We'll carry him home to victory on the Wabash Cannonball. Listen to the jingle, the rumble and the roar, as she glides along the woodland through the hills and by the shore. Hear the mighty rush of the engineer, that lonesome hobo's call. You're traveling through the jungles on the Wabash Cannonball.
Your time is 19 minutes to 7 in the morning. Well, here's an unusual little bit of fiddling, the original Arthur Smith it is, and the Orange Blossom Special.
Look yonder coming down the railroad track. Look yonder coming down the railroad track. At the Orange Blossom Badger, bringing my baby back.
Orange Blossom special we're going to have time for this morning. Your time is 17 minutes to 7. And, when 6:15 rolls around tomorrow morning, if you're not there listening, I'm going to feel kind of lonesome all by myself here with my little platters. So be there listening, won't you? And you can help me to please you better and make it more fun for all of us if you'll drop me a line. Dude Martin, KGO, San Francisco. Tell me what your favorite tune is. We'll get it in here. Yes, we will. Until tomorrow, then, at the same time, it's Dude Martin saying for myself and all my little platters, thanks for listening. So long. Adios.
Timber, 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 timber. Oh, the mountains high, timber, down the canyons wide. Let me
Listen tomorrow at 6:15 for Dude Martin's Sunrise Roundup. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It's Arthur Godfrey time.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Jeanette Davis, Marshall Young, Frank Saunders, the Jubilaires, Hank Silverne and his orchestra. And here's Arthur Godfrey himself in person himself.
Thank you, Joel. I see you are your usual witty self. Good morning, everybody. If it isn't Joe King back with us again. It is so good to see you back, Joe. So good. If you don't mind my saying so, you look sharp as a harp, too. And twice as stringy. Remo is back, too. Remo with his git fiddle. I'm so glad to see you, Remo. Are you all right now?
Fine, thanks.
Oh, you look good, too. You've been out in the sun a little, huh? Poor fella had himself a case of pneumonia or something, wasn't it? Is that what you had?
Yeah.
You shouldn't do that. But pneumonia, that's bad stuff. Let us hear from Remo. We haven't heard from him for months. That's wonderful. Can you folks see Remo? Why don't we put Remo up here where people can see him? Stop it, Hank. Come on. Get up here, Remo, with that thing. He's got the most wonderful git fiddle, and he hides it in behind Gene Traxler's bass and what's his name's fiddle, Symeroff, and Flato at the piano. Can you see him now? Huh? No? Great confusion here as we move. Oh, he has to have a suitcase, too. Marshall, you make a wonderful baggage smasher. Marshall Young is carrying his electric loudspeaker to the... Yeah, that boy, Remo. Sit up there where we can see you. Can it be hooked up now?
Yeah.
It'll probably louse up the whole balance that we had. The production man is going nuts in the control room. There you are. Remo, you're not playing as well as you usually do. Frank, put that song of yours up in front of him. He likes to have music of some other song than what he's playing. That's right. Now he's got a famous old Irish song up in front of him that has nothing to do with this, and he'll play good. Watch. He always does that. These other songs give him ideas, you see. See what I tell you? There's Remo Palmieri, the #1 guitar player in the country, back with us again. We are so glad. So glad. Well, it's going to be a little cooler today, the man says. Couldn't get much hotter. Temperature is only going to be about 85, so don't go out without your overcoat, Joe. Just when the weatherman says it's going to be cooler, the whole world is subjected to one of the greatest blasts of hot air in history. George Bernard Shaw, who was England's champion, and Fiorello LaGuardia, who was America's kingpin in the hot air department, have entered into a controversy. Shaw says that bookmakers are honest men. And you know what LaGuardia will say to that. Well, while the hot air is blowing back and forth across the ocean, Shaw and LaGuardia will ease the meat shortage somewhat on account of there will be plenty bologna. But the weather never seems to bother this lovely Jeanette Davis. She always looks lovely and delightfully cool and beautiful. My, my, my. Everybody else complains about the sun, and Jeanette sings about it.
Got no diamond, got no pearl. Still I think I'm a lucky girl. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Got no mansion, got no yacht. Still I'm happy with what I've got. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Moonlight gives me the Milky Way. Got no checkbooks, got no banks. Still I'd like to express my thanks. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. And with the sun in the morning and the moon in the evening, I'm all right. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Moonlight gives me the Milky Way. Got no checkbooks, got no banks. Still I'd like to express my thanks. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. And with the sun in the morning and the moon in the evening, I'm all right.
It's so nice and cool. Here's a letter from Mankato, Minnesota, Marshall. It says, Dear Arthur, every afternoon we listen to your wonderful program. Afternoon? That's right. It takes a long time to get out to Mankato, doesn't it? And we wish each time that you would play your theme song through once and have Marshall Young sing it. How about doing it for two favorite listeners? Sincerely yours, Lois Olson and Bernie and Bernice Johnson. Olson and Johnson, huh? In Mankato, Minnesota. Marshall, do you know the words?
I don't believe I do, Arthur. I don't think I could get through the entire song.
You couldn't get through the entire song?
If you could help me, it'd be all right.
Did you have a bad weekend, Marshal?
Not too bad, no.
You can't get through the entire song. What's the matter? Don't they feed you over there in Brooklyn?
I wasn't in Brooklyn over the weekend.
You weren't? Where were you?
I was in Rye, New York.
Oh, a tourist, huh?
I passed your place at Larchmont, by the way, on the way up there.
You did? You passed Larchmont?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes. There was a funny breeze blew through. That was that fluky day.
Yes.
Well, Marshal, don't you know the theme song? Have you got the words over there, Hank?
No, I don't have it.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Well, Olsen and Janssen, very sorry, but he can't yump through it here. We'll have to yump it today and do it tomorrow. Will you learn it for tomorrow?
Certainly will.
Okay, meantime, what have you?
We have Nick Henny's new tune, Adventure.
Ah, okay, go ahead, play it.
Darling, this is my first adventure. I never knew adventure until you came along. Darling, what is this strange devotion, this bittersweet emotion that haunts me like a song? One kiss and you opened up new worlds for me. Now I can understand why stars were made to wish upon, bright stars that fade when you are gone. So darling, let's make it last forever. Let's hold it fast forever. Our first and last adventure. You opened up new worlds for me. Now I can understand why stars were made to wish upon, bright stars that fade when you are gone. So, darling, let's make it last forever. Let's hold it fast forever. Our first and last adventure.
That's a very nice song, Marshal. Very nice. Nick Kinney's, huh? The son of a gun comes up with a good one every now and then, doesn't he?
Yes, I don't know. I do the song and he puts your name in the column. I can't figure it out.
You know, I'm going to hit him over your head, though, if he doesn't get the story right about that new show of ours at nighttime. Did you see what he wrote about it today? Son of a gun. It's not an amateur show, Nick. That show on Tuesday night is to promote good talent, which is having a time getting itself out in the front. That's all. It is not an amateur show per se. What's that mean, per se? I heard a lawyer use it once. I don't know what it is. But really, that's not it. You got to get somebody to be a talent scout for you. You are a talent scout, see? You got to, if you can sing, well, somebody else has got to have faith in you to write a letter to us and say, I know a guy that can sing, or I know a lady who can sing or can play or do something. That's the way it has to be. It isn't one of those things where you just come up because you got a yen to get on the radio and louse up the air all day. We do enough of that here without having anybody else come and do it. This show is something which is designed to give good talent, which hasn't had a break yet, that break. We want to open those closed doors to good talent. That's what we want to do, and nothing else. I'll hit you over his head, see? Oh, he's a wonderful guy, that Nick Kinney. He and I used to be shipmates, you know. Yeah, he was a coxswain on a ship I was serving on one time. I was a radio floozy, and he's never forgotten it either. I was a did-audit. Play that for me, will you, Hank? Alabama bound, huh?
It's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. And here again is Arthur Godfrey himself.
Thank you, Joel. That Alabama bound was a dirty trick to play on Traxler on Monday. Did you see how Gene Traxler on the bass fiddle had to climb around on that thing? Do it again, Gene. Come on, Alabama bound. Let the folks hear you. Looks like a monkey with fleas. Hey, Hank, what is this new tune we got up here by Lucky Millender and Sid Tepper and Roy Brodsky? Love means the same old thing. What's that?
Well, that's the one we were going to rehearse this morning, remember?
Oh.
Before the show?
Let me hear it. Hey, that's cute. Fall means season, fall means plop. Corn is a bunion, corn is a crop, but love means the same old thing. Nag means horses, nag means tease. Lie like a fibber, lie when you're at ease. But love means the same old thing. A match makes a fire, a match makes a pair. A ball is a plaything or a dance. A poker in an oven means a flame go higher. Poker is a game of chance. There's a tree like in Brooklyn, a tree in your shoes. Blue is a color. How's that part go? How's that part go? Oh, yeah. Blue is a color, and you blue when you got the blues. But love, since Adam and Eve had their fling. No, that's not for me. Hey, Marshall, you sing it. You sing it. That's not for me, brother.
He's out to get me.
That's for those tenors.
Fall means... I think it's too low, Hank.
After a while, we'll get this tuned down here.
Fall means the season, fall means flop. Corn is a bunion, corn is a crop, but love means the same old thing.
Heck, I got that much.
Nag means horses, nag means tease. Lie like a fibber, lie when you're at ease. But love means the same old thing.
Now, let me see you do this.
Makes like a fire. Match.
Go ahead, start again.
Match makes a fire. No? try it again. A match makes a fire, a match makes a pair, a ball is a plaything or a dance. A poker in an oven makes a flame go higher. This is all, boy. Look, I think Jeanette was singing it very well behind me. I think she can do a good job at it.
Come on, Jeanette, let me see you do it.
Well, man, I've never heard this song. I'm telling you right now.
Hey, this is the smelly hour.
Fall means season, fall means flop. Corn is the bunion, corn is the crop, but love means the same old thing.
Now it's beginning to sound like something.
Nag means horses, nag means tease. Like a fibber, lie when you're at ease, but love means the same old thing.
So far, so good.
A match makes a fire, a match makes a pair. A ball is a plaything or a dance. A poker is an oven, makes the flame go up higher. Poker is a game of chance. Man, this is a chance. There's a tree in Brooklyn, a tree in your shoe.
You're doing fine, honey.
Blue is a color and you're blue when you got the blues. But love, since Adam and Eve had their fleas, love means the same old thing.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's a tricky tune, too, boy. Let's see what the Jubileers can do with one of theirs. What a workout on a Monday morning, huh? Rumph, calf, calf. What's going on here?
I know. Oh, yes, I know that you and I will never meet again. For you were meant for somebody else, somebody else. That night, oh yes, that night, the night when first we met, I fell in love with you, and now I simply can't forget. I can't forget, oh darling, but we never meet again beneath those moonlit skies. Darling, I know that my love will follow you as the years go passing by. Oh, darling, I know. Oh, yes, I know that you and I will never meet again. For you were meant for somebody else, somebody else. Oh, darling, but we never meet again beneath those moonlit skies. Darling, I know that my love will follow you as the years go passing by. Oh, darling, I know. Oh, yes, I know that you and I will never meet again. For you were meant for somebody else.
That's wonderful. Where did that song come from? Who wrote that? You did. Well, bless my soul, one of the Jubileers wrote it. The leader of the Jubileers. That's a wonderful thing. Have you had it published? Have you? That's a great song. What's the title of it? Just I Know. Oh, that's very, very good. Do that again for us someday, will you? Sure. Who's that little girl down there? What's your name, honey? Come up here and see me, will you? Come on up here and see me. It's the cutest little girl sitting down in the front row. Come up here and sit on this chair by me, will you? Got a little blue figured dress on. It's just as cute as it can be. Come here, honey. How are you?
All right.
You're all right, huh? You want to come sit on my lap? What's your name?
Ellen Gale Wren.
Alan what?
Ellen Gale Wren.
Oh, I see. I beg your pardon. Ellen, how old are you, honey?
4.5.
4.5? Where do you come from?
From Brooklyn.
From Brooklyn. Well. Have you been out to see the Dodgers play lately?
Yes.
You have? How far are they ahead of the Boston folks now? Is it Boston they're ahead of or Cardinals? Cardinals, yeah. How far are they ahead of the Cardinals? Yeah. Do you sing, Ellen? What do you sing?
Bell-bottom trousers.
Bell-bottom trousers? Will you sing it for me? Shoot. Go ahead.
Bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue. She loves a sailor and he loves her too. Now he's on a battleship across the mighty blue. Although the sailors swear, to him she is true.
Oh, good. Go on. Go ahead. What's the next chorus? Bell-bottom. Come on, sing it. Bell-bottom trousers again.
Bell-bottom trousers, coat of navy blue.
Root-tootie.
She loves a sailor and he loves her too. Now he's on a battleship across the mighty blue. Although the soldiers swear, to him she is true.
That's wonderful, Thank you. Oh, she's grand. And Pepsi-Cola is the drink for you on the end of it. Frank, we got time for a song from you, my boy. Frank Saunders.
Over in Killarney, many years ago, me mother sang a song to me in tones so sweet and low. Just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if she would sing that song to me this day. Tooraloo, raloo, ra. Hush, now don't you cry. Tooraloo, raloo, ra. That's an Irish lullaby.
Thank you, Frank Saunders. And thank you, little Ellen Gale Lynn, for that lovely song. That was very nice. Well, we sure had a good rehearsal today, didn't we? Nick Kenny wants amateur shows. We'll give it to him. You all have a nice day, will you? Lovely, hot, and humid one. Be the good Lord willing, we'll see you again tomorrow about the same time. I hope Mrs. Ted Altonen out in Duluth, Minnesota got her chores done today during the station break. She complains it goes too fast. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sheffield Farms, hello. I don't know. The man just says, guess who? Yes, it's the game Guess Who. And your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you that delicious new Sheffield cream cottage cheese and other fine dairy products. And now let's all give a warm welcome to our genial Sheffield Quizmaster. It's that big hippo with the bigger potamus, Happy Felton.
Big hippo with a bigger potamus. What a... Joe, don't pick on me today. I've had a terrible time. I started off early this morning. My wife had the usual stuff for breakfast. Eggs, toast, coffee, and arguments. She hounded me all morning for more money. She wanted to waste it on some brown liquid leg makeup. I saved the dough. I painted her legs with peanut butter. Made me so mad, I just hauled off. I popped my gum at her. I tell you, it all started last night. We went to a dance, and my wife wore that new gown, you know, the long ones. Has a trail 10 feet long. While we were dancing, I kept stepping on it. I'm now known as Jack the Ripper. Oh, well, enough of this. It's too warm tonight. Let's play Guess Who. 7 smart cookies are heaving and weaving, eager to huff and puff for the stuff, and the stuff is 10 silver Sheffield dollars for the winner who guesses the correct name of the person whose voice we will play on the various recordings. The loser will get $2. Either guess is signified by... Listen to that swag. Swag of my heart, Yeah, it's an old milk pail getting bulgy with bullion. It contains $65 so far, with more to come. And later, all contestants are going to get a chance to put the squeeze on the old milk payola. What's more, we have the Sheffield alarm clock all set to ring when some contestant at the mic least expects it. Then, what does said contestant get, Joe?
A beautiful Waltham wristwatch, Happy, the first American watch. The watch that keeps time beautifully.
A watch. Well, speaking of a watch, what you say let's call up the first quizaroo?
Sure we will. Meet Mrs. Jane Walter of Bamberg, South Carolina.
How are you, Mrs. Walter? Welcome to Guess Who. You're from South Carolina?
That's right.
Hamburg?
Bamberg.
Oh, Hamburg.
Bamberg.
What do you hear from the onions?
Nothing.
I had to get that in. Bamberg. You know, the last time, Mrs. Walters, we had a Southerner up here. I said, is that you all? She said, yes. Is that all you?
Yeah.
Mrs. Walter, what are you doing in New York?
Oh, I'm just having a good time.
You having a good time?
Yes.
Your husband with you?
Yes.
Do you own your own house in Bamberg, South Carolina?
Not at the present.
We're
going to build right
You're
away.
Going to build?
Yes.
What business is your husband in?
Automobile business.
What automobiles?
Dodge and Plymouth.
Dodge and Plymouth. I see. Well, now, what type of a house do you live in?
Oh, I live in a bungalow.
Bungalow? How long have you rented it?
About 6 years.
How long have you been married?
Oh, that's a long time. 18.
18 years? Tell me this. Does your husband ever say nice things about your appearance? You're a very attractive lady.
Thank you.
Well, does he?
I think so.
Does he appreciate you?
I hope he does.
He does? I want to ask you a very personal question now. Mrs. Walters, did you ever dye your hair at all?
No, I haven't.
You never touched it?
No.
Do you think most women do?
Well, I've noticed a right good bit in New York.
You have? that's wonderful. Well, I'm trying to get a plug for my brother. He's in the hair business. He's a Chihuahua dog barber.
Oh, well, he's going to starve to death then.
He is? Oh, no. If you ever know a dog needs a haircut, take it to the Chihuahua Shababa shop. It's a wonderful. I thought that was cute. Now I'm going to ask some more personal questions. Are you going to say right away that you like New York? Well, look what happened. Early tonight, wasn't it? Very early tonight. You know what happened to you?
I can't stand it.
You can. No. You don't have to stand it, dear. All you have to do is wear it. You won a beautiful watch.
Oh, I
need
a
Waltham wristwatch, the first American
beautiful?
watch. The watch that keeps on beautiful. Are you excited about it? That's Joe Ripley, an old Southerner from Norfolk, Virginia, sir. What is it, Roanoke? Roanoke.
Well,
Roanoke
right
and
down
Bamberg. What's the population of Bamberg?
3,500.
3,500.
Yeah.
What's the population of Roanoke, Joe? About 100,000. You're lying by 80,000, I'll bet you. All right, Mrs. Walter, we want you to wear the watch in good health, and now it's time to play our game. We want you to listen to the voice of one of the suavest movie stars ever to be on the screen. You tell us who he is, and Joe will give you 10 silver Sheffield dollars. Listen closely. Guess who?
Yes, of course, but well, now, she just wouldn't marry any man who came along. No. A girl as lovely as Olivia should be entitled to something better, don't you think, Charles? Why, of course, she might prefer a man who's traveled abroad, who's seen the world, who, well, perhaps one who writes. Now, that's a nice idea.
Now, you look a little puzzled, Mrs. Walter. He and a very famous movie actress have been teamed together so much, a lot of people think they're really married. His first movie was made in 1920, and it was Sherlock Holmes. And the funny part of it is he still plays a detective in most of his movies. His most recent part is that of Clarence Day in a pretty swell picture called Life with Father.
Oh, William Powell.
William Powell, is that what gave it away to you? She guessed it. All right, give her a nice hand. And 10 silver dollars. South Carolina starts off grand. Thank you. Stand by for the jackpot, Mrs. Walter. Here's a young man in the United States Navy stepping up here. Hi, Norman.
Hi, Nick.
Norman, it's pretty hot for me tonight. Now, you tell us in about, I'd say 5,000 words all about yourself. Will you? Where are you from, how old you are, and how long you've been in the Navy? Go ahead.
When I came on the program, I gave my name. My home is Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, but I really come from Forty Fort. That's a small town outside of Wilkes-Barre.
What's the name of that?
Forty Fort. F-O-R-T-Y, F-O-R-T.
40 Fort,
That's
Pennsylvania?
Right. That's right.
I'm from Pennsylvania, and I never heard of that.
It's a small town.
Is it as big as Bamberg, South Carolina?
I'm afraid it's a little small. It's only got a population of about 7,000.
7,000? Yeah. Well, that's not bad. Now, tell us, how long have you been in the Navy?
17 months.
How do you like it?
I'm expected to say it's pretty good.
No, you just say what you feel like up here. You have any more gripes or anything, you just spill them right out. It's all right.
Well, I'll like it while I'm in, but when I get out, I'll be happy.
I see. All right. Are you single, Norman?
Yes, I am.
Do you think women are unreasonable, Norman?
Some are and some aren't.
This fellow should be in the diplomatic service. He's all right. Well, now, do you have a special gal?
Well, I know I don't.
Well, do women gripe you when they show up late for a date? Or, I'm trying to get at something here now. For instance, if this girl, this mythical girl you're going to marry, if she found a strange blonde hair on your coat, would you expect her to be reasonable about it?
Yes, I guess I would.
What would your explanation be?
Probably a yellow-haired dog.
You'll do all right, Norman. You'll be all right. That's okay. My brother came home to his wife unexpectedly, found a strange man's hat in the hallway. My brother did what any red-blooded, fearless he-man would have done. He tried on the hat. Norman, has the hot weather bothered you much?
Yeah, it's pretty hot now with these blues on.
Yeah, blues, Navy blues, they're pretty hot, huh?
Yes, yeah.
You think your uniform's cooler than an ordinary suit, for instance, like I have on?
No, I don't think so.
I tried to pick out a cool suit today. Matter of fact, this is the suit I got married in. You can still see the bullet hole in it. Norman? Oh, thank you. I like it. Thank you very much. Norman, tell me about yourself, what you'd like to be when you get out of the Navy.
Well, I don't know exactly. I haven't made up my mind. I've been thinking about the field of optometry.
Optometry?
Yes.
Glasses, huh?
Yes.
Have you learned anything about it in the Navy?
No, I haven't.
You want to go to school when you get out, huh?
Yes, I do.
All right, Norman. Give you a chance to start on a little schooling money. I know that's what you'll use it for if you win. The guess who we have for you is that of a fella who sings. He's been in the movies, he's been in vaudeville, and right now he's on the air. Gene Clark, our new papa, has the record ready. Joe has the money ready, and if you're ready, here we go. Play it.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again. I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart and I'm ready for love. Let the stormy...
Norman, he first sang that song in a picture called The Hollywood Review in 1939. Later on, he was the voice of Jiminy Cricket in Walt Disney's Pinocchio. Been known for years as Ukulele Ike. He made those records when I was in high school.
Was that Cliff Edwards?
Cliff Edwards, you're right. Good boy. Give it the 10 silver dollars. And Norman Cromack from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, 44th, Pennsylvania.
That's right.
Stand by for the jackpot. Thanks a lot, baby. Here comes Joe Ripley. Joe's got some words of wisdom. Now, you tell us, Josephus.
Well, you know the old saying that goes like this: you can't judge a book by its cover. Well, I was thinking of how well that applies to the milk you buy. You can't judge milk by the way it looks, because it all looks alike in the bottle. But there's a big difference you can't see in Sheffield milk. This difference is a plus value that's important to your health and well-being. It's quality and purity. You see, milk is a mighty perishable food. It needs constant care and attention, and I know you'd be impressed, as I was, if you could see the tremendous amount of time and work spent at Sheffield to give every bottle of milk the greatest possible protection. For example, do you know that in one plant alone, a crew of 20 men spend from 10 to 12 hours every day cleaning, scrubbing, and sterilizing every piece of equipment that comes in contact with milk? Believe me, that equipment is shining and spotless when they've finished. And that's just a small part of the work. Sheffield vigilantly safeguards your health with 34,000 laboratory tests and checks every day, many of them exclusive with Sheffield Farms Company. All this to give you extra protection, to assure you of getting the finest, purest milk you can buy. So, for 34,000 reasons that add up to extra value, always ask for Sheffield.
Thank you, Joe. I thought that was very interesting myself. And the young lady who was standing beside you seemed to think it was very interesting. She was hanging on every word. Hello.
Hello.
What's your name?
Rosalie Lucas,
Rosalie Lucas. Where do you live?
Brooklyn, New York.
That's always good for a big hand here. Are you interested in the baseball team?
Mm-hmm. I don't know who won today, though.
You don't know who won today? Can anybody tell her who won?
Brooklyn,
8-7. 8-7.
Good.
What does that put up? Do you know how many games they have? 5.5. All right. Oh, they've been having some sensational ball games. Now let's talk about you, Rosalie. You go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go?
Girls Commercial.
¿Cómo se va, señorita? Do you speak Spanish?
No.
I know 2 Spanish words I was kind of showing off. Mañanas tomorrow, pajamas tonight. What would you like to be when you finish school, Rosalie?
A dietitian.
A dietitian?
Yes.
Diet, huh?
I'm sorry.
I don't know as I'm interested in that sort of thing. All right, Rosalie. How do you study to be a dietitian?
Well, I have to go 2 years after I graduate from high school. I have chemistry and chemistry.
I see. And then you want to work for a restaurant company? Is that
No,
the
I'd like to work for airlines.
For airlines?
Or a steamship company.
Oh, I see. That'd be very nice. You want to travel?
Well, yes and no.
Would you consider yourself a vain person, Rosalie?
I don't know.
Well, you should know. I don't think you are, though. Which sex do you think is more vain, men or women?
Men.
Why? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, Rosalie. Men are so positive of their attractiveness, they don't even change their clothing style. Hairstyles or any other fashion. Women are so unsure of their beauty that they must make changes continually. Now, does that make sense? Now, Rosalie, how many are in your family?
5.
5? Tell us about them.
My mother, my father, my sister, my brother, and I.
And are you the youngest or in the middle or what?
I'm the middle.
You're in the middle. Your oldest one is a sister or
My
brother?
sister.
And what does she do?
She works in Western Electric.
Western Electric. Do you want to get married someday?
Oh, I hope so.
Have you got picked out the fella yet?
I got him in mind.
You have him in mind? I won't embarrass you. You don't want to tell us who you have in mind?
No.
Oh, dear.
My mother's out there.
Your mother's out here? I'll be very nice. Well, I'll say that Mrs. Lucas, is that her name, Mrs. Lucas?
Yes.
You have a very nice daughter, Mrs. Lucas, and we won't embarrass her. All right. Here we go now. Let's play Guess Who. You're going to listen to the music of a famous pianist. He's a famous pianist, a famous composer, and he's a famous orchestra leader. 10 silver Sheffield dollars if you guess who, Rosalie. Here we go. They were kind of laughing me dancing. I was really jumping on that one. That's a hint. This fellow was discovered by Benny Goodman in Kansas City. And he composed that number. That number is called the 1 o'clock jump. The 1 o'clock jump, recorded by all the big bands. Now, this is not Duke Ellington. It's not Prince Albert. It's not King Oliver. It's not Queen Elizabeth.
Count Basie.
Count Basie! How did you get it? How did you get it? Because I mentioned all that royalty and I only missed the count, huh?
Yes.
$10 silver. You share it with your mother, Con. She's there with you.
Okay.
All right. Bye, Rosalie. Thank you very much. Here's a gentleman coming up here who told me when I picked him out that he's lived in and around New York for a long time. Is that right, sir?
Practically all my life.
And your name, please?
Tom Harity.
Tom Harity. And where do you live now, sir?
Astoria.
Astoria, Long Island.
That's right.
What is your job?
I'm maintenance mechanic.
Maintenance?
Maintenance, yes.
What do you do?
I visit a department of hospital, building maintenance.
In hospitals?
In the hospital department.
I see.
City of
Oh,
New
that's
York.
very nice. Now, Mr. Harity, is that right?
That's right.
Mr. Sheffield has a highly polished silver dollar for you if you can answer this one. And being around hospitals, maybe you'll know.
I hope so.
How many bones are in the human body? I'll give it, if you're within 20, I'll give you the dollar.
How many bones?
Make a guess.
About 5,000.
5,000? No. Can't give you the dollar on that. 206. Imagine that. 206 bones in my body. Take away all this fat, I sure would rattle, wouldn't I? Now, how many years have you lived around New York?
All my life.
How long is that, sir?
52.
52 years. Can you remember when the Waldorf was where the Empire State Building is now?
I certainly do.
Back in those days, the old Murray Hill Hotel was the swankiest place in town. You know where that is?
41st and Park.
41st and Park. Lincoln, Grant. Did you ever go up in the old Murray Hill Hotel?
I was in all of them because I roamed around all over New York.
Did you ever live in one of the old hotels?
Not quite. I just passed through them. Somebody had to me.
My brother always goes to those old hotels every time he comes to town. Goes to the old Astor House, then he goes to the Essex House, and he goes to the Station House. It's very... All right, now, Tom, have you ever traveled much?
Yes, I've been in Chicago for about 5 years, and Rochester.
Did you see the movies of President Truman back all the way from South America?
No, I didn't.
They say when he got back, all his clothes were wrapped in a little paper sack. When Margaret sang in Hollywood, she forgot to return her father's suitcase. Tom, they're punching me here, telling me to move along. Let's play a record for Tom here. One of our country's most famous political figures is the Guess Who we're going to play for you. This man made some great speeches in his time. Here's part of one of them. A famous speechmaker. Here we go.
The principles for which we stand are the principles of fair play and a square deal for every man and every woman in the United States. A square deal politically, a square deal in matters social and industrial.
You notice he kept talking about a square deal, Tom. Not a new deal, a square deal. This man was once governor of New York.
President Roosevelt.
Who's that?
President Roosevelt.
Well, we've had a couple of President Roosevelts.
Franklin D. Roosevelt.
No, this is not Franklin D. Roosevelt. This fellow was in the Spanish-American War.
Theodore Roosevelt.
Theodore Roosevelt. Very good. Eliminate one, you have the other. Give him the $10, Joe Ripley. That was Teddy Roosevelt, the 26th President of the United States. Stand by for our jackpot. Thank you, Thomas. A very charming lady stepping up here. Very neat. Is that green? Would you say that was green?
Yes, it is.
Well, any special color green?
Well, not to my eyes, just green.
Just green. Your name, please?
Jane Jones.
Jane Jones. That's an odd name, isn't it?
Very unusual.
Where are you from, Miss Jones?
Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Scranton? We had a sailor here from Wilkes-Barre. It's not so far, is it?
No, not far at all.
And what do you do?
Well, I teach at the ICS, the International Correspondence Schools.
How do you teach, then? Now, tell me that. Tell us about it.
Well, they send in their lessons, the students,
Yes.
people all over the world. We sit down, we look them over, we correct them, we tell them what we think's wrong, what we think's right, give them a mark, mail it back.
Well, now, what subjects do you specialize in?
Well, I personally teach French and English.
French and English? How do you say
But-
guess who in French?
Yes?
Yes?
I don't know.
How do you say Sheffield milk in French?
Le lait Sheffield?
Sheffield. Very nice indeed. Oh, that's very interesting. Do you find it dull teaching school that way, or do you like it?
Oh, I like it.
You don't have to face them every day.
You can put them in their envelopes if you get a little tired.
Did anyone ever send you any spitballs mailed in an envelope? I used to go to the girl who resembles you very much, Miss Jones. She always had me, she tried to get me to eat Wheaties. I thought she liked me. She was just saving box tops. You're not married, it's Miss Jones?
That's right.
Have a special interest in New York by any chance?
No, just vacationing a
You
little.
spend most of your time in Scranton?
Most of it, yes. I live there.
I see. Have you traveled much?
Yes, some. Been abroad twice.
Have you been abroad?
Yes.
Whereabouts?
Well, in France and the British Isles.
Well, now, if you've been abroad, you've seen something about these new styles that are startling all the women and especially the men here. What do you think about the long skirts versus the short skirts?
I don't like the long skirts.
You don't like the long
No,
skirts?
indeed.
I agree with you. I've invented a rubber skirt. If you want a long skirt, you just put lead sinkers on the bottom of it. Right here. Jane, I'm going to play a record for you. She does remind me of the first gal.
Good.
The only thing is she was a blonde. She gave me a lock of her hair to keep. Beautiful blonde hair with such nice black roots. Jane, your record is one of the greatest entertainers of all time. Still quite active. Been around for a long time. Tops in his field. And there's 10 silver Sheffield dollars waiting for you and the ICS. We won't mail it to you. We'll give it to you.
Well, that'll be
if
fine.
you guess who. Here he is.
That dancing demon, he has my feet in a trance. 'Cause when I'm dreaming, folks, I go right into that dance. Once you hear that haunting string to it, I bet my life you'll go insane to it. Hi-ho, doing the new lowdown.
That's him dancing. He's a good friend of mine. He's a wonderful fellow. Holds the world's record for running backwards, by the way. And he was in a show here. He was great in it, The Hot Mikada. And I saw him in several pictures where he was with Shirley Temple. And she looked up at him. He taught her to dance. He's a dancer. Bojangles, they call him. Oh, I can't tell you very much more.
Bill Robinson?
Who? She said it. She said it as the cowbell rang, so we'll give her half credit for it. Who'd you say?
Bill Robinson.
Bill Robinson. Of course it was. Give her $5. We'll discount the other half of the cow and put it into the jackpot. You'll have a chance of that later.
Thank
you,
you.
Miss Jones, and my best regards to the ICS. All right, looky up here now, Joe. We talking about school here. I guess most of the schools are in full swing now, aren't they?
That's right, Hap, and I hope the kids are minding their P's and Q's.
What do you mean, P's and Q's?
Pints and quarts, Happy.
Oh,
A
fine.
pint of milk at lunchtime and another pint sometime during the day or evening. Now that they're spending more time indoors, it's more important than ever that they have a quart of milk every day for strong bones and teeth, extra energy, and all-round good health. And say, mothers, those youngsters will really go for Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk because it's extra delicious with a smooth, rich flavor, and it's more readily digestible, too. And a full day's supply of precious vitamin D is added to every quart. From now on, be sure to keep plenty of that good Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk on hand.
Step aside, Joseph, for a man in uniform. Let's give him a welcome here. It's not a uniform we usually see in the last few years on Guess Who, but we want to welcome you here, sir. Your name?
Donovan.
Donovan?
Yes.
Flight Lieutenant?
That's right, yes.
Flight Lieutenant?
That's right.
Lieutenant, I picked myself. Flight Lieutenant Pat Donovan. Where are you from, sir?
London.
London, England. How long have you been? We're giving you a welcome, Mr. Donovan. How long have you been in the flying?
Oh, about 8 years now.
8 years.
Yes.
And your job?
Navigator.
A navigator?
Yes.
Been all over the world?
Well, I've seen part of it.
I see. And what are you doing here now?
Well, I came over on a visit.
On a visit?
For a couple of days.
Are you married?
No.
Lieutenant, you're not?
No.
Oh, you might as well be. Remember, today, 2 can live as cheaply as 3.
I know that.
I'm going to tell you something, Lieutenant. Mr. Sheffield has bright dollars for bright visitors up here. We give you $1 if you can tell us how many people live in the United States.
Oh.
If you come within 1 million of the correct figure, I'll give you a silver dollar. Make a guess.
Must be a hell of a lot, but...
Yes. Lieutenant, you're right.
Thank you.
You're right. How many would you say?
Well, I should say about, about 40... No, it'd be more than that.
Well, now let's figure it out.
About 75 million.
75 million, no. 143 million. The man shouted it right out, and he was right. Well, that's all right. We'll give you a little something else going on.
Good.
Now, during the war, there was a demand for dogs to join the WAGs. That was what it was called over here. Did they have army dogs in England?
Yes.
Do you have any idea what kind they used?
They're usually Alsatians.
Alsatians?
Yes.
Airedales, do you know that breed?
Airedales, yes, but...
Malamute? Which kind of a dog would you rather have protect you?
Well, Alsatian.
You would? Alsatian,
Yeah.
why?
Well, the main thing is that in itself it's very faithful. It will only acknowledge one master.
Only one
and other than that, it's faithful and do what you tell it.
Well,
it's
that's a
easy to train.
very good reason. I wish my wife had got an Alsatian. She ended up with a Pekingese. It's all covered over with hair. Say, Harry, I have to stick in a pin to find out which end will bark. I don't know. Well, Pat, what do you think of our New York now? How many times have you been here?
Well, it's the first time.
First time? What do
Yes.
you think of it? What affected you most?
Well, my general impression was the size of buildings, but I think the thing that impressed me most was the rockets in
The
Radio
Rockets in
City,
Radio
yes.
City. Aren't they wonderful? Aren't they wonderful?
Oh, they're really good.
They're very nice
Oh,
girls.
they are,
Don't
yes.
they dance beautifully?
They do, yes.
Did the orchestra come up out of the pit while
Yes,
you were there?
yes, up there.
And moved all the way back?
No, well, it went up and came down
Do you
again.
have a music hall in London now? Anything to equal that as far as size?
No, nothing at all.
They have some lovely shows in London.
Ah, yes,
now.
they do.
Did you see any of them over there? Our American shows.
Yeah, I saw Oklahoma, which
Oklahoma? Is
yes.
that a big hit in
That's
London?
a great success, yes.
Great success here, too. You liked it?
I did, too.
I can't tell you how nice it is to speak to a cheerful man like you and a friendly one. We want to welcome you to Guess Who. We
Thank
hope
you.
you're happy.
Thank you.
Now, I have a record here, and this may not be quite fair, but I think maybe it will be. Man of your caliber, going to play a record for you of one of the finest actresses of our times. Now, actresses are international, and I'm sure you've seen her in would you say the cinema? Is
yes,
that right?
that's right.
In the movies over here. I'm sure you've seen her, and especially on the stage. 10 silver Sheffield dollars if you can guess who it is. Here we go.
No American mother can be unmindful of the debt of gratitude we all owe to the women of the Army Nurse Corps. Now, as the good news continues to roll in ever-increasing proportions.
I'm going to try to give you a lot of quick hints. Her daughter is now starting her stage career. She's featured here. She's known as the First Lady of the Theater by many of us. She's featured in Happy Birthday. She also played Queen Victoria in
Helen Hayes.
Helen Hayes, of course it is. All right, thank you very much, Flight Lieutenant. Now sit right down there. There's your 10 contestants. Listen carefully, all of you. It's milk payola time. Tonight, the bucket is filled with $70. What we're going to do is play 3 songs. In the title of each one is the name of a cocktail. You listen to the record, write down the name of the cocktail in the title. You have to get all 3 to win, and if more than one wins, we divide it up. Don't let anybody else look at your card. Write them down. Here's number 1. That's number 1. Remember, it's the name of a cocktail in the title. The next one is also a cocktail. Play it for us, Gene. Oh, now, if you have those 2, you only have to worry about the third one. Here it is, number 3, another kind of a cocktail. Play it.
Pat will be right back with the pay all the winners. In the meantime, do you know that your biggest bargain in food is milk? That's right. Milk gives you more food value for less money than any other food. Sheffield milk is tops in health-building nourishment, creamy, country-fresh flavor, purity, and quality. For extra value, ask for Sheffield milk.
Joe, we have all Sheffield milk drinkers here tonight. They didn't know any of those cocktails. Only a few of them had one of them. Here, I'll announce them and tell you what they were. The first one, the tune was Manhattan Serenade, meaning a Manhattan cocktail. The next was Old Fashioned Love, an old fashioned. Champagne Waltz was third. We'll carry the money over to next week, and that's all for tonight. Until next week, this is Happy Felton, your Sheffield Quizmaster, saying good night, everybody.
This is Joe Ripley reminding you that Guess Who is presented Saturdays at 7 by Sheffield Farms, a division of National Dairy Products Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
romance of Helen Trent. Recently, when Helen spent 2 weeks at Kempton College in the town of Westview looking after Gil Whitney, to whom many people think she is secretly married, she stayed with his across-the-hall neighbor, Cynthia Carter. And in learning to know Cynthia, Helen became as fond of her as Gil is himself. Well, when Helen returned to Hollywood, she told Agatha about Cynthia's charm, friendliness, and sincerity. And she also added,
Poor girl. I feel sorry for her. Do you know, Agatha, she's never once mentioned her husband to me. The big picture of him sits there all the time on Cynthia's dressing table. And yet she never mentions him. Ever since he was killed in action shortly after Pearl Harbor, she doesn't talk about him at all. Not even to Gil. But she's so vivacious and seems to get so much pleasure out of life. And yet, she's a little too vivacious. And you can sense the reason why. Poor Cynthia. She's so brave. I admire her very, very much.
Well, tonight, late in the evening at Faculty House, Cynthia is finally talking of her husband to Gil. She hadn't meant to, but when Gil was only too aware that Cynthia was suddenly avoiding him, he went across the hall in his wheelchair to say,
What's the matter, Cynthia? There's never a day goes by that you and I don't see each other 3 or 4 times. And today you've been steering clear of me. You didn't even phone tonight to say you couldn't play chess. Well, I've been puzzled. I was afraid you were ill or unhappy, and if so, I want to know about it. I want to help.
Cynthia tried very hard to keep her sorrow to herself. She made excuses and tried to send Gil home. But at last, in a great unburdening of tears, she told him that it was 3 years ago today that her husband dive-bombed a Japanese destroyer, an act of valor that cost his life. And several little incidents today have made it an especially hard day for her. Gil sits listening to Cynthia, his heart sick with pity. She leans against the mantelpiece, her back toward him, her face buried against her folded arms. Somehow she looks very small and very young to Gil, almost as though she might be a little girl.
Gil, I'm going away from here. I'm going east and Pete. I'm leaving Westview entirely.
Are you? When, Cynthia?
Soon. As soon as this class of young officers has graduated.
Where are you going in East?
Oh, that's easy. I can get all the teaching jobs I want. I don't care where, as long as it's not here.
Why?
Because I've got to get away. Because this place is full of him. We went to school together here. We fell in love here. We even married over in the college chapel. And I was so foolish to come back here. I knew I shouldn't. But Robbie and I had an apartment in Philadelphia. He's been branch manager of his firm there. I closed the apartment and came back here. I thought I'd find him again close to me. And I have. Too close.
I see.
It's the ocean out there that gets me. I want to move away from the sea. The sea was his grave. And I mustn't be so close to it all the time. When you moved in here, I was so glad to give up that apartment across the hall and turn it over to you. That little bit of the blue Pacific you can see on a clear day. It was always too close, just outside the window. And that's how I hated it.
And I'm glad you moved, Cynthia.
I think I just have to move far away. War. I believe maybe satire is the best medium for describing war. Stephen Crane once wrote, Mother, whose heart hung humble as a button on the bright, splendid shroud of your son, do not weep. War is kind.
I know.
All I know is you'll never come back. We were just beginning to live, you know. And now my whole life is lonely, sorrow, and child.
Not your whole life, Cynthia. You're still just beginning to live, dear.
Robbie was quite an athlete here at school. He was all-American football, you know. And after the war, the college is going to build a new stadium and call it Carter Field.
I know, the registrar told me. You should be very proud, Cynthia.
Proud? Yes. For all he did, I'm proud of Robbie. And at the end, out there in his place, I'm proud of that, too. In the war, he was doing what he wanted to do. And all I could do was wait. Now I have to wait forever. Someday they'll dedicate the stadium to him, and I'll be there. But Dad won't bring him back. Someday the war will be over, and other men will come home, but none to me. But I like to think this way.
Yes.
Somewhere there are children, safe and well fed and laughing. Otherwise might have been hurt and sick and starved. It's for the children of the world we fight this war as I see it.
Yes.
And then to give me comfort is the terrible, terrible hope I have that this will be a real peace. It's got to be, Bill. It must not fail. This is the world's last chance to survive. And if the peoples of the earth can't live like brothers from here on in, then Robbie's death was a shameful, sickening waste. A comedy. I think I can demand of those who shape our destinies that this be a lasting peace. I have a right to demand it. And I do demand it. We'll either have a lasting peace or the end of the world. And people have got to realize that. Oh, Bill, I think they will. I feel in my heart that Robbie didn't die for a half measure like the men in the last war.
No, Cynthia. No, he didn't. We'll make it so. Oh, I wish I could say something to you that would really help.
I'm sorry you've gone into this so much.
Oh, no. And Cynthia, I know so well. I know so well myself. Paula died a few weeks after we were married. Matter of fact, we were still on our honeymoon.
Helen told me. I mean, she said you'd been married.
So many years have passed now. And Cynthia, the years are your very best friends. I thought I'd reached the end of my life, too. Like you, I really thought so.
But this I know, dear. I'll never love anyone again. If I do, it'll be only a poor, second-hand sort of thing.
No, you're wrong there. Believe me, dear, you're wrong. Your second love will be richer because of the first. Helen and I... Well, it's true, Cynthia. I know you can't see it now, but I promise you'll see it someday. Cynthia, don't look backward. You've got to look forward.
You don't have to stay here and think of things to say to me, dear. Don't let me be any trouble to you.
Trouble? I'm so glad you told me what you have tonight. I've known about your husband ever since I came here to teach.
I knew you'd probably heard of it around the college. And I appreciate your never having asked any questions, dear. Oh, I feel ashamed.
You do? Of what?
Because you see me now in a very low-pressure area, so to speak. Tomorrow I'll be all right, and I wish I'd never bothered you with all this. So try to forget tonight, will you, Bill? Promise me.
All right.
And when Helen comes tomorrow, don't tell her either. I'll be all right again by the time she gets here tomorrow. I'll be just the same as ever. And if you tell her I was like this tonight, she might feel I want privacy. And she shouldn't stay with me over the weekend. All of which is just silly.
Don't worry. I know when not to talk.
You'd better go along now. It's really midnight and you have an early class tomorrow.
Well, I don't know what good I'll do.
Oh, don't worry about that. Nobody can do me any good but myself. That I know. What am I going to do with the rest of my life, Bill? Go on teaching physics? Just go on and on?
No. No, someday something very lovely is going to happen to you, Cynthia. Someday you're going to love again. Someday you are.
The House of Glass.
the House of Glass. Colgate Palmolive Pete, makers of fine products since 1806, bring you this friendly half hour in the interest of Super Suds, the only soap created especially for dishwashing, the soap that protects the beauty of your hands. You remember that Bessie Glass has become very interested in welfare work. Well, this is a big day in her life. There is a luncheon at the Boys' Welfare Club, and Bessie Glass has been delegated to meet the guest of honor, Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heink, at her hotel and to escort her to the clubhouse. And as we join Bessie this evening, I'm sure we'll observe again that it's hard to predict what Bessie will do next. You know, that's supposed to be true generally of you ladies. You're unpredictable. But one thing I think is certain about you all, you want to look your best all the time. Isn't that true? And isn't it true that you want to keep your hands as smooth and soft and attractive as possible? Then why not use Super Suds, the soap that's made to keep hands lovely in spite of dishwashing? And this is the reason. Tiny hollow beads of Super Suds dissolve completely in your dishwater. No tiny particles of soap are left to irritate your hands, to make them rough, red. Well, you know how ugly hands can be. And you don't want to have that kind. So use Super Suds to wash your dishes. Help your hands to stay young and smooth. Now for the House of Glass. Bessie, accompanied by her husband Barney, is in the lobby of the hotel where Madame Schumann-Heink resides. Let's join them.
Bessie, are you sure this is the hotel where you're supposed to meet Mrs. Marshall?
Right here in the lobby. What time is it? Oh, it's late already. She said if she's not here by this time, I shouldn't wait.
So what must you do, Bessie?
I'll go over to the desk and call up and tell Madame Schumann-Heink that I'm here.
Oh, you'll take the madam over to the luncheon yourself then, Bessie, huh?
Surely. That's for the arrangement of the committee's instructions, Barney. Oh, I don't know why I'm so nervous.
Why should you be nervous?
Or maybe nervous is not the word. It's pleasurable excitement, maybe. Of all the ladies on the arrangement committee, I was the one selected to escort the madam to the luncheon. Can't you understand, Barney, why I should feel so nervous, huh? Do you realize the importance of such a privilege, huh, Barney?
Why don't I realize?
Come on, I'll go over to the desk, Barney, huh?
I'll wait here for you, Bessie.
No, come over with me. Where's the desk? Oh, this way. How do I do it, Barney?
Just send your name up.
What shall I say? Mrs. Glass is waiting or the reception committee is waiting?
Just say Mrs. Glass of the reception committee.
Oh, that's right. You're right, Barney. Yes, come on.
Something I can do for you, sir?
Yes, Barney.
Will you please tell Madame Schumann-Heink that Mrs. Glass is downstairs waiting with a car to escort her to the luncheon of the Boys' Club? Mrs. Glass?
Yes, please.
Just a minute, please.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, if we take our hotel back, we'll get Whitey a uniform like that bellboy is wearing.
Barney, please.
Madame Schumann-Heink will be down in just a few minutes. She said, would you mind waiting?
Oh, thank you very much. We'll be waiting right over here if you don't mind.
I'll tell her.
Thank you very much.
Bessie, do you want me to wait?
Please, Barney, come. Sit down.
I'll be late for my appointment, Bessie. I have to meet Maya.
Barney, please, I especially asked you not to mention extraneous matters to me today, Barney, please. Don't overshadow my joy for me, please. You realize who I'm meeting? Madame Schumann-Heink? This is a day of days for me, Barney, please. I want complete concentration. I don't want my thoughts to wander for 1 minute to spoil my emotions that I'm experiencing. Moments like these are few in a lifetime, Barney. Please. I'm only sorry that you won't be there, Barney.
I'm sorry, too, but...
Only women, Barney. 500 women. And members of the Young Boys Club. 40 young boys, Barney. Oh, you should have heard. You should have heard the minutes, Barney, of what the organization is doing for these boys. They maintain a social center. They have a scholarship fund, all for these boys.
Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful is still not the word, Barney. And the big surprise will be today when Madame Schumann-Heink walks into the reception hall and the boys welcome her. Barney, for that alone you should be there.
Well, you'll tell me all about it, Bessie.
Oh, in my excitement, Barney, I'm afraid I won't be able to see, hear, or remember. All I'll be able to do is feel.
Mrs. Glass.
Did he say Glass?
I think so.
Mrs. Glass. Oh, boys.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes.
Madame Schumann-Heink wants you to please come up to her apartment.
Oh, up to her apartment?
Yes, please. 384.
384? Oh, thank you very much.
The elevators are to your right, please.
Thank you. Barney, I have to go up to her apartment.
Then go, Bessie.
How easy you say, then go. How do I look, Barney?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Do I have to fix myself a little?
Nothing at all.
No? What apartment?
384. Come. I'll take you over to the elevator. Come.
I wonder why she wants me to come up.
I suppose she don't want to keep you waiting down here too long. Take this elevator, Bessie.
All right.
And I'm leaving now, Bessie, dear.
All right.
Enjoy yourself.
I will. You sure I look all right?
Perfect. Bessie, I'm going to tell Maya you'll give me his answer. When, Bessie?
Barney, please. Tomorrow's plenty of time for business discussions.
Is this elevator going up?
Going up.
Goodbye, Barney.
Goodbye, Bessie.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
7, please.
Going up?
Yes, ma'am. Floors, please.
6th floor, please. 384, please. Madam Truman Hank's apartment, please.
3rd floor.
Thank you.
10th, please.
14, please.
3rd floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Which way to 384, right or left?
To your left. The first door to your left, madam.
Oh, thank you very much. Pardon me. I'm Mrs. Glass.
Will you come right in, please, ma'am?
Thank you.
Will you come this way, please, ma'am? Madam will be right in.
Yes, thank you.
Won't you sit down, ma'am?
Thank you. Oh, how beautiful the birds sing. Canaries. I once had canaries, but they wouldn't sing.
Mrs. Glass?
Yes. Are you Madam Schumann-Hein?
Yes.
I'm very, very pleased.
I am also pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
Please, sit down.
Thank you.
How do you like my little bird? This one is Jack, and this one is Jill.
Oh, Jack and Jill, huh?
Yeah. I hope you don't mind waiting for me, but I can't leave. I've just put in a long-distance call for my children in California.
Oh, I see. No, I won't mind in the slightest.
Maureen, take from Mrs. Glass her coat. You may as well be comfortable.
Thank you very much.
When my call comes in, Maureen, will you connect me immediately? I don't like to keep the ladies waiting more than I have to.
Yes, ma'am.
And Maureen, have my hat and coat ready also.
Yes, ma'am.
That is a little Irish girl, Frau Glass, brought over with me from Ireland.
Oh, you don't say.
Ja.
You lived in Ireland also,
Ja,
huh?
natürlich. Ja, Frau Glass, ja. Ireland, Britain, Poland, Russia, even at the Orient. Been my very good fortune to know the friendship of men and women of many lands, many circles, presidents, the Kaiser, kings, and so on and so forth, prime ministers, leaders, peasants. Yeah, many kind of people.
How much you must have learned.
No, I don't know how much I have learned. It is not always how much you learn. Quantity is never so important. And in learning also it is not. What I have learned, Frau Glass, is this. That the problems of one set of people are the problems of all. And the things that make men alive are finer and stronger than the things which make them different. Yes, so much I have learned. Maureen, see what is with my phone, please.
Central said 10 minutes, ma'am, and it's not 10 minutes yet.
All right. Only I don't like to keep Frau Glass waiting too long.
That's all right. I'm so happy sitting here like this with you, Madam Schumann-Hein.
Thank you, dear. Are you an active worker in social and welfare work, Mrs. Glass?
No, this is my first experience.
Ah, so?
Mm-hmm. You see, all my life I've been a businesswoman.
And now?
Well, now I'm temporarily retired.
Oh. Are you happy?
Well,
No, don't be ashamed to say it. You are not. Huh?
How did you know?
Well, I didn't like the way you said, well. Why did you retire? Your health?
No, my children. I thought they needed me, but they're grown up now and they don't need me anymore.
Ach, warum nicht, Pa? Our children always need us. Maybe not physically, but our inspiration and encouragement. That they need. Although we mothers sometimes expect too much from our children. If we could only remember that our children owe us nothing. Some mothers want medals to be pinned on them because they stayed up nights with the baby when he had colic or when he had the measles. Ah, no. We had children because we wished to have them. Because a life with children seemed richer than a life without them. You're my dearest friend. Our children owe us nothing. Not even love and respect, unless we earn it.
You're right.
Maureen, bring us that letter from my boys, please, yeah?
Yes, ma'am. It's right here on your desk.
Let me have it, please.
Would you like your glasses?
No, ich brauche sie nicht. It's all right, thank you. Here, Frau Glas. Please. Yes? Please.
You want me to read the letter?
Please. Can you see all right to read?
Yes, thank you very much. Is today your birthday, Madam Schumann?
No, ma'am.
Well then, stay here and hear it. Read it loud, Frau Glass. Those words in that letter are sweeter than all the music in the world to me.
I'll read
Go
it
on.
now, huh, Frau
Yeah.
Glass? I'll read it from the beginning. Dearest Mother, your 4 sons, daughters, daughter-in-law, 11 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren wish you a happy birthday. In spite of the fact that grown-ups from the age of 40 on hate to tell their ages, we are taking this birthday of yours as a chance to say that the only difference your age makes to us is that you're sweeter every year, and that it's going to be so sugary that we will all have to suck lemons before we kiss you to counteract the sweetness.
No, I give them the lemons. Just wait. But there is another paragraph. Yeah. Turn over the next page.
If being 75 means that one can be loved and respected as you are, be as attractive as you are, be a mother to the whole world as you are, and be our best girl as you are, then may Father Time do his stuff in making as many people as possible 75 in as short a 75 years as possible. And Mother, darling, you know that all this has been scribbled down because we love you. And we will always give the very best of ourselves for you. Oh, my.
That's my phone. That's my phone. I'll take it. Now.
Hello?
My children. Excuse me, Shirley. Let me have the phone. Come here. Hello. Hello. George, Mitzi, Henry, Ferdinand. Yeah. Well, what do you mean? Why did I call you? Is this my birthday or not? Well, I had to give myself a birthday present. Well, that's why I called you. Are you all well, beloved? That's all I want to hear. Yes. Take off a whole week and kiss yourself 75 times. Kiss for me. Yeah. Goodbye. 40 other boys are waiting for me now. All boys are my boys. Goodbye. Gott grüß euch alle. Goodbye. And now, come, Frau Glass.
a unique experience for Bessie Glass. But wait, the thrill of her life is awaiting her when she witnesses the reception which is being staged for Madame Schumann-Heint at the luncheon of the Boys Club. Now, in just a few moments, we shall be with Mrs. Glass and Madame Schumann-Heint. But first, we want you to listen to a brief scene between a little girl and her mother.
Mommy. Oh, Mommy.
Yes, dear?
Mommy, will you read me a story?
What's that?
Will you read me a story? Please.
Oh, but I can't right now, darling. I'm washing the dishes.
Please. Gee, Mommy, it seems as though you're always washing the dishes.
And no doubt that's just the way it seems to Mother herself, that she's always washing the dishes. Perhaps sometimes you feel that way, as though life consisted chiefly of a mountain of dishes, all of which have to be washed. Since that's the case, don't you think you ought to keep a box of Super Suds in your kitchen, always ready to help you? Super Suds was created especially to make dishwashing an easier, quicker, pleasanter job. It is soap made in the form of tiny, hollow, thin-walled beads, so that it will dissolve instantly and completely in warm water. That means no waiting for suds, no stirring of dishwater. Instead, you get rich, fluffy, foamy suds at once. And because Super Suds dissolves completely, you don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth. No, all you have to do is rinse them and place them in a rack to drain dry. Your dishwashing time is actually cut in half. Your work is made easier. You have more time for yourself and your family. And that in itself is enough reason for using Super Suds, isn't it? Now, back to the House of Glass. Bessie and Madame Schumann-Heint are now about to enter the main hall of the Boys' Welfare Club.
I'll take your coat, Madame Schumann-Heint.
If you please.
Yes.
And now, dear, where do we go?
Right into the main hall. Oh, here comes Mrs. Marshall. Mrs. Marshall is the president of our organization.
Ah, so.
Oh, Madame Schumann-Heint, you don't know how much it means to have you with us today. We have more than 500 mothers to greet you.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm late. Which way do we go?
Will you wait 1 minute, please?
Yeah.
Mrs. Glass, will you 1 minute, please? Yes, surely. Excuse me, please.
Sure.
Just wait here for 1 moment, Mrs. Glass. I want to tell the boys to get ready. The boys are going to sing Madame Schumann-Heint's favorite song. Oh. Will you, pardon me just a moment, please, Madame Schumann-Heint?
Why, yes, sure.
Ready, Miss Marshall, we're ready.
Oh, where's the der kleine Kerl? Oh, how nice. What are you doing with all those flowers?
They're for you, Madame Schumann-Heint, from all the boys of our club.
Your club?
My big brother's club.
Ach, wie schön. Now, what shall I say to you for that?
I don't know. Anything you want to.
You see, I have no words. Will a tear be all right,
No, a smile.
Well, there you have it.
All right now, Mrs. Glass. Yes, all right. We can go then. Right this way, please, Madame Schumann-Heint.
Ja. Kindchen, wo gehst du denn hin? Where are you going? Ja.
This way.
Magnificent. Your voices have said so much to me. Maybe if I could sing something. Because that is my only way of saying things. But before I sing, I want to say how interested I am in this organization. Because it is intended to bring together young boys. Because it is creating a place for these children where the atmosphere makes great ideals contagious. And as long as such organizations as this one exists, and the heart has the right to fail, then we are truly moving on.
Mrs. Clark, will you please ask Cruzotto, Leo, if he would be so kind and play for me? Yes.
The old broken cherry baby's boat adrift on a dreamland sea, and baby and I are the crew of blood, all cozy and snow are we. We rock and hum a crooning song like the wind in the fields of sea. From a pirate dream, before very long, no baby on the boat to me. Oh, baby, the tear sometime will be a boat for an out of care. For you, with your baby, will sail the sea within the same rocking chair. And as we rock and hum and sing, so you will go singing too, on pirate dreams, with whip and with swing, we'll take baby and boat on sorry. First I must go. But before I do, I want to wish you all such success as may be best for each of you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my beloved children. Goodbye. God bless you.
Bessie will have lots to tell Barney when her tears will have run their course. What is in store for Bessie next week? Will she tire of her present existence? Will she seek to regain the winter house of glass at Lakewood, which she rented to Meyer the butcher? We shall learn at this same time next week. Before we go, though, I'd like to close with just a few words about Super Suds, the wonderful soap for dishwashing that brings their adventures to you. Let me suggest to you again to put Super Suds on your shopping list for tomorrow. Get the big red box for 10 cents or the giant size for 20 cents from your grocer. Then wash your dishes with Super Suds. This is what you'll discover. Rich, foamy suds instantly that wash your dishes beautifully and more quickly. You don't need to dry your dishes with a cloth, but merely rinse them and let them drain dry. They'll be sparkling bright because no streaks nor flecks of undissolved soap are left to dull their glistening surface. The time you usually devote to dishwashing is cut in half. And you can be confident that your hands are protected. They'll be smoother, softer, and lovelier if you wash your dishes with Super Suds. Super Suds is approved by the Good Housekeeping Institute. And remember, you always have help with the dishes when you use Super Suds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Gene Paul King on behalf of Colgate-Palmolive Pete, inviting you to tune in again 1 week from tonight, the same station, for another episode in the House of Glass. Tonight's presentation featured in person Madame Ernestine Schumann-Heint. These dramalogues are written by Gertrude Berg. And so a very, very friendly good night until next week at the House of Glass.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WJZ, New York.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn, brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. Before Durward Kirby brings us today's world news, let me tell you about the new fur piece Mrs. Otto Rising almost had. The other day, when she went into the bedroom of her home in Gary, Indiana, she saw what appeared to be a beautiful fur on her bed. My, what a surprise that was. She rushed out to her husband in the living room to thank him. "You got me a new fur piece," she said excitedly. "It's lovely." Her husband looked up, but didn't have a chance to say anything before he and the children were being herded into the bedroom to see the new fur. Well, that was a surprise, too, because just as they entered the door, they saw the fur come to life, yawn, amble over the bed and through the window, and climb up a tree. "That," said Mr. Rising, "is a raccoon." "Well," said his wife, "that's the kind of fur I want. Maybe you'd better get a gun and go hunting." Now, Durward, what's the latest world news?
First of all, Bern, Naval Secretary Knox has issued some new figures on our Navy. He says we're getting nearly 12 new seagoing ships every day, and this does not include the many small auxiliary vessels that are being built. To man our rapidly expanding fleet, Mr. Knox says the Navy will need another 500,000 men before the end of this year. Only one of the Navy's many jobs is to keep a steady flow of supplies going across the Atlantic to the men preparing to invade Western Europe. And the Allies do not intend to have that invasion operation endangered by German and Japanese officials in the nearby neutral country of Eire. Prime Minister Churchill says that we will isolate Eire completely from the outer world in order to prevent invasion secrets leaking out to the Axis. A couple of other diplomatic items in the news concern Russia. Marshal Stalin has recognized the Italian government of Marshal Badoglio and agreed to exchange ambassadors, something the United States and Britain have not done as yet. At the same time, Mr. Stalin has told Finland that it has a few days more to accept Russian peace terms or accept the consequences. But even bigger news is that being reported from Russia's war fronts. 3 strong Soviet armies are battling their way through crumbling German defenses along a 500-mile front today. And the Germans are hastily seeking to avert a major calamity to their forces remaining in the path of the Russian troops pushing down to the Black Sea. A Turkish dispatch says every available ship in Romania's Black Sea ports is being rushed to Odessa. Offhand, this seems to foreshadow a complete collapse of the Germans' broken southern flank in Russia. The roads running back from the front, both toward Odessa and Nikolaev, another Black Sea port, are reported jammed with scurrying German tanks, trucks, buses, motorcycles, and tired infantrymen. And while the Russians are roaring toward a battle climax, the Italian fighting is still localized in nature. Although the weather has improved, most sectors are bogged down in deep mud, a result of weeks of rain and snow. The Germans say that our 4-engine bombers raided Rome this morning, but so far there has been nothing on this from our side. The air war against Western Europe was kept rolling during the night when hundreds of RAF heavy bombers made a thunderbolt attack on railway targets about 100 miles southwest of Paris. And on the other side of the world, there have been new American air raids against Jap targets in the Central Pacific and against Rabaul and Wewak down in the southwest corner. In the Solomons, American ground troops have repulsed a very heavy Japanese attack against our beachhead positions on Bougainville, and other United States soldiers have seized 2 more islands in the Admiralty Group. An American bomber pilot who spent 14 months flying with the Air Force in the Pacific has now been transferred to England. His name, it's a very familiar one, is Jimmy Doolittle, but he's a captain, not a major general like his dad, and Junior says he prefers medium bombers for his work, even though his dad happens to be commander of the American heavy bomber force in England. Here at home, Price Administrator Chester Bowles has ordered the A gasoline ration in all states west of the Allegheny Mountains cut from 3 to 2 gallons a week. The order is effective March 22nd. He also reduced the permissible B mileage in 5 Pacific states by 60 miles a month. And that's the top of today's world news. Bernadine, you look very pleased about something. What is it?
Well, I feel good today. Things started out right to begin with. Just before I left the house this morning, the phone rang. It was a young bride down the street who had been in tears a day or so ago because she just couldn't turn out a decent pie. So I had told her about Crisco and Crisco's pastry method. She tried it, and you should have heard her this morning.
Well, that's the swell part about Crisco's pastry method. Even beginners can turn out pie crust that's tender and flaky. And every time, too.
Well, even the best of pie makers used to have bad luck occasionally, but not anymore. Why, friends, do you know that with pure all-vegetable Crisco and the Crisco pastry method, every single time you make a pie, you can count on a pie crust that's tender and flaky. Last night, for instance, I made a prune pie. It's delicious served with spoonfuls of whipped cream cheese. Every last speck of that pie was eaten. The crust was so golden brown and tender and flaky, it melted in your mouth. You should have seen the children. I was certainly glad I didn't have to worry about upset digestions. You don't with Crisco pie crusts.
Crisco pie crusts have everything, all right. Just try 'em and see, ladies. The directions for the pastry method are right on the Crisco label. And I'll bet my bottom dollar that you never tasted better pie crusts in all your life.
Durward's right. And remember, with Crisco's pastry method, you can count on pie crusts like that every single time.
Well, Bern, what's next?
First of all, Durward, do you remember the story about the flying fortress, Hell's Angels?
Yes, why?
And do you also remember the story about 11-year-old Carl Bueller, Jr. of Verona, New Jersey?
Carl, let me see. Oh, yeah, that's the young fellow who got the ride in the Jeep for selling so many war bonds.
You're right again.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, let me tell you the newest chapter in these two stories.
Mm-hmm.
Carl and the Flying Fortress got together yesterday in Caldwell, New Jersey, as a result of the Fourth War Loan campaign. You see, Carl did a wonderful job of selling war bonds during that drive. He'd been promised either a ride in Hell's Angels or a personal introduction to President Roosevelt if he sold $50,000 worth of bonds. Well, that was a pretty high goal for an 11-year-old youngster, but not for Carl, apparently. He not only sold that many, but quite a few more. In all, Carl sold almost $88,000 worth of bonds during the Fourth War Loan drive. So he earned his reward without any trouble. Of course, he had to decide which honor he wanted most. But with the mechanical curiosity of most boys, Carl didn't take long in making the decision. He wanted a ride in that fortress. However, he first wrote a little note to Mr. Roosevelt explaining his decision. Then he was off to see the fortress. It must take a lot of money to run one of those things, Carl said as he wandered in and out of the fortress, inspecting all the gadgets and prying into everything. He fingered the machine guns and looked over the bomb bay doors and asked all sorts of questions. Then, his inspection over, Carl settled down for a ride high in the skies in this heroic veteran of battle. When he had landed, someone asked him, "How did this compare with the ride you had in the Jeep, Carl?" "Oh, boy," he said, "the bomber was a lot more fun. I sure would like to fly one someday." But until he's old enough to fly, Carl is satisfied with his status as honorary crew member of Hell's Angels and is determined to sell more war bonds than ever. And Americans can certainly be proud of all our boys and girls for all they're doing to help their country.
You're certainly very right, Byrne. At the same time, we are all aware of certain men who are doing their best not to help the war effort. I'm thinking of the men who try all sorts of things to keep out of the draft. But they never win, though, and sometimes their stories are almost funny. Take the case of one man who was recently picked up by the FBI in the East. He had registered under a false name, failed to return a questionnaire, failed to appear for a physical examination, neglected to report for induction, and carried no registration card. And still he wasn't successful. In fact, he says that all of his efforts to dodge the law gave him gray hair, stomach trouble, and nervous disorders.
It's certainly a case of crime doesn't pay if I ever heard one. Down on Washington Street in Newark, New Jersey, there's a big brick building. It rises 22 stories into the sky. And each floor is filled with busy men and women, 9,000 of them, all employees of the War Department Office of Dependency Benefits, an activity of the Army Service Forces. And I want to tell you about them today because I think they are as important in keeping up morale here at home and on the fighting front as any other group of people in the country. For they are the paymasters, so to speak, for 11 million Americans. 11 million wives, children, parents, brothers and sisters of our soldiers. It's their job, the job of the ODB, as the organization is better known, to mail out those green soldier allowance and allotment checks every month. It's not only a big job, but it's a job that requires a human touch, for each case involves a soldier and his loved ones. Now, I think a look at the record will show that the ODB is succeeding, principally because of one man, Brigadier General H.N. Gilbert, USA, director of the organization. He has impressed upon his workers the fact that they are dealing with human beings, and they've learned that lesson well. There's the case of Susan. She is 22 and quietly unafraid as she prepares for motherhood, while her young soldier husband fights the Japs overseas. She knows that the green check from the ODB each month will provide her and her baby with the necessities of life. And there's Jack. He's just a boy of 12. His father and mother are dead, and he went to live with some friends when his older brother was drafted. Today, that soldier brother is happy in the knowledge that those green checks each month will give Jack the kind of a life a young boy should have. Or there's Helen. She's over 60 now. There was never a word of complaint when her son joined the army, even though she was left alone in the world. She never writes her boy about the growing pain in her side, but she knows that she'll be all right, for you see those green checks will pay for an operation. And so it goes with one case after another. No wonder, friends, that the War Department Office of Dependency Benefits is called the heart of the Army. I think it's more than that. It's truly a cross-section of America at war. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
President Roosevelt is expected to issue another directive about the draft sometime today. It seems that many local draft boards, in order to fill their quotas, are canceling the deferments of many non-fathers who are war workers and are pushing them into the armed forces ahead of fathers. And the manufacturers fear that such a policy may cripple our war production. And President Roosevelt is expected to clarify the situation today by emphasizing that pre-Pearl Harbor fathers should get the same treatment as non-fathers.
And isn't this sort of an important day politically, Durward?
That's right, Byrne. Potential candidates for the Republican presidential nomination are getting their first test in New Hampshire today as that state elects delegates to the Republican and the Democratic national conventions. Now, Bernardine?
You know, friends, we hear a lot of talk about how food can fight for freedom. That means we all want to make the most of every scrap of food we have in the house. And Crisco is such a help at turning leftovers into appetizing meals. For instance, the other day I had some mashed potatoes left over, just enough for the children's lunch. So do you know what I did? I added a little celery salt to the potatoes. That gives them a wonderful flavor. And then I shaped them into patties and fried them in Crisco. Well, those potato cakes got so crisp and brown, not a bit greasy. And the youngsters love them. And you know something, friends? With Crisco fried foods, you don't have to worry a bit about upset digestions. Why, they set so light they don't bother even the children.
That's right. Crisco is pure and all vegetable, you know. And it's digestible itself. Just the finest quality shortening you can use. That's why we say with Crisco, everything you cook tastes better. And it's digestible. Now, Bern, what's your last story?
In Granite City, Illinois, yesterday, 14 young men were waiting at the railroad station for a train to take them to Chicago, where they were to be inducted into the Navy. As their train approached, parents and relatives crowded around them on the platform and kissed them goodbye. But imagine their surprise when the train roared right on past without stopping. Well, a phone call was put into the Navy, and the 14 will try to join up again today. This time, they hope the train stops.
Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Crisco.
Program may be interrupted at any moment for important news. Here is Papa David.
Yesterday, we heard the news for which the entire world has been waiting. The day has come. D-Day. We are invading Europe. In your hearts and in mine, there ain't any doubt but what it's going to be successful. But in your heart, I know, like in mine, is one big prayer that the invasion will be successful quickly and our losses won't be too great. Would I be out of order at a time like this to suggest that right now we have a few seconds of silence so that we can all offer up such a prayer? Amen. And may it come soon when life is beautiful again.
Life can be beautiful. An inspiring message of faith, drawn from life, written for you by Carl Bixby and Don Becker, and brought to you by the makers of Ivory Soap. And now for our story. If Stephen was bewildered at seeing Andrew Coleman in the slightly red bookshop, if he was dumbfounded on being offered a job with Coleman Limited, with no non-marriage restriction, if he was speechless at learning he was to leave at once for South America to contact Jasper Brown, thus representing Mr. Coleman and Chi-Chi's interests in the mining discoveries left to her by the man she believes was her father, well, you should see him now, as Chi-Chi adds,
if Stephen can get ready to leave for South America in 3 or 4 days, so can I. Mr. Coleman, please get 2 seats for South America. 1 for Stephen, and 1 for Stephen's wife.
It's later in the evening of what probably has been the most eventful day in the life of Chi-Chi, Stephen, or Papa David. Delighted by Andrew Coleman's offer and Chi-Chi's unexpected decision, Stephen left the bookshop with Mr. Coleman for further discussion of Charles Conrad's discoveries. Chi-Chi was too excited to eat a bite of supper, spending most of her time calling helter-skelter in an attempt to make a few definite plans for her sudden wedding. Now Chi-Chi is still on the telephone, this time talking to Dr. Markham's wife and former nurse assistant, Louise, who broke the monotony of Chi-Chi's calling by managing to squeeze in a call to her. Papa David is seated in his great old chair nearby, exhausted by the excitement and strain of the day.
Gosh, Louise, I'm awfully sorry you've been trying so long to get me. I've been doing a little telephoning myself.
You can say that again.
When Doctor came home and told me about Stephen's wonderful chance to go to South America and settle up your father's estate, I was so excited I could hardly talk. And then when he topped it off with the announcement that you and Stephen were going to be married right away and you were going there together, well, that was just too much. I had to call you.
and don't you think I did right saying I'd have to go along with him?
Being a woman, would Mrs. Markham say no even if she disagreed?
Absolutely, Chi-Chi. I would have disappointed in you if you hadn't.
After all, if the mines are as valuable as Mr. Coleman says they are, and they need those chemicals for the war, and if I own them like Stephen and Dr. Markham think I do, then they ought to want me to go along, oughtn't they?
Why, of course. And at the same time, think what a wonderful honeymoon it'll be for you and Stephen.
I get goose pimples even thinking about it.
Leighton, how often do I have to tell you that when you're talking on the telephone while I'm listening, kindly give out with an occasional hint what's being said on the other end?
I had a hunch that something exciting like this would happen once you and Stephen made up your minds.
Yeah. I can't ever do anything simple and quiet, can I? I always got to get tangled up in a 3-ring circus.
But you always manage to work it out. By the way, have you decided where you'll be married?
Oh, not positively.
What ain't positively, Chicha?
I thought perhaps you'd have the ceremony in the bookshop as Doctor and I did.
Well, That's what I always thought I'd like to do. I love that.
What was it you've always thought you'd like to do?
Please, Papa David, I can't hear.
Okay.
Now, look, Chi-Chi, I'm planning to come down to the bookshop tomorrow.
Oh, gee, Louise, I'd love to see you.
I've waited for this marriage between you and Stephen for a long time, and you're not going to deprive me of being a part of it. Incidentally, don't worry about a wedding dress. I've got one for you.
Oh, well, that's awful sweet of you, but I sort of... Well, Ben Levy said he could get me one at a discount.
Look out, he ain't marking it up first.
I know ordinarily you'd want to select it yourself, but I've got your wedding dress. I've already ripped a few of the seams, and I'll be down in the morning to see what alterations I have to make on it.
Well, what's it like?
Leighton, this one-sided cryptic conversation of yours sounds deliberate.
Can you tell me what it's like? I mean, I sort of had one picked out I saw in a magazine, and...
Well, at the time I packed up for Stephen, when he broke up his apartment uptown, there were several things he asked me to keep for him because he didn't know what he was going to do.
Yeah, I remember.
Among them was the dress Stephen's mother wore when she got married.
Oh, Louise. Honest?
And it's perfectly lovely. I know it'll please him so much.
Oh, gee, that's too sweet for anything.
Stephen's mother must have been a tiny woman like you, Chi-Chi. I don't think I'll have to make many alterations.
Chichi, what is it Mrs. Markham is doing that's so sweet that it's bringing tears to your eyes? What wouldn't I give for an extension telephone?
You better decide right away where you'll hold the wedding ceremony and the reception afterwards.
Oh, my gosh, the wedding and the reception. We could let that go, couldn't we? The reception, I mean?
Why is it women always think they know everything about weddings?
Chi-Chi, I wouldn't think of letting you get married and not have a reception.
Yeah.
And as many trimmings as we can muster up in such a short time. You leave everything to me. And Chi-Chi, believe me, I'm so happy for you and Stephen.
Well, I can't tell you how sweet I think you are and how happy you've made me.
If you're so happy, why are you crying?
And I'll see you tomorrow, Chi-Chi, and we'll start making plans.
All right, Louise. Thanks.
All the happiness in the world, Chi-Chi. Congratulate Stephen for me. God bless you both. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh, Papa Dave. People are so sweet. They're so sweet sometimes. It hurts. Look, Papa David, I got to decide something quick, and I think I'd like you to help me decide it, huh?
Well, before I give out with what are unnecessary masculine opinions or advice, kindly give me the vital statistics pertaining to that feminine phone conversation, which by me on this end didn't make sense.
Oh, Louise Markham and I were just talking, Papa David.
Well, that, of course, is an astonishing revelation.
Well, she's just happy and excited about Stephen and me getting married so quick and going to South America. You wouldn't understand because it was all just woman stuff. Oh, gosh, Papa David, getting married is so exciting. It means a lot more than I thought it did. Sort of like the feeling you get on Christmas Eve. What's so darn nice about it is everybody else seems to feel the same way. It's contagious like the measles.
Yeah. Leighton, all the world loves a lover.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is. Anyway, Louise Markham is almost as excited about it as I am.
So now, tell me first the surprise she had for you that made you cry.
I positively, absolutely will not tell you yet. It's a secret.
Ah, I see.
Oh, I'm so happy, Papa David.
If that's Ben Levy wanting a pinochle game with me, I ain't in the mood.
All right, I'll tell him. Hello?
Is this Chi-Chi talking?
Oh, Joey.
Joey is growing up just like his Uncle Ben Levy. Leighton, tell Joey to tell his Uncle Ben Levy that Mr. David Solomon thanks him kindly, but tonight my mind ain't on pinochle.
All right. Joey, Papa David just said he didn't feel very much like playing pinochle with your Uncle Ben tonight.
Oh, I didn't call about pinochle.
Oh.
Uncle Ben has just heard that you and Stephen Hamilton are going to get married right away.
Yeah, well, that's right, Joey.
Yeah, well, Uncle Ben said he figured you'd be sort of pushed for time. So for a wedding present at absolutely no cost to you, he will send out wedding invitations if you will kindly give me the details.
Huh? Well, wedding invitation.
Now, Chicha, don't buy anything from Ben Levy over the telephone. Look first at the merchandise.
Uncle Ben even gave me a nickel to call you up with right away, just so you wouldn't have to worry about that part of the big doings. I hope you invite me to your wedding, Chi-Chi.
Oh, I will, Joey, and guys, thank your Uncle Ben for me. That's awful sweet of him.
And what is it Ben Levy is doing that's so sweet yet?
Oh, that's all right. Uncle Ben's real excited over the news. So am I. Goodbye, Chi-Chi, and congratulations.
Well, thanks. Goodbye, Joey. Papa David, what do you think? Ben Levy wants to send out our wedding invitations for us. Now, isn't that sweet?
Yeah. I can't believe it.
What Joey said. He said even Ben's excited about Stephen and me getting married so quick.
Ben Levy is so excited about the wedding, he wants to give away something free?
Oh, you were right, Papa David. All the world does love a lover. Even Ben Levy. And you know something? I got a feeling that hurried up like it's going to be, Stephen and I are going to have a swell wedding. May not be big and fancy, but I bet it's going to be awful sweet.
Well, Leighton, all I got to say is if Ben Levy's calling and without any argument even is making an offer to send out invitations free of charge, you can be expecting the president to be calling up any minute asking kindly if he can do something to help too. When Ben Levy does a thing like that, he ain't excited. He's hysterical.
Poor Papa David seems to think he's being left out of Chi-Chi's wedding preparations. Like all persons of their type, Jasper Brown and Al Douglas have been encircled by their own underhanded cleverness, and may soon find themselves, as Maud Kellogg did, crushed to defeat by those who believe steadfastly in the truth that life can be.
Tonight, Jason Sanborn presents Major Bo's Amateur Hour. There have been amateur hours in the theater, and there have been amateurs on the radio. But about a year ago, Major devised a new pattern of radio amateur hour, something that was entirely original and had never been done before. Major Bose is, therefore, responsible for the present vogue for amateur hours on the air. It is his proud distinction to be the most copied radio personality to date. Major Bo's own original amateur hour, presented tonight, is made possible by your purchases of Jason Sanborn's Dated Coffee, the coffee you know is fresh. These amateurs exhibit their wares. You select the winners by your vote. There are